Here in the moment, two hearts will connect. A chain reaction, the cause and effect. Movement and motion, the soul will reflect.
Gamescom is like, it's a 5-day long League of Legends action party, really.
There's a lot of crowd and they're like cheering for you.
We don't only have the LCS, but we also have the Challenger matches and the International Wildcard Tournament.
Ooh, we are doing a lot this weekend.
So the Challenger Series is going to be 4 teams playing off in the semi-finals to get through to the finals to make it into Season 4.
This is a chance for the likes of TCM, for Copenhagen Wolves and all the other amateur teams to become pros.
KMT versus AT is a match that's a little overlooked because of how well-known TCM and the Wolves are.
We came here to play and win the Challenger Tournament Series.
If you look at the International Wildcard Tournament, there are teams from all over the world.
We have an Australian team, Mexico,
Lithuania,
Turkey,
And Brazil.
It establishes them as a team that could be one of the best if they were in a league. It puts them on a whole nother plane from all those other teams.
Hey, we are here, we got this awesome team, and you're gonna have to look out for us at Worlds.
I'm sure we're in for some big surprises.
Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your host AFC Shogzaportra, coming to you live from Gamescom in Cologne, Germany. Now over the next 5 days, we've got tons of League of Legends action for you to watch. So I hope you stocked up on supplies because you aren't leaving the house for a while. Up first, the international wildcard teams compete for a shot at making it to the Season 3 World Championships. And then the 4 European Challenger teams vie for a chance to qualify for Season 4 of the European LCS. Now that you know what's happening at Gamescom, let me send you over to Jat and D-Man at the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Shox. And like she said, I am Lee D-Man Smith. Coming to you alongside me is Joshua Jat Leesman. How is your first Gamescom? I can't believe it's your first Gamescom.
Yeah, well, the first thing is the size of this place. Just walking from the front door to here took about 20 minutes, but we have a bit more time to go over League of Legends, so that's a good thing.
It is going to be a huge event, guys. So I hope you guys are ready because this is going to be one big week. And to say that we have a ton of League of Legends action coming over the next week is going to be... It's
a bit of an understatement.
It's huge. It's going to be a massive event for you guys. Here at Gamescom 2013, we have 3 different tournaments. Yes, 3 different tournaments, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be the International Wildcard Tournament, the European Challenger Tournament, and, of course, the European LCS Summer Playoffs, which will be kicking off on Friday.
Yeah, and today's action will start with the International Wildcard Tournament, where 5 teams from regions that aren't represented in the 5 Pro Leagues are going to duke it out for a spot in the Season 3 World Championship.
And in order to bring you all 10 matches in the group stage of the International Wildcard Tournament, we are going to be dual streaming.
Yeah, and once we have the final 4 in the International Wildcard, it's going to be time for the first semifinal match of the Challenger Tournament. And in case you didn't know, the winner of the Challenger Tournament here at Gamescom gets a spot in the European League of Legends Spring Promotional Tournament and a chance to earn a berth in Season 4 of the European LCS.
Yeah, it's going to be big, big matches. And finally, of course, after the crazy Super Week that we had here in the European LCS, this last weekend, the 6 teams that did qualify will be going to the postseason playoffs. A well-deserved couple of days, though, off for those guys because we will be starting those playoffs on Friday.
Yeah, you guys had some pretty crazy games over your Super Week. Not only did you have the 20 games, you ended up with a whole bunch of ties. 4 teams tied for 2nd, 2 teams tied for 6th, and then you guys got 6 bonus games to sort it all out.
Bonus games. That's one way to call them. It was definitely a bonus for everybody involved, and of course,
well, personally, I was happy about it because I woke up and was like, "Awesome, 6 bonus games! I get to keep watching."
Everybody in North America enjoyed it, I'm sure, but everyone in Europe was like, "Wow, another 6 games! This could be fun." But of course, Team Alternate, they continued their downward spiral, and went 0-5. It was an incredible super week for those guys. They dropped all the way from second place into a tie for 6th.
Yeah, I thought there was no way they were going to win that tiebreaker game after going 0-5, but then they did. They beat SK Gaming when they needed to in the one-game playoff, and they managed to kind of sneak back into the playoffs after almost falling out of it.
Yeah, which in itself is crazy because, you know, SK Gaming that was at the Season 2 finals didn't even make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, I know.
Crazy, crazy stuff. That just shows how tight the league was. And of course, the team that benefited the most from alternate struggles was Fnatic. Even though they started off the week, they went 0-3. It was a bit of a tragic start for them, but they won the last 2 matches. And they're the ones that counted because that's what got them into the mini-tournament, the tie for second place.
Yeah, and in the 4-way tie for second, Fnatic actually matched their win total for the week when they beat Ninjas in Pajamas and then Evil Geniuses to get that first round bye. And that also means they've officially joined Lemon Dogs as the first 2 teams to qualify for the Season 4 Spring Split here in Europe.
Yeah, which is a big, big thing, of course, because it keeps those guys going. The Lemon Dogs, though, they continued their impressive second half run. They went 4-1 during the Super Week and 8-2 over the last 2 weeks, which jumped them from 5th place into 1st heading into the playoffs here at Gamescom.
Yeah, and here's how the playoffs at Gamescom are actually going to work. In Friday's quarterfinal round, the 3rd place Evil Geniuses are matched up against the 6th seeded alternate, while the number 4 seed Gambit is going to be against Ninjas in Pajamas, who are the 5th seed. Those are both best of 3s.
Yeah, the winners of those series will be moving on to the semifinals on Saturday, where they're going to be meeting the Lemon Dogs and Fnatic, who both scored themselves a bye by finishing in the top 2. Then, on Sunday, we will be crowning the Summer Split Playoff Champion to find out which 3 teams will be representing the European LCS at the Season 3 World Championships.
Yeah, also in something new for the LCS, the losers of Friday's first round matches are going to be dropped down into a 5th place decider match, where the winner is going to earn their spot in Season 4 Spring Split, while the loser is going to be sent to the Spring Promotion Tournament, where they'll have to re-qualify for Season 4. And the LCS teams that take 6th place in the regional playoffs will join SK Gaming and Meet Your Makers in that Spring Promotion Tournament. And for one of those 3 teams, their opponent could be determined here at Gamescom.
Yeah, so it's big, big, important games. Of course, we're down to the final 4 European Challenger teams also. And today's 2 semi-finals matches will feature AT Gaming taking on KMT, and TCM Gaming, they're going to be battling against the Copenhagen Wolves once again. The winner of today's best-of-3 series will be moving on to Thursday's final games, and the victor, of course, will be earning themselves a spot in the Spring Promotion Tournament.
Yeah, and let's actually take a bit of a closer look at the teams participating in this week's tournament, D-Man.
Yeah, TCM Gaming, they have to be considered the favorite. They tore through the competition at Tenerife. It was not really a close battle, of course. There's been a slight tweak of the rules because, of course, because they qualified in Tenerife, it does actually mean that they obviously can't qualify again. You can't get in there twice. You can't put yourself in there twice. So it does mean they are purely fighting for the glory this weekend. So if TCM does take first again this weekend, it means that the second place team will earn themselves a spot.
Yeah, but of course, in that glory battle right there, standing in their way is the Copenhagen Wolves, who are going to be looking for revenge in a sense, as well as also wanting to qualify after they fell to TCM in Tenerife.
Yeah, they were actually the big favorites going into the tournament in Tenerife. Everybody was quite surprised when they did lose, but rightly so, because they just won DreamHack Summer, they just won Gfinity, and they beat TCM en route to that tournament.
Absolutely, but then on the other side of the bracket, there's a couple lesser-known teams here with AT Gaming and KMT.
Well, that's it. I mean, many fans out there may actually recognize KMT under another name. They were a Nexus. They played at the Intel Extreme Masters in Singapore and in Sao Paulo and actually posted some pretty good results.
And Nexus is actually a very good team, so there's going to be a lot of competition there for Europe in the promotion tournament. But before we get to the challenger matches, we're going to kick off our first day here at Gamescom with that international wildcard tournament. And, of course, the tournament works like this. Up first is the round-robin group stage, where each of the 5 teams play the other teams once.
Yeah, the top 4 teams from the group stage will be earning themselves a spot in the semi-final rounds, where they'll be seeded based on their record in the groups. The top seed will play the 4th seed, the 3rd seed will play the 2nd seed, and in a best of 3.
Yeah, and the winners of those best of 3s will move on to Friday's championship match, with the victors earning the spot in the Season 3 World Championships that starts in September in LA.
Yeah, that's what it is all about, of course, with that spot in the World Championships on the line. Let's take a look at the 5 teams that will be vying for that trip to Los Angeles. Starting off with the king of the Latin American scene, it is Team Lion.
Yeah, Team Lion didn't lose a single game when they're in their Latin American qualifiers there, so they're potentially very powerful coming into here, because no one has been able to take anything off of them yet.
Yeah, Team Lion's first opponent in the group stage will be Oceania's Team Immunity.
Yeah, and kind of like Team Lion, Team Immunity completely dominated their qualifier in the Oceania servers there. They just rolled through the tournament, and again, they're just looking to kind of prove themselves here on the stage.
Yeah, absolutely destroying the opposition. And while Oceania's champions, well, they're looking for a way to stay immune from Lion Gaming's early pressure. Turkey's top team, Dark Passage, they're going to be facing off against the Commonwealth Independent States representative, Gaming Gear EU, who we saw in Moscow.
And we've seen Dark Passage a little bit. They made a pretty big impression at DreamHack this year. They made it all the way to the finals, but then they had their first loss in any tournament ever when they lost in the finals there. So at least it was a bit of a power check for them.
It's got to come, and it actually came against the Copenhagen Wolves, so it's interesting to see how these teams balance out. And the fifth and final team, of course, is going to be Brazil's Pain Gaming.
And Pain's got to be the favorite coming into this tournament. Big reason why, actually, they have a mid laner named Kami, who has more league points in that server than anyone has in any other server for Challenger in the world. So everyone thinks that guy has amazing mechanics and potential, and we're going to have to see this weekend.
So Pharrell Lord was the ELO King. What does that make this guy? The
League Point Prince.
League Point Prince. And for the wildcard squads, this is their chance to show the world what exactly they are capable of and take the opportunity to get amongst the best teams in the world.
We're here to play in the International Wildcard Tournament.
You're playing against teams from all over the world.
Dark Passage from Turkey. This will show that Turkish esports community is growing a lot. Lion Gaming from Latin America.
We all live in different parts of the country. I'm from Mexico City. We flew to Germany.
Team Immunity from Australia.
Obviously, it's a great honor to represent the region.
And Pain Gaming from Brazil.
E nós estamos representando o Brasil inteiro. Esperamos dar o nosso melhor quanto a isso.
And they're all upcoming countries. I think Brazil has really shown that their scene's growing really rapidly.
Qualquer conhece praticamente o League of Legends no Brasil.
A gente já participou de vários campeonatos juntos e a gente atualmente mora em uma gaming house.
I would really love to play against Brazil and Latin America.
Lion Gaming was founded. The team was already there, and they called me, like, we need an AD carry. I was like, fine.
I will say that everyone has a big chance because no one knows each other, the gameplay, their style.
We are very skillful players. The best players of Turkey. People don't know us very well. They don't expect much from us, I think, but we will surprise them.
We came together like 1 year ago, and then we had some breaks, but we stayed together, and now we're playing in Gamescom. I'm looking forward to playing against the Australians.
It's the first time that Oceania has been put on the map at all. You know, we get a lot of support saying, you know, do Oceania proud.
It's the first time I've left the country, like, all up, so for it to be playing in an international tournament feels pretty good.
It's actually the experience to actually go overseas and meet new people, meet all these like professional players.
It's a pretty good experience, meeting all the LCS teams.
I follow Zoro from Lemon Ducks. I really love his style.
Double Leaf was really my idol. Now there's a lot of AD carry players, but he was like the original.
Brain Mechanics.
Meteos. Takımıyla çok iyi anlaşıyor ve onları gayet iyi yönlendirdiğini düşünüyorum. Bu yüzden favori jungle'larımdan biri.
I like to watch a lot of Flame and Chai.
Definitely Mad Life. Just watching some of his Thresh plays, just like speechless.
I think everyone's good. If you do this for a living, you better be good.
Nós vimos todos os times e todos eles estão lá porque merecem. Então, todos vão ser desafio.
I feel if we play at our strongest, that probably none of the other teams can beat us.
I think we have the same chance, our team.
I think we have a big chance to win this tournament. I believe in my team and I believe in myself.
If we win this tournament, we go to Los Angeles. It will be the best moment of my life.
And for me, it's great to see how this has developed because I've been here. This is my third Gamescom now. And I remember the first one was CLG TSM. Everyone's, GG, Reginald, everything's like that. And now actually how it's developed, you just saw all the players there, who they represent. You've got Korean players in there, obviously Double Lift in there. You've got Zoro Zero in there, Cloud9, Meteos. So there's a lot of new emerging teams that these guys have developed through the LCS that everybody's actually starting to look up to.
Exactly. The cool thing about this is a lot of the players in this tournament are having their first competitive experience because a lot of them probably got interested in it by watching the Gamescom 2 years ago and saying, you know, maybe that could be me.
And, well, maybe it is. You just saw the Australians say, it's the first time I left the country, and what a way to go. I mean, to come all the way to Europe, of course. So, all right, guys, if you guys are feeling a little overwhelmed with all the information we have just uploaded, don't worry. You can, of course, go over to lolesports.com for all the brackets, the stats, the results, everything else you need to keep up with this epic week of gaming.
Yeah, and once you're done checking out all the info, open up a new tab, head over to on Twitter, and then let us know. Which player do you think will have the most impact on the wildcard tournament and why? We're at LOL Esports. Be sure to use the hashtag LOLWC, and we'll be reading the best responses live later today.
All right, guys, we're just moments away from our first game of the day as the International Wildcard Tournament kicks off with Gaming Gear taking on Dark Passage and Lion Gaming. They're going to be facing off against Team Immunity.
And remember, since these games will be going on simultaneously, we'll be dual streaming, so you don't have to miss a minute of the matches that'll help determine who goes to the Season 3 World Championship. This stream will feature the CIS champs Gaming Gear taking on Turkey's top team, Dark Passage, while the second stream will be the Latin American champions Lion taking on Oceania's Team Immunity.
Yeah, we've got to take a short break, which means you have 3.5 minutes to take care of any last-minute chores before we kick off with the first match live from Gamescom here in Cologne, Germany. Consider yourself warned. We will be right back.
Hello, welcome everyone to the League of Legends International Wildcard B stream here at Gamescom. My name is Joe Miller, manning the desk to me is the lovely Jason Kaplan.
I'm lovely today. Together we'll be taking you through the first 3 matches of the International Wildcard Games taking place here on Stream B.
And our first game of the day features Lion Gaming facing off against Team Immunity.
Yeah, and coming into this match, Lion Gaming hasn't dropped a single game as they made their way through the Latin American North qualifiers and the Latin American regionals on their way to Gamescom. They also had the highest KDA of any team in the wildcard qualifiers, but this is the real question. They'll be up against international teams here. Can they defend that title?
It's going to be hard for them, and some different play styles coming into what they've faced over there for sure. And today, the Kings of Latin America will be facing Oceania's champions, Team Immunity from Australia.
Yeah, and just like Lion, they just completely dominated the region on the way to be here for this tournament. They were led by their mid laner Heavens. He was near the top of the North American ELO charts while playing with 200 ping, and that's not easy to do. I tried playing North America here from Europe, doesn't work out well. But he has some really unique champions like AD Lulu. That's what he played when getting qualified here today.
All right, then it's time to take a quick look at the 2 teams just before they get into the Rift. So let's start on the blue side with Lion Gaming. Their top lane here coming in is going to be Porky. And this is a team, as we said, that have gone so very well throughout their qualifiers. Porky in the top lane, Hacker V2 in the jungle, Yuri in the mid lane, Saya the AD carry, and Niazel the support.
Not to mention Hacker V2, he actually played quite a bit over in North America on the server, and actually, I think I remember playing against him way back in the day when I was over there. But on the red side for Team Immunity, we're gonna have Swiper in that top lane, see how well he can do up there. We have Alicia in the jungle, Heavens in the middle lane, Ray Dare as the AD carry, and Rosie as support.
So 2 incredible teams and a lot of pride as well. And I've been seeing the buzz around Twitter and Facebook. The fans are coming out for all of these teams, you know, the Australians, everyone from Oceania really getting behind Immunity. Everyone from Latin America getting in there behind the likes of Lion, and the Brazilians, you know, the crazy, awesome people that they are all in here behind Pain. And there's some really great fans. And that just goes to show, we heard from the videos earlier on that it means a lot to these teams. They have a lot of respect for the big names that they watch on a weekly basis in the LCS in North America and Europe. Obviously in OGN there was a lot of talk about Mad Life and the likes of Shy and Flame earlier on. And you know, these guys are fighting for a place at the World Championships. To take on teams like that, they're almost idols here in League of Legends.
And the thing is, they're fighting for the regions to be there. Like we've had, I remember back in Australia, they were talking about, you know, we want a server dedicated to us because it's hard to play with such high ping, and now they finally have it. Now they finally have a team here who could potentially get into the Worlds and play, just like you said, against all these top teams. And it hasn't been an easy road for both these teams. You know, for Lion, they had a bracket with 256 teams, participants, to get here. They're the top team, and that just kind of shows that with these emerging regions, there's a lot of teams up and coming, a lot of teams looking to, you know, finally show that they deserve to be at the top of the standings for, you know, across the world. And we'll see what's going to happen today.
Well, we're going to get into the bans and the picks here for our first game of the International Wildcard Tournament. As we said, Lion taking on Immunity. And already as we see the first few bans, and I just want to touch on the point that although we've seen a little bit from both these teams, you know, the VODs are out there for their qualifiers and what have you, what they've been practicing in between then and now, and we've heard from a lot of European LCS teams who've had the privilege of scrimming with these guys before this, that some of them are very good, that they're innovative, that they are doing a lot of copying from other regions as well to try and find the best way. Right now the band's coming in thick and fast, so let's go through them. Lion picking out Evelyn, Elise and Shen. Pretty standard bans, honestly, across the board on that side. And coming in then for Immunity, Kennen taking away against Porky. Nautilus, which is one of Hacker V2's biggest champions, played it the most in the qualifiers, and Thresh taken out as well against Niazel.
Yeah, and looking up all of the teams, we had, you know, the time to kind of prepare, and a lot of them played Nautilus. It was really weird. Like, across the board, a lot of them played Nautilus, when we don't really even see that played in European LCS too much anymore. So, kind of don't want to go up against that champion. Very strong CC, not to mention he was buffed, and I believe 3.8. He has more armor, and the cooldown on his W was reduced, so take that away. But yeah, the Zac So for Porky, it's weird. Really cool to see how he plays in the top lane. He played it quite a bit in the qualifiers to get here, and we've all known how strong as that can really be if you're really good at him.
So we're going to see we've got to go through this because they're picking really quickly on this one. Lysandra and Jarvan taking in for Iemnia, and on the other side, Sona Vayne going to be picked up for Lion.
Yeah, so the Vayne is actually played quite a bit by Saya. He's actually one of his most played champions, and you kind of would expect that with how strong she is, even with the changes to her ultimate, the cooldown being increased, so she can't obviously use it as often. But we've seen just so many times how impactful she can be. With the Silver Bolt, with that attack speed build, you can just decimate an entire team. And I'm curious to see, is he going to run Cleanse against a team that IM already has built up against them? Because you have an Annie, you have a Lissandra, and that is a deadly combo. Just think of the AoE that you can really put down. You pop in Lissandra's ultimate, follow up with the Tibbers, if you can hit multiple people, Cataclysm as well, the spray and pray coming across them, and they have a really good composition for blowing up Lion right now.
And we'll see as well if this Annie will actually be in that mid lane, whether it'll be a support as well, because we have been seeing a lot more support coming out of Annie. But Heavens is a man who likes to run strange things, at least what we would maybe consider strange on the competitive scene. In the first game of their qualifier final, he actually ran a Swain in the mid lane. So it's definitely not scared of bringing out those kind of champions. On the other side, looks like we're going to have a Nasus jungle here for Lion. And an AP, or I say an AP Ezreal, but an Ezreal for that mid lane, whether he goes full AP, which he has done in the past, Yuri, or whether he goes that more, I'd say traditional right now, blue build Ezreal for the extra stuff there.
I definitely think you're right on that one, because we've seen a lot of teams, actually we've been told by all the LCS teams that they kind of take exactly what Korea does and try to use it themselves, and we've seen Ezreal kind of prosper there lately, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that he actually played it in one of the games coming into this. And then the Nasus, so you're going to have that potential for a very early dragon with him when he hits level 6. You also have pretty good tankiness with him, but you don't have a lot of synergy within their composition, I'm seeing right now. I mean, yeah, you have the Zac, you have the Crescendo, the follow-up, but that's just about it. And when you have a double AD composition, if you don't have a good early game, if you don't have a strong early game, then you kind of really get set behind, since you're forced to channel all this farm into 2 different champions.
Wow. Right now, are we actually going to see the Syndra come out from this one? Which would say to us that then the Syndra mid lane, the Annie support, Lissandra top, or maybe the Syndra in the top lane as well. We'll find that out here in just a second as they switch things up, but wasn't quite expecting the Syndra pick at this stage with Lissandra and an Annie already in there.
Well, just think about back to the spring split with Bjergsen finally coming in, plays Syndra, gets a pentakill. So their whole composition right now, I would be scared to be Lion. Let's just say that, because of the burst they have. Lissandra is going to keep you there. You have the Syndra stun, which you can hit on an entire team if you're good enough. You have the burst out of him, you have the burst out of Annie, which still has some pretty good damage. Not to mention the control. That is a really scary team, and if Lion doesn't have a strong start, they're not going to be tanky enough to really survive this damage later on.
Well, we're going to be getting into game, and I have to say that I prefer Immunity's lineup here. Overall, the damage, the control that they're going to have with that. I mean, you're just looking, like you said, the AoE stuns from Syndra, from Annie. Lissandra can obviously focus one down to a big AoE damage burst. Then you've got the Cataclysm, which you can kind of pick and choose where you want to go in from that one. It's going to be really, or it should be really effective. What we should also say is that it also needs a good amount of coordination here from Immunity.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what a lot of Korean teams have been known for, is that team fight synergy, the ability to get off all these abilities at the same time and when you need to. But, oh man, so you have so many high priority targets that Lion has to focus down. And the big key thing to me is you have a Twitch, who you won't even be able to get to through the amount of control that Immunity has. So he's going to be just sitting there attacking away, and if he has a decent early game, a decent laning phase, his damage is going to be ridiculous. And Lion, they have a lot of work cut out for him, and the thing is, it's not like you can prepare an insane amount for these teams. Like, you don't have all the research available to really see what they're going to play and what they're going to hit you with. So it's kind of about playing something you're comfortable with, which I think Lion definitely went with, and as well as Immunity, because I mean, obviously we haven't seen too much of the Oceania region.
Yeah, and that's a real good point that you make up, the whole research thing, that it's hard for these teams, outside of the few VODs that are available, and, checking out their summoner profiles and what have you, to really lock down what's going to be played. But now we know it. We know which teams, or which champions both of these teams are coming in with, and we are going to get underway with Lion versus Immunity, our first game over on Stream Beat from the International Wildcard Tournament. And let's talk a little bit about level 1 here, Jason.
Well, yeah, let's talk about it, because right now, Rosie, he actually took his W first as Incinerate because he wants to have that stun available. So if we see any aggression out of them level 1, they're going to just walk through Lion, even though they're, semi-tanky. But it looks like right now both teams are just playing it really safe. And remember, they have multiple games to play today. All 5 teams are going to play each other once.
So here's one thing from Immunity that you could have predicted, because they did this in game 1 of their qualifier grand finals, all stacked up on the bottom side as the red side to invade through the Tribush. This is exactly the same start. They actually picked up a first blood in that one. But right now, there are no wards on the bottom side of the map coming out for Lion. So this could actually turn out to be really, really dangerous for them as Immunity start to work their way up towards that red buff, check in with with wards over towards the corner brush and with the flag towards the other side, so they know pretty much that they're safe right now.
And they're actually sticking around for a while. At least they warded off that red, so maybe they're expecting someone online to come in through there, and they willing to burst them down because they easily have that potential. But look how many wards were invested into this invade. You see 3 down where Immunity was just spotted crossing back to their side of the jungle, so hopefully Lion does know something's up right there, and they're going to be really careful at that point. But both teams, they're just... I mean, we still see even Sona right now, Nerzel just sitting around at blue buff, and it looks like they're actually going to send Vayne, Sona middle, and Edgel solo lane here.
Yeah, I'm wondering, with Immunity actually having 4 men here doing blue, I'm wondering if they're going to try for a quick swipe on that red buff on the bottom side. They've got good vision down there. Whether they'll try and control all 3 buffs right now remains to be seen. Obviously, Hacker on that Nasus on the other side for Lion Gaming. We'll see if he does or decides to go the same, and actually looks like he will. However, Jarvan and Alicia, of course, for Immunity, go in the other side.
Actually, yeah, that invade is coming out right now with Hacker, and he's not going to actually spot Alicia just yet. I think they did just see him middle, so we know he's coming, but he should be able to take that quick enough. He has that smite available, and this would be huge for them, as Alicia is actually going to come in. He's going to know it's happening. But no fight's going to break out just yet.
Yeah, red buff too low there for either player to smite that one up, but there is the steal. Hacker going to be able to pick that one up. Let's see if he can actually lock down Alicia from this one. In the end, they just have a bit of a battle there over the small creeps in the camp and decide to back away. But as you said, this mid lane, a 2v1 right now, but look at that. That's the danger, the stun coming out of Syndra, and now we have Annie coming in. Got that stun built up. There is Jarvan moving around as well, and in the end, Immunity decide to disengage. Not got enough in terms of positioning for that fight.
I love seeing this right now out of Rosie, because he knows bottom lane they're fine. It's going to be 1v1 as AD carry, so he's actually going to roam around a bit and make sure that Heavens can have a decent laning phase, because it's guaranteed that their Twitch is going to be fine. And with that stun, paired in with Syndra stun, paired in with Jarvan just ganking, which right now Nerzel doesn't have a flash, they easily can pick up a kill.
There is a flash coming out though from Annie. There's the knock-up as well. This could be first blood. It will be first blood. It's Heavens that picked it up there on the Syndra, and that was in that 2v1 lane. Immunity investing a lot to keep it protected, and they've even picked up the first blood as well.
Yeah, fantastic. And it went over to Heavens, which is really important because, well, it's actually really important just for him to get a kill, period, but now he's up greatly in CS.
Yeah. Going to get snowballing away from that one, and this red buff going to be picked up here by Immunity. There's absolutely nothing that Lion can do with that one. They all need that Nasus there to really do anything about it. Hacker actually just passing through there, so they've seen Hacker. They know that he's going to be on this bottom side of the map, which means Twitch should be able to react a lot quicker if anything were to go on down there. Top lane has been the quietest of them all so far. We've really seen nothing up there in terms of action. And it was a Doran's shield start coming out for Porky. Plenty of tankiness for him at the start. Alessandro going in for that crystalline flask.
We actually just saw this matchup last week in the playoffs. I can't remember exactly who the 2 teams were, but it was actually Zach just pushing the lane as much as possible, forcing Alessandro the last hit on turret. But right now we see the gank happening bottom, but it's a Twitch. You can't really gank a Twitch when you have stealth and you don't have pink ward.
Yeah, it actually was stealth up, but came out of that stealth just as that one all kicked off. Right now, Lion actually pushing the mid lane up as much as they can, and that means that Alicia has to come around to really help defend that one, as Rosie going to spot Hacker V2 inside of the brush there. They know that he's there. The stun built up as well, and he needs to be careful. Only level 3 to the level 4 of Twitch. He could take him down really quickly. In the end, I think a good decision from Hacker overall, just to back off.
Yeah, it definitely smart. And right now what we're seeing is because of Lion being so aggressive middle, having Vayne Sona there, it puts pressure on that lane. So Heavens, he has to have help. He can't wave clear quick enough to pretty much shove that lane back out. And that puts pressure on Immunity in terms of, are we going to see Alicia gank anywhere else? And with him constantly being middle, he knows, or the rest of Lion knows that they're going to be fine if they want to push out right now. And Rosie, he's going to have to gank a little bit maybe to kind of apply that pressure. And he knows Sona's flash is still down. They could go for another kill on Nerzel, but he's still sticking around bottom because the downside to roaming as a support, you fall behind in levels, and Annie, you're going to need that level 6 to really be impactful for these fights.
Yeah, he wants to get up there as fast as possible. As pressure continuing here on this mid lane turret. And good work from it so far coming out of Lion, as Heaven's actually going to push forward here. Not quite able to get in a position to do the damage that he wanted to. And that's the beauty of the Vayne, you know, the tumble can avoid a lot of Syndra's damage.
Yeah, yes, it definitely can. And the thing is, they gave Lane this lane because they wanted to have a very easy laning phase for him. Make sure you get that farm, then you'd be really hurtful or as the game goes on. But right now, if you look at CS, he's beating his counter opponent right there in CS, but you see right now, Yuri is actually losing out to Heavens, even though Heavens has been in this 1v2 and mostly Yuri's been in a 1v1.
Yeah, that's probably not the best sign overall. Top lane, again, not really too much going on there with that tankiness coming out of Zach, as we see here on his screen. Alicia just coming over. There's the knock-up there. Ward came right down onto Nizzle's head, and he's actually gone to the top side here. That flash still not available, but there is Nasus moving in as well. Vayne doing good damage there on towards Syndra, but Heavens will flash away to safety, and that one ward could have cost Nizzle his life. In the end, it was a good reaction overall from Lion to keep him safe. And Seiya coming up big right there. That condemn onto Rosie actually stopped the kill from going down because Nizzle didn't have that flash to get away. Fantastic job of them to pretty much turn that around, and that's what we're just talking about. Rosie's going to come around ganking. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes Boots Mobility as his first big buy, which currently he's kind of going for. And yep, able to escape that. We will have Nizzle with his flash available now, so the pressure isn't as bad anymore in this middle lane. However, Syndra's now level 6. This could be a big killing point for him, because Jarvan's coming in yet again. That's where it gets really dangerous. The incredible amount of bursts that can come out from this Syndra. Got the Dawn's Ring and a Tia stacked up here already, and looking for a way in from this one. Yuri actually just going to get a ward down by Dragon. They want to make sure that they keep control of that one, especially the fact that they've got that Nasus in there allows them that possibility to go in for a somewhat earlier Dragon than usual. And because they're feeding the blue buff over to Hacker, he easily has that opportunity. He'll be level 6 really soon. And right now, I mean, if Rosie does go these Boots of Mobility, and you have a Twitch on your team, you can have 4 people show up in that middle lane in a split second. But right now, Red Buff's going to be taken away, or attempted to be taken away, but right now, Immunity's responded to this quite well. Yeah, Heaven's actually coming across from this one. There's the knock-up coming down on towards Hacker, but the focus will be Vayne. Seiya going very, very low. He's going to be finished off here. Killer piece, so as Yuri snipes across with the True Shot Barrage, Heaven's having to get himself away, but here comes Lissandra, and that is surely a dead Sonar. It will be a dead Sonar. Swiper will pick that one up, and that should signal the back here from Immunity as they pick up another 2-for-1. And we haven't even seen that huge team fight really break out for Immunity, and yet they're still putting out this much damage, this much control. And right now, Seiya, he doesn't even have Cleanse, which I was really confused about not seeing against a team like this. You need that sort of out. So that means he's gonna have to, or after his first big buy, he's gonna have to go for Blade of the Rune King, which currently, or he's not going for Blade of the Rune King, which is a little bit weird. So he needs that QSS even earlier. Yeah, I think so as well. That QSS without the Cleanse is gonna be vital for him. We saw it then how he can be locked down by, well, one of many champions in this Immunity team, and that's the real problem, that it's not just one person that you can say, keep them away from me and we should be all good. It's pretty much everyone that's going to be able to control you on that front. Let's have a look at the 2 AD carries then. Obviously, Vayne going down. In that time, Radiant actually just completely farming up in this bottom lane. He's got about a 10 CS lead. Vamp, Scepter, Doran's Blade, and Boots are his starting items. Yeah, and I'm really kind of surprised to see that Seiya, he's... Well, you don't really need to level Silver Bolts against a team like this, your W, because they're so squishy already. So if he goes for a Bloodthirster or an Ioj, you can actually burst it down very quickly, but still, you need that escape mechanism, you need that sustain in this lane particularly. And right now, Heavens is doing a phenomenal job in terms of not falling behind in CS. Oh, there was a Wither in the bottom lane. True Shot Barrage coming through on towards Rosie. Nice Q coming out as well there from Yuri. And he's done a good job of actually following up there with damage, with really just the presence of Hacker and that Wither to keep that Annie slowed down. But no kill coming back. And right now it's a 1,500 gold lead for Immunity, but this is something that can change that. This is dangerous right now, but Rosie, he is low on health, so he's going to have to back out, or they might have to get this one up, but I don't think that's going to happen. Now the stun actually came down onto Seiya there, and we are going to see the Dragon being finished off by Hacker. He's going to flash away, but there's Cataclysm. Heaven's coming in from the side. Nizzle now the next target. Look at how low Jarvan is from that. He will be able to back away. This is a kill coming down for Heavens as well. Crescendo used very, very late on in that one, and it looks like they won't give chase from this, and that will be a 2-for-1 again here for Immunity. And that was actually, it works out actually for Lion in the end, because they did, or they were able to pick up that Dragon, and that's kind of exactly what they needed to do, because they're falling behind very far. That top lane, behind in CS, middle lane, behind in CS. Luckily, their bottom lane isn't too bad since it's 80 to 82 in terms of CS, but like we said before, they need to have a strong start if they want to be able to survive the burst that Immunity can put out, and Immunity's been doing a phenomenal job of picking up kills throughout this game so far. And Heaven's now 3-0-1. That is the start that you want with this Syndra. You want to get things going as early as you possibly can. It's Yuri there taking a bit more damage than he bargained for. Tower hits included. But a long time, 11 minutes and 15 seconds, let's call it now, that Lion have actually had that duo lane in the middle, and they've still not been able to push that middle tower out.
Yeah, and I think that's just due to the fact that Alicia and Rosie have been roaming around middle and really kind of defend it. But right now, Seiya getting low.
Oh, he's going to get knocked up here. The question is, can Twitch actually finish things off? Spray and pray diving through, and there is X-Plunge to finish off. Great kill picked up almost for free there. There was no reply whatsoever from Lion, and Immunity going to set about this tower. It'd be funny if they managed to take this down before Lion got that one after that 2v1 as well.
Exactly, just as you were saying, it looks like they should be able to pick this one up here. Rosie, he is level 6, he does have a stun available, and this is the point for Lion. They have to be very careful. Like, they cannot afford to be engaged upon. They have to be able to lock down Rosie, Heavens, and Swiper at the same time when we come to these team fights, and all you really have is that crescendo to do that.
They're going to try and get in from the side here. They're actually stood on top of the ward, so pretty much the entire position of Immunity was spotted. I think he just smited away the big Wraith there, did Alicia, so nice little pickup for him. Red buff available on Lion's side of the map, and therefore Hacker V2 actually headed down to make sure that they secure that one. The last one was stolen away by Immunity. And they currently sit at 62 up in kills. Still no turrets actually gone down in this game after 12.5 minutes.
I'm kind of surprised a little bit by that, considering how much action we've seen around the map, but we do see a tier coming in for Yuri, so we're going to have that blue build Ezreal. But the downside to building a tier before you have any other major item completed is you're not going to do much damage. You just invested all that gold for no increase of damage, just sustain as the game goes on. And obviously he needs to stack it as quick as possible, but in his lane, when we just saw right there completely shut down Seiya, he has the ability to do that too, even in Ezreal right now.
Another thing that's going to be dangerous coming in, Swiper, he's got that Seeker's Anger, going to be moving up towards the Zhonya's Hourglass, which just makes Lissandra so much harder to kill. It makes anyone harder to kill, of course, but just the way that Lissandra works well, almost got 2 Zhonyas then coming straight out with the ultimate as well. Right now, Immunity putting down some heavy pressure on this outer turret in the middle lane. Will they be able to finish off? Not quite there. Lion still managing to hold them off this one. It's a 4-man defense currently. Ezreal down in that bottom lane, as his True Shot Barrage if he wants to add that into any fight that may kick off. But I still feel that with the lead that Immunity have, Lion can't really afford to fight, especially in a team fight. They need picks right now.
I think Immunity can easily take this turret and get a couple of kills here because this is the mid game pretty much. This is their time to shine with this double AP composition. Well, 2.5 if you throw in the Annie as well, but this is their time to go for these kills, and yet they're still being really hesitant right now, but it looks like bot turret will be the first turret, surprisingly, of the game going down.
After all the damage here in middle, looks like it will be that bottom turret. There's a couple of minutes still left in there. Now they're going to tank it up. There we go. First turret of the game goes down in favor of Immunity. 14 minutes into it, but that really extends their gold lead to 2,500 now. A strong lead in less than 20 minutes of the game gone down. Hacker going to be taking his own blue buff here, and that's something that they've gone for this entire game, to give that Nasus the blue.
And it would have worked out a little bit better if Alicia wasn't sitting mid lane as often, because look at the farm difference, 56 to 38, which as a Nasus you need to farm as much as possible, but Alicia's kind of sidetracked that by just sitting middle, gaining the experience, just soaking it up, even though he won't have as much gold, but he is 1-0-5, so he is able to do that, and it looks like Hacker's going to go in for a gank on this top lane. Or not.
Or not. Walk straight away from that one. Happens sometimes. And he's actually headed down towards middle, because we can see that Heavens is fairly heavily pushed up from this one. He does have a flash available. Are they going to go for him? No, deciding against that one. And to be honest, if they can at least force him from lane at this point, he might be able to get a kill. As we are going to see Porky and Swiper here going head-to-head in this top lane. But again, damage from Zack's not really there. On the other hand, he's also got that Spirit Visage in, which means that Lissandra probably can't burst him down either.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree. It's kind of just like a big farming lane for them right now, and currently Swiper is winning that one out, but Rosie's still roaming around quite a bit, going to be warding up. He doesn't actually have his Sightstone done yet. He doesn't have a GP10 done yet. When we see on the other side, Ner'zhul does have his GP10 finally, but that's really going to hurt him because he's trying to rush so many different items, those boots mobility, the Sightstone, and yet he hasn't been able to pick up as much kills as I think he hoped to.
So we got 30 seconds coming here for the Dragon, as we see True Shot Barrage headed up towards top lane. Didn't really offer too much, and with Dragon coming up here in just 20 seconds, okay, True Shot Barrage not the biggest cooldown, that's for sure, in the game, but still would have been something to add in case a fight were to happen from this. We're going to have pretty much everyone on this bottom side for immunity as well. They, I guess, want to push this middle lane out to stop any counter push on that middle outer turret and then head down towards the Dragon.
And we do have a pink ward on Rosie this time, so they're going to be able to clear any of that vision. It does go down. Currently, there's no vision right now for Lion, as they do finally put that ward over the corner. And remember, Lion has the ability to engage from very far with the Zac, but they're just giving it away. They realize they cannot contest this.
Can't contest, and that means a further gold lead here for immunity. What are they going to do with this one right now? They've taken down the bottom and middle outer turrets. That top lane obviously then would be a juicy target, but I feel like there's going to have to be a bit more defensive play from immunity if they want to keep their outer mid turret up here as a bit of a priority.
Yeah, they definitely can't force that top lane down, or they will lose their middle turret. And the thing is, Lion will have the ability to keep pushing if they want to, because they do have Nasus. He's a very strong lane pusher, very strong turret taker. That makes that's so weird to say, but like for me, immunity should be team fighting right now. 17 minutes in, they have a strong gold lead. They almost have these major items completed, which I think when we see that DFG finally come in for Heavens and we see the Zonies come in for Swiper, that's going to be the moment for them to fight. And right now, Lion, they have to kind of hopefully stall for that. I mean, they're building the tankiest they need right now. They have that Spirit Visage, like you mentioned before, on Porky, so people to survive quite a bit of damage, but they don't have any damage on their side in terms of Yuri. He doesn't have anything really built up just yet, and say that he's still working towards that Bloodthirster.
Yeah, Bloodthirster almost completed. We see Rosie there spotting Hacker V2 headed down towards this bottom side, and that could turn out to be trouble in the end. I think he's realized that he's not alone there. With that Twitch right on top of him, but Twitch doesn't want a piece either. He just walks on through, all stealth up, because the red buff is available, and that is going to be taken away by immunity. And we already see them trying to starve the Lions, you know, from this one, and really taking away everything that they possibly can from that jungle.
Yeah, and look at the ward coverage they have down. It kind of shows that they want to force this bottom lane, force some action towards the bottom side of the map because of this control. And he doesn't have an Oracle just yet. He'll be able to afford it a lot earlier than Rosie will, just because of this GP10 that he's been able to have taken away. And honestly, they're going to need that, because if they get caught in their own jungle, if they don't have wards down their own jungle to spot where immunity is going, they're going to blow up. They're going to die, and they cannot afford that at 18 minutes in.
We can see across the board in terms of CS as well, it's a nice lead for immunity. You check the 280 carries, decent lead there, 25 CS for the Twitch. Mid lane, again, Syndra over Yuri's Ezreal by quite a margin. Top lane is a 50 CS lead for Swiper there, as we see a flash away from Ezreal, and that's inside of his own jungle right there.
And I think immunity's inside his head too, because it was just Rosie. I mean, yeah, we did see Radar coming in from the side, but he was still very far away, and Yuri didn't know that. So that flash being down, that means it's going to be way easier for Rosie to kind of get the stun onto him and be able to pick him up. And you can see Elisa, he's going down towards bottom, but still, I mean, it's a slower game, but you can realize why. I mean, look at what's at stake. Going to World Finals, being one of the teams, or one of the 5 teams here to finally go and compete against the best of the best, and they have a lot of matches to play, so there's no point in really kind of going for anything crazy when you need to pick up some wins early on.
And we should mention as well that we are playing a round-robin format. Demon and Jack actually, DMAT, that's their new name. Demon and Jack actually explained that earlier on, that each team will play each other in that group, because we have 5 teams in there, and from there the top teams will obviously move on through in towards the playoffs. So it's not just one game and you're out in this scenario, but it certainly makes it a lot harder if you don't start off the round-robin stage as strongly as you should.
Yeah, and actually I'm curious how many of them have coaches here today, because they don't want to show every strategy that they can. They don't want to give away anything because they have so many more matches to play, and the coaches have that ability to really scout that out. But here we go. Looks like Immunity's going to go in for an engage here, as they do get the flash.
Yeah, flash actually, and there's a good Cataclysm down, but can they actually get in position from this one? They're a little bit all over the place right now, Immunity. Saw the claw coming out there from Lissandra as well, but they were unable to really lock anyone down, and that's a Cataclysm down, which is a big thing for me for Immunity, you know. That's okay, they've got these stuns from the likes of Annie, Syndra and Lissandra, but the Cataclysm is what's going to hold them down for a longer period of time once those stuns go in there. So now with Tibbers now coming up, they may feel that, okay, that's good enough compensation for not having Cataclysm, and try and do some pushing as well.
But something Lion did there actually gave me some hope for them as this game goes on, is the fact that they disengaged very quickly. They were able to escape that combo that was going to come out of Immunity, and That's what they're going to need to keep doing consistently if they want to be able to win these team fights. They can't really afford to go head-on-head or head-to-head. And right now, Immunity has like some big items. They have that Zhonya's done. They have the DFG done. They have that Blade of the Rune King done. So Immunity, it's up to them. Do they want to start forcing some fights? Or do they want to give Lion that ability to really farm up and get some damage under their belts?
Well, only 2 teams that know the answer to that, and sadly we're not including them. So we're going to have to find that one out in these coming moments. See there, a good amount of gold actually for Yuri to spend. Obviously the only non-Mexican on the Lion team. Although he does live in Mexico, so we can kind of half-half, let's
So
say that.
am I half German?
Yeah, technically you are, since you lived here for long enough. Right now is this Swiper there just having a bit of a go at that top turret, but couldn't quite get it down. But now that Rosie's coming in, and in fact the whole Immunity team's coming in, Porky's going to have to back away from this one. Turret goes down, he's going to try and slingshot away, but he gets stunned up there in midair. Knockup actually will miss, but the rest of the CC has landed nicely. I'm not sure that he'll escape from this one. Actually will flash away on the minions there, taking him with the last hit. The Ignite was down, and well, the Cell Division passive not going to be enough to keep him alive here. Swipe will finish that off, but Lion are actually headed up the mid lane.
I just saw something so funny there. Syndra used Zac to kill himself. Picked up the globule, threw it at himself to kill him. That was hilarious, but that was a great reaction of Porky to be able to escape, and a great reaction out of Lion overall, because they're getting 2 free turrets off of this, and they'll be back in time to defend that top lane. So fantastic job by Lion.
Yeah, in terms of how reactions go, wow, that's a lot of pressure down onto Vayne in this bottom lane. Not quite got the damage just yet, the Twitch to finish that one off, but we see then that the Dragon has come up, and because of that positional advantage that Lion actually gained from that little push, taking the 2 middle turrets, they're actually going to back down and be able to pick up a Dragon as well, which is, in terms of losing Zac for 2 middle turrets and a Dragon, Porky actually did a really great job there of getting caught, so to speak, but lasting so long in the meantime.
And the thing is, Lions, they're playing the objective game. They're not playing the kill game or the farm game or something like that. They're trying to just push wherever they can. Gain 2 turrets, they get so much advantage around the map, but right now Porky might get caught again.
Yeah, he may very well do that as he gets stunned up here once again, and look at the CC coming out there. Literally cannot move, and that is the problem that you have against a CC heavy team here. And now Immunity trying to work down an inner turret of their own, as we are going to see both Vayne and Nasus trying to ward them off from that one. That will seemingly, for now at least, until this next minion wave comes through, work out.
Yeah, and that's why Lion cannot afford to give up their vision around their own jungle right now. I mean, yeah, they took those 2 middle turrets, but they're not pushing across the map, so it doesn't really give them too much of an advantage right now. And Immunity going to take that turret, so pretty much they take 2 turrets back for the 2 they just lost, and I think Rosie doesn't have an Oracle on him. No, he doesn't, so they're not going to be able to maintain control of this jungle if Nerzo does get the opportunity to finally leave his base here. But you can tell, like, look how scared they are to kind of leave their base and kind of go anywhere around the map.
And rightly so, because it only needs 1 wrong decision as to which bush you're actually going to look into. Not a bus, I'm not sure why there'd be a bus anywhere near Summoner's Rift, but, you know, any bush that you face here, we just saw it there from Porky, and he's the tankiest man on the team right now. He walks in there and he's stunned for about 3.5 days until he dies.
And the thing is, the CC they have, they can do that to multiple people at the same time. It's not just one. Like, yeah, all the CC on Porky, if it's only him, it's like, all right, that's not bad. They blew everything on me, the rest of my team will be fine. But they have AoE CC across the board, so it's only going to get worse for Lion if they do grip up, if they do funnel into a very tight area. Right now, he's top lane, he's trying to farm up, and yet he's still behind Radar and CS.
Yeah, that's not a good sign whatsoever, as Heaven's going to be getting his blue buff here, so going to be putting so much more damage down here, so much more often. And he's also 4-0-2. We probably shouldn't count that out at this stage with that DFG in there. Archangel staff again, as actually he's down on this bottom lane, has used his DFG here against Hacker. Now Wither going to bring him to a pretty much standstill, but he's going to keep chasing on from this one. Flash comes through. Can he actually get in there? No, he realizes that Flash pretty much for nothing at that stage, but you saw there, that's Nasus with a locket in there as well. And he almost died. That is a horrible sign for Lion.
Yeah, if there was anyone else there from Immunity, he definitely would have died. And saw Heavens, that flash that came out of him, he tried to get his stun combo onto him to pick him off, but he just unfortunately missed it. And Radar now, he's not done.
Well, he's not done. There's a flash there from Hacker, actually. We did see the Blade of the Rune King active being used. And he's like, well, I'll just take Vayne then if I can't get Nasus. A lot of damage done to the both of them. Heaven's not quite quick enough to actually get in there for that either.
And this like roaming around gang squad that they have happening right now with this whole Heavens, Radar, Twitch, Sintra combo, you can see that Lion, they're scared of it. They don't want to go up against it. And right now, Immunity, they're taking everything they possibly can. They've been all over that red buff from Lion throughout this entire game. Actually, I don't think even Lion picked up one just yet. And now they're starting to take control of this blue buff, which is going to be really important for Yuri as he's going to need that extra cooldown reduction and that extra mana regen with this blue build, which currently went for an Iceborne Gauntlets, but he just finished his mirror mana out of a tier. So his damage just got completely amped up.
Yeah, it's completely starving Lion from anything in the past, but David Attenborough's taught me anything over the years, Jason. It's that a starving Lion is very, very aggressive. So we'll have to see if they, follow,
your time in the
follow that
Safari,
nature trend. We'll bring some nature into this as well as we go through. It's definitely going to be hard for them. They're 5,500 behind right now when it comes to the gold totals, and we've seen that multiple targets can be stunned at the same time. If things go well for Immunity in a team fight, it's likely that they'll just roll over things. Lion need to be picking off single targets right now to have a chance to come back into this, then trying to push Immunity back so that they can gain some control back of the map.
Yeah, and they're definitely going to have to use that Oracle to finally get that ability to, but Rosie's, he has a Sightstone done, he has a Phoenix Codex done, so he's going for extra cooldown reduction. And since he wasn't able to roam around as much as he would have liked to, I guess, in the beginning, he didn't bother with those boots and ability just yet. But with the vision they have, like with the control they have of this game, Baron can become a very likely possibility since Lion will have to face check pretty much all these bushes since they don't have anything down just yet. And Immunity, I want to know, are they going to take advantage of that?
Well, the good thing for Lion is that they've actually gone there pretty early on to be able to clear at least their side of the jungle out right now. When it comes to that Baron area, there is Nizzle taking a blast from Heavens. Is Porky actually going to jump in? He is going to jump over the top here, but I think he's putting himself a little bit out of position from that one. And you see his tankiness, although it's there, it doesn't really bring him that much because of the damage that Immunity are able to put out at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he can jump in, but can he survive the damage that's coming out against him? And probably not at this point, especially with that DFG mixed in, because it amplifies Lissandra's damage, it amplifies Annie's damage at the same time, and that means they can burst down the tankiest person very easily. And right now, look at this ward coverage that Immunity has, but luckily for them, luckily for Lion, there is a ward down to spot them there, so they could have potentially face-checked that, and that honestly could have been game because that could have been Baron.
Yeah, but I don't understand there why Saiyan now has shown himself in this bottom lane. They know that the Vayne's not actually anywhere near them right now, and Baron is approaching half HP already. Immunity backing away as the True Shot barrage comes down, and, well, I think they could have possibly finished off there with that Vayne so far away from things. And a 4 versus 5 fight, I'd almost give it to them 100% of the time from this. But deciding against it, playing safe, we know that Baron can be a trap when it comes to that kind of thing. So they decide to completely back away from that.
Yeah, and I honestly really respect what Immunity did because they backed away. And we've seen so many teams throw it on Baron just because they try to go for it and they get engaged upon. And with that whole thing, with backing away from Baron, it kind of shows that Immunity, they feel confident enough to win the game without it. I mean, yeah, they could force a fight, but they're already low in health because of that, because they only have one tank right now, and that's Elysia.
Well, they could be outpositioned here, Lion. We are seeing Immunity moving straight down this middle lane, both Sona, Vayne, and someone else who was down there actually backing away from Ignatus. It was that was in the tri-bush with him. So they backed away to try and keep a defense up on this inhibitor turret. And honestly, that top inner turret right now is just screaming to be taken down from Immunity. Waves pushing against it as well.
And they still don't have an Oracle, though. Rosie, he hasn't picked one up. He keeps investing into these pink wards, which, with how many he's put down already, probably could have had an Oracle very easily. And they need to make sure they get control of this jungle, because once they do that, they limit the farm that Lion can pick up, and it gives them the opportunity to, show themselves middle, and then quickly just go top lane and take a free turret.
So, Lion just backing out of their base a little bit here. Or getting out of their base, I should really say. It's not so often that we've seen him getting in there as Nizzle. Going to get knocked up by Elysia, but he could be dangerous. He's actually going to put the Cataclysm down. Here comes the CC train, and the first kill's dropping. Lion going to get a second. It's a double kill coming out for Heaven, but they're all falling pretty low from this one. Lion still getting stunned up a second, third time. The Rat coming in from the backside as well. In the end, it's a triple kill for Heavens before he goes down. Well, they've picked up 4 for 1, a brilliant trade for Immunity.
And Elysia, the man to engage that when he was already seen, survives with very little HP, but in the meantime, Lion, they're going to actually lose an inhibitor turret here, and it looks like Immunity should be able to pick up inhibitor off the back of that, and you just saw the damage that Immunity can put out, and right now, no one online has a QSS to stop this, which the AD carries, they needed. They need to be able to sit there and do free damage. As you saw, Seiya got completely locked up by that Lissandra ultimate and did nothing through that fight.
So backing away now are Immunity. And, well, they're going to buy. I'm guessing that they've actually got a good amount of gold to be spending here on that way back, and we can see the ones that haven't quite got there yet. 1,800 for Lissandra was a good chunk as well for Twitch, who's now picked up a Last Whisper to add into the Phantom Dancer and the Blade of the Ruin King. Lissandra almost got that Rabadon's Death Cap finished off here as well. We just saw Yuri somehow saving that turret in that inner turret in the top lane there. Had literally no HP left on it.
And right now, Immunity, they're just getting so far ahead in these items, and it's really going to become even harder for Lion to really do anything, where 2 Zhonyas, so now the AP carries cannot be bursted down. They cannot be killed as long as they're quick enough in hitting that Zhonya. So the only person you really have that you can potentially kill is Rosie and Raider, which, with their positioning, with the range that Raider has with that spray and pray, with the initiate that Rosie has with the CC, it's really going to be hard to kill anyone. But they do have an Oracle now, so Baron is a very likely possibility, especially with that inhibitor being down.
And they've cleared out, and they're actually going to back away from this one. Currently, Lion are waiting here in this mid lane. Is Alicia going to get involved? He is starting to move his way in there, but decide not to chase through. But they've actually got positioning now on this middle lane. Lion are actually going to have to go around the side from this one. They've completely got the jump on them from this. They're going to be able to force this mid lane right up towards those Nexus turrets and then move on to the top lane.
Yeah, it looks like they were able to pick up that turret as well, or hopefully they'll be able to, because since they have the ability to take it right now. And Lion, they're just kind of getting caught out of position. They don't have a lot of wards down their own jungle, which you can kind of expect. They haven't really been able to leave their base too often here. But now they're going to be forced into a fight that they probably don't want. Like, they cannot defend this top ender turret. The top inhibitor turret is the real point. Like, they have to defend that. They cannot afford to let that one go, because with 2 inhibitors being down, the chances of coming back from that are very, very unlikely.
So, can they hold on to this one? Minion wave coming in from it as well. Turret already taking a lot of damage. True Shot Barrage will actually wipe out most of the wave there as well. And as such, Immunity deciding, okay, let's just back away from that one, wait for this next wave to come right in there, and maybe we've got a chance. I mean, even under the turrets right now, with those 2 Zhonyas, with the fact that Lissandra can disable the damage onto herself a second time if she so wishes with that ultimate, they can dive under turrets so easily at this point.
And yet they're still really hesitant to, because they want to make sure to not throw this game. They want to be able to hold on to as long as possible and come out with the win. And Lion, they did a fantastic job pushing that middle lane out as far as possible so they would be able to defend it. But with Baron being taken right now, they can't really stop that. They have no wards to see it happening. And they're just going to continue to farm away here. And now it's 12-3, 34 minutes in, and Immunity has the biggest lead they've had all game.
Yeah, easy pick up there for Immunity. Obviously, Lion, they just can't challenge for that kind of thing right now. And the thing that Immunity have done well is not getting caught, as we are going to see Haka here. Is he going to get engaged on? No. The claw bringing the Lissandra over the wall. And that's the danger. You don't often see a Lissandra coming before she actually just jumps on top of you and destroys you before you can even blink. But here we go. Push coming in on towards that turret. Or not. Minion wave wiped out once again by Lion. But I think it's only a matter of time. Even the damage that they can put back onto them with the likes of that Ezreal's poke there, they're going to regen fast enough with the Baron to be able to keep pushing until they get what they want.
Luckily for Lion, though, that Yuri does have the blue buff, so they'll be able to harass as much as possible to kind of keep them away from that turret. But I think Immunity, I think they're like, all right, well, you know what? We have a wave pushing middle with the super minions. The turret's very low. We can just afford to engage upon you, and this might actually happen very soon.
That turret's super low here. There's Twitch. He's like, I'm just going to pray and spray straight through for... Or spray and pray as well. That's another thing that he could do if he so wished. And the inhibitor itself will be going down as well. Nothing that Lion can do about this one. They've got super minions coming into the base as well now, but it looks like Immunity really want to go, you know, the whole way tutorial style and take down every single turret, force that, you know, 3 lanes of massive pressure from the super minions and then go through.
What a scumbag. You saw Alicia actually aggro the wolves when Swiper was backing right next to him. Then he just ran away to let the wolves hit him so he couldn't back. That was really funny. But anyway, so they do have an Oracle though, Lion. Nerysl does have that available, but it's kind of useless at this point. I mean, because yeah, you can clear out wards, but where are you going to go when you have 2 waves or 2 lanes of super minions pushing up against you? You can't really leave your base ever. So right now, Lion, they're doing as best as possible to kind of push these waves out to kind of delay the time that Immunity does come in with, because as long as they maybe wait for that Baron to run out and Lion engages off the back of that, they could win a fight. But Immunity, they should be able to disengage or hopefully be able to CC them down with the amount of control, with the amount of damage they have. And with Alicia getting so tanky right now, I'm not sure Lion could kill him with, you know, if they all focused him before the rest of the team dies.
Yeah, I really like that from Yuri, the decision to push that bottom wave as far out as he possibly could without obviously the chance of him being caught out for it, so that it's going to delay Immunity's push onto this bottom lane. But honestly, not really delayed it all that long. They come straight down to this bottom lane. They've got a wave of minions pushing through in for that one. And they either fight here, Lion, or I feel like giving up a third inhibitor turret plus inhibitor is the end, almost.
Exactly, and right now, Immunity, they're going to go for this free inhibitor here, and I think this is the point. They have to fight here. If they let this one drop, the third one's easily going to go, and there's really no coming back from that. And right now, you see Nerza getting bursted.
Yeah, and that's Syndra for you. Nothing that they could actually do. Couldn't get out of position once that happened. Just trying to get the vision over the top of the wall, and that will be the inhibitor in the mid lane going down. Super minions are already in this top side. We're actually going to see the bottom inhibitor turret going down without any kind of fight here coming out from Lion. The inhibitor itself will be picked off, and Immunity now have this game well and truly in their hands. With the super minions in there, they should probably be able to push through for the victory from this one. We can see that Lion hanging back, trying to do as much as they can to keep these minions away from it, but both Nexus turrets falling simultaneously here. There goes the fight. They're going to dive straight in. Porky right in the middle of things, but honestly, he's not really the big target. It's actually Swipe who goes very low. Pops his Zhonya's there right at the end. He will end up dying, but the rest of the team have absolutely hammered through. They're going to take the Nexus, and Immunity pick up the first game here in the wildcard tournament. Yeah, Gamescom. Brilliant performance.
That was fantastic. I mean, 14-4 was the end score of that. 58.3 thousand gold to the 48.4 thousand gold. And the thing was, Immunity, just from the get-go, from how they played, with Rosie roaming around to pick up that early kill middle to allow Heavens to kind of get rolling in his lane to keep up his CS quite a bit. And with the whole composition they ran with this heavy CC, heavy AP damage, Lion just couldn't really defend against it with this composition.
And just overall, I mean, I just want to go through the kind of end-game scoreboard and some of the scores that we saw put up by the Immunity team. 3-1-5 on Swiper's Lissandra. We saw him there coming in perfectly timed. Did die at the end. That was his first death as he's on you right next to the fountain. But no, he did end up with over 300 CS and a lot of kills and assists from that one. Alicia, who was the tank of the team there as well. We saw him getting involved often. We saw the Cataclysms, which were pretty much perfect. I think we can say the biggest team fight when it was still relatively close is that one in middle, where Alicia kind of went a little bit deep, walked away, but then re-engaged onto them and caught 3 up inside of that Cataclysm. They were able to then follow it up with all that CC. Then Evans, he got a good start. He ended up getting that first blood with the Syndra, which just helped so very much. With that DFG in there, with his Zhonya's, he's gonna burst anyone down, and it's almost impossible to kill him at the same time.
I think as we talked earlier on today about Heavens, and he's kind of the man to watch. He's the guy that really carried their team to the qualifiers, and kind of saw it again today. And now Immunity has to, well, now they're up 1 game. They kind of showed the composition they like to run, and they have to be really careful in their game coming up, because if they go for the same thing, I think the other team should be able to kind of maybe counter it a little bit. I mean, that was just overkill in CC that they had. Every single champion had a form of CC, whether Twitch is slow, it still kind of counts right there. But I mean, just fantastic game, and I really like seeing compositions like that, because if you're going to play in the World Finals, you have to be able to run compositions that rely heavily on synergy, and they kind of pulled it off.
Not just kind of, they absolutely nailed it, I think we can say there. But you're right in terms of that kind of composition is going to become more predictable, and teams will watch that and be thinking, okay, so we should have that in the back of our minds when it comes to the next bans and the picks. One thing that really surprised me from Lion's side, that we saw no cleanse coming out for Says. Actually did pick up a Quicksilver Sash, but honestly it was too late. Yeah, the fact is, even if you have a cleanse and a Quicksilver Sash, if you have both of them in there, there's still even more CC to lock you down from Immunity's side of things. So it was always going to be hard, but I think the cleanse for the earlier game, where they did have those 3 or 2v1 outcomes to fights, I think it could have helped a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, we see over in LCS in quite a few games where we see a Vayne, see a lot of CC on one team, they build a Blade of the Rune King, and then QSS right after. Because you don't really need, well, you obviously need like a fan dancer after that, but you kind of need that out. And I think you're definitely right. Maybe if you had it in the fights a little bit earlier, they definitely would have been able to turn them around a little bit more. But you also kind of saw the game plan just in terms of his build, where Lion didn't want to fight. They didn't want a team fight. They just wanted to leave him alone farming as much as possible. And that's kind of why he built this way. You want to be able to dual Twitch if you went up head-to-head against him. But even at that point, I think with how far Twitch was, I don't think you would be able to take him 1v1 unless you did condemn him into the wall.
And the thing is, Radier was so quiet throughout that game. He literally sat in that bottom lane for 3/4 of the match and just farmed and pushed and farmed and pushed. And we saw at that point then Vayne comes down to push back with a Bloodthirster and nothing really else. And he couldn't hold it. He was pushed back time and time again with a Pray and Spray coming down, and just overall a incredible performance coming out of Immunity. We have to say as well from Lion's side of things. So we mentioned earlier they'd gone through the qualifiers from the Latin America North qualifier plus the Latin America regionals, won every single game, didn't lose a single match coming into this one. And I think from that you build up a lot of confidence anyway from going through qualifiers, not just one qualifier, for 2 qualifiers and getting here without losing a game. And I think that made them feel very confident in this tournament as well. And I wonder if this is going to knock them back a little bit, losing quite heavily in their first game.
I hope not, actually. I hope it really gives them that drive to do better in their games coming up. And it was the first taste at the international scene. They got 3 or 4 more to go after, or 3 more to go after this. And they got to really pick it up because they cannot afford to really lose any more matches in this round robin.
Okay, guys, so we're going to be going to a quick break here, but when we come back, we are going to be going over to Shox, who's going to have a talk with someone from Lion Gaming about that last match. Welcome back to the Gamescom 2013 and the International Wildcard Tournament. Thanks for sticking around and being patient as we fix our technical issues, and we're now ready to restart the game between Turkey's top team Dark Passage and the CIS champions Gaming Gear. We've moved the match from our main stage to the community stage here, and we've also switched casters, in case you didn't notice. I'm now joined here, well, I was always joined by Jason, but I'm no longer Demon. You know what I'm trying to say with that one, I'm sure. And also, because of that long delay, we're going to be restarting the game, which means we're going to allow the teams to make new bans and new picks.
Yes, I'm really curious to see how well both these teams do. As we heard earlier on, or if you saw earlier on, that Dark Passage did very well in the laning phase, did phenomenal, until they decided to dive Gaming Gear in the top lane, where Zach was able to pick up 2 kills and kind of snowball there. And then the bottom lane, we saw a 2-0 Twitch. So Gaming Gear looking strong in terms of that, able to pick up the kills, see if they can keep that momentum through this break and into this next game.
And I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing new bans and new picks overall from this one. Just to go through what we had before, Gaming Gear had Zach in the top lane, Gragas mid, Evelyn jungle, Twitch AD carry with Azira support. On the other side, for Dark Passage, they had a Kennen in the top lane, Ari mid, Lee Sin jungle, Varus and Sona duo lane.
I don't know. I mean, I guess I would assume we might see a couple of different bans just because of what happened in the game. They were getting outfarmed early on, but I would assume it'd be mostly the same picks. And right now, I'm curious to see how well does Lee Sin do for Dark Passage, because we've seen so many good Lee Sins come up in European LCS with likes of Aranea, with Diamond Procs, even Cyanide started playing him a little bit. We saw a lot of junglers actually playing their own hand at it, and curious to see how well they do on him.
Well, we're into the bans and the picks here, and Thresh, Orion and Jarvan, the bans out for Dark Passage, and for Gaming Gear, Elise, Shen and Zed. First pick coming out though for Dark Passage was the Zac, so same as we saw in the last game as well.
Actually, I think it's swapped. Yes, we saw it last game, and Gaming Gear was the one that ran Zac in the top lane, so it looks like...
That's true.
We're gonna see
You're right.
We're going to see Dark Passage with their own take on it, maybe top lane, maybe jungle. Only Tom's going to really tell, and that's got to kind of make MVS a little bit annoyed, like, come on, I was doing so well on him, I was 2-0, I was doing fantastic, and you're going to take it away from me. But I don't think that dive is going to happen that we saw Dark Passage do out of Gaming Gear.
Yeah, the good thing is that they've got the time to talk in between about what went wrong in that half-match almost earlier on. Let's not do that dive. Let's calculate that one better next time. So, looks like we are going to be seeing Gaming Gear going over for at least one thing that was the same last time, which is that Evelyn in the jungle and the Sona, which last time was with Dark Passage.
Now they're swapping champions across, and Evelyn, I'm really excited to see how well it does, because Diamond Procs, whenever I see an Evelyn, I think of him immediately. He did so well for the past couple of days. Even, I believe it was Medios over in North American LCS, just to really stomp some games with her. Really strong champion, really strong in that mid game when you build that true damage kind of build with the spirit of the spectral, what's the lizard one? I can't remember. The one that does the damage for attack damage, whatever. That one. You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Just didn't want to help you out on the way. Well, the picks coming in on the other side here for Dark Passage. Sat right now with the Twitch as the AD carry and a Nami support. So again, a champion that we saw in the game that we're remaking right now. But again, on the other team, it was Gaming Gear that actually had that Twitch before.
Yeah, so, and he was actually doing really well with them, Zeddy brother, on that Twitch. And now, gonna see in that bottom lane with the whole Nami. Actually, I really like that combo of having a Twitch and Nami. So you have slow built in with Twitch when you pop the cask on them. And then you have Nami to follow up with the slow as well. When they're slowed down that much, it's really easy to hit a bubble, which creates a very high kill possibility for you. And I want to see how well they actually run that lane. We don't see it too often, but it's actually a very strong combo.
So right now, Mazarine here, obviously picking up for NBS by the looks of things. Sat with the Renekton and an Ezreal possibly here coming out for Gaming Gear EU.
Okay, so we've seen a lot of Renektons across the board in terms of European LCS. NBS looks like he's going to have his chance at it here in that top lane. And he actually didn't play any of it back in Russia, if I'm not mistaken, in their games. So I'll just see curious to see how well he does in that. But the Ezreal, we saw him obviously in our last game that we just casted. Yeah. That was middle though, and he was actually going to be in a 1v1 bottom lane. So let's see how this one actually goes.
Well, still the possibility that Ezreal could end up in the middle lane here, of course. They were hovering over Ashe, which could then be an option for Deadly Brother as the AD carry with Mazarine then taking the Ezreal. That's all up in the air though, and we're going to see now the Dark Passage final 2 picks. They've got the AD carry and the support in there. The Zac, which again could go in the jungle, could go in towards that top lane. So we'll see what they pick up here. Finally, will be an Ahri. So looks like Naru definitely wanted that Ahri. and also the fact that they wanted this Kennen in the top lane there for Fabulous, which means that the Zac will go to the jungle.
I was actually wondering why they didn't pick the jungler, because they already saw the opponent's jungler, and that's exactly why. They wanted to make sure, or the other team think that, yeah, we could throw a Zac top lane against you. You're not really sure. And they followed up with the Kennen against Renekton, which was actually a pretty good matchup for him. And then the Ahri, I mean, what's there to be said about her? Just fantastic AP mid champion. You go that DFG, you can be so bursty, you can be very mobile, so you can escape a Gragas' whole combo with that ultimate mixing with the body slam. Not to mention, if Evelyn tries to gank you, it's not really easy for that to really happen. So you really have a high escape, or high escape mobility, if that even makes sense. Not to mention ganking lanes. Very strong champion for that.
Very strong overall. So picks locked in from this one, and again, we're going to be seeing that Gragas coming out here for Mazarine. And he's not a champion that's got no mobility himself either. Right. We should always remember the whole body slam, or the belly slam as it really definitely should be called in my opinion. That'll be coming into play here a lot of the time, and I'm interested to see how this whole matchup ends up going. I mean, we've seen Ahri as probably the most picked mid laner actually in Europe in terms of the LCS. A lot of Ahri being picked up right now to be played.
Elder Lizard, that's what it was. That's what I was looking for. I had to look it up.
You still call it
I hate when I can't remember an item name, but yeah, I mean, we've seen so many Ahris. Actually, a lot more in the past couple of weeks than we saw earlier in the season. And after that first game, it's kind of like, how do you go into the mindset of this game where you're gaming you were ahead, you were winning that game, and then you have to kind of remake that happen. But then again, for Dark Passage, you have that opportunity to restart that early game mistake, which most teams will never get. Like, it's usually that one mistake in a game that will cause you to lose, and they've got to be feeling a lot more confident now because of that.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. You, as you said, don't really get a second chance when you make a mistake like a tower dive that goes wrong for you. So really interested if they can really turn this one on its head and, well, do what they wanted to do first time around. But we said the laning phase was very, very strong here for Dark Passage, so we'll see if they can get that one back in. Let's talk though about level 1 here. That Eve obviously going to be able to move around pretty freely, but on the other side, the likes of the bubble coming out and a charm possibly from Ahri could make it deadly for Gaming Gear to actually invade.
I think you hit the nail on the head with that one. That's the exact combo they're going to go for if they do want to go for invade. Charm followed with a bubble, then you have a lot of damage behind that. Remember, for Gaming Gear, I mean, you still have a lot of damage, and the Evelyn, like the ability to scout with that champion early on kind of gives you a little bit of an early game opportunity, I guess I want to say, because you can always go for some counter jungling early on. You can just kind of rush into their blue buff and just sit there and see where the other team's going. But right now, we're actually just seeing both teams just kind of sit there and don't want to go for anything really crazy off the bat. But we already are seeing potential lane swaps coming in.
Yeah, potential lane swaps. And we saw in our last game as well a Vayne Sona mid lane combo, which were unable to, you know, really gain the ultimate advantage from that and take down an early middle turret, which is what they were looking for. And did actually really well, except the whole finishing off of the turret. They got it very low, but at the end of the day, very low doesn't mean down. We're currently seeing, as you can see there, the Twitch just waiting inside of the Tribush. Always got that ability to stealth up and get away from things if it gets a little bit too hairy for him down there. But Gaming Gear don't look like they're really going to push something too aggressive. Now, one thing we should always...
No.
Oh, are they? That could have been dangerous here. One thing we should always bear in mind is Evelyn is very, very quick to cross the map. Level 2, get the W, and then push over the top side to maybe steal away the enemy blue as well.
That is a very high possibility. Zach's pretty quick himself clearing out that jungle.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm trying to think, you know, if Aluna wants to gank that top lane, is it going to really happen? Like, is that possibility of that really going to work out? I mean, yeah, you do have the speed, so you can catch up to a Kennen, and I think if MBS lands that stun, we could see potential kill coming in, but it looks like we're actually going to see standard lanes coming in for once, which we don't really see too often.
Yeah, obviously moving away from middle. We saw MBS recalling from the bottom side. He headed off back towards the top. So we are going to have the duos down bottom, the Gragas Ahri mid lane, and the Renekton Kennen up in this top lane.
And actually, I was taking a look at runes real quick for Kennen, for Fabulous, and it's actually in 10 fight armor pen, 9 magic pen, and 8% magic pen. So with that Doran's Blade, with 4% lifesteal that he's running, he actually hurts quite a bit, and the auto attack harass coming out of him is really hard for MBS to deal with. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Alunir gank that top lane. However, we already see a lot of pink wards invested into the map out of Dark Passage.
As you would expect as well with that Evelyn around there. Just covering as many entrances that as they can, really, in this top side, and also the entry down to the bottom side of that jungle. So early game here, if we look down and see, it's very even between the two AD carries, so we'll see if that trend continues here from this one. As I say that, Lativion just missing 1 CS, which doesn't matter. But in this top lane, MBS, I think, going to struggle a little bit earlier on here with just the fact that Kennen with the Doran's Blade in there is going to put good auto attack damage down, as this bottom lane getting a little bit close there. Both AD carries going a little bit lower than they probably would have hoped, but both of their supports got the heals coming out as well. And there we see that top lane, the fact that Fabulous, he can do a lot of damage here onto the Renekton.
I think if he landed that shuriken, that would have been a kill, but we already see Riosta coming in bottom for a gank here. However, Spyro does have flash.
And there is a flash coming away, and no real surprise flash away. The possibility of a bubble landing there probably would have meant death, actually, for him, and a first blood going over towards Dark Passage. So they may actually still go in there. There is a slingshot coming down. Inspiro going to get slowed out of this one. Exhaust goes down, though, and this could actually turn out dangerous for Dark Passage. They're going to have to back away. Sona has managed to escape. Zac trying to get out of here. Are they going to get that Cell Division passive down? They're blocking everything they can here. That's great block play there coming out of Holithol.
And a fantastic turnaround out of Gaming Gear to turn that 3-man dive kind of back on its head, because they got Riosta very low. He almost popped his passive right there, which would have been terrible. But right now, we're seeing Alanir go for a gank on Fabulous. And this could be terrible for him. It's like he knows something's up, because he's playing very passive right now.
Yeah, not wanting to go completely deep onto this one, but there is Alanir coming out. Lightning Rush, is it going to be able to save him? The flash away will certainly help, but they flash in for the kill. They're looking to bring that first blood down, and they will manage to get it. There is the kill for Evelyn. First blood, but the turret actually did enough there onto MBS to pull one back, and that's going to be vital, to be honest, for Fabulous up in his top lane.
It is, because Alanir getting that first blood gives him such a strong start in the jungle. He already has that Spirit Stone down. I think his items a little bit quicker, get some boots in a little bit quicker, then he can gank so easily. And now, with that flash speed down for Fabulous, the possibility of Alanir coming into that top lane for another gank is very high.
I'll see if he can continue that trend. Actually, Fabulous coming in here with a second Doran's Blade plus the Amp Tome as well. So certainly going to be giving MBS a few more problems. Obviously, Doran's Shield got some cloth armor in there to help with those auto attacks that do definitely sting from a Kennen, even at these lower levels, going in that Doran's Blade start.
Right now, I mean, I think Dark Passage is a little bit nervous. I don't know, because I was watching bottom lane, and we haven't seen a bubble land yet out of Nami, and we've seen Letilian actually miss out on quite a few CS. I'm not sure if it's nerves or if it's just kind of getting going here. But one thing we have to keep in mind for Gaming Gear Year, which we mentioned back in week 2 of LCS, is that at 25 minutes, for some reason, they just kind of fall apart. They don't know exactly where to go from there, and I really want to know, have they fixed that problem? Because that's something that could easily hold them back from the World Finals.
And that's something that we saw and heard about them when we were over in Moscow for the CIS tournament, and they need to have fixed that, really, coming into this one, as Naru here going to take some damage in the mid lane. Actually getting knocked back there by the barrel as well, but he will pop the Spirit Rush. He's not going to be able to do enough damage to pick himself up a kill, but at least escaping from that one. And that's the problem that Agragas is always going to have against Ari, that even if you pull him away with a barrel, he's going to be able to Spirit Rush out.
Yeah, he is. And I believe Mazarine actually will have a lower cooldown on his ultimate than Naru, so if he can keep doing that multiple times, he's able to get his blue buff a little bit later on, then I think he actually could win that lane quite easily, as long as Alanir does come in, which he's going to be spotted here by Riosta.
Yeah, spotted there by the Zac, but you can see the problem with this, with an Evriel? What's an Evriel? An Evelyn. It's an Evriel and an Evelyn combo together there. But the Evelyn there doing good amounts of damage, having to elastic slingshot away there was Riosta. And that will at least keep him safe for now. He's going to go back on his way to farm. But Alanir has put a ward down by the blue buff, so they may be looking to make a play on that. Once it actually comes back up, there's MBS. Actually, the ultimate being popped there by Fabulous. Not quite got the damage to finish off, and now Alanir is coming in towards his top lane. MBS needs to be really, really careful. There's a lightning rush in. Can he finish off? No, not quite. One more auto attack needed. There's the ulti out of Alanir, and he's going to chase this Kennen down. Surely not going to be able to escape this one. Haze Spike coming in. There is the Zac getting involved as well, and he's managed to save his teammate. Riosta might be able to turn this one around. Evelyn going to try and power away from that one, and in the end, no kill, but both two champions going incredibly low.
Yeah, Fabulous had two opportunities there to potentially kill MBS. First one, he actually saw Alanir coming up, so he backed away, and then just fortunately not close enough for that last auto attack, but still bottom lane, they've actually been really aggressive. A lot of damage being traded, but both of them do have a sustained support, so they should be able to heal this up. Not to mention, you have that Vamp Scepter on the Tillion, and you have Deadly Brother, who's going for that very early tier, so his damage early on, as I said in the game previously, that the money you invest into that kind of doesn't make you do anything else in lane, so you're kind of stuck at that flat amount of damage, and the Tillion's only going to get stronger.
Yeah, he's only going to get stronger and on his way, and obviously going to be able to keep up kind of with his opponent in terms of getting health back when this damage is exchanged, which up until now there's been a lot of damage exchange down in this bottom lane. So, what have we got coming up next? Blue buff has been started. As I said, it was warded earlier on by Alania to have the sight on that, but he's not going to be within reach of coming around for a possible steal of it. That will go over to Naru on Ahri.
I really like the effort of that ward going down, but because he went top, because he went for that gank and he actually got very low, which he wasn't able to steal that away, which would have been huge because he would have had a blue, Mazarine would have had a blue, and they would have been able to gank a lot easier, but still, going to get this one over to him. And this is where the game starts to get really deadly. Like, it's been not as slow as I would imagine off the bat, but I really feel with a Gragas on a team, with an Evelyn, with that whole combo, if they land it perfectly, this game can get very explosive very quickly.
Explosive cast to start it off. I saw what you were going for there. Good, well played, sir. In this top lane, MBS still having troubles with the damage that Fab is putting down onto him, and actually ulti going to be popped from this one. There's actually no one near this one to help MBS out. He will pop his ultimate, but honestly I don't think he can still challenge for this one. Fabulous actually backing away. Is he going to be able to get into range to do anything? And I give credit to MBS there. He actually was really low when that started, and because of his ultimate, did a lot of damage and was able to survive it.
Yeah, I was really confused by that at first, but definitely did a lot of damage. But the thing is, he kind of just got back to lane, and now he's being forced to back out again. He's already building heavy armor, going for some Merc Treads. He's actually being kept away from his Sunfire cape, but we do see Allier trying to go for a gank middle, but he's pretty much standing on top of a ward.
Yeah, Naru actually has his ultimate available here as well, so we'll be able to dash away to safety from this one if Alania can get anywhere close. And it's probably going to be about Mazarine's barrel here. If he can actually land that in the right position. There is Alania moving in, and you see how much damage is taken just from that one. Mazarine is not even involved in this one whatsoever. And look how low Naru actually went from that one. If Gragas had have moved in for the kill with the Ignite as well, they possibly could have got the kill there.
Yeah, I think that's just due to the power that Alania got from that first blood, able to pick up those 2 longswords and really apply a lot of pressure. Not to mention, he is level 7, so he's been leveling up quite well. But yeah, Mazarine, he got pretty much pushed out, and he hasn't actually went back to buy yet. He has 2,400 gold to spend, so we already saw his barrel do some pretty good damage earlier on. It's going to only get worse from here for Dark Passage.
Oh, that was close once again in the middle. We've also got the push coming in. There's the barrel down. Naru picks up that kill down in the bottom lane. Alania going to get involved. There's a crescendo. Holy thought he's a dead man here. Not going to escape that, and the bubble not connecting. Twitch is stealth up. He will flash away, but can he escape overall? Pops his barrier, but the damage going to be far too high. Inspiro actually finishing it off there, and that will be 2 kills coming down in that bottom lane. Obviously, we did see Naru get the kill 1v1 onto Mazarine in the top. Are they going to put down pressure on the turret? Not particularly. Support and jungler going to back away.
Poor Lutillion during that, he's just, guys, stop following me, I went the other way. Go, turn around, go the other way. But they just sat on top of him. Great job by them to chase it down. And MBS still being very aggressive in this top lane, even though he really hasn't picked up any other significant items just yet. As the Haunting guys comes in for Fabulous with those 2 Doran's Blade, his damage is actually extremely high. And one thing about a Kennen is if he gets going early on, he's really impactful in team fights. But if you stop him early in the beginning, then he really won't do too much. And right now, Gaming Gear hasn't really been able to shut him down just yet. They did gank him early on, as we do see him doing some good damage again.
Is he going to go in for this? Actually, there is a slicing Maelstrom pop, but MBS just walking away from that one, not having any problems whatsoever.
Boots versus no boots. That's kind of the downside right there. And the early investment into those tier 2 with the Merc Treads definitely worked out for him quite well, but right now Dark Passage just setting up for Dragon and Alanir's top lane, so he's actually not going to be able to contest it.
Not going to be able to get anywhere near this one. They may be able to pick up a kill onto Fabulous. Well, look at this Gaming Gear actually coming down to try and stop this Dragon happening. There is Fabulous trying to get underneath his turret. Can they finish off? Alania is there. His teammates tanked up all the damage. Dragon does go over to Dark Passage in that one, but they do manage to pick that kill back. But now the trouble comes down at the bottom. There is the tidal wave coming through. The bubble not quite landing. We've got the exhaust down onto Lutillion as well, but there is the expunge to finish off the kill. And Dark Passage, yes, they've lost that up at top, but picking up the Dragon, getting another kill down bottom, put the Twitch now on 1-1-0.
And we see the mindset of both teams right there. So Gaming Gear, they wanted to kill Kennen, they wanted to get Fabulous out of the game. However, Dark Passage is like, all right, we'll go for objectives. We'll take a dragon. We'll end up picking up a kill, coming out very far ahead. And just as it's really hard for Alnir to gank Naru in the mid lane, it's just as hard for Riosta to gank Mazarine.
Yeah, high mobility on both that Gragas and the Ahri. See another bubble being thrown there by Holy Top, but not quite landing. Like I say, not landing on Teardrill, it was dodged by Deadly Brother with that Arcane Shift. They've actually got good damage onto this bottom outer turret as well here of Dark Passage. Got it to below half HP, which is always another extra bonus onto what already happened previously.
Yeah, looks like they should just keep farming the double gold as much as possible for Latilian. He's pretty much tied in CS right now, but he does have a pretty good lead over in total gold. And right now, I'm waiting to see the whole combo that comes out of Gaming Gear. So we talked earlier on with Lion versus Team Immunity, the whole synergy that Immunity was running, their whole composition, where they needed to make everything land in the team fights perfectly. And Gaming Gear with the whole Evelynn Gragas combo, if you mess that up, then there goes a significant amount of damage. And we have to see if Gaming Gear's been able to pull that off, or will be able to pull that off.
Right now, MBS actually headed down towards blue buff. They've got that warded here, but they know that that blue buff is going to be started away. The smite was actually used early there from Riosta, trying to get it over towards Arian. Comes in there, does pick up the kill. Alania coming in as well, and they're going to go aggressive. Kennan's actually on the top side. This could go really bad for Gaming Gear. There's a slicing maelstrom. Alania will flash away and comes then back in towards the fight. Naru is going to be in there as well. Everyone really low from this one. Alania goes down, but Riosta is low. He jumps away. Naru now in trouble as MBS will pick off that and the double buffs. There's a barrel rolling in. That will pop Cell Division, but can they take it down underneath these towers? They are going to get 3 of them. There it is, a finisher. MBS getting a double kill. This is a Renekton that was totally bullied by the Kennen in the top lane. They've just picked up a 3-for-1, and now he's scary again.
Yeah, I mean, it's a phenomenal job by Gaming Gear just to keep putting those wards down, to keep that aggression into the jungle. We've seen Alnir try to take away the red buff multiple times from Dark Passage. We do see some damage being exchanged bottom, but just to have everyone collapse, because we saw Dark Passage, they realized they could go in. That was king down from that top side, and they kind of sandwiched them. However, the positioning of Gaming Gear made his ultimate do pretty much absolutely nothing. They weren't really in range of it, and because of that, they weren't able to get the CC they needed. Naru came in, I guess, a little bit late right there, and come out 3-for-1.
3-for-1. Mazarine going to have his blue buff here as well. Let's not forget, those double buffs, they were transferred quite a lot, actually ended up with NBS in that top lane, which if it wasn't hard enough for the Kennen anyway now, then it's certainly going to become a lot harder. And he's actually got the CS lead up there, MBS, now, after all that's been said and done. He was a push down on bottom. Latilian doing good damage, but the crescendo comes across. The tidal wave comes in there as well, and this could be very, very dangerous. As Ari going to spirit rush in there as well. Can they land the damage? No, not quite got the range there to finish off Inspiro.
And now we're seeing Naru try to go around the map and pick up some kills. He's already 2-1, so he's at that critical point. If he can get a couple of kills, if he can pick up some more items, on top of that DFG, he can really kind of carry the game himself. But right now, Gaming Gear's been able to deter that. They have actually some good ward coverage down towards that bottom side. But in the meantime, Alnir's going top lane. They're trying to go for kill on Fabulous on the turret.
Gonna try this 2-man gank coming in. There's a spirit rush, the rush coming down, and Fabulous actually going to get destroyed pretty much here, right underneath the turret. Alania tanking it up there. And MBS tanking it up. Not really a problem coming out. Now Mazarine going to take pressure, but he will just body slam his way back underneath the tower.
And Gaming Gear, it seems like they have the number of Dark Passes and just keep killing Fabulous as much as possible. Looks like they will finally take the turret this time, and by doing this, he's now 1-4. He had such a strong start. I mean, yeah, he got ganked, got killed for first blood, but he did pick up the kill. Behind in CS now, and he needs that Zoners to be really effective in these team fights, which right now, Gaming Gear with the lead they have, I think they have the advantage. That Sunfire Cape's almost done for MBS, and when it is, I mean, who's going to be doing the damage against him off of Dark Passage?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Oh, you can see the body slam coming in there on towards Naru, knocked back by the explosive cast, but can he keep up with him? There's no ultimate here for Naru. He's actually going to have to flash away from this one. Good damage comes down, and he's still chasing him. Spirit Rush is going to be up here in just a second. Charm is going to land, and he turns around with the DFG, gets that kill. Can he escape here from MBS? No, stunned up. MBS comes down and finishes off, but what a play out of Naru to actually turn that one around in the first place.
A game awareness out of him, which is fantastic. He flashed to escape because he knew his ultimate was going to be off cooldown very soon. He kept hitting those charms on the Mazarine, and he dodged the barrels and was able to turn that one around. And that's what I was saying before. If he can start to get a couple of kills here, he can really carry the team on his back. And Alnir coming down for a gank on this bottom lane. But it looks like he's just going to back out right now. Can't really go for anything right there. He's 3-1-5, so that's actually a phenomenal score out of him so far.
And I think they felt that one coming, or whether it was just time to back off to do golems at that very point. Either way, it was good timing out of Dark Passage's bottom lane to get away from Alania, who's going to be sticking to you. Really, really hard to get away from him as he just saunters on past Zach here towards a bit of farm in the middle. Mazarine says no.
He got one.
Barrel.
He got one. Got 23 gold off that. But right now, I mean, if we look at farm across the board, there's a huge lead mid lane for Mazarine because he has the ability to farm from so far away with those barrels coming in, clearing out the Cash Dominion wave, and then the melee ones right after. But Fab was coming down bottom here. He was spotted by a ward. They're actually not going to pincer him. They're going to go for Dragon here.
Yeah, Dragon is up and available, but down in the bottom there, Deadly Brother picking up a kill onto Latilion, but can Holy Toth get away from this on Alania, chasing it down, will be picked up once again by Inspiro, and now down on the middle lane, we see Fabulous turning things around on towards MBS. Wow, I can't even...
Spirit Rush.
Spirit Rush, that's the one. Coming down, there is the Zac joining in as well, and there is the shutdown that they've been looking for on this Renekton. Some Fire Cape is what I was actually trying to say. That was finished off earlier on by MBS. Not quite enough health and stuff to keep him alive from that one. And Gaming Gear actually turning around, picking up the Dragon after that one, though.
Yeah, and Fabulous, he got the shutdown goal, the plus 432 off of that. So he's already punished quite a bit in lane. It's a little bit of a chance to get back in this, and a great job by Dark Passage to respawn. I mean, they lost two, realized they're going to lose Dragon, so they took a turret instead, and now they actually might be able to take away a little bit more than that as Alner is going to be coming in. He's been able to spot Riosta, but Alner doesn't have his smite up.
Oh, going to be very, very close moving in there. There is that red buff actually taken away by Zac, but can he escape this one? Well, of course he can. He's a Zac. Elastic slingshot away, but Mazarine's coming in there. Here's the body slam and the cast to actually pop the passive, but he's been charmed up now. He's not going to escape that one. That's a brilliant turnaround from Dark Passage, and that is the danger of chasing this Zac with teammates in the area that can react very quickly, and the Zac surviving anyway.
And yeah, both teams have done a great job of reacting when they see someone out of position. To see even more action coming down this bottom lane.
Yeah, and Tyon is probably not going to be able to get himself away from that one either. In the end, stealths up, actually will be able to get away. And that turret is somehow still hanging on in this bottom lane. It was pushed down very low earlier from the Latilion. Well, that's not going to make a difference. They keep it alive just about. And it's only 1-1 in turrets here. We've got 20 minutes, 30 seconds on the board. And, well, both sides doing a great job. As Naru trying to get that blue buff here. But with the Sonar Ezreal combo, probably not worth sticking around. He's going to back off.
And Naru is actually farming up the wolves. He's like, all right, we're pushed up to your turret. I'm going to take away even more from your jungle. And catching back up in CS because he was quite far behind. Fabulous, luckily for him, does back away from MBS, so there didn't even know that. And looks like Mazarine will be able to get his blue. And with that middle turret going down, Mazarine doesn't really have as much of an opportunity to roam around as Naru does. And we've seen already how impactful both of these AP mid laners can be when they come in for a gank.
Now let's have a look at some of the items here. The AD carries in particular both got that blade of the Ruined King in there. On the other side, for Twitch, he's picked up the Zeal Berserker Greaves. On the other way, of course, that tier is what has kept Ezreal from moving any further on that side, but that's been stacking up for a good while now.
Yeah, and the thing about blue build Ezreal is we always talk about if he falls behind early on, he kind of stays behind, but he's done a great job of kind of keeping up the CS, has those 2 kills, those 2 assists, and it'd be really hard to do it. What? That's all I thought they were actually going to pick up the kill right there, but he did pop his Let's Bounce and got away.
Yeah, Let's Bouncing away from that one, and now the pressure is turned in this bottom lane, and Gaming Gear trying to keep that turret alive down there. Evelyn actually headed in there. He's already been spotted by a pink ward moving down onto this bottom side of the map, so Dark Passage should know that this is about to happen to them. There's no minions in there at this point now, so they probably can't push too heavily on towards that turret, but actually Twitch and Nami backing away from that, and now we see Gragas and Renekton headed down towards this bottom lane as well, so the action could certainly happen. A bubble will actually miss in there as MBS going to get charmed up there for a second. Barrel comes across the side, there's a crescendo, there's a kill for Deadly Brother, and Holy Toth not going to escape that one. They get the turret and the 2 kills as well. A brilliant bit of work coming out of Gaming Gear.
Yeah, and Mazarine and MBS, they stalled long enough middle just to kind of keep Naru away as well as Fabulous so they can pick up those 2 kills. They're actually not done just yet. The Explosive Cask is up. So we could see Fabulous get bursted down here if he does overextend just a little bit further.
There's the danger as well. When you think you're safe on the turret, there's no minions there. It only takes that Gragas ultimate to come flying at you and pull you straight out into the rest of the team. But Gaming Gear have actually rotated completely around to this middle lane, and with 4 men there for them, going to be 5 in a second, absolutely nobody in the area for Dark Passage. This is going to be another turret straight after the last one. Puts them now a good almost 4,000 gold into the lead.
And yeah, but right now, Joe, we're approaching that 25-minute mark, as we mentioned early on in the game. Can they kind of keep this ability to keep pushing right now, keep this pressure on? And we're going to find out if they've been able to fix that over the time they've had since the CIS tournament back in Moscow.
Well, we'll find out. They're certainly in commanding position, that's for sure. Looking very, very strong. Right now, items for the mid laners at DFG obviously came out earlier from Naru. On the other side, being matched by the Morel and Nomicon, plus a needlessly large rod coming out there. MBS waits for Naru in the top lane. Mazarine just pushing out middle as well. He lost a little bit when that turret went down, like you said, not able to roam so freely for that one, just for the danger of anything being pushed back. Dark Passage, though, doing a good thing and actually sending 3 men down to the bottom lane to try and even things up in gold and take down the outer turret.
And Alanir's coming bottom yet again. Not sure if they're actually going to be able to go for this one, but they do back away. And I'm thinking, where's the next point of action? Where are we going to see a fight break out? And I'm imagining it will be at that dragon when it does respawn. And both teams with where they're at, I'm trying to think who has more damage in these fights. And I think if Gaming Gear, if they do land their ultimates onto the right targets with that Evelynn, with that Gragas, then they will have a clear advantage over Dark Passage, where Dark Passage just has a lot of mobility, with the Zac, with the Nami to speed people up, the disengage out of her, not to mention a Kenna who can run around, and then you have Ahri with that ultimate, just spirit rushing in and out of the fight, and it's all about them. If they can dodge that cast, then they can turn these fights around.
Yeah, you can't really underestimate how big Mazarine's going to be in this one with his barrel to knock. I mean, if you look at the lineup, you've got to have Kennen and Zac. They've got to be right on top of everyone with their ultimates going. If you can knock them away with a cast, that's going to stop so much damage.
And the thing is, if he ults Fabulous into his own team, he's kind of killing his team because he had the Zonias up on him right now. So it's all about if he can position that barrel correctly. And I'd imagine so. He's been practicing it quite a bit. And Dragon should be coming up really soon here. As you see right now, Gaming Gear, they're set up for it to kind of take it or even potentially go for a kill here.
Well, Artilion is coming from the bottom side, Fabulous from top side, along with Zac as well. So, actually going to get started there, the Dragon from the back side, and that's going to mean a bit of damage for Inspiro as we see Nami throw the bubble in. Gaming Gear decide, can we really do this one right now? There's a body slam away from the charm. And the orb coming out of Ahri, but Dragon still remains, still a possibility for both of these teams. All 10 players are now on the bottom side of the map at this point. As Naru going to have to use his ultimate to just dash away from this one, and that could be really dangerous if they end up fighting.
Yeah, the thing was, he was off by himself. He wasn't grouped up with his team, but here we go. We're actually going to see Gaming Gear started off. We do have Fabulous with his ultimate available, which can be crucial in this fight. And it looks like Dark Passage actually might go for engage here.
Oh, Dragon going very, very low. There's a tidal wave coming across. True Shot Barrage will join it in as well. Dragon is still up here, and it is actually going to be taken down by Dark Passage. See Gaming Gear trying to get involved on this one. There's a big crescendo. The barrel actually knocking everyone away from that one, but they picked up the initial 2 kills. We see that Dark Passage trying now to move away from this one, but they're still chasing. Ezreal going low, pops his barrier. The orb will do a lot of damage, and actually Fabulous picks up the kill from it as well. Now it's Mazarine who's taken a lot. He will have to go away burning from the Ignite, and they managed to pick up those kills coming away, and Naru now going to have his ultimate back, but they're not going to be able to keep chasing.
Oh, I think they might actually be able to catch Sona here with the charm.
Yeah, and the DFG was actually using there as well. Question is, can they land any more into him? There's Zac from the backside, and Inspiro, he stopped to clear out that ward there with the Oracle that he had on, and it's cost him his life.
Yeah, it did. It was really unfortunate, but that was great timing by Naru. I mean, he used his ultimate earlier just to kind of escape the damage that Gaming Gear was going to put out, came back up at the right time, and in the end, they ended up taking the Dragon in that fight. And we just saw, I mean, we talked about the explosive cast, how critical and impactful it can be in these fights. And you just saw him knock 2 people in his own team, easy targets to burst down, and that was a fantastic barrel. Not to mention the whole combo they pulled off. The Evelynn ultimate to set it all up, and the crescendo falling in to stun them with the cask. And Gaming Gear, I mean, even though they lost the Dragon, they lost a huge lead that they had, they're still looking very strong.
So, 15 for 9,000 gold. It's really not a lot of gold at this point. And that kind of means that Gaming Gear, the lead that they had coming into this one, has somewhat gone away from them. We see some more items being picked up. Spirit Visage, for example, for NBS coming around. Steve Lockett now added in as well over for Riosta Zach. So that's another bonus coming out for Dark Passage in the team fights.
And Holy Toph, he's actually built something, well, not built something, which is kind of weird. We don't see a Ruby Sightstone or a Sightstone at all out of him, which is really unique. He actually went for the cooldown boots, he went for the Candle Gem, the Cage's Lucky Pick, and a Philostone. So running that double GP10, which was kind of more known in Season 2, running this much GP10 kind of thing. And it kind of works out, because with that money he's getting over time, you can invest those into wards instead of investing into that Sightstone.
Oh, we're going to see another fight kick off here in the jungle. Both teams kind of facing up to each other there, but then both backing away just as quickly from one another. There is the ward taken away. So, what's the next move here? Gaming Gear actually headed north right now, up towards that Baron Pit area. There's a ward that they've just gone over, so they know that they've been spotted headed in that direction. There are no more wards on this top side of the map by Baron for Dark Passage, so they either make a choice now to go up mid lane or to go in there and make sure that that Baron's not started.
Yeah, I mean, the lack of wards, I understand what Holy Toph was going for. He didn't really need to build into a Sightstone because there's an Evelyn on the other team, but you're seeing that lack of vision is going to end up hurting as the game goes on. We're going to see a pincer move come in. This could be very bad for Dark Passage.
Pincer move is going to come down. There's the Evelyn ultimate. Fabulous going to pop his with the Zhonya's as well there. He's not doing much damage in his current position, and no kill up until now. MBS managing to walk away there. And in the end, no kill for either side coming down from that one. But it was a dangerous play out of both teams, to be honest. Dark Passage taking the advantage in terms of the positioning there and thinking, okay, we can push this top tower. But they also had the danger of that push coming in from the side to really split them up. But they are going to finally be able to push down that inner middle turret. Big pickup.
Yeah, and they got Gaming Gear to invest in 4 ultimates in that fight, and they were able to only use that Ken ultimate and the Nami ulti, not to mention the spray and pray, to really escape. But it's a great job by them to use Mazarine's ulti as a disengage for themselves, using the barrel to knock them further away. And the lack of wards, it seems like Dark Passage, they don't want to wait for Gaming Gear to make a play. They want to be the ones controlling the game. And right now, Alanir's going in, but whew, that damage coming back.
Yeah, gets the DFG to the face from Naru as well. Lost pretty much half of his health just from that, as Naru actually going quite aggressive in there. There's a Blade of the Ruin King used, but Deadly Brother going to get burst down, but the kills are going to rain in here for Gaming Gear. Great turnaround, and again, barrel and crescendo combo worked out perfectly for him. And look at this, they're turning, they're going to Baron.
They should be able to. I mean, you see right now, Latilian's actually bottom lane. We do have Riosta, though. Zach can easily steal away a Baron if he jumps over that wall and just kind of smites it away. And not to mention that Let's Bounce is going to knock them up. And this is a very big play out of Gaming Gear if they go for this.
Wow, MBS just flashed out the back there to stop the Zach diving over the top from that one. They're still doing the Baron. He is down below half HP right now, but Zach is still hanging around, but he can't make the jump. He'll get stunned up for it. Actually will flash in there, but it's going to be taken anyway. Anyway, that's a good pickup here for Gaming Gear EU, but we see the Twitch doing tons of damage to them. He's picked off at the back. Zach got his passive, but he's going to go down as well. There's nothing to save him from that, and that will be another couple of kills coming down. A double it was in the end for Mazarine, plus the all-important Baron.
Yeah, he's actually the one that got it too with this Q, so he was able to keep that even. Riosta, that's actually a very ballsy play, just to smite over that wall, or flash over the wall to smite it down. And Gaming Gear, it seems like they caught Dark Passage off guard. We just saw Naru and Fat Fabus kind of fight middle, that little skirmish. I'm still confused why they went in for it, but
well,
maybe...
they thought they were going to get Deadly Brother. He'd already used his barrier from that one, and they'd used the DFG on him, so I think they thought, okay, we can probably have him, but...
I think they also mistimed the crescendo. I think they thought it was down, and then went in for the fight, and then Mazarine's ultimate was obviously going to be down, but the thing is, Graga's ulti with the Morellonomicon isn't on a long cooldown at all, so he's able to just turn that around, and obviously, as you can see, those 2 kills ended up giving Gaming Gear Baron.
Great pickup, but still not a massive gold lead that they have, even after all those kills there, and the Baron pickup. They're actually behind on turrets as well, and we've said it before that 25 minutes was always a point that Gaming Gear were kind of singled out to be weak at. And so far they're doing a good job, but certainly not running at the pace that they were at 15 minutes into this game. So we'll see how this all develops. Obviously with that Baron buff in there now, got a bit of time to really do what they want. This Dragon will cement their lead in terms of gold as well, but they're going to have to start pushing some objectives.
Yeah, and where Dark Passage, the ability for them to keep so close in gold is their control of this Dragon throughout the game. They've been able to take as many as possible, not to mention they're up 4 turrets to 3, so they're kind of keeping that lead to a minimum. But the Baron buff, it kind of swings things for Gaming Gear. However, you know, right now, we see Naru pushing that top lane, so someone's gonna have to back and deal with that, and they're preventing Gaming Gear right now from actually going for a push.
Yeah, actually, pretty much the entire team is going to try and react to Naru on this top side of the map. 4 out of 5 actually heading through their own jungle. In the end, Naru's just recalling. And as you said, that's just a great time waster, if nothing else, from Dark Passage's side of things to let that Baron buff run out, of which it's, I think, round about half of its cooldown right now. So that's going to be gone pretty much soon.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, with a Baron, you obviously want to be pushing, but we do see Dark Passage actually going for an engage, and out there, he's caught.
He is going to be caught. There's a tidal wave. Alanir flashing away, but he's not going to be able to escape Naru. Actually, it's Riosa that gets in there to make sure that that one's locked up. There is Twitch taking a lot of damage. They go straight in onto him, but Mazarine locked up in the bubble. He's going to go down from that one as well, and that will be a 2 for 0 here for Dark Passage as they try to get away. Charm landing on the Inspiro. MBS seem to want a bit of the action there, but honestly, they just walk away from him. That Charm really locking up Inspiro, putting his life in danger as well. But a great turnaround fight there for Dark Passage, and that's really what they have to do right now, is to just take 2 kills and get away again.
Thing is, I don't think they should be able to do that against a Baron up Gaming Gear. I mean, taking those 2 kills for nothing. They caught Alanir out of position. You saw the Zonies come up. I mean, yeah, it's good. You stay alive from it. But on the flip side, if your team doesn't back you up when your zone just popped, you're kind of just left out there stranded. But as you see right there, MBS, he's still very tanky with his items. It's really hard for Naru to really do any damage to him just yet. But, I mean, like you said before, 25 minutes, they were looking pretty good, but right now they're not looking too great.
Wow, actually Naru been engaged on there by Deadly Brother, and just backs away from it. Did actually use his ultimate to make sure that he could escape from that, and right now, Gaming Gear are looking to push objectives. They're actually going straight down the middle of the map, as we are going to see MBS slicing into that bubble, but he's forced Dark Passage as AD carry and support to the top side of the map, which means they're nowhere near this inner turret to start that defense going, and that will mean a turret back for Gaming Gear, and leveling is up then at 4 apiece.
Yeah, great job by them, and I was kind of confused. Why didn't they do that a little bit earlier? They're just pushing things out, but just like you said, they caught him off guard, they caught him out of position, and took an objective, and that's what they need to keep doing if they want to extend this goal lead. For Dark Passage, with this Baron buff going to be gone, I think they might want to force another fight, because when they force the fights, they've actually been doing very well.
So, Gaming Gear waiting off to the side here by the Wraiths, and as MBS comes around the corner, he sees that quite a lot of people there. They had that ward over the top just after that as well, but that will be taken down thanks to Olitoth Oracle. We've got one over on the other side for Inspiro as well. And all of a sudden, Gaming Gear, after that great push down middle where they caught Dark Passage out of position, they now back away completely from it.
Yeah, and I think that's due to, you can see that they want, or where they want to fight just based on wards. So with that ward over the Wraith camp, or into the Wraith camp, they want to be able to spot Zac coming in. They want to be able to stop Riosta from pretty much landing on the entire team and Let's bouncing, and they want to still consistently fight around this middle lane, but not Gaming Gear, Dark Passage have been able to push out these other lanes, and the thing is, I don't think either team kind of feels like they have a lead right now, which in terms of gold, no one really has, as they're pretty much tied up, and it's going to come down to in about 5 to 10 minutes, when that Baron, actually no less than that, when Baron comes up, what team's going to be able to take it, what team's going to be able to defend it, and maybe what team really has that control of the vision, because Holy Toth's Oracle is now gone.
Really, really close game between these two. And a fantastic show what these international wildcard teams are in fact capable of. And right now, Gaming Gear on the bottom side of the jungle. They're looking to catch someone. Actually, Naru gonna land a full combo there on towards Alanir. Half of his health gone just from that there.
But right now, Gaming Gear, even though he did drop that low, they do have an Oracle on Spyro, so they're going to be clearing all these wards. They're going to be putting a lot down, and they want to make their move on this bottom turret. And this is going to be the time for Dark Passage to really force a fight here. As long as they can get on top of the team with that Cannon ultimate, with the Zac ultimate, then they can just shred through them. And I would imagine, look for Holy Toth's ultimate to come out to be that big engage for Dark Passage.
Well, we've got Zhonya's pretty much across the board here, both 2 over with Dark Passages, Kennen and Ari, and 1 now with Evelyn as well. But they're really going to come into play once this next fight actually rocks around. Fabulous actually losing a lot of health there thanks to that Gragas barrel over the wall. He's got that Rabadon's Death Cap and Void Staff added in as well. So His damage is ridiculously high right now. The question is whether they can actually land the combo that they're going to be looking for. They're pushing out this bottom wave on towards the turret. Ezreal always going to be a threat as well in this position.
I think Gaming Gear realized that, oh wait, we have an Ezreal and a Gragas. We can just poke them down constantly and be able to get objectives for free, as I currently do it. And you just see one barrel takes Holy Top pretty low, but I mean, with the whole Ezreal, with that blue build, with that Mirror Manodon, with the Iceborne Gauntlets, you have that ability to really poke quite a bit. Gaming Gear, I wouldn't be surprised if they keep this up for quite a while.
Well, they're still hanging around there. They're still going to keep that poke coming in. And really, it's Nami that's going to be able to keep them alive at that stage and keep holding on to this position. They don't want to let this inner turret go. Almeida and only the top lane would have an inner turret left if Gaming Gear were able to force this one down. But you've always got that threat of the Zac diving in from the backside where you weren't expecting him there. And that combo coming around with the Ezreal right on top, using his Zhonya's Hourglass to keep himself alive in the middle of the fight as well. Riosta actually getting involved there. Are they going to go for this one? Naru getting hit by Ezreal. And when those Iceborne Gauntlets on, it actually becomes quite difficult, as Riosta is going to dive over the top of them here, but what's his real target from this one? It's hard to actually decide on, as MBS is going to go diving in. There's True Shot Barrage coming around the side, but he's pretty much alone in this one. The rest of Gaming Gear have to get involved. There's Alan dropping his ulti down, flashes away from Dark Passive, but Dark Passage, and there is the big fight coming down. Crescendo comes in as well. Riosta right on top of them. His passive is going to get popped. MBS will die to the poison from Twitch, and Dark Passage could actually keep going with this one right now. With a bubble landing on towards Deadly Brother, he actually gets to slow down onto Twitch, and they have to turn around. And now Gaming Gear themselves are turning things around. Are they going to be able to get in there for the kill? Zac, of course, did come back up and is able to stay alive from it. So in the end, turns into just a 1-for-0 after a very prolonged fight.
And I really want to give Naru a lot of credit in that fight, because he kept Mazarine pushed out. If you saw throughout the entire time, Mazarine, he had his ultimate available to that last point when Riosta dove on top of him, and then he was forced to use the ultimate defensively instead of offensively when Dark Passage was so low. That was just a great use out of their champion's mechanics. And right now, you know, in Spyro, well, actually the entirety of Gaming Gear U, they don't have the Lock of the Iron Solari. They don't have that extra shield against this double AP composition that they're really going to need. Where in Spyro, he's building towards it, but it might be just a little bit too late, or maybe Dark Passage, that's kind of the bomb that's taking it. If they can force these fights before he's able to get that item, then they'll be able to win these fights. But right now, Baron's being started. No one for Gaming Gear actually has vision of this.
No one's anywhere near this one here for Gaming Gear. We see the Gragas starting to work his way over, but Baron already down to less than half HP. Can they finish this one off? There's a True Shot Barrage coming across. Doesn't actually hit the barrel. It is the barrel steal coming out from Mazarine in the end. And Gaming Gear saying, doesn't matter that we don't have positioning on it. We've got Mazarine and his big barrel.
That is the danger of a Gragas. That combo coming out does so much damage. It is more than a Smite could possibly ever do. And Deadly Brother coming up big. The thing is, he ulted through the Baron to actually give him vision, Mazarine vision, so he can actually steal that away. And talked about Baron earlier on when Gaming Gear was going for it. There's no real need to necessarily do it unless you know you can take it quickly. And that might have been honestly the downfall of Dark Passage when they're already playing brilliantly. However, you have to keep in mind, Gaming Gear, last time they had Baron, Dark Passage did fight him, and they actually took 2 kills for 0.
Yeah, it took a couple of kills, stopped them from really doing anything with that Baron. It was funny enough, after the Baron had run out, that they actually managed to take down that inner turret in the middle lane. At this point, they're trying to push out that top lane to go for that inner turret. So we'll see how that fight works out. I don't think that Dark Passage are going to be particularly scared of fighting them on that turret either.
Yeah, I'd have to agree, especially with Latilian coming in with the Infinity Edge. It's going to add in quite a bit of damage with this spray and pray. He has 4 items built up right now, where you see Deadly Brother actually forced to go into a Banshee's Veil so he can dodge some of the damage, or potentially that charm coming out of Naru. And not to mention Dark Passage, they have great wave clear with that Ahri, with the Twitch, mixing in with Kennen. Clear waves out pretty quickly, but Gaming Gear, they have that poke, they have the ability to keep getting them low. And also they have that region off of Baron to stay here and to stay alive.
And you see that poke coming in there as Fabulous goes down to around just above half HP from the one single barrel, and they're trying to stick towards that left-hand side of the lane so that Mazarine doesn't have the range to get in there and do the damage to them. But quite frankly, that barrel's got the range on it as well. True Shot Barrage comes through. Is that going to be enough damage done to force them away from this turret? Yes, it is. And that is going to be another inner turret picked up here for Gaming Gear EU.
Yeah, Dark Passage has to give that one up. And right now, look for the flash engage out of Inspiro to really start this fight off. Because if you get Naru caught with it, and then you can burst him down with the Gragas, then he's gone. He won't even have time to Zhonya's that.
throwing out a charm there, but again, this Ezreal, the poke that you can throw out there, and the annoyance of the slow afterwards makes it just easier for everything else to be landing onto them after that. But Gaming Gear putting down now the damage onto the turret, half of its health already gone. Bubble comes in, there's a tidal wave as well. Are they going to go for the fight? It looks like they are trying to engage. Isbro is going to go down. Holy Toth will actually pick up that kill. Is Riosa going to get the dive across here with Elastic Slingshot? I think they're just happy to have forced them away from that inhibitor turret.
And look at these death timers right now. Inspiro had a minute death, a minute respawn time on that, and that is just getting ridiculous. He had Crescendo up, he had Flash up, but within that charm time, they were able to burst him down before anything can happen. And Gaming Gear, with that Baron buff, they have to be very careful here because Dark Passage, they were able to keep their inhibitor alive, and they can go for a counter push.
A lot of wards down here as well, and Dark Passage just trying to push out wherever they can. We might see Twitch going head-to-head with Renekton here in just a couple of seconds down on this bottom lane, but not a fight, I think. As I say that, I was going to say not a fight that Twitch might want to take, but I might be wrong about this one. He is going to go for it. Actually missed the Venom cast there, but is he going to keep going? Spray and pray going down. Here comes Zac as well. MBS going to be completely slowed. Here comes Nami to help things out. The barrier used by the Tyolum, and that will be another kill coming down for Dark Passage. Really, really well done.
I was actually surprised at how close that was. I mean, with Latilian actually going in and trying to start the fight himself against a Renekton, he still got very low. He almost got taken down, and luckily Nami was there to save his life. And right now, Dark Passage is taking every advantage they could possibly get. Fabulous was able to push out that top lane, 288 CS, because we haven't even looked at it throughout the game. He's leading quite heavily when he was shut down so well in lane by Gaming Gear. You see even middle lane is a slight advantage for Naru, and the group's up as 4 right now, going to be pushing this middle turret here.
And why not? I mean, turning this one completely around. Just a couple of moments ago, it was Gaming Gear EU that were pressuring the inhibitor turrets, and right now, Dark Passage have got this one down to pretty much half health. Just from the Tillion, they're hammering away on it with that Twitch, and they'll be happy with what that's brought them. We've got, as you can see in the top left, a Dragon coming up in just over a minute, but we're almost 45 minutes into this game. The Dragon counting for less and less each time that it comes up, but still a bonus if they manage to do that. But look at this. They lock up the Gragas in the bubble, and then they're able to get enough damage down to take the first inhibitor turret of the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's where we're at. If you die, if you lose one person on your team, you're going to lose a major objective, which this time it was an inhibitor turret. Game Gear, they're even potentially trying to chase them down here, and with that Dragon, we do see Dark Passage pick that up. It'll pretty much be dead even in gold at 45 minutes in, and Gaming Gear, we talked about that 25-minute mark. Oh, they're going to catch Riosta.
Oh.
Or
yeah,
he's going to walk away.
Yeah, I mean, he's Zac as well, right? So he's just going to say Elastic Slingshot, see you later. And heads off towards the bottom side of the map, actually running away from the base. And it looks like Gaming are going to try and capitalize this one, grouping up now on that mid lane. But with Kennen and Ari both there, honestly, there's not really a lot that they can do. 2-minute timer now coming down for Baron as well. And that surely is going to be a big thing. And by all rights, Gaming Gear should have lost that last one. If it weren't for Mazarine's, you know, him getting out of the base first and getting into position, and a great combo to actually steal it away, that probably should have been Dark Passage's Baron. We'll see how this next fight turns out.
Yeah, the thing is, they've been doing so well against Gaming Gear when they're Baroned up, when they don't have one themselves. Obviously can't have two at the same time, but just think of how deadly it'd be if they did have it. And here's the engage.
They're setting up a big fight from this one. Tidal Wave going to be good. Zanya's not popped there by Kennen. We see Twitch at the bottom side trying to take down Alanir. Twitch now being forced out of the fight, and Alanir actually surviving for now from this one. He was sticking from the Ignite and the Poison, but that didn't work out for him. And that will be a 3-for-1 here in favor of Gaming Gear. And I'm wondering if they're going to try and push it through for a win with just this one inhib down.
They can. I mean, look at the death timers for Dark Passage right now, and considering, oh, we do see the engage coming out of Dark Passage yet again as Naru gets caught.
They've got to do as much damage as they can here, Dark Passage, with trying to stay alive at the same time. Naru actually going to go down, but Alanir will fall there on that backside as well. Have they now got the damage here to get at least one of these Nexus turrets? I think so, with the Ezreal and that Renekton hammering away. There is the first one down. It's still a 1 versus 4 here technically, but this Zac so annoying in this scenario. Able to get in there, do damage, still very, very tanky as they focus off towards the turret. There's the damage coming over towards Mazarine, who's now tanking up the turret. Will throw the barrel towards him and flash away from the body slam. But in the meantime, Gaming Gear are focusing down here on the Nexus. Just a few more hits will do it for them. Deadly Brother is concentrating on it, and that will be the victory here for Gaming Gear EU. over Dark Passage in their first game of the International Wildcard Tournament.
And the thing was, that last fight was so big for them, where Dark Passage, they were the ones to force the fight. They were the ones to engage, and the quick reactions out of them were able to turn that fight around, able to pick up those 3 kills on crucial targets, which, you know, Fabulous, he was killed before he could zone us. He was killed before he could use his ultimate in the right position, and just with that ultimate, Gragas was able to make that big play happen.
No, Gaming Gear showing that 25-minute barrier mental block that they've seemed to have before when it came, you know, into the qualifiers. They seem to have got past that, although it wasn't without its shaky points, I think we have to say. It wasn't all peachy at that point, and they did lose a couple of team fights. As I said, they should have probably lost that second Baron as well, if not for the amazing steal coming out from Mazarine. But that all doesn't matter anymore. They've pushed through when they had the strength, they've had the team fight that's gone their way, and they've picked up victory, a good win for the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, I think it shows that how far they've come in those, you know, in this past couple of months, is their fact that they kept dying with Baron buff, and yet they were still able to keep calm, still able to turn the game around and pick up the win for themselves, which, you know, if they want to go to World Finals, they have to be able to do that consistently. And I mean, Dark Passage, they didn't play bad at all. They played quite well for the entirety of the game, even with Fabulous getting camped in the top lane, getting killed. He was 1-4 at the end of that entire laning phase. And also, whoever was calling for them, the engagements they decide to go for, I really have to respect that, because sometimes in this kind of high-pressure situation, a lot of teams would be really hesitant and play really safe, and yet they still were being ballsy. They still wanted to force these fights.
Brilliant performance overall. Guys, we're going to take a short break here, but when we come back, Lion Gaming's Hacker V2, I can get it out there in the end, we'll join Shox on stage to talk about their wild card game earlier on. Then it's time for the next 2 games of the day. Dark Passage versus Team Immunity, and Gaming Gear taking on Pain Gaming. The International Wildcard Tournament live from Gamescom 2013. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back to Gamescom 2013, live from Cologne, Germany. And right now I'm very happy to be joined by Hacker V2 from Lion Gaming, who played their first match in the group stage here against Team Immunity. Wasn't the best experience to start with. You can tell me what you thought going into that game up first.
Well, first of all, I think they had really strong picks. Their team comp was, I would say, way better than ours. They had really strong bands, and we honestly weren't prepared to counter that. And I think that was mostly what affected our game. We did what we could in the game, try to control with the picks that we had, and that's what happened.
Yeah, maybe we should go a little deeper in those picks and bans, because they had a triple AP comp. You had that Lissandra and Annie support and the Syndra and the Jarvan to lock everything up. And you did have champions with some escapes, so was there no other way you thought you could maybe mitigate their power?
Yeah, pretty much we had Zach that could only initiate for us, so we pretty much needed to wait for him to go in, but he wasn't doing so good on top, so it kind of made us wait a little bit longer. By the time we had time to have an actual fight, it was too late and they just pushed us and we couldn't do much.
Yeah, that's true. Did you have any chance to research that team up front? Of course, they are an Australian team, so it might be hard, but how do you do that? How do you go into this competition where you have all those different teams from all those different regions?
Yeah, it was really hard to find information about different teams since there's not a lot of footage out there. So we honestly didn't research that much. We did some research, but as much as we could.
But you still got here, you're here at Gamescom, so what did you do before? Did you then focus on yourself and say, okay, we just have to play our best game? And what is that style of game? What style do you play?
Our style, I would say that our team comps, or I mean like team fights are better, and that's pretty much what we focus on, team fights.
Have you been playing together for a long time, or?
We've been playing since March this year, so we've been growing together, getting better at it.
Can you tell me something about your scene, the Latin American scene, and how strong you are there, and just in general?
I would say that the Latin American scene is getting better. So we're still not as good as NA or anywhere else, but they're getting better.
All right, so now you're here. The first game is a loss, but nothing is lost, of course. Can you tell me something about the other teams that are up here, and one you particularly fear or think that might do really good?
Right, I'm gonna say that they're all good teams. There's a reason why we're all here, right? Everyone's good, so we're not gonna underestimate anyone. We're just gonna try and play hard.
All right. So going into this next couple of games, you don't have that much time to prepare for the next game. So how do you do that? Is there a certain leader in your team that grabs you all together and says, "Come on, guys, we're gonna get back on track and refine our strategy"? Or
we all support each other. We all try to stay strong. We already know what we're gonna do for the next game, so we're ready for the next 3 games. Do the best we can.
So realistically, who do you think might go on to tomorrow? Yourself included, of course.
I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Well, let's talk a little bit about this experience then, maybe. It's probably the first time you're at Gamescom, or and how are you liking this?
It's first time in Gamescom, first time in Europe, so definitely a new experience, liking it. Everyone's so nice, liking it.
Have you been able to watch a lot of the broadcasts, the LCS broadcasts? And if you think, yeah, if we get that spot in Worlds, do you think you'll have a real chance to maybe beat some of those teams? If you would get to Worlds.
I hope so. I mean, that's what we want, get to the World Final.
And if you look at the competition across the globe, what are you think the strongest regions? Do you think maybe Latin America has some teams that could possibly be very strong, or is it more North America or Europe?
I'm gonna say us, Latin America.
We like to hear that, of course. We like to hear that. So finally, you got just a couple of more games here today. What would be the main thing you have to mitigate? You have to say, okay, this we have to do better that you didn't do in the game versus Immunity.
I think we just need to pick better comp, stay strong, and don't let them take little leads. Just control the game.
And then finally, is there anything you want to say to the Latin American fans that are watching and cheering you on?
Doki.
All right, thank you very much, and good luck in your upcoming matches. All right, now it's time for our second set of games. Jad and D-Man will be on the A stream with Dark Passage taking on Team Immunity, while Joe and Jason will be on the B stream bringing you gaming gear versus Pain Gaming. Take it away, guys.
Thanks a lot, Shocks, and welcome back to the group stage of the International Wildcard Tournament. It's time for our second, well, third game, actually, technically here of the day on the community stage as Gaming Gear EU takes on Pain Gaming. And for Gaming Gear, we're trying to make it two wins in a row here at Gamescom after that great performance against Dark Passage.
Yeah, and it's just as we saw, they did end up beating Dark Passage. Got that first W under their belt, which is really huge in coming into this. Wow, I can't even say his name. Gaming Gear's jungler, Alinir, he honestly had a great game on Evelyn. He camped that top lane quite a bit. He really got his our MBS really rolling right there. And during the team fights, he was really ulting the right targets throughout the entire game. But the turning point in that game was really Mazarine. That ultimate steal on the Baron pretty much kept him in the game because Dark Passage looked so great when they didn't have Baron and kind of just got on the victory there.
And their opponents of this one, of course, are Pain Gaming. Now, this is their first match here at Gamescom, but they come into the wildcard tournament pretty much as the odds-on favorite. Everyone's tipping them for a victory here.
Yeah, and the big reason why is their mid laner Kami. He holds the record for the highest score in Challenger League points ever. And that's pretty crazy considering Frelnor was the highest ELO back in Season 2. He's the highest in Challenger points. But we're talking about Kami set the record in Challenger League. It was their AD carry, BRTT, that really carried them through the Brazilian regionals. He had a KD of almost 10 in their 5 games. We have seen them participating against international teams dating back to Intel Extreme Sao Paulo, where we both casted them against the old LGIM.
Yeah, and they look really, really good there. I actually didn't really get to see much of them. Obviously, they've had a couple of changes in their lineup from that with the likes of Mitt and Titu leaving the team, but they've got a new lineup coming into this. So let's have a look at the two lineups then, starting off with the blue side and Gaming Gear EU. We've just seen them in action there, getting the victory against Dark Passage. There, of course, MBS, Alania, Mazarine, Deadly Brother, and Inspiro.
Of course, on that red side for Pain Gaming, which first game of the day, got to come out big here. We have Venom in the top lane. In the jungle, we're actually going to have Surti. In the mid lane, we're going to have Kami. As AD carry, we're going to have BRTT. And support, Espion.
Yeah, some big names in there from the Brazilian team. As you mentioned, Kami in particular, he is a beast when it comes to solo queue. Got a big, big following online. But it's BRTT that's the real popular one. He's been around for years and years and years in the esports scene, obviously former Counter-Strike professional player, and he's got that experience on the big stage, you know. The Gamescom stage here is probably not the biggest stage that he's ever played on, certainly on in terms of his overall career. So he's got that kind of level-headed approach that he can bring into his team here and really show the less experienced guys, you know, how to keep a cool head and how to keep things going. There you see BRTT on your screen.
Yeah, let me ask you something, because we've obviously seen Pain Gaming play in the Brazilian game show where they've ended up winning. They played in front of their country many times with a huge crowd, but they were always competing for that top place. They were never competing for their country, their region. Do you think that applies more pressure to them now coming into this?
Well, look at the Brazilian fans that we've seen time and time again being absolutely nuts. I mean, this is a region where the fans, you only need about 100 of them in a hall to make it sound like there's 1,000 in there. They are so very passionate, and I think that's something that's going to drive Pain towards a possible victory. They know that their countrymen are right behind them there. They've got massive support. They've definitely got a hard way towards a victory. We're not talking about them as favorites by a massive margin here. We're talking about favorites in terms of, you know, they are on paper up until now maybe the stronger team. A lot of stuff that we've heard from the European teams in particular that have been practicing against them. Pain have been in Cologne, by the way, for around about a week and a half by now. So, you know, they've been training actually at the LCS Europe studios. They've had good opportunities to train with some of the LCS teams. And they said themselves, when it started, we kind of kicked off with 5 or 6 or 7 or maybe 10 losses. But after that, they started to really get into it and really, you know, find their groove on that. And they've been looking very strong. And talking to a lot of the LCS pros, they found it hard to go up against Pain Gaming here. So they're certainly in good stead going forward for this match.
Yeah, I remember talking to a couple of teams, I believe it was like Copenhagen Wolves in particular, and even their manager that's here. He says that in the beginning, when they got here, they were really strong early on. Like the first 10 to 15 minutes, they were fine, but then for some reason, they just seemed to fall apart right after that. And I'm hoping, and I'm pretty sure they've been able to fix that coming into this game. And I do have to correct myself, as I was saying earlier, Gaming Gear EU wasn't the team that kind of doesn't do it after 25 minutes. That was the other team they were playing back in Moscow. But, you know, both teams are very aggressive early on, so we're going to see a lot of action. And Not to mention, Pain to me reminds me of Lemondogs a little bit, where Dexter camps Nuke Duck, gets him really fed, gets him going. Surti does the same with Kami mid lane, so we might see that happen yet again. Might be able to give him that opportunity to really start to carry the game. And I think even during the qualifiers, we did see an AP Scion middle, which actually split pushed very well with that Lich Bane.
AP Scion, it wouldn't be the biggest of surprises, actually, if we see that coming out here by for Kami. But those are the kind of picks that surely Gaming Gear have seen and have read about, because they're the things that kind of make the waves. You know, AP Scion was picked by Kami, and that's something that they can research and would be ready to do something about if that came on the board.
Yeah, and we just heard Hacker V2 talking about, you know, their prep for this. You know, not really able to research a lot of teams. Yeah, you have a couple of VODs here and there, but Pain Gaming is one of those teams that's been around for such a long time that you have a long list of information about, and you can come into this game completely prepared for it. And I'm not sure if Pain's been able to do that back to these other teams. And I mean, they pretty much have that mark on their back that every team is gunning for them to try to knock them out, try to win the games over them, and adds even more pressure to them.
Yeah, and one interesting fact here, I mean, coming in Venom, the top lane, he came in obviously to replace Titu, who was formerly their top laner, and he's never actually played in a competitive team before he joined Pain. Now, that almost sounds kind of crazy to have, but if you think to some of the other players that we've seen shine really well over in Europe, the likes of Pushu is a fantastic example of that he's come into Fnatic pretty much from the solo queue and done extremely, extremely well, and been able to really adjust to the pressure that's obviously thrown on him. And we'll see if Venom can do that here on the international stage. Obviously already done it over in Brazil.
And the thing is, we always talk about, you know, the players, what they've committed to this, to be a professional gamer. And actually, Venom, he dropped out of his last year of college because he wants to play League of Legends professionally. You know, he wants to be there, competing with the best of the best, and make this his living, like a lot of, you know, well, pretty much every LCS team in North America and Europe have been able to do. And honestly, that's a big commitment, and that kind of shows his dedication towards this.
Yeah, and we talk about that all the time, you know, leaving school early. A lot of players in the past have done that, and it is a big commitment to make. There's no doubt about that, but it's all about living your dream as well. Definitely living your dream, and that's something that right now here at Gamescom, all of these players are doing. The fact is they're fighting for that spot at the World Championships over in September, October. So it's really important that they rise to the occasion, that they can handle their pressure. And I think that's, for Pain in particular, something that is going to fall to a couple of different members too, maybe BRTT in particular, who, as I said, has got a wealth of experience over different games as well, not just through League of Legends, on big international esports stages.
And the thing is, we talked about Immunity earlier, playing, you know, with like 200 ping on different servers, and Pain, they've done that as well. I mean, before the Brazilian servers came around, they were playing in North America quite a bit, just like Hacker V2 was, and they were able to compete with the best of the best. So now, you know, with low ping, they've been able to get even better and really show the world that they're up and coming and that people should pay attention to them. And I want to put out one little thing there that actually, to me, is really huge, is that Espeon, he was diagnosed with retinal detachment when he was 16, and he's actually completely blind in his right eye, and yet he's still here, still able to compete with the best of the world, and you really have to respect that as a caster or just anyone watching the game.
Yeah, that's really impressive to pull off something like that and to be at this level with an illness like that. So really, you have to take your hats off to him for that kind of thing. And
see, he plays better with one eye than most people play ever.
Exactly, and that's the problem that we face, certainly, that we've got everything perfect in that respect, but still not quite on this kind of level. So we should be starting off here pretty shortly. Just waiting for a couple of issues on stage to be fixed out here. So once that's all done, we should be able to get things back underway. Gaming Gear, they were already sat in their position, so they're like all in game already, asking where are our opponents for this one. But hopefully Pain will have any problems that they've got sorted out here shortly, and will be able to get themselves in game.
Okay, here you go, Joe. So we've seen 3 teams now play so far. Or sorry, 3 teams right now. Pain can be coming in for the 4th. Have you been super impressed with any of them? You know, with the results? Because, you know, honestly, these games have been very close so far today.
Well, you have to say Immunity, right? I mean, the first game that we actually saw from them coming out was out of this world. I mean, in terms of how they went in and played against Lion, they went with that very heavy CC comp with the Annie that spent a lot of time roaming, always had that stun ready, and they really got things going, and it's hard to stop a composition like that, in my opinion. Like, you know that if they can open things up onto you with a Jarvan or whatever, if 3 people are inside a Cataclysm, that is such easy pickings for the likes of Lissandra, Syndra, and Annie that they had on that team. So they had so many options available to them that even if they miss 1 or even 2 change of parts of that CC chain, that they've still got another 2 to rely on when they go forward. So overall, for me, Immunity coming out big, I guess I could almost consider them Brits, technically, the Australians. You know, we shipped them off as criminals off to the island back in the day. Long time ago, that obviously, but, you know, there's a bit of camaraderie, and since we don't have any really decent English teams, I suppose we could consider me an Immunity fan. And they certainly won a lot of fans today, I think, with the way that they played.
I mean, Papa Smithy and Paishu Time, who've been casting them for a long time now, I bet are very happy to see them doing so well. And I mean, obviously, we have a lot more games to come, so they have to beat a lot more teams than just that one. But, you know, this break they've had a lot of time to really prepare, a lot of time to even talk things over a little bit more if they weren't prepped already. Not to mention, they're able to scout out gaming gear in these 2 games and really kind of pick what they need. And yeah, I mean, we saw Immunity earlier on with that strong composition with so much CC. And you heard Hacker V2 say just, you know, in those bans, they had very strong bans. We weren't prepared to counter it, and teams have to be prepared for that. I mean, if they get a composition like that yet again, and you're not prepared to stop it, then they're going to walk all over you.
So we see there the admins just helping out right now with Pain. So hopefully whatever problems that they're having at this stage will be resolved here shortly, and we'll be able to get this one underway. I'm sure a lot of you over in Brazil have either woken up very early for today's games or just stayed awake all night. I think it's 5 hours time difference, something like that, over to Brazil. So it's kind of right in the middle of, do I get up ridiculously early or just stay awake for all of it? But I'm sure a lot of you are here watching that one anyway, and I've been doing one of those 2. So good stuff, or either staying up or waking up very early, which I think waking up is actually the harder of the 2 to do overall, to set your alarm clocks for 4 AM or whatever ridiculous time we started off in your time zone. Whatever it is for Pain that seems to be working against them right now, technically, I'm sure they've got it all handled, and we'll be ready to go with this one shortly.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit of mouse problems that should be fixed relatively soon. Still waiting for them to completely join the lobby. But Pain, I mean, I honestly, I would really kind of hate to be in their shoes just with what's on the line for them, because they have the Brazilian pride. As you mentioned earlier, you know, during Intel Extreme Masters Sao Paulo, we had about 150 spectators, and it sounded like there was thousands of them. And during the Brazilian game show, which we actually casted, I believe, once or twice, you can hear how insanely loud the crowd is, how passionate they are, and they're pretty much embodied in Pain right now.
Yeah, and the great thing was that one was when Keed took down Incredible Miracle, LGIM, and that was such an amazing moment. I'm sure you've already seen many, many videos from that one. They actually went out of the tournament, Keed, 2-1. Their only win from that one was against Incredible Miracle. So they actually picked up their only victory of the entire tournament against the Korean team, which then went on, by the way, to win the entire tournament as a whole. So really, really impressive stuff that we've seen out of the Brazilian team. And as I said, the fans over there, looking forward to visit again, I have to say, because it was a fantastic week that we had over there, and with some fantastic people, and certainly one of the loudest crowds I've ever heard. And I suppose if you look at the amount of people that were actually there for that crowd, they're probably louder per person than any crowd that I've ever heard, ever.
Yeah, even in Katowice, like, we had an extremely huge crowd, and it was just about the same level of loudness. It was kind of really, really crazy in the end. And I mean, the thing is, during Sao Paulo, they actually played against Meteor Makers, who obviously is going to be in the relegation matches now, coming up next year. And obviously, they lost to him, but the thing is, the experience they've been able to gain, because that was their biggest problem, being able to play teams outside of their own country and be able to get the experience from that. And they've been able to do that now over this time, and this is their big moment to shine.
So, we see Pain all now sat down, which, fingers crossed, means that everything is done and ready to go there for this one. It's Sir T that was actually up, and the admin's doing some stuff there, so hopefully his peripherals are all working. Always good to have a working mouse coming into a game of this level.
Yeah, and it's going to be so hard, like, if it's not your mouse, if it's not your keyboard, it's not, like, kind of your monitor, like, you feel different. It's really hard for you to play in your full comfort level, where some people, you know, some people can handle it easily. And the person I'm thinking in particular is Todd, who's StarCraft 2. He's a player there. He actually has been plagued by it throughout his entire career. And hopefully these teams aren't really affected by that at all here.
And now we see on your screens, Gaming Gear EU set up from their last victory here on stage, so they had really no preparation time when it came to that, and were able to get things directly underway. And they've just been waiting for this one. We'll see how... Mine! Get off it. It's because someone just told them in-game that with their exhibitor pass, they get free skins, and I think they might have got baited in by that one. Although I'm not sure if that's actually true here or not. I'll have to speak to someone about that one.
Isn't that like push D to dance thing that people always do in game?
Like, oh, I flashed. Totally got me with that one.
I think I've actually been fooled by that once or twice. And you feel so stupid after
And it was
like,
probably only last week.
like 5 days ago.
I don't have my
That's not a
thunder
week.
spells on those keys anyway, so no one could ever fool me with that one.
They're like, you tricked us? Used to being good sports about it.
Yeah, and they really are all checking now to see what they got. And actually, that's a note about picks and bans, I think, which is going to be folded away. Don't want the cameras to get their eyes on that one and allow any secret tactics to be coming our way. But as we said, Pain, they've had a lot of time of preparation anyway coming into this tournament, spending that time here in the ESL studios for, I think, 1.5 to 2 weeks they've been here overall, which has also given them a big bonus in terms of
they're still fucking
jet lag and all that kind of stuff. You know, we know how hard it is to fly in 2 days before a tournament and trying to adjust your sleep schedule, which is just a massive, massive problem for some people. And they've completely circumnavigated that by coming in here a 1.5 to 2 weeks early, getting themselves some great practice with the European teams, the LCS teams, whilst they do that as well.
And there's no better prep than against these LCS teams here in Europe if you can't play against anyone else in the world. And we've been told, and hopefully we're going to see, that Pain actually kind of copies Korea a little bit in their play style. And I'm thinking back to Katowice when we saw Gambit Gaming, which was Moscow 5 then, play that Curse the Sad Bullet Time combo and just completely failed it. I mean, there's no other way around it. They just did absolutely nothing in that first day. And
EG wants to talk to you about the Curse of the Sad Bullet Time combo because they did it brilliantly.
They did fantastic with that. Even with Froggen on that Blitzcrank and Crep on Anivia, who apparently said he missed a lot of CS. But, you know, pulling something off like that, it takes a lot of time, a lot of practice, and hopefully Pain's been working on that because World Finals, I mean, that's at stake for them. That is a huge thing for these teams. And to get there, to represent your country, to play against the best teams in the world, anyone would love to do that.
So all 5 players from Pain are right now in the game, so we should be able to get bans and picks started here in just a couple of seconds, and then we can get things rolling into the match itself. Over on Stream A, we do have the other game going on right now, which of course is Dark Passage versus Immunity, so that's an important game for both sides, really. Immunity able to go 2-0 with that one. Dark Passage looking to bounce back after their defeat earlier on, or in our last game, up against Gaming Gear EU.
And the thing is, like, to me, they were one of the favorites just because we saw them back at DreamHack Summer where they played against the Copenhagen Wolves, took that to a 3-game series where they were almost able to pull off that victory. And Gaming Gear EU, they were at DreamHack. They didn't even get past the initial part of it where they went 0-3. So, you know, Dark Pass, actually Gaming Gear EU able to pick up that win against them. That's got to give them a huge confident boost coming into this game.
So we are going to be getting into Champion Select here then, and the first bands coming out for Gaming Gear, Elise and Vayne. No surprise there, BRTT used to play a lot of Draven. Obviously Draven had his changes coming in, fell out really of favor with a lot of the top players, but Vayne is very strong right now, and BRTT is a monster with her as well. That's going to be banned out. On the other side, Thresh taken away and the Zac taken away.
So Vayne ban, completely understand it. I mean, we just seen Candy Panda, who had like a 16.4 KDA before this last week of games on her. I mean, she's one of those champions where you can get a free lane. That's the whole point. Like, she usually has troubles in a 2v2 lane, but with the way the game's played now, you can have that solo lane. You can be able to get that free farm and really become hard to deal with. Not to mention, he did play actually a couple of games in their qualifiers. His backup champion would be Twitch. With the Elise, even with the changes in 3.10, we've seen a lot of her in North America. We've seen a lot of her in Europe, and people still enjoy playing her.
They've left Shen open. They've taken that Evelyn away from Alania, but with a Shen in there, you can pretty much guaranteed if he's not banned, he's probably going to be picked from this one, and NBS is going to be taking that one straight away. What a Pain going to go for you on the first round. Like you said, Twitch is definitely one similar to Vayne that you can get when he comes to that late game, absolutely hammering away on people. Looks like they may want to take an Ezreal, which, funnily enough, is something that Cammy actually plays as well.
I really hope that Nocturne gets... Oh, yes, I love seeing Nocturne. He's so much fun, that ultimate. But yeah, so the Ezreal, we could see it obviously in the mid lane. We could see it as the AD carry. It's pretty much one of those picks now that's become really hard to tell where it's going to go. And I'm actually really surprised to see a Jarvan locked in here because we've seen Alanir back in week 2 in LCS. He actually jungled Shen before. And MBS hadn't played it then, so I was really curious to see if he will be doing that or not. And I think it's like, unfortunately not.
Well, Orianna being locked in there as well. We'll see what they can do with that one. On the other side, this Ezreal again, not really sure 100% where that one is actually going to end up. They've already picked the Orianna, so if that was to be a mid lane Ez, then they'd want to secure that AD carry now while it's still on the table with this one. But with a Malphite coming in as well, that could probably say that this Ezreal is possibly going in towards that bottom lane, because the Twitch is certainly now gone. Mordekaiser, the typical trolling against every Brazilian team is obviously to put the Mordekaiser there, but not lock it in. It'd be great if you actually pressed the button wrong and locked in the Mordekaiser. That would be funny stuff.
In Sao Paulo, the teams that weren't from Brazil were doing it, and they got booed. But then the teams who were from Brazil picked it up. Everyone cheered. It was like the funniest thing ever. And unfortunately, they're not going to play it this time. But you see Espeon actually picking it up himself. And the Malphite pick, I'm actually really curious about that because maybe it was picked to stop that ball delivery system for the Orianna for gaming gear, but they already had a top laner, so it's not like you would need to pick that up. But it does give you like a fantastic engage. Like the biggest counter to Malphite is flashing his ultimate. If you can do that, you're good. And with the Nocturne in Darkness, it's almost impossible for that to really happen. And then you pair that in with what was just picked up, Twisted Fate. You have 2 globals mixed in with a teleport. That is extreme control of the game, or of the map for Ping.
Well, we're going to obviously be seeing Venom and BRTT swapping around here. That Ezreal going to be paired in with the Zyra. On the other side, Twitch and Sona is, of course, the bottom lane locked in. Shen versus Malphite top lane. Possibly one of the most boring lanes if they end up 1v1 to watch. But, you know, it's a lane of just waiting until 6, basically, when you're going to see that Shen coming in, at which point you'll either see Malphite use his Unstoppable Force to stop that happening, or teleport in and then use his Unstoppable Force in the fight as well. So a real kind of face bash lane up there, and just a war, obviously, of who can get the farm in, but it all really gets exciting level 6. Then you've got Twisted Fate, who's coming in. Nocturne, obviously not a global ultimate, but pretty close to being halfway across the map anyway. You can get really involved with that paranoia. So really exciting game coming up. Payne's first appearance here in the International Wildcard Tournament. Really excited to see how they do.
I was actually thinking, the last Nocturne I saw was Meteos over North America LCS in their last week, because he played a Ravenous Hydra on him. He actually built a couple of other DPS items, and what he did was just go straight for the AD carry, because they knew if he did that, he could pretty much one-shot him himself. He was able to do that quite a bit. And, you know, the top lane, I mean, I won't work around it. It's a very boring lane to watch, just 2 tanks hitting each other. But it's so critical and crucial for how the game develops later on. If you can stop one of those tanks from getting really tanky, that means your AD carry can kind of do a lot more damage to him as the game goes on. So you can force the fights a little bit earlier. And it might be boring, but it's really important on how these games develop.
So here we go then. We are going to be jumping into game here in just a second, and it will be Payne Gaming's first appearance here at Gamescom for the International Wildcard Tournament, taking on Gaming Gear EU, who have already recorded that victory against the Turkish side of Dark Passage. Now, the question is, how is this one all gonna work out? Who's gonna get off to the better start? That Twisted Fate, no doubt, gonna be instrumental in this one, but this level 1 could also turn out to be super important, as we saw a ward go down there that's actually gonna spot the entire Payne team.
Yeah, that was actually a great ward, and Payne didn't even see that one coming down, because Payne, they have such a strong level 1 team with the Fear coming out of Nocturne if you do take it, with the slow out of Malphite, not to mention the gold card coming in with those Grasping Roots can lock you down forever. Gaming Gear, they just want to get a safe invade here over towards this top side, but I believe they're actually going to be spotted by a ward as well. So pretty much just identical wards going across the map for both teams.
Yeah, very deep there. Actually 2 wards put down on the one side, and not the Explorer ward either coming out from Espeon. So actually a decent investment onto that bottom side of the GG map. And in the end, both teams just backing off. So despite those early wards going down, just to make sure that nothing will really be happening in terms of invades or whatever, or at least being able to react to it, we get things underway. Looks like we're going to be seeing the duo lane, actually, of Pain going in towards this top lane.
I think they might have been expecting a lane swap to come down because they haven't been able to see where Gaming Gear's bottom lane is just yet, even with those wards. So it'll be a Shed who'll be 1v2 most likely in this top lane, which honestly he does a fantastic job at. I mean, you can last hit minions pretty well at turret. You can also heal with your Vorpal Blade. And you're really hard to dive early on, as we've seen so many times before, that if you 3-man dive him and he lands a nice taunt across your team, then you can pretty much get first blooded right off the bat.
So here we go then. Blue buffs for either jungler being picked up here first of all. Surti down to half health, obviously not using his smite to pick that one up. Same thing for Alanir on his Jarvan over on the blue side of the map. So they're just going to head off. I don't think we're really going to be seeing too much in terms of trying to secure the opposition's buff right from the very start of things. They're just going to both head over on towards their reds, which leaves us then with these 2-on-1 lanes. Obviously in the top lane, Shen versus Ezreal Zyra, and in the bottom lane, Twitch Sona versus Malphite.
Oh man, I just saw something pop up above Espeon's head that I haven't seen in forever. It's Pickpocket. So you auto-attack a person on the other team and you get 3 gold off of it. You steal it away from them actually, so since it's a melee champion in that top lane, it's very easy for you to stack that. Not to mention you hit Grasping Roots and just auto-attack them once. I mean, that gold really does make a huge impact as the game goes on, but we do see right now, currently Alanir is heading down towards this bottom lane. It looks like they want to go for that patented dive onto Venom, and he's only level 1 right now, but he'll be able to hit level 2 really soon.
Level 1, can they get in there before that level 2 actually hits? They're holding the minions off here, and this is definitely a very, very dangerous time for Pain. Nocturne is actually headed down, but will they be quick enough here? They're going to go for it as Jarvan is going to get involved. Is the knockup going to come down? Venom actually waiting for this one. Knockup actually not coming in there, and they're all taking turret. It's Venom, though. He's going very, very low, but he's still alive, and look at this. Deadly Brother is falling super low as well, and there is the first blood coming around to Surti. Alanir is going to have to actually get away from that one. Surti burning here from the Ignite, but he's got the pots running. He will survive, and what a turnaround coming in there for Pain.
And he completely just read what Gaming Gear was going to do. He completely read Alanir, was able to turn that around. That thing was, if Alanir maybe got in there a couple seconds earlier on, they might have been able to pick that up. But we do see the teleport coming in for Venom, since he doesn't want to miss out on too much here. And getting Nocturne an early start like that right now is so perfect for Pain.
So very perfect. Leaves that Malphite. Okay, not with a lot of CS, but he picked up the assist from that one as well. And I was kind of surprised to see Venom not flash so super early from it. The knockup actually failed onto him as well, which was an important part of why he managed to stay alive. But he did so well to be very patient and, you know, not just insta-scared reaction flashing away from that one, which could have actually ended up costing him his life anyway in it. So, great start here to the game for Pain. Let's have a look at this mid lane. Actually, it's Orianna that's having the lead at this very early stage. Both mid laners going in for Doran's rings.
Yeah, and look what was invested in that last game, because it's going to become important on where Surti actually goes, as 3 flashes were used out of that, not to mention the barrier and the ignite, and they were still able to survive that. And that means that Surti might just gank this bottom lane over and over again. But then again, the threat of that would make Alanir think that he might be going down there, so he has to counter gank him, which gives Surti the opportunity to gank these other lanes. It's really like one giant mind game. Surti, with that first blood, he's actually bought up a couple of wards here because he wants to gain vision control.
Yeah, and he has that complete control. There's Inspiro trying to kind of get it back on this bottom side as well, bringing in that pink ward. Trying to get in over towards Mazarine there, but honestly, not going to be able to do too much, especially that Orianna, of course, still got the flash available. Even burning that would be a bonus for him. Venom actually backed away from lane here, a lane which has been frozen anywhere in no man's land as far as he's concerned, so he decides to do the Wolves to try and keep up with it.
Think about Gambit. Just last week, what they did to SK. They let the lane push out like that. They froze him completely, and Kevin was just shut down in the bottom lane on his Aurelia. And they're doing the same thing to Venom right here. And that's really going to hurt him, because he's not going to be level 6 before MBS will be. Not to mention the CS that he's missing out on, because, I mean, yeah, he got the assist bottom lane, but he's still trailing in CS currently.
Well, he is actually just going to head out from this one, not looking quite as scared as we may have expected him to hang back, but that can all change pretty quickly, you know, once that shield goes down and a couple of auto attacks from Twitch and the slow coming down, as we are going to see a knockup coming in on towards Cammy, but he flashes away from the shockwave just as Mazarine hits level 6. Great reactions from Cammy.
That's phenomenal reactions, and the thing is, now his flash will be down, but he does have his ultimate available. He is level 6. and be able to come around the map and help out, and he actually might need help with this bottom lane because right now Venom has no way of resetting the lane. And with that, Gaming Gear could just keep the wave at their own turret this entire time, but luckily for him, their Pain Gaming top lane is actually doing quite well.
So Boots already picked up here for 30, and that's going to mean that he's quicker in position to get anything going. And I totally agree with you. They probably need to force that bottom lane right up and actually reset it as well. And once again, Venom having to back away completely on towards the walls. Needs to keep that experience rolling, because if he stays in lane, he's not going to be gaining anything. We are going to see Destiny coming in here. NBS in a lot of trouble. Stun cards down. Cammy actually will pick up the kill there. Took a couple of hits from the turret, but they've got more than enough people up there to stop any pressure coming down. They may even be able to take a turret from this.
I love the communication off of that, because you saw Kami call when he was going to go in, and with that, we saw the grasping loots land right behind him. But right now, Alanir's going to get caught.
He's going to get caught. Is he going to go down from this one? Wildcard's coming in. Surti actually doing a great job to fear him away, but he slides away there with that combo. But that blue buff is now up. Mazarine used his shockwave earlier, and he's actually still on cooldown from this one. Alanir does have his smite available. He's going to be forced to smite that blue buff out there, which means, okay, they secured it, but it's not with the Orianna, who really needs that.
Yeah, not to mention, because that smite is down, there's pretty much no way for them to take away the blue buff from Pain, so Mazarine's going to be forced to play without it, which he's been doing all right so far. Not to mention, he has the Chalice, so an extra mana he's going to be missing out on to be helpful through that. And right now, Surti is going to hit that level 6 point very soon, which Alanir currently is. And when that happens, I want to know, is he going to sync his ganks with Kami, or is he just going to help out other lanes, like pretty much constantly pressure top lane, where if Nocturne's ult's not up, you have Kami's ultimate available. If Kami's ultimate's not up, you have Surti's ultimate available, so they can keep ganking a lane over and over. But right now, they still need to do something about this bottom lane, because Venom is level 5 to level 6 of NBS.
Well, he's going to hit level 6 here, and actually did just hit level 6 as we switched away from there. So he does have that unstoppable force available. Obviously, used his teleport earlier to get back in lane, but that has since come off cooldown. So they can follow the Shen around the map. And even with the Shen, they're still going to have an advantage there if Cammy actually gets involved once that Destiny comes off cooldown. So they'll be able to spread that out nicely and should have then a man advantage to wherever they go.
Interesting play out of Surti. He actually doesn't take the blue buff yet. He wants to hold this bottom lane since the turret's very low, but in response, Gaming Gear is like, all right, we're going to go for a Dragon here, which right now, there's no ward down for Pain Gaming. Gaming Gear has that pink ward down so they can have all the vision control, and honestly, this is a great response by Gaming Gear. Considering that NBS has been killed in that top lane, he's been shut down quite well, they're able to take an objective off this, and not to mention they're trying to contest.
There's the unstoppable force. They're going to go for Alanir. He's going to slide away from that one, and well, the unstoppable force really not used to its full potential there on the Jarvan, who can always escape, who can put a Cataclysm down there and flash that out of that to keep you locked up. Either way, we are going to be seeing Pain here taking the first turret of the game. You see, with that Dragon from earlier, that's really now extended that gold lead.
Yeah, and Pain is playing very well now. They were able to get the blue buff over to Twisted Fate.
The first tower of the game, I meant, sorry, not the first Dragon, which obviously didn't happen.
I know what you meant. But so, Kami's going to have that blue buff, can be able to push very quickly, and if you don't have a teleport on the other side in that middle lane, the greatest way to counter Twisted Fate is crazy fast wave pushing, which right now Lazarine does have with an Orianna. Obviously doesn't have the blue buff to do it, but we'll be able to pressure him quite well. And the bottom lane, I don't know, I still want to keep talking about it, even though what's been happening, Venom is still pretty much even in CS to his counterpart. I mean, yeah, he's level 6, so it's behind to a level 7, but considering how the game was already, developing for him, he's been doing a great job of really getting back in this.
So right now, see Nocturne sniffing around middle, see if he can get anything on that one. Jarvan actually coming down towards this bottom lane as well, but chances of locking up an Ezreal with that Zyra as well to throw the grasping roots out, pretty slim. Obviously has those Strangle Thorns as well now as he's at level 7 if they need to really get out of any danger. The AD carries, if we look, it is BRTT that's leading in terms of CS at this point of the game, although it's not a massive amount, and leads to about just 200 gold between the two, as we are going to see a shockwave here on towards Cammy, but he's not really scared of that one. Jarvan was completely out of range, and Cammy didn't even have his flash available to use there, was able to just walk away.
I think they might have been able to kill him there if they just went for it, but but they were expecting Kami's flash to be available, so they were smart enough to just back away. And both teams, I mean, farming quite well. I'm actually amazed at how close this game is in terms of CS, but just what's been happening so far. Kami actually went for an early Sheen, so he might go for some really early pressure on some turrets here. But right now, Surti is just waiting on this bottom lane. He's trying to soak up as much farm, as much experience as he can. And he's actually trying to hard reset the wave, because right now, if Venom just sat back, then it would have lost the entire wave again. Oh, they're going to go for a gank bottom.
Yeah, they are. I was just about to say that. You can see that Ezreal's headed down. Twisted Fate is going to get in position here as well. They are going to be going for this one. Jarvan is there, but can Jarvan stop this amount of pressure, this many champions coming in towards that bottom lane?
All 5? I don't think so. Maybe MBS, because he has the ability to obviously get down there.
Well, funny thing is, they're not going to go for it in the end. Didn't see Jarvan, I don't believe, coming in. They may have seen him passing that pink ward there in the jungle, but either way, Jarvan was there, and they decided not to go for that attack, which turns out to be, I don't know, maybe a decent move when you look at the grand scheme of things, because they might have lost a couple of men underneath the turret with that Cataclysm available to lock them down. So either way, Pain, keep things as it is.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, like, I'm thinking, would it have been worth it to go for the dive? And I think because they have a lead right now, there's no point in throwing that away since you already worked so hard for it. But we do have, you know, Twisted Fate's ultimate up. We still have Nocturne's ultimate up, which hasn't been used just yet this game. And they kind of, I don't know, to me, they've taken their foot off the pedal in terms of their aggression, in terms of their pressure around the map.
Yeah, I agree as well. I mean, they look to be super aggressive in the things that they were doing, but that's not something they've really continued past maybe the 7-minute mark from this. We've been quiet now without any kills coming in. Both teams looking for as much farm as they can down in the bottom lane. BRTT and Deadly Brother just exchanged a little bit of damage there, but again, at this point, they're fairly at the start of their actual build. We've seen the Man Immune coming out for BRTT, along with that Doran's Blade. On the other side, the Cutlass coming in there for Deadly Brother, who's headed up towards that Blade of the Ring King. Pretty standard stuff.
Yeah, pretty standard, definitely. I mean, these builds aren't going to get really different until we get about 30 minutes in, and Dragon should be up relatively soon, I would imagine. And I think that's going to be the next big point of contention, is a fight there. And right now we see Kami, he's trying to gank bottom right there, but because of the ward coverage that Gaming Gear has, he's unable to make that happen.
Yeah, and also the fact that Shen in this mid lane now, they realize that they have to keep a hold on towards this middle tower. Let's have a look at the health bar from that, as we are actually going to see them going in for the fight. They're going for Mazarine, but he turns around, Shockwave lands on towards Kami. There's the unstoppable force, flashed away by Mazarine, but he's going to take a lot of damage, and Shen not quite going to get in there. Actually, he's there at the back, and they turn it around to pick up the kill onto Jarvan. Kami got the stun card pulled. Going to throw out the wild cards, and they manage to get away, and that's a jungler for the mid laner. And Mazarine, they're probably happy because he's got that lead in CS, and then to get that kill coming down is definitely a win-win there, I guess, coming out for Pain.
Yeah, and I bet Venon's really happy on the side of that too, because he was able to pick up a kill, he was able to get a blue buff. That means he could be able to apply a lot more pressure on the map, but that was actually really well executed by Pain. They baited in the Orianna ultimate pretty much, and then you saw just Venom come in from the side. He wasn't even spotted by Surti's ultimate, keeping him very well hidden. But right now, bottom lane, they're going in.
Wow, flash in there. Stranglethorn's going to go down, but BRTT's having a dance there at the back, and he comes in there, manages to pick up the kill, and he's going to head back off. There's Inspiro getting himself sunned up. There's a Grasping Roots as well, and a double kill coming down in the end. And BRTT, he was right at the back of the fight there for quite a while, and jumped straight in there to pick up the kills, and now they could have this turret away.
Yeah, and
they go for Dragon, though.
Amazed that they stuck around so long bottom, and I was just checking the replay real quick, and actually,
I lost track of BRTT in the fight completely, because he was at the back, actually pressed dance, and then jumped in.
Well, why not? But I mean, Kami, he actually go-karted a minion. I just wanted to pay attention to that because,
well, he wasn't going to do any damage to him for a while.
Well, I mean, I just wanted to keep that in mind for later on about when the ganks become more and more important and the gold cards become more important. But still, gank worked out, picked up 2 kills, picked up the dragon off that, got a nice little bit of gold here, and we see the Nisa Large Rod coming in for Kami, so all the CS he's been able to pick up, all these ganks he's been able to pull off has given him a very strong lead, and right now, BRTT has 2,000 gold to spend when he goes back.
Should point out as well, if you're just joining us and you missed the last week of the European LCS, that we are on 3.10 now, which means Twisted Fate has been changed. Obviously, no longer gives with his surpasses that global gold, but can get more for himself now. And actually, the odds of actually picking up more than that 2 gold that he would get before is actually pretty much in his favor as well. So see how that works out in the grand scheme of things. Kami is at 1-0-3 at this point. Got himself the Shin, got a needlessly large rod in there as well. So well on his way to becoming incredibly dangerous. Mid laners haunting guys, and the starters of the Athene's Unholy Grail coming out for Mazarine. Not your standard Orianna build.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised by Athene's Unholy Grail, but it looks like they're looking to, I guess, siege away a little bit when they do get to these later team fights, because you're going to need that regen. More importantly, you're going to need that cooldown reduction to have the ball up as much as possible. I mean, the thing about Orianna is, you're not amazing early on, so you see Alanir go in here on the bottom lane.
Yeah, and they knew that Alanir was there. They actually threw the Q at him, but they're able to get the kill anyway. That was a very, very strange move. The Q comes in, and at that moment, Alanir's, well, I might as well go for it now. They've hit me with it, and still manages to knock up Espion. A little bit out of position, I think, there.
Yeah, really unfortunate, because they were really dominating that lane when they came down towards the bottom. And like I was saying about Orianna, I mean, she does all right early on, but as we saw in the Summer Promotion Tournament, and I hate to keep going back to it, but it's a perfect example. Look at Alternate as they qualified through that shockwave that came in out of Pharrell Lord. Like, that's how impactful an Orianna can be in the late game. And yeah, his items like aren't really there right now, but he's keeping up in farm. He's actually ahead in farm. Hasn't been really able to roam around and help pick up kills or help make something happen in other lanes like Kami has, but he's keeping up farming, which is like the key point. And if he gets a little bit of AP, I mean, he still can hurt as the game goes on.
Yeah, the good thing for Gaming Gear on this side, on that front, is that they're all ahead at this point in terms of the farm across everywhere except the support. Okay, I'll give Pain that one. Espion has got a few more minions on that front, but I mean, if you look overall, they are so far ahead there. And they're still a little bit behind on gold, but that can change very quickly here with just a single dragon to come into play. That could all be turned right on its head.
Yeah, and right now Kami is getting down towards this bottom lane. Looks like he wants to go for a gank here, and the thing is, he has pink wards. He knows he's not spotted necessarily coming down, but and he decides to go back towards this middle lane here.
Yeah, not really gonna go for that 100%. And you've always got to be wary of the crescendo when that's up. I mean, you can come in there as Swiss Fate, get crescendoed out, the Sona flashes out of it, and it's not going to get you anything in the end. But I'll see how they continue that with that Rabadon's death cap in there now. Certainly Kami is going to be doing an absolute monstrous amount of damage. And once that Lich Bane comes in as well, that's when Twisted Fate becomes a real problem when it comes to split pushing and to that side of his game, because he can shred towers so incredibly fast.
And we already know Kami can do it. I mean, he did it as AP Silent in the qualifiers to get here, and I mean, Twisted Fate is even easier to do it on because you have that Destiny.
If you can pull it off as AP Silent, then Twisted Fate should be right up his alley.
But right now, it looks like we're going to go for a gank on this top lane. Certi is there. He does have his ultimate available, and Venom, he's got to be careful here.
Yeah, we are going to see the knockup coming in. I was going to say that would be a very strange thing to do, as they are going to go down towards Orianna here. Mazarine going to have Stan United coming in. There's a shockwave. Lands on towards Kami, who will flash away. Can he pull the right card? He's going to get taunted. MBS will pick up that kill, but there's a Cataclysm. Venom actually flashing away, but where's he headed? Down towards the bottom side. Alanir flashes in. Dragon strikes him to death. And that will be a good couple of kills picked up by Gaming Gear. Well, that was all on Gaming Gear's side to start with, the pressure that they put onto Venom, but it was really Pain that initiated the actual fight, and they come off a lot worse from it.
Yeah, they really wanted to force something that might have not necessarily been there. Like, they saw Mazarine, who was separated from his team. They saw Kami coming in, we saw Certi ult right onto him to try to blow him up, but a great flash out of Mazarine was able to get the range that he needed. And then with the Shen ultimate and his ulti alone, he was able to pull Kami back into his own team, so MBS could get a nice flash taunt onto him, and they're able to turn that around very well. And I was just thinking, like, during this break that we've had in action, why Pain wasn't being more aggressive, why they weren't really pushing anything down just yet. And with the time that's been going on so far, it's elapsed so far, Gaming Gear's been able to kind of get their foot back in the door and take the gold lead for themselves.
Well, I mean, that Shen Jarvan alone is a scary thought when you start going up towards, when you start to come in there to make that fight happen with a Nocturne. You spot that the Orianna's there, but Mazarine having a flash available, you've always got Command Protect, you can speed yourself up, you've always got the Shockwave to really control everyone down. We'll have to see. So, Mazarine back into lane, got that on Athene's now finished off, and also got a Blasting Wand added in. And as I was talking about Shen and Jarvan, they both have now an extra giant spell to add into the tanky items that they've already been picking up.
Yeah, it looks like that Block of the Arnstar will be coming in for Sir T relatively soon, and it's interesting because obviously the shield's gonna help out a lot when Mazarine gets an ulti onto the entire team if he can of Pain and really mitigate a lot of damage. And also gives him the ability to dive into the back of the team because he can pop that shield for a little bit of extra health right there and kind of survive a little bit longer while the rest of the team follows up throughout the fight. But we still haven't seen any major team fights break out just yet, and each team, they have strong compositions in their own right.
Yeah, that could change here though. Dragon is available. Shen doesn't quite have Stand United. Venom has his teleport, so they may be able to delay each other in this top side enough to come down. We are going to see Malphite TP'd in. Look at this, he's coming from the back. This could be dangerous. There is the Unstoppable Force. There is a True Shot Barrage, and Venom picks up the kill. That is the execution that Pain have been looking for to get things started. Now they get going on the Dragon. Can they finish off? NBS actually still headed down. He's still not got Stand United available, and they are able to pick up that Dragon as they come in here as well. NBS now going to be caught out, but he could Shadow Dash away. There is Destiny Pop. Where are they going? They're going to try and catch on to Twitch Sona. That won't quite work out as Deadly Brother actually stealths up at the perfect time.
Yeah, and that was a great initiate out of Venom to just teleport in from the backside, knock out Mazarine, and just shut him down. One thing I'm worried about, though, is if he doesn't start hitting multiple people, I mean, obviously right now it's okay, because you just wanted to kill one person to take Dragon, but he has to be very careful. He needs to hit these multiple targets as we get into these major engages, these major team fights, and right now, they're poking this turret down very well. You can see Venom, he's just tanking it himself because he just doesn't care with that Sunfire Cape.
Yeah. Not enough to get underneath that turret right now, and I think with that last Dragon coming in the kill as well, we might see Cammy being able to get over on towards that Lich Bane in his next trip home. It's pretty close. I don't think not quite there just yet, but it'll be pretty close once that all happens, and that's where I'm really interested to see whether the Brazilians are going to try and go for that split push method.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that because right now you see NBS. He doesn't have a Spirit Visage, which we've seen a lot of Sheds picking up now. I mean, the amount of resistance you get off of it is huge, but the cooldown reduction is key. So that gives NBS the ability to split push with that Sunfire Cape and then get into fights a lot quicker with his ultimate, which he's going to need to be able to do to keep up with Venom, who's teleporting, and not to mention if Kami is the one that's split pushing, to be able to follow him around. And not to mention just survive against him.
Yeah, the survival always going to be a bonus as well. It's all well and good if you can match him with your Stand United in terms of mobility, but if he can actually kill you straight up, then probably not the best counter to that Twisted Fate split push. So, right now we see them all grouping up in middle. Dragon obviously was taken on its last spawn in here by Pain. Now I want to give this blue buff over to Mazarine. Obviously the second one that spawned in there was not stolen away, but they put pressure on it. It was forced then the smite for Alanir, which kept it away from Mazarine overall. But Gaming Gear, you have to give them credit for this one. It looked like they were slowly but surely falling off the pace. Then they come in with that double kill up top as we see here Destiny going to be popped. So they know that Gaming Gear are inside of their own jungle. They know that Deadly Brother has now stolen away that red buff. Sadly for them, there's nothing they can do.
Yeah, I mean, Gaming Gear, they've been investing that red buff quite a bit. They've been trying to keep it away from Pain multiple times, and I believe this is like the second or third time they've actually contested it, but the first time they've been able to take it.
So, guys, welcome if you're just joining us actually on the stream or watching the other game. Now, of course, in Pain Gaming versus Gaming Gear EU. Right now, it's a pretty close game with Pain ahead, but pretty much barely ahead at this one. 1,800 gold, kills pretty even. Actually, Gaming Gear have the lead in the turrets as well. Last Dragon was pretty much the last big thing that we saw coming out of this one with Pain picking that up.
Yeah, and if you're curious what happened a little bit earlier to get us to where we are today, or right now, is that we actually saw quite a few ganks come down onto this top side where MBS was playing against the AD carry support of BRTT and Espeon. So one gank come out of Sir T and one out of Kami. They're able to kill him one time, he was able to escape the other, and it gives them a little bit of a lead, but right now, they have 2 kills on a Venom, they have 2 kills on a BRT2, who's now 2-0 and 2, and he has the Iceborne Gauntlets on him, which is going to give him that great ability to kite, not to mention poke down quite well with that Muramana.
So Immunity did actually win that last game as well against Dark Passage, which just want to update the viewers that have been watching this stream straight through just to keep you updated with that one. So, Right now, we see both teams gathering themselves here towards the middle. MBS, who now got that Warden's Meal, so he's going straight up towards that Randuin's, which is certainly going to make him a very strong armor tank. There's no doubt about that one. Have plenty of health, which probably means that he can stay out of danger if he goes up against Cammy.
I think what he's hoping for is that he's going to go into the entire team of Pain, and then you're going to have Mazarin with a nice ultimate, pull them together, then he just slows them with Randuin, so they can't really escape somewhat.
Well, that's going to require Mazarin to hit a brilliant ultimate, which is something we always talk about with the Orianna. You know, it doesn't really matter how good you've been all game and how strong you are. If you miss a shockwave in a big team fight, and things can go very, very badly very, very quickly. So we'll have to really see, because we've not honestly had massive team fights up until this stage. We've had a couple of little skirmishes, I think we can say. The kind of jostling for position earlier for Dragon was only really one kill that came out because of Venom actually teleporting in towards the back of the team.
Yeah, and Kami, he doesn't have like a Zoner's Hourglass, so he has to be very careful when really going for that. He can't overextend with his ultimate too far, but luckily he does have a lot of backup with his team. He has that Malphite ultimate, he has that Nocturne ultimate to give him the vision advantage when coming in. They won't be able to see him coming in necessarily. And it's all about how Pain can really use that. But right now, it looks like they really want to take this middle turret.
No one's there either.
Yeah,
no
exactly.
one's there at all here for Gaming Gear, and that's going to be an easy pickup for Pain. Saw that everyone had backed off. They had the vision and switch down the bottom. We are going to see Destiny popped here for Twisted Fate, but he's literally going to go across the middle lane to nowhere. Why not?
Yeah, he'll go a couple of inches over, but I actually was expecting him to use it to farm up top lane or bottom lane right now, and they do have an Oracle, a fairly early Oracle on
It surprised me that they used them with 30 seconds to go until the dragon spawn, actually. I mean, that would have probably given them more to look at when it comes to that next dragon coming up into the game. Oh, we shall have to see. Ven does have his teleport. Stan United is available for NBS as well. Those two are just butting heads in that top side of the map. So with 5 seconds to go until dragon spawns, it's right now Gaming Gear that have the position on it, but Pain know that this one's coming up, and we are probably going to be seeing that Malphite getting himself down there with the teleport.
I was taking a look.
So neat.
Yeah, I was taking a look at his items. He actually went for distortion, so he wants the cooldown reduction on the teleport and the flash. I was maybe expecting home guards, because that's what we see out of Malphites that teleport in. They just catch you off guard. No one expects a rock to move that fast, but right now, Gaming Gear, they're trying to take this dragon, but Pain, with their poke they have with Ezra, with Twisted Fate, they're able to stop him.
Oh, they're going in for this one, though. Jarvan's right in the middle. Actually going to be locked up for a while, but he's going to Cataclysm down there. And look at Alan, he's actually flashed away there. That's kept Twisted Fate completely out of the fight, but they're going over towards Deadly Brother here, who's still somehow managing to keep himself alive from them. There is BRTT, though, joining the fight. That's going to mean 2 kills. It's actually Nocturne that picks up one of them. Now they go towards Mazarin. Can't quite get the kill onto him, but that was a 2 for 0 again coming in from Pain.
And that was an engagement out of Gaming Gear. Like, they're the ones that forced that fight with that Jarvan, and you saw BRTT actually get stopped by Shen right there, as we do see the Twisted Fate ultimate coming out.
Yeah, Destiny coming in, but they flashed to the other side from that one. Slow's going to come down. Mazarin taking a lot of damage. Ezreal cutting on as well. Are they going to be able to finish? Yes, they are. BRTT goes through. NBS actually finally coming down now. And, well, what is he going to be able to do apart from maybe have to back away? I can't really see him being able to hold on to this turret, as we are going to see multiple slows coming down. Can they get the finisher onto him? Venom going to go under the tower, and he will actually pick it up there in the end. And that will be
an ace.
An ace, a delayed ace, but an ace nonetheless for Pain.
Yeah, and that was a great job of Pain to turn that around. Like, they realized Aladir, he went straight into the back line onto BRTT, but BRTT was fine because Espen actually flashed back there to give him a little bit of assistance. And then Aladir actually had to flash out because he got so low, and they're able to just turn that aggression around. And we saw, you know, Gaming Gear do that just previously versus Dark Passage, where Dark Passage engaged upon them in their own fight, and Gaming Gear was able to turn one around. But right now, I mean, Pain, with their ability to kite, with their ability to CC you, with their ability to just dominate you and take away your vision in these fights, they're just snowballing this game.
It's the slows that are really becoming such a problem for them. I mean, you can't really escape it. Even you see there, Twisted Fate pulls out the red card, actually slowed both of them. Was probably better for that scenario in terms of locking up the ace than just the stun, because he slowed them both down. Then you've got Ezreal to just constantly annoy you with those Iceborne gauntlets. Right now, Gaming Gear are having to secure their jungle as quickly as they possibly can. They don't want that to be stolen away. If we look at turrets, inner turret on both top and middle lane are still there. And there's that Leandra's Torment picked up by Mazri. And that's what I said earlier when I saw the Haunting Guys coming out was pretty much the first thing.
I thought he was going to leave it at that.
Yeah.
But he actually went for that switch. Okay, so it works decently well in Orianna. I mean, when you're against these high health targets like Venom and Surti, it's going to help poke them down a lot more. And if you pair that in with the slow off your distortion, you can actually, or off your W, you can actually do some pretty good damage with it. But you don't have that burst that really catches teams off guard, and that's what you really expect and you really need out of an Orianna most of the time.
Yeah, and while we're talking about the mid laners, we can look at Kami again, who's starting to item up. Rabadon's from before, Lich Bane is now done, and his second needlessly large rod coming in, which means it's going to be so very hard to control now. See them going in towards his top lane. They're going to go towards Deadly Brother, he's dead, brother. And now the tower is going to be taken down so very easily. Surti is going to tank that one up, but he's not going to really have much of a problem with that. Venom actually coming in there as well. Unstoppable Force, obviously, not going to be needed. Oh, was used, so obviously it's not going to even be able to be needed even if they had it there. And right now they go towards it. Sorry, there is the Shockwave. Actually pulls a couple in. Crescendo to the back as well, but honestly, that's not really that dangerous at this point. Stranglethorns go down. They turn it around. They kill off the Jarvan, who's locked them all up as well in the first place. And that's another kill coming out, and I don't really see Pain backing off too much. Good amount of damage, though, coming out from Orianna. You see that the Shockwave was on through, the Crescendo was good, but they can't actually do enough damage without that Twitch there.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, out there, he locked up Pain pretty well in that Cataclysm, trying to keep them stuck with him, but it kind of worked the other way around. They're like, well, we're not stuck in here with you, you're stuck in here with us because we're able to kill you. And he ends up overextending just a little bit, ends up dying, and right now, Pain doing a fantastic job, a 505 BRTT. We talked about him earlier as being a phenomenal player, you know, ex-Counter-Strike player, and he's really showing up to what Pain kind of needs right now. And usually Kami's the one to carry the team, which, you know, you can argue that he actually is doing very well in, but they have two very strong laners right now that are really keeping up, really giving Pain that advantage. And not to mention Venom, who got shut down really early on, we have to say. He got zoned away from the minions. He's 3-1-5. He's done a fantastic job of really getting back in this game.
Yeah, and we've seen his decision-making in terms of teleports as well has been really good. That one at Dragon, which for me started off, if you look at the score, 13-4, it was actually a lot closer than this for a long time. And that was the thing then with that Dragon afterwards for Pain that I think may have tipped the scale somewhat for him getting in there and being able to lock that up for them, not just the kills, but also the objective straight away after that. They're now 5-2 up in turrets. We're approaching a 10,000 gold lead. And for Pain, it's now all going to be about moving around, making sure that they can finish off these turrets. And once that middle inner turret's actually down, there's only the base then left for Gaming Gear, and that's when it becomes so much harder to really defend because you can move around, you can't get vision out there, you can't really leave your base without the threat of walking into a trap.
Especially with a Nocturne, that trap is always imminent. And right now, I mean, Gaming Gear, they don't have fantastic wave clear. They have an Orianna, so it helps out quite a bit. But you see right there, it takes a couple of command attacks to actually take the wave down. Where on Pain's side, they have a Twisted Fate who is really strong. They have an Ezreal, they have a Nocturne with his Q. Like, they can clear waves extremely quickly, and that makes it hard for Gaming Gear to really kind of hold onto their own turret. However, Gaming Gear has a good team to engage with, so if BRTT gets too close to the turret and starts hitting it, then he could be caught, he could be killed, and then there goes a significant amount of damage that Pain will lose out on.
So I thought the needlessly large rod from Kami might be spent defensively, you know, head up towards Zhonya's, just to make sure you're safe, teleport in the back, and you know, Zhonya's up, but no. DFG being picked up there by Kami, so he's full out aggression right now. And has no problems with singling anyone out, as we are going to see here. Espeon, well, that wasn't really much of anything, to be honest. He's just walking away. Not quite as juicy targets, those supports with oracles like they used to be, since now that they persist through death.
Yeah, very true. And he actually put that very well. It was very passive. He wasn't exactly sure where Gaming Gear was, so he just backed away in and out. He was able to kind of get the word down. But here comes that split push that we've been waiting for all game. And Kami's down in that bottom lane while the rest of his team is over here at middle. And
well, they can do it on two fronts right now with Venom in there. We are actually see them going in on towards Espeon. He's a dead man. Does get the Stranglethorns down, and they're actually going to go in right to the back here on towards Deadly Brother. I think Surti's gone too far with this one. Tries to get away. Deadly Brother gets that kill. There's Venom onto the back into Deadly Brother. BRTT is still alive, but he will get shut down by Shen. And now Venom going to be chased down, and this is a disastrous fight coming out for Pain. The taunt comes in. Venom's still alive because of the tankiness, but just a matter of of time, and that's a 4-0. Yes, Cammy is going to be able to take this inhibitor. He's probably going to be able to have a good go at these Nexus turrets while he goes in there as well, but in terms of the fight itself, it didn't really work out. Where are they going? They're going to Baron, but Cammy's got a wave of minions coming in here. They're going to get Baron. Shen has finally come back from that one.
Though.
I don't think so either. With these minions coming in, what's he going to do against him? And we see that Cammy just going straight in there. Has popped his destiny now, so he's going to be able to probably go back down to the bottom side. No, he actually goes up towards Baron, which is only at just less than half HP. Orianna has come away. Cammy's going to flash in there. DFG goes down, and Mazarine, he's going to be a dead man. Cammy's still alive, causing problems for them. There is Deadly Brother coming in. Finally, we'll get the shutdown, but they've lost a Nexus turret. They picked up the Baron, though, in reply to that.
Executed.
Oh, we actually did see Execution come out. But sorry, I was actually thinking, like, Pain. So we talked about split pushing, and then you're like, yeah, they could do it on 2 fronts. And I was thinking to myself, like, there is a huge downside that if Pain doesn't react quick enough, if a team fight starts out of gaming gear, then they're going to lose out on many people. They end up losing forward there, but luckily for them, Kami's so far ahead in terms of his items that he can split push that quick and take an inhibitor turret, an inhibitor, and 1 Nexus turret, and almost getting the second one down to half health. I think Pain's very lucky that Kami just kind of continued and is this fed so far.
Well, they'd probably say, if you ask them, we totally played it that way. That was the point that we were trying to make in there. And we can see now that they're able to take away Blue. We've got complete vision control of the jungle thanks to Espion's Oracle.
More like Flareon right now because he's on fire.
Let's see what.
Sorry.
I see what you're
I've been holding that one on for a whole
You're
game.
trying to get that one in, you're getting it out now just in case there's no other opportunity later on in the game. But yeah, I mean, Pain, showing there that they can still lose team fights. Well, honestly, that was a 3 versus 5 pretty much when it started off. So we'll have to see when they actually head up 5v5. I mean, this is a Baroned up gaming gear now, which Pain would be silly, actually, if they actually underestimated.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing is, I wonder if Pain can sit as 4, since BRTT's farmed enough that he can clear waves really quickly, that he can just split push bottom or split push top. Because with that 1 Nexus turret already low on life, still regenerating up right now, and with 1 being down, like, with a Lich Bane, he can take that turret down very quickly. And right now, Gaming Gear doesn't have anyone that can really defend a split push if Pain decided to.
Yeah, and someone's got to be ready to recall straight away there. If Cammy pops Destiny, they should all just back straight off because he will take down that other Nexus turret. And then it leaves your base completely open. And look at this right now, Cammy going up towards this top side of the map. That's going to force an instant reaction there. You see quite a few of them starting to back away. Obviously, this inner turret in the mid lane is still there. Orianna not with the team completely, so that means that, I mean, Orianna's not the person you send there, number 1. They need to send MBS there.
Yeah, and right now, because there's no ward coverage out of Gaming Gear past their own base, except that one at Wraith Camp, they can't actually see where Kami's going to go unless he shows himself. And that's kind of what you need to do against a Twisted Fate to kind of get there before he's able to push the turret down. And right now, Pain gonna get that middle one. And Gaming Gear, they're just not even able to push out past their base to stop this.
Well, finally they sent the Shen up there, and everyone who was there actually came back, and we are going to see Jarvan going into this one. Venom is going to drop the unstoppable force. Where is Cammy? He's actually just walking around to this fight from here, and he has got that stun card pulled. Jarvan going to turn on him. There's a shockwave onto Cammy, but he is going to stall Alania. Is he going to go down? Yes, he is. MBS is going to get that kill. There's a crescendo coming through as Venom goes down as well, and that is already a 2-0 here for Gaming Gear. And again, that split push really coming back to bite Pain in the rear end.
And just like you said, you can't underestimate Gaming Gear when they have that Baron, because they'll just pull something like that on you. And that was the 2nd time in a row that they just went for a hard engage onto Pain, and Kami getting caught off on the side by himself. BRTT, oh, he's not going to live.
No, he might do. Saying that, Slow is actually going to come down. BRT trying to get away from this one, but he is going very, very low. Poison ticking away.
Golem's killed him.
Yeah, Golem's coming around for an assist there. Should make him worth more at this point. So 14-12 in kills, and again, more picked up by Pain overall, and by Gaming Gear, and that just shows that this split push is actually not really working out for them at this point. They're losing men doing it. Yes, okay, they took a Nexus turret, which is a massive thing in the overall course of the game, but now they're going to be very, very wary of what Gaming Gear can do.
And the thing is, Gaming Gear has a Jarvan. Like, they have a really hard initiate onto your team. Follow that up with the Orianna Ball. It's going to be really kind of hard to escape. We saw BRTT, though, in that last fight. The Arcane shoots it out right away, so he was able to escape. But the thing is, like, the rest of his team couldn't survive the damage that was being put out. Espeon kind of got caught off right, or got off guard right there. Wasn't expecting such a hard engage. Then Kami, he, like you said, he walked into that fight instead of like ulting to get there a little bit quicker. And I think if he ulted back towards his team instead of coming in from the side, he would have lived. He wouldn't have been killed like that by just.
They might have just backed away once Destiny was popped.
Yeah.
Like, but if they knew that Twisted Fate was coming right at them, that's what they might have gone for. Another needlessly large rod picked up by Twisted Fate. I'm definitely going to say this one's Azonia's.
Watch him pull out another death cap on you. Oh, man. But yeah, it's just... I don't know if Pain's going to continue to go for that split push anymore. Maybe bottom lane when this Baron does fade away, because obviously Kami will be able to take that down very quickly, but he doesn't have any wards on him or any wards down there at all to really do that. And Pain, I mean, if they keep at this, if they keep losing these fights, Gaming Gear is going to get a nice, strong lead for themselves. They're actually going to get the gold lead for one of the first times in the game, and they'll be able to turn it around, because look at Deadly Brother. Infinity Edge, Blade of the Rune King, Banshee's Veil, Last Whisper. He hurts a lot more than BRTT does.
That is another Dragon, which I always say at 40 minutes into the game is obviously going to be a bonus, always a bonus to have in there, but not a massive, massive pickup. So what is the next decision here for Pain? They've got that lead going on. Kami's actually going to be going home at this stage. He's got 1,600 gold to be spending.
Death cap, death cap, death cap.
Picked up Azonia's, just like we thought he might have gone for earlier when he actually pulled out the DFG. So now has got that Azonia's, and that's certainly going to help him out when it comes to these team fights. Now, I don't imagine he'll walk back into the next one if he decides to go in there. I think Destiny will be used right to the back of the team, pop the Zonias, and then go for a fight.
Yeah, I mean, during that last one, we saw Venom actually very smart. We saw Mazarine and Deadly Brother coming into the fight, but he ulted them to keep them away. He didn't want them really fighting and really bursting down anyone on Pain, but obviously in the end it didn't matter too much. And Mazarine will be able to get his blue there, which is a huge win for them, because we've seen how this entire game he has been able to pick it up. He's 1-4-10, so he's kind of playing like a support Orianna, and they're going to need that wave clear. They're going to need that ultimate off cooldown as much as possible if they want to be able to beat Pain in a head-on-head fight.
Oh, they're going into this one. They've managed to catch three. There's a crescendo coming down. Stranglethorn's going to knock him up. There's too many. The Shockwave is unstoppable. Force goes to the back. There's Surti diving in as well as two men go down. But they're starting to pull things back, but for how long here? NBS going to get locked up there inside of the brush, and this is going to be a very, very quick four-man. There's no ace, just about Mazarine got away, but they're going to take the inhibitor on this bottom side. They're all pretty, well, I say all pretty low. It's Espeon that's pretty low. Kami's flashing red as well, but Venom, even though he's flashing red, he's still got over 1,000 health in there as well. And this could well be the end here for Pain.
And in that fight, you actually saw Gaming Gear, they pulled off a great combo, but not onto the right targets. All they did was lock down Surti and Venom. They got them low, but you had BRTT ranging all of it, just attacking away, and because of that, they weren't able to win the fight in the end. And right now, we're going to see Venom actually teleport back in, because they're going to go with a victory. They still have a lot of time left on these death timers.
Wise decision there from Venom. Goes home, going to teleport straight back into this one. They've got pretty much 10 seconds, although Sona on the respawn is probably not going to be able to offer up enough defense for this turret to be taken down as a Shockwave comes in. Mazarine going to take down Espeon, actually gets himself a double kill there. And now they do finally get some focus onto the turret, but in the end they have to actually back away from it. Venom is going to take up the tank up the turret there as well, and that Nexus turret saved in the end by Gaming Gear.
With that inhibitor being down though, Pain can actually go for, well no, with Kami being down, they can't really rush that Baron, but they can at least hold onto it for quite a while with Mazarine not having him available. But I was surprised. I thought they were going to finish the game right there. I mean, they could have just tanked the turret themselves and just finished it off, and instead they didn't. And Gaming Gear, they're going to be so happy about that. That might have been something that actually gets them back in the game. It might be something that kind of gives them a win.
Well, credit to Mazarine. I mean, he was alone there at the back, throws his Shockwave down, able to pick one, then takes out Kami as well, who was probably the biggest threat along with BRTT there to that Nexus turret. And Gaming Gear started off Baron, but I think realizing that without really much vision in there, they can't do anything about taking that one. And as Pain come in, that Baron will be a very real target for them.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, that inhibitor being down bottom is so crucial, because someone has to defend against that, and it's the furthest you could be from Baron at that point. And with Pain's team, they have a very quick team in taking down that Baron. Gaming Gear, they've been having troubles with vision throughout this entire game, and right now they have Baron warded up, so they have that ability to see when it's going to be taken, but do they have the ability to contest it? And I'm not really sure at this point.
Well, we are going to see them backing away here, Gaming Gear, after pushing out as far as they can. A couple of men going up towards that Baron area. Well, at the same time, Espion with his Oracle on is going to be clearing out pretty much all the vision that they laid as they did that attempt earlier on. Venom himself actually running an Oracle here, so they're able to clear out twice as many wards as they go through. That was a ball from Mazarine just to pretty much stop the chase coming down there. And Venom not able to get through there whatsoever. So they're going to ward up that blue side of things. But look at this. This is the important thing. Cammy down on this bottom side. Problem that he has, if it all goes down at Baron right now, Cammy can't actually get right directly into the fight, whereas MBS can.
Yeah, and if anything, he could stun him up at least and then get close with that ultimate, but you're definitely right. If MBS gets there, they can just taunt up Pain and pretty much lock them down. But right now, Baron is being started. We do have Kami still in that bottom lane, trying to keep someone there. Still trying to push up right now, but the rest of Gaming Gear, they're going to try to stop this.
Yeah, they do start to come around, and instantly we see Pain let off of Baron. Are we going to see them starting the fight off? No, we still have Cammy down in the base, still putting pressure on towards NBS, and actually probably doing damage onto the Nexus turrets by this time. The rest of Gaming Gear are actually held up at this point, as we are going to see Jarvan go down, goes onto BRTT, but surely he'll be able to just Arcane Shift away, which he does. They go down to the backside, Twitch the focus. He's going to get Stan United as the crescendo comes across. 3-man shockwave as well, and Gaming Gear are living in this one, at least for now. We see Certi getting the fear onto MBS. He dives into Bros, an easy kill as well, and that will be a 3-for-1, and this is another chance here for Pain to win the game.
Looks like they should be able to do it this time. Looks like they're going to go for another turret when they don't necessarily need to, but they can finish the game how they want to, honestly.
Well, they can, and they're going to. You can bet your bottom dollar on that one. They want this middle inhibited turret, as we see Mazarine again get another kill in these last-ditch efforts, and he will walk away with his life as well. That turret only needs a couple more hits. There is BRTT to finish off. Inhibitor probably won't be able to do much to defend that one, so they're going to lose that, as well as the top and the bottom ones in the end. So no inhibitors left. Everything open up now for Pain.
I'm so confused right now, Joe. Bennett had his teleport. He could have went back, healed up, teleported back into this also. I mean, with that bottom inhibitor being down, they could have just rushed the Nexus turret, but they, I guess, didn't feel confident enough. They wanted to make sure to get their first win in their first game of the day, and I guess I have to respect that in the end.
Well, we'll see if they try something funky, although, as you said, they don't seem right now like the team that would really Destiny right into the backside and try and finish it off with a teleport as well coming out. Although, it'd be quite ironic if they did, after deciding not to push these opportunities where, by all rights, they probably could have won this game already. And Gaming Gear, on the other hand, they're still holding on, although I don't think it's 100% their choice to be holding on to this game right now. I think it's Pain that have backed off a couple of times from scenarios where they could have finished out. Baron, though, is still available, and we may see Pain making a play on that one just to be absolutely sure that they're ready for a win.
Yeah, because right now, no one on Gaming Gear except Deadly Brother and Mazarine can really stop these super units pushing in. And then you have one lane open that MBS is going to be taking care of, which you can't really wave clear too quickly. But here we go. Baron's going to be started up. And after this is taken, which Pain should be able to get for free, we should see the end of the game coming in.
Well, that Baron looking like it won't be contested whatsoever. Right now, Gaming Gear are just trying their best to force those waves back out. If you look at the ward coverage, they've actually done a good job in these moments where they've had the chance to actually force things back. So they're going to have vision of the immediate area surrounding that base. But with the Baron now in here for Pain, with over a 10,000 gold lead, this is their game to win.
And they're going to be barreling down this middle lane. The bottom inhibitor did respawn, but hopefully they're not going to take that before they finish this game, because honestly, I don't think they really need to. But they still, I mean, Gaming Gear, they still have the opportunity to win this game. They can hold on as long as possible. They can force another major team fight, and we've seen already just how honestly great their team fight is. Like, they survived against Pain, even though Alanir dove so far in the back, they're able to even pick up a couple of kills.
The problem that I've seen, though, they've had great shockwaves, great crescendo, great cataclysm. Once all that's gone, it's like there's not really enough to actually win out the fight at the end. Albeit there's been good focus onto Deadly Brother's Twitch to get him out of the fight as fast as they possibly can. Right now we see their Cammy taking a lot of damage, and he's just going to go down out of nowhere. The rest of the team actually pushing on here towards that bottom inhibitor, but they might find themselves caught from it as well. They're a little bit out of position as well as the rest of the team finally come around. Stranglethorn's going to be used here by Espeon. Are they going to keep chasing? It looks like it. There's a slide in from Java, going to knock one of them. They turn around, go towards Deadly Brother, but Venom down to less than half HP. There is the Crescendo and the Shockwave both coming in at the same time. Stan United finally going to be used there, and they're all over the place here. Sir T does finish off that inhibitor, and actually the Nexus turrets go down in the end. They've managed to hold out long enough for the minions to push through, and Pain pull it off. A little bit of a crazy finish, a long drawn out game there, but it doesn't matter for them. They picked up the win, and that's what counts.
The thing was, that was such a great fight for Gaming Gear at the end of it, where Deadly Brother actually flashed away from Nocturne, but he also incidentally flashed away out of a Malphite ultimate, and they were still able to pick up kills left and right, but for those 3 waves of super, or those 3 lanes of Super Minions pushing in, they just could not deal with that, and Minions ended up winning the game for them.
And it was funny because it's smart play by Pain at the end. I mean, let's have a bit of a half fight, move away. We lose Cammy, who's done a good job of taking down that Nexus turret there on the top side. And with all those super minions coming in, you've either got to fight or you've got to defend them. And if you go back to defend them, they're going to take everything else away and just push in there and probably overpower you before you can get rid of everything anyway. So, great game by Pain, and their first game here in the International Wildcard Tournament, and a victory as well against Gaming Gear, who also won their first game. So that's going to put them at 1-1.
And one thing that really kind of worries me right now is Pain were the favorites coming into this. And yet, it didn't really feel like they were there. I mean, it took them a lot longer than it should have for them to finish the game. And they kind of struggled a bit at the end as well.
Yeah, and that, I'm not sure if that means something for their next games coming forward. I think it's always hard to judge just from one single game here on the stage. It obviously is harder to finish things off and to really get rolling, in my opinion, that first game. But once they get a little bit more comfortable in there, once they get used to the settings and what have you of the stage, not their actual in-game settings, they should be used to them by now, I'd hope, that they'll find it a little bit easier to really close out. But that's also for the other teams. They look at that and think, aha, okay. So if they're ahead against us and the margin isn't quite as big as it was there, we always have a chance. And teams will pick up on that, and teams will try and exploit it.
Yeah, especially the teams who haven't been able to really research them thoroughly, vice versa. Seeing that BRTT and Kami just do so well in that game, Kami roamed around, probably not going to let him on Twist of Fate next time, since he was able to interact with that top lane quite a bit, and that bottom lane push got them an inhibitor and a Nexus turret, but, I mean, they know who the threats are now. All these teams coming into this next match against them, and they're going to probably punish them as much as possible, so it gives the other teams a little bit of an advantage seeing them play.
Well, I have to say as well, BRTT, we picked him out as one of the standout players, one of the carry players here for the Brazilians, and he certainly did that. 8-2-9, he actually ended here with the Ezreal, and a lot of those kills, or a lot of the assists, I should say, and a lot of those team fights were really helped out by him. The fact that he got so far ahead in that blue Ezreal build, the fact that they couldn't escape from him, even when Twisted Fate was pulling the red cards to slow more than one of them down there, which was actually cooler than pulling out the stun card because it allowed them to follow up onto both. And it was a very sticky team with the Nocturne diving in there, with the Malphite diving straight in there, with the constant slows coming out as well. There was not a lot that Gaming Gear, once I think they've started to fall behind, really, they couldn't really do all that much about it.
Yeah, the thing was BRTT, really fed, really strong, but he was also that beacon for Gaming Gear to go for. Like, they always dove in for him. You saw Inspire go from, or not Inspire, sorry, you saw him go from every single time, and Alanir just wasn't able to lock him down, and he actually sat in a couple of Cataclysms with his Arcane Shift up, just, okay, I'm gonna keep you here because no one else can get in here and kind of kill me, and then he just flashes, or he gets away a little bit later, and because of that, it means Kami really isn't touched too much unless he gets really far out of position. That finally means that the rest of the team can do what they need to with everyone on top of him.
Well, guys, we've had 4 matches, and we've got half of the days of gaming to go. We've still got plenty of matches to come your way. Up next, Shocks will be talking with Gaming Gear's Deadly Brother, who had himself a 7-6-4, a good game there on the Twitch. And then it's time for our 3rd set of matches as Team Immunity take on Pain, and Dark Passage will go up against Lion Gaming. So don't go anywhere. This is the International Wildcard Tournament, live from Gamescom 2013. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Gamescom 2013. Right now, I'm very happy to be joined by Gaming Gear's deadly brother, the 80 carry, just coming off a game against Pain Gaming. Now, you lost that game, and coming into this tournament, a lot of people said that they might be the favorites. Is that the way you guys felt as well?
You lied. And yeah, they showed really good play. They played perfectly. Not perfectly, but really. We weren't, I don't know how to say, like, we weren't ready for their strategy. We weren't ready for their picks. We didn't have any information, which is real hard to play. And yeah, we have talked to other teams, and Pain are the favorites.
So what is it in their strategy? Because as far as picks go, there was no super special pick. But what was it then in their team play or comp that you thought was hard to deal with? Yes, what was hard in their picks and bans, especially that you said, I can't deal with this so well?
We gave 3 globals. It's Twisted Fate, Nocturne, and Malphite TP, which made us really play passive in bottom lane and force fights on the top side, which is real hard to do. And you can't know where they are, and it's real hard to play.
So then about the game, they had an advantage, but then as the game went on, you guys seemed to win the fights going into the end. So why weren't you able to turn it around eventually?
It was a lot of miscommunication. Like the base at the end, it was, I don't know, I was yelling, go back, and everyone's chasing. We played really bad. And,
those minions. And then in the first game of the day, you were up against Dark Passage, and tell me about that game. You know that the Zac was very important because you guys had him, and then was a restart, and they instantly picked him. How important is that for your comp?
We think that Zac is really overpowered at the moment, and the moment we picked it, that the opponent team we saw was like, whoa, we left Zac, why? And their restart was really bad. They picked like 3 of our champions, banned another, so we had to play another comp, but we won. That.
You did. So you're 1-1 now in this tournament. Still some games coming up. Who do you think might be the hardest team to beat in this tournament? Is it maybe Pain or
the teams that are left?
The teams that you still have to play, or just who do you think will be the strongest team here? That could be you as well.
Who's left?
Everybody's left. There's still a lot to play, but Pain has been doing good. Immunity's been doing good. Who do you think of those will be?
Okay, so we haven't played against Immunity and Lion yet, but because Immunity won against Lion, it should be stronger, so we are looking forward to that.
So it's going to be a good game. So how do you deal with being on the stage? You say you were quite nervous for the interview, and still for playing, it's the same. There's a lot of people watching, a big stage. How does that affect you?
Being here is like, I don't know, I'm real nervous. Like playing is nothing. You come to game, you play, you do your stuff, and just win or lose.
You just win or lose. So finally, do you think you will make it into tomorrow? What do you have to do? What do you have to change from this game to tomorrow to make it to tomorrow?
Today we're gonna get a lot of information about the teams, so that will help us a lot. We're gonna go back, study, and come out tomorrow, I hope.
Well, thank you very much, Deadly Brother, and good luck in your upcoming matches. Now, let's send it back over to the guys at the desk for our third set of matches. Joe and Jason will be bringing you the Dark Passage versus Lion Gaming match on the B stream, while Demon and Jad will be calling Team Immunity versus Pain Gaming match on the A stream. Take it away, guys.
Thanks a lot, Shocks, and welcome back, everybody, to the community stage here at Gamescom 2013. Now it's time for our third match of the day, fourth match of the day, technically, here on this stage. Things changed around, obviously, in terms of the schedule earlier on. And now Turkey's top team, Dark Passage versus Lion Gaming, technically from Mexico. And for the Latin American champions, they're looking to rebound after getting dominated by Team Immunity in that first match of the day.
Yeah, and in that game, they really couldn't deal with the pressure that Immunity put out with that heavy CC composition, with that Lissandra, with that Annie, with Syndra, with Jarvan Twitch. Like, they really couldn't do much. Their bottom lane even got dominated as well, so they have a lot of things they really need to fix. And Seiya, 0-4-3 is Vayne. Really, unfortunately, not a good score from him. And Nerzo, he went 0-5-3, and as a Sona, and that's not scores you need to see put up from your bottom lane, which is supposed to, like, carry you into that late game.
Yeah, and now they face a Dark Passage team that also pretty much got destroyed by Team Immunity in the last game on the other stage as well. And now the Turkish team find themselves with 2 losses on the day, and they're desperately in need of a win here if they want any chance of keeping that championship title hope alive.
Yeah, and they really haven't been on their game today. They struggled in both of their matches. Their star player and mid laner, Naru, has had a tough day. He's gone 5-11-9 in their 2 games. Fabulous has looked less than fabulous so far in the top lane. He's 4-9-5 in their 2 losses. And the thing is, this is like the people who they need to step up, and you're definitely right. Like, they have to get through today. They need to pick up these wins if they want to make it into tomorrow to finally play off for that chance to go to the Worlds.
All right, then let's have a look then at the 2 starting lineups. Starting with the blue side is Dark Passage. As we said, the Turkish champions that really need a win here, currently 0-for-2. They are, of course, Fabulous in the top lane, Riosta in the jungle, Naru the mid laner, Lethilion the AD carry, and Holy Toth the support.
Of course, in that red corner for Lion Gaming, which we already saw previously on stage as the first match, we have Porky in that top lane. We have Hacker V2 in the jungle, Yuri as the mid laner, Sia as the AD carry, and Nerzel as the support.
So 2 very strong teams. There's no doubt about this one. You know, the best of their regions, technically. So the question is who's going to be picking up wins, because Lion, desperate need of a win as well. They're not in quite the dire situation that Dark Passage are. Obviously, Dark Passage now 0-for-2. So they've got to do a bit of catching up right now to the rest of the pack.
Well, at least we can say this. One of these teams will get their first win of the day finally. So we'll see what's going to happen. But yeah, I mean, Lion, we heard Hacker V2 say that in the the interview that they had really strong bans and we didn't really counter it. We weren't prepared to counter it. So they need to come into this game more prepared with that. And then Dark Passage, just unfortunately 0-for-2. Both of them losing to Immunity, which, I mean, they weren't pegged as the favorites coming into this, but they're starting to look better and better as time goes on. They just both need to recoup from this, and they both really need to pick up this win, and they've had time to talk about it. They've had time to go over what went wrong, what do we need to change for this game, and one of these teams needs to pick up this win.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on them, and I think no more so than, from their home regions, as it is in one case, obviously the Latin American champions for Lion, but their home country in Dark Passage's case, in terms of obviously coming from Turkey, and the fans there from both regions, very passionate, have a lot to say about their home teams, if you like. So, no, it's about doing your fans proud at this point of the day as well. And not only that, trying to get into the World Championship, which is why all of these 5 teams are actually here. If you're not familiar with the whole scenario, it is, of course, a round robin. So the 5 teams will all play each other, and then the top teams will then head off into a bracket scenario later on. So unless you finish in that last place, you've still actually got a good chance of still progressing on throughout the tournament.
I think one thing, though, is for certain for all of these teams coming out of today is I think every team will realize we have a lot of things we need to work on. Like even if you're not the team going to World, we still have a lot of things we need to work on to become better in the future. And luckily for them, even if they don't go into Worlds, even if they don't make it into those playoffs, they still can take a lot from this event. I mean, teams who haven't even participated in the international scene, like Lion Gaming, first time they're going to finally see what other regions can really bring to the table and what they need to do to adapt their strategy, come next season.
You know, and a lot of the times you say it's great for these, for the Turkish guys, and also for Lion Gaming, you come from Mexico, to now have their own servers. Okay, they've been able to play in the past, whether that's on US, EU, Nordic and East, or whether on North America, but now they've actually got their own servers where they don't have a massive ping to have to contend with the entire time, and that gives them a better training environment overall. And the good thing is that they can still fall back, but that goes for both of these sides, to playing against the top European teams in Dark Passage's case, and the North American teams in Lion's side of things. So there's so much open to these teams, and it just shows you that there's so much potential lying in these regions that don't have their lion in their regions. Didn't even mean to do that one. That don't have their own LCS or OGN LPL in professional weekly tournament like we see in the big areas of the world. So it's really encouraging to see what we've seen so far.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, these players are all top notch. We had Visaya, he actually was confronted by Curse Academy wanting to pick him up as an AD carry, and that just shows like he is respected by a lot of other teams, a lot of professional teams. And also Hacker V2, he was really high up there in the leagues come last season in this one, and he's played a lot of different champions. Like Tryndamere is what he's really well known for. We saw him on Nasus a little bit earlier. We don't think we're really convinced by it, so maybe change up, maybe have him play something that he's more comfortable and will do better overall. And right now, I mean, I think Hacker V2 looked a little nervous when he was being interviewed, and for good reason. Like, what have they done in terms of being on a big stage in front of a big group of people?
Well, nothing, and not just that, but in a second language or in a third language, as it may be for some of these guys as well. So you can never underestimate how hard it is, I think, to stand on the stage, as we heard there from Deadly Brother right at the start. Is the light's really bright. Yeah, of course it is, but that comes second nature to us and to a lot of these players, the LCS teams and what have you, because they've done it time and time and time again. For others that haven't experienced this, just a light that's too bright in your eyes can throw you off your game completely. So it's definitely about an adjustment period for a lot of these teams as well. And there's a lot of pressure on some of them as well. I mean, look at the likes of Porky, who had a strong first game, obviously playing that Zac in there, and he actually joined into the Lion team as a substitute. In the end, actually replaced Fragio, their Peruvian top laner. So he himself has come in as a sub, ended up joining the main lineup of the team, and there's still a lot of people actually looking at them and figuring out if these guys have got what it takes to actually stay in a team of this lineup. Because let's not forget that Lion here are a team that were founded earlier in this year as to build a competitive team that can pull in big sponsors from the region that they come from Latin America. Obviously, they got one Uruguayan player in there who actually lives in Mexico himself, but the fact is that these guys have a very real possibility now of being up there with the best teams in the world when it comes to the World Championships, and there is a lot on the line for all of them.
Well, think what happened with European LCS and North American LCS this last split alone. I mean, you had the big names, CLG, TSM, Curse, Dignitas over North America. You had Gambit, Fnatic, EG, SK here, and yet those teams aren't even in first place in their regions. We have Lemondogs coming out of nowhere pretty much to get to first place right now. We had Cloud9 come out of nowhere, become first place, and that just kind of shows you that new blood can easily take down these top teams. You can't let that be like a block in your mind. You have to like kind of push past that, and some of these teams could be better than some of the Korean teams or some of the teams that are looking to win the Worlds or have the highest chance of winning the Worlds.
Someone needs to tell Hacker V2 that his headphones will stay on his head. It's not like a phone. Looks like he's on the phone to someone right now, and he's whispering about it as well. And, well, the pressure is there, like we said. Both teams are yet to pick up a victory. It's a round-robin scenario, so there's always a chance right up to the very last game to come through into the next round, to come through into the playoffs. But you've got to start picking up those wins somewhere along the line. And especially for Lion, to go 1-1 after this game would be absolutely brilliant for them. On the other side, Dark Passage, they're 0 for 2. It really comes down to the chopping block now. Another loss, and They've only got one more game to play afterwards, and a 1-3 probably, I'm going to say, won't be enough to not put you through into the next round.
Yeah, and the thing was, Dark Passage, like, we've known them for a long time in terms of DreamHack Summer. Finished second, playing against Copenhagen Wolves, where they went 1-2 against them, and they've had this experience of playing against these top teams. They've had the experience of playing against some of the best in the world, and I'm not sure if it's a performance issue or just they were underestimating these other teams, because 0-2, just like in their last game versus Immunity, they got destroyed. They got absolutely destroyed in that game, and trying to come back from that is hard for most pro teams to do, let alone these other teams that haven't really been together as long.
I think some of the problems that these teams have, and we heard that earlier, is the whole research factor. So it's more about, I'm going to go out on a limb and say, it's more about each team playing their game to a good level than it is countering and trying to outpick and out-strategize their opponent, because there's simply not enough information out there to say, okay, we are Team Lion from Mexico and we're going up against Team Immunity from Australia. They're not going to know and be able to watch enough to 100% say that's what it is, like you would have if SK played against Fnatic. They can watch every single game. They can pretty much stalk them when it comes to solo queue and what they're actually playing to figure that all out. So there is some unknown quantity somewhat coming in, but for me, the crucial thing out of all these teams is not how much research they've done, but how good they're going to be at playing their own game coming into this.
I think it's a big mix of playing their own game and adapting to what's thrown at them. Like, especially against these teams, you don't know what they do, but you have to be able to react. You have to have seen the situation before and know exactly what to do, or you're going to keep losing out on games. And we heard Hacker V2 say it earlier in the interview, hopefully they've been able to fix these problems right now. And for Dark Passage, they had the opportunity, I believe, to even watch the game earlier out of line. And they need to be able to pull something big out here, because I think you're completely right. 1-3 is their best potential if they lose this game, and I think that's just not enough to cut it to make it into the next stage. And if anything, I think all these teams can still come out with their heads held high, because that means they're the best in the region for being here today. And then it just makes them work even harder for next season.
Well, yeah, I mean, look at Lion. Even if they were to bomb out 0-4 from this one, they've gone through a massive bracket in Latin America, in the Latin America North qualifiers, and then in the regionals without losing a single game. Like, right now, there's probably no discussion about who the best team in Latin America is. They've shown that here coming through such a massive playoff. So even if they lose out 0-4 by the end of this weekend, they can still say, well, we have that Gamescom experience. That's only going to help them battle it out in their own region even further, and then come back into the international tournaments next time even stronger from that. So it's never going to be a total loss for any team coming here. That said, you've made the trip all the way to Germany. You've put in all this hard work for it. You want it. You want it here. It's not a case of, we just went to Germany. They're not going to be happy if they end up losing.
Yeah, I think they can partially justify it to themselves that, I'm one step closer to being a professional gamer if they don't get to the World Finals. Like, I've come farther than anyone else in my region so far. Yeah, that's a huge step for all these teams.
That is a huge step, and that's the step that they're making right now. And some people can walk in a straight line and go straight up the stairs. Some others will waver a little bit, fall down a couple of steps, and then get back up and go forward. Like, it's not a 0 to 100 path of how to become a pro. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of setbacks, and every single player in the world who is on the professional level right now has had setbacks in the past where they've probably wanted to stop playing and stop training as hard as they had. But part of being a professional is that you can almost wipe the slate clean and say, no, this is my dream, and I'm going to keep pushing forward. But we're talking about kind of the sad side of things, which is losing out here simply because of the situation that both of these teams are in. But there's the other side as well. One of these teams is going to the World Championship. One team will go to World Championships in Los Angeles and will represent their area and become heroes for that region. There's no doubt about that. So either way, enough of our waffling. Let's get on into the Champions League, because both teams now ready. And we see that Evelyn and Twitch here banned out against Ria Sota, and also Letillion on the other side. Zach and Thresh banned out for Dark Passage.
So I'm actually kind of surprised to see the Shen banned on blue side, because you always have that opportunity to first pick it, and you kind of force the red team to actually ban it away from you, but
tells me that Porky just doesn't want to play Shen.
I mean, look at Soaz from Fnatic. He doesn't like playing Shen. Plays it when he needs to, but still, yeah. And then the Evelyn being taken away. We already saw fantastic Evelyn junglers earlier on today. Out of Immunity, I believe that was. And the Thresh, I don't know. I mean, we haven't really seen that impactful. We haven't seen any Threshes so far today. He can be one of those champions that can be kind of hit or miss sometimes. If you land that crucial hook, you can really set up a team fight. Or if you miss them all, it's the other way.
Yeah,
it goes the other way.
It's the other way, but we are going to be seeing a Jarvan picked up, which we've seen in every game so far here on this stage. Jarvan is very, very popular right now, for good reason. Very strong in that early game. Can be the hard engage that you need come the mid and the late game as well. So that's going to be a big pick for them on this front. On the other side, looking like they might want to go in for a Sona, which will be locked in, and a possible Malphite here for Fabulous.
Yeah, so that Jarvan, Hacker V2, he actually played it in the qualifiers to get here, unlike his Nasus, which he didn't really play at all. So he's on more of a comfort champion, assuming it's going to be him in the jungle. And it's got to make him feel a little bit more comfortable because you, like, just like you're saying before with the peripherals, with their mice, with their keyboards, with their headsets, they have to feel comfortable. And playing a champion is just as equally important for them, that they know how to play, but they really enjoy playing. So with that locked in, they're going to give, just like I said, a very strong early game jungle to Lion. And then the Sona and the Malphite. It's a lot of CC right there. The knockup, attack speed slow, the crescendo to follow up. That is already a dangerous combo, but what is Dark Passage going to back that up with?
Well, we talk about CC. We can throw that back over to Lion right now with that Kennen locked in. With his ultimate running the Cataclysm, obviously, and the knockup coming out of Jarvan, he's already won a big thing. What are they going to finish off with here? Neither team right now gone for an AD carry just yet at this point of things. We could see, of course, an AD Kennen. Let's not rule that out completely at this point, but pretty much going to rule that out completely anyway. I don't think that will end up being an AD Kennen. And, well, they're taking their sweet time about this one. And in the end, it's going to be a Nami pickup, the support there.
And the thing is, like, Yuri, he can play so many different things in that middle lane. He's played Twisted Fate, Ryze, Lissandra, Orianna, Zed, Karthus even, and to get here today to qualify. And actually, sorry, that's over for Naru. Sorry, my bad. I was reading from the wrong list. But yeah, he can play so many different champions, just like we saw as Ezreal earlier on today. And there's no reason to really pick that in just yet. I mean, you see the support, so you can kind of pick your own and then leave your the rest of your picks, so your mid laner, your AD carry, or even potentially your top laner to chance.
I've got a feeling it's going to be an Elise rather than a Draven, and then we can just throw that out the window. It is, in fact, going to be a Varus AD carry at least here, coming down for Dark Passage. But what are they going to round off with? A Kayle.
So usually you don't see Kayle picked so early on. Like, usually she's one of those champions that you can use to counter a Zed really quickly or really easily with that ultimate alone. And it kind of shows that they want to protect a Latilian, because with the ultimate, you're going to keep him alive. And I want to know if it's going to be actually top lane or in the mid lane, because obviously Malphite most likely top lane, but could always potentially jungle, so I would assume it would be middle against an Ahri. It's actually a pretty good pick.
Yeah, Ahri coming in from that one, and possible Ezreal here as well for Sia, and that will come in there. So a lineup all in there, and a pretty standard lineup these days, to be honest. Kennen up there in the top lane, Jarvan jungle, Ahri mid lane, Ezreal, Nami bottom lane. On the other side, we've got that Kayle in there, a little bit of a surprise, and actually going to be added in there with a Zed. So will that be
a jungle
top lane Zed, mid lane Kayle, jungle Malphite, or jungle Kayle, top lane Malphite, mid lane Zed? Like, these three can actually fit in every single combo.
Yeah, I actually honestly didn't even think about the potential of a jungle Kayle. I mean, we've seen it a long time ago with I'm So Fresh from Millennium, was like one of the first people to do it here in Europe. And I mean, it's a pretty strong ganker. You have the slow, you have the attack range, you have the ultimate to kind of turn a gank around if you want to. And
yeah,
smart pickup. I mean, I was saying before, I was saying it for Yuri, but I meant it for Naru. He's actually played Zed quite a bit, so that gives him a really strong champion. And we've just seen how powerful Zeds can be so many times with Bjergsen, for instance. If you get that one early kill, you can just really get rolling very easily, and it's really hard for the team to stop that. So it forces Yuri and Porky to both go Zhonya's if they weren't going to go it earlier on.
Yeah, and I was we actually saw a last-second change there as well, so we'll just talk about that one. Kayle actually went to the top lane, so it's going to be a top lane Kayle here, and a Malphite coming out of the jungle, which, you know, Malphite coming out of the jungle again, got that slow built in there as well with his shard. Going to be able to unstoppable force out of the jungle a little bit later on. And you've got the Kayle who, as we talked about, it's kind of the opposite side to the Zed, you know, the counter to the Zed. Stick on your ultimate and say, well, sorry Zed, your ultimate just did literally nothing to us. All that damage is gone. But that can be done with the Zhonya's, and I'm guessing that Ahri and Kennen, who are natural Zhonya's players anyway, are going to be going up to them quicker.
One thing I'm worried about, though, with that jungle Malphite is a couple of reasons. He's slow in the jungle, so it takes a while for you to hit level 6. And then the problem becomes later game, or in late game, where a lane Malphite will get more farm, can get tankier quicker.
Yeah.
A jungle Malphite can't do that as well. So he's going to be a little behind in terms of that, so that means the rest of Lion can just punish him for it. And the lineup that Dark Passage is using, they don't really have a tanky lineup. They have a pseudo-tankiness coming out of that Kayle with that ultimate, and that's just about it.
Well, let's get into game then. We have Dark Passage taking on Lion Gaming here in our third round of the International Wildcard Tournament. It's the fourth game here on Stream B up until now as Holitoff gonna come out here. Jarvan actually not going forward on that front in terms of being aggressive. They need to be careful. Bubble, Charm, two very dangerous level 1 spells.
And a Yordle attacking you with shurikens, which
Always
can be even
dangerous.
scarier. But actually, they're going to be going in here. They're going to spot Holy Top. The bubble, actually, whoa. I don't think that bubble would have hit even without that flash. He kind of went the other way, but still, Summoner down. And that gives Lion a really strong advantage right now.
And that means basically that Holitoff can't even stick around now, because knowing that the Charm is there, knowing that another bubble can come his way anytime soon, he doesn't have that flash to fall back on. He needs to just back away from that, and that's what he's done. However, Lion themselves have actually pulled completely away from this. That's going to be spotted as well, coming out from Dark Passage, thanks to those early wards.
It's having a laugh battle, Middle Joe. I was paying attention to that, but yeah, so right now we're not going to see any heavy level 1 action, which honestly I would expect it to be like this, just because of Dark Passage being 0-2, Lion Gaming 0-1 right now. Both teams needing that win. There's no point in losing that game right off the bat by losing a couple of members or losing that first blood. We do see Porky's going for a Doran's Blade in that top lane. Ideally, it looks like, as the rest of Lion keeps invading right now. And it's going to be really interesting to see how that goes against Kayle top lane, who can heal, can sustain, and can burst you down depending on your build.
Oh, look at that. Very early aggression. They're going to keep poking back and forth here. The thing is, that bottom lane now of Dark Passage, you're going to be coming back into lane a little bit later on. We'll see what the minion situation actually looks like down there when they actually get along. And you can see they're not really missing too much, but is going to be an early fall behind here compared to this Ezreal.
Yeah, and if we do, I mean, if Ezreal hits 2 right before them, we see a bubble come in, that's going to be a lot of damage and potentially a kill when your Stunner doesn't have flash. But we do see right now, Hacker V2 is invaded. He's over towards red right here, and Riosta, is he going to check the bush?
He is going to check the...
He didn't see him.
It was around the corner there. He actually did not see him coming in there. Riosta now, is he going to be forced to flash away? Hacker V2 is going to pull that red buff right around the backside from this one. Meanwhile, down in the bottom, we see Varus getting very, very low there. Not quite enough damage with the Ignite to finish off the kill, though.
He didn't flash, but he did pop his barrier, and he's very low in lane. And Holitoff, he'll be able to get level 2, but the thing is, he's going to spend all of his mana on keeping Varus alive, keeping his health up, and do that, you don't have the ability to harass quite a bit, but we do see Engage already happening middle.
Yeah, red buff actually went to Ari. There's a knock-up, and there's the first blood coming in. It's going to be Kennen that picks that one up as well. Meanwhile, down in the bottom, they're still putting pressure on right underneath the turret. A bubble almost landing on towards Varus, which surely would have meant his death. And you know, Porky picking up this initial kill is going to make it so much harder for Fabulous in the top lane now.
And the blue. I mean, you wouldn't imagine...
And the blue buff, yeah.
You wouldn't imagine it does too much for energy champions, but gives the cooldown reduction, gives the extra energy regen, and helps him harass quite a bit more. And also, Yuri had the red buff.
Yeah, and Ari's dead in the middle. Naru actually going into this one. We'll see if Hacker can actually stick to him with that red buff for Naru that is now just stolen away from Ari by getting that kill. Is Hacker going to be able to land that knock-up? That's what they're waiting for. There comes Riosta down. Are they going to try and turn this one around? Slide away from Hacker V2. And that will leave us with a 1-1 scenario in the Zed. Let's talk about him getting a red buff at the start. That's disastrous as well.
Yeah, and the thing is that kill... oh no, we see Hacker actually sticking around towards his red. He wants to protect it here as Riosta's going in, but here comes Naru. He's coming down from that top side, and he's going to have to give his own red up. If he just would have... if he would have backed, he still wouldn't have been there in time, but they're still trying to contest it, and actually... the rest of Dark Passage do back away, but that early kill going over to Naru on a Zed, that is... I wouldn't want to be Yuri, let's just say that, because it gives him such strong potential in lane, especially the red buff. You just hit him, the extra true damage you do, the slow so you can keep up with her, makes it so easy for him to actually lane.
Well, if there was any doubt that he's going to go Seeker's Arm Guard first in this game, I think that's just been put to bed, because he's going to definitely need that armor here up against his Zed in this mid lane, and the Zhonya's as quickly as he possibly can to get away from the damage associated with that death mark as soon as Naru hits level 6, which is going to be very quick here. He's up at level 5 already after that, got a level on Yuri, who's doing decent damage to him there, landing Charm after all, but is always going to be a threat unless you actually kill him. He's actually still got an elixir to use if he needs that extra attack damage and health.
And Naru is a full level ahead right now, and if he does get level 6 within the next like 30 seconds, Yuri is going to die. I mean, he doesn't have flash to get away. Naru doesn't have flash, but he still has his living shadow to get in there and keep that, or enclose that range. And this mid lane, I mean, if we do see Naru pick up another kill, he is going to be so strong that he can just roam around to these other lanes and really get the rest of his team ahead.
So, this mid lane, we wait there for Naru to hit level 6. There we go. That red buff still running on him, but not really got much time left on it, and he's actually going to go back home, which is a pretty smart move. He was down to less than half HP. Use the advantage of that kill and the farm that you've actually managed to pick up there and come back into this lane a lot stronger. We'll see what he comes back with, a cutlass straight off the bat there.
Yeah, so he's going for that Blade of the Rune King, that extra proc damage, amplified by his ulti, and I wouldn't be surprised if he goes back to lane, ults Yuri, tries to kill him. Yuri's still not level 6 at this point, has very low mana, is going to have to back out, and actually looks like she will be going back right now, so Naru's going to have even more control of that lane, and Porky, with that blue buff still on him, which actually amazed, is it still on him? No, it's not on, that's just a visual bug. We'll have that, or he won't have the buff anymore, but he's actually ahead in CS currently.
Yeah, ahead at 37 to 33, and done well here, Fabulous, to actually not take too much damage and to keep it up there with that blue buff, with the constant harassment of shurikens, basically, that Porky can then throw at him. And actually putting decent amounts of damage back there. Doran's blade, Doran's ring he's got from the start, and there is Naru. Look at this, trying to get in around the side. Red buff is not currently there, by the way. That's, as we said, a bit of a graphical bug coming in. Hacker recalling underneath his tower, and he wants to get out of there before that could turn disastrous for him and lose that double buff in the top lane there. Again, we see the harassment coming in. The great thing about Kale, of course, is not just that range and everything that he can throw out there in terms of the power, but also can heal himself as well, which gives him a big help.
Yeah, the thing is, if Porky does get the melee range of him, or into auto attack range of him, Fabulous will have that same range back on him, not to mention the slow that will come in, so it'll keep him there. He won't be able to escape with that lightning rush, and you're already seeing the dominance right now in this mid lane by Dark Passage. I mean, 50 to 39 CS. You're seeing Yuri really play passive here. Doesn't want to get too close to it because he knows he could be bursted down.
Down in the bottom lane as well, they're really knocking the damage back and forth. It's Holitoth who's going to be the real focus of that one. So he did take a good bit of damage himself, and now Naru. This is where Zed gets really dangerous. Once he starts to leave that lane and starts to visit elsewhere, or just to steal away the jungle creeps, is another big bonus for him. And taking away from Haku, who had a bit of a woeful start anyway at the start of the game.
Ooh, I was going to say, he had to be a little bit careful, but Hacker actually goes the other way around since Zed was missing. And he's actually expecting to come down bottom, but he will reappear middle. And I wouldn't be surprised if Naru actually goes... Well, the thing is, we saw very early pressure come out of line onto this bottom lane of Dark Passage. You saw Lutillian actually forced to use his barrier, was forced to back out pretty much, and yet they're winning in CS right now. They are controlling this lane, even with that early game harass. Even with Holitoth not having his flash up.
Yeah, not having the flash there, but didn't actually matter. And there we see what this Zac can do over towards Yuri. And Zed, sorry, not Zac. Zac was banned, so he's definitely not anywhere near this game. But with that elixir in there, it allows him to dive a little bit more aggressively. Obviously, that health spike when he actually pops it could be a big deal for him. And we're going to have to watch that mid lane a little bit carefully, because when it happens, it'll actually happen incredibly, incredibly quick. And he still maintains that level advantage that he has over Yuri from earlier on.
Yeah, not to mention, oh, now we see Porky actually getting very low right here.
Yeah, actually Fabulous, he's used all his mana here, so he's not going to have a mana for his ultimate if he actually goes that far as they flash around each other. Fabulous is going to pick it up, takes a turret hit, but manages to survive just about there, and that's an incredible 1v1 kill in the top lane.
That was so close. Porky almost was able to turn that one around. You saw him stick around, like he wanted to really get that extra damage in there, but... Oh.
That was a very manly screen. Fabulous almost being picked off there by the True Shot Barrage across the side of the map, but not the damage at this point with Tia, Vamp Scepter, and that single longsword coming in. Naru actually getting charmed there by Yuri. And I have to say I'm impressed with Yuri here for being able to hold on so long and really push that pressure away at the same time.
Yeah, and with Ryosta there, like, the kill potential on Yuri is even higher. All you need is that Malphite ultimate followed up with a Zed, and they're going to just fall from that, but They do steal away the red, so they do take a little bit more control. And right now, if Dark Passage can keep that up, we do see the engage actually come out of Yuri.
Yeah, and Yuri should die from this one as well. Actually getting away just about, but Yuri able to follow him straight through from that one. Brilliant play coming out of Naru to be able to get right over there, save that Spirit Rush to really get in there as well. And that will be a fantastic pickup coming over for the side of Lion Gaming. And now it's not just over here. We see the exhaust going down, and there is a Cataclysm as well. They're all locked up inside of it. This could be disastrous. Unstoppable Force having to be used there for him to get away. Chain of Corruption, but he's charmed. Knock up, not quite there. There is a true shot. Barrage scores himself a goal right down the middle. Lithilium will snipe back, and we end at 3 kills apiece. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, and not a lot of goal between the two teams either, and we see Lithilium gets 1 kill. We see Fabulous got that kill a little bit early on, but we do have like even kill spread across both teams as Porky got 1. We even saw Hacker V2 come up 1, Yuri got 1 as well, and actually Yuri's going for an instant large run. He wants that damage right now. He's not even going for that Seeker's Arm Guard as a first item, and if Naru finishes this Brutalizer, the kill potential became even higher.
Yeah, but I think that he got through his danger time there, which was that time there in the lane where he was thinking, as soon as he hits level 6, he's going to go for me. Is he going to go for me? He's not going for me. Is he going to go for me? No.
Why won't he go for me?
Then they killed him. So they did very, very well on that front. I think this top lane could become a little bit of a problem for them as well. A 20 CS lead has almost formed now after that kill that Fabulous really did well with. And he's starting to get stronger and stronger. There you see Yuri forcing Naru completely out.
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised to see a lack of jungle presence in that top lane where we talked about earlier, if you can keep a Kennen down early on, it's not going to be able to be tanking up to really deal with you later on or have the damage to deal with you. And I actually do see Holytalk going up towards the middle lane just to push it up a little bit. He has a crescendo, or he doesn't have a crescendo up, but he is level 7. And we saw this happen a little bit earlier with Riosta. He wants to apply that pressure to Yuri, and fortunately, Hacker V2 not really going to get any damage down on Naru because he's a Zed.
Yeah, he's a Zed. You can't really lock him down, and he's got a good CS lead as well coming off this one. Just over 20 at this point. Same can be said for the bottom lane as well, where Lithilium did a really great job to actually get a kill out of that last engagement. It was a Chain of Corruption which really got him that one in the end.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Chain of Corruption is we see so many AD carries miss the ultimate for some reason, but when it hits, you see how impactful it is in a fight. I mean, right there, I picked up the kill, but later on, as it comes into the team, like if you lock down Ari with it somehow, that allows Naru, allows Riosta to just burst him down completely, and Yuri's got to be very quick on his ultimate, or very quick on his flash to be able to escape that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people kind of forget about it after it initially hits and it hits somewhere else. They're like, okay, start to walk off. Okay, it's going to spread to me, which is why he could get that easy snipe down in the end. Obviously, a rooted target, not the hardest to hit, but here we see a dragon being started off. And that dragon, is it going to be contested here? We can see the Lion out the backside have got vision for it. Here comes Jarvan, but they don't manage to get that one. They have got the charm onto Riosta, though. There's a lot of people there for Dark Passage, and there goes the attack. They're going to go in. Deathmark is going to be down on Hacker V2. He's not going to be able to survive that one. It's now about whether Naru can actually get away from that one. And in the end, we see that Yuri going to be the focus. Hold it just done. No, not surviving. Was burning from Yuri's Ignite in the end. And that will leave us at a 2-for-1, plus the dragon there going over to Dark Passage.
And you saw how much of a ninja Naru really is. He just walked out of Cataclysm in style right there. But he was able to burst down the tanky man right now of Lion. Hacker V2, he has that Spirit of the Ancient Golem, and yet he wasn't really able to survive that full combo coming out of Naru. It's now a level 11 to right now the level 10 of Yuri. And the top lane, Fabulous, has been doing a fantastic job, or a fabulous job, I guess I could say, in that top lane, really pushing Porky out.
My gosh, Jason. But yeah, he has done a fabulous job, which is what apparently his fans really know him by. And so far he is. He's living up to his name. I mean, completely bullied Porky away from that lane. Like, not even a contest up there these last couple of minutes after he got that kill, which, let's be honest, was just a 1-versus-1 duel to the death, which he did win even without the use of his ultimate, we should say, because he didn't actually have the mana, so it was dangerous to go for that fight anyway. So they bullied that lane, taking the turret. They've taken this bottom lane turret now as well, and we can see there 2,200 gold to spend for Kayle. There was over 2,000 spent for Zed, but this could be a problem for this. We are going to see Jarvan coming down towards that bottom lane. Barrier going to be used. Exhaust going down as well. But Sia will take up the kill there on towards the Tillion, and now Holy Talk could be in trouble as well. Yuri coming down towards his bottom lane. Holy Talk, wow, it actually manages to avoid pretty much all of the damage there right now, and he's still trying to duke it out. In the end, it's auto attack from Yuri that finished him off, but he survived a lot longer than I thought.
Poor Holy Talk. Ryosa's like, all right, I'm out, see ya. Just ults away, just leaves him behind in his trail, but yeah, it was a great job by Lion, and I honestly, I'd have to say it was a mistake by Dark Passage because they didn't have any wards down to spot anyone coming in, and yet they were still pushed up that far.
Look at that, though. Naru hammering away on this turret. Got that Blade of the Ruin King, got the Brutalizer in there. Kennen needs to be careful here. He actually has the help of Yuri coming in. There is the death mark down, and there is the kill for Naru. He says, do I want to leave? Not sure I do. I've got double buffs on right now. I could probably fight you as well.
Yeah, and right now he's 3-1.
It's only blue buff, sorry.
Yeah, right now he's 3-1-0. We talked about earlier with the Zed. Like, if you get going, you become unstoppable, and right now he's kind of at that point. No one can 1v1 him, which means you have to send multiple people, and if he decides to split push a little bit later on, you still don't have anyone that can duel him. Maybe Seiya will be able to when he gets his Iceborne Gauntlets, but that's a long ways away.
Naru actually waiting here inside of the brush, and he stopped Jarvan from going home. You annoyance. That's what you have to do when he's there. Just annoy people and then kill them lots and lots and lots, and you're automatically winning the game.
I thought that's what Singe is supposed to do.
That's what Singe does as well. But on a different kind of annoyance, I think we can say. So right now, I'm doing such an amazing job in this top lane again. 140 to 99 CS currently. And look at this Dark Passage pushing in. There's a charm on Sonaro. He's going to get bubbled up as well. Minion's still there, so he's not taking the tower hits, as we are going to see Tidal Wave coming crescendo. Won't be able to save his teammate, and that is now a killing spree for Yuri, who's actually got more on the board in terms of kills and assists than the Zed now. Oh, Porky. Oh! Fail flash coming out from Fabulous. And that looked like it was just an amazing 1v1 kill as well. In the end, he kind of outdoes me. Holy Toff, what are you doing right now? I think you might be a dead man. There's Cataclysm down. There's another kill for Yuri, who then goes on and misses the charm onto Riosta, but he's in no man's land at this point. He does have Unstoppable Force available. He's going to go over towards Fabulous, but they chase him over the wall. There is the Kale ultimate, and they turn it around onto Hacker, but Uri is going to snipe him down from the backside, and now they turn it around onto Fabulous. Is Hacker going to go sliding over the wall? Yes, he is. Gets the knock up. There's the charm. The bubble doesn't quite land, but they're going to get the kill anyway, and Yuri is now dominating at 7-2-2.
And this is what happens when you get a little cocky as Dark Passage are. I mean, yeah, you had a 3-1 Zed, but then you just pretty much gave so many kills over to Yuri, who's now 7-2 for his team. He's putting up phenomenal numbers. Even though he's behind in CS, it doesn't really matter. And Dark Passage, they need to stop throwing away these kills if they want to have hopes of winning this game, because remember, they're 0-2. This could put them at 0-3 and pretty much out of the chances of possibly qualifying for Worlds.
And if it happened to them this game, they'd be probably more annoyed than the others as well, because this is a game when they honestly led, where they had a Zed who was racking up more kills per minute than anyone else. So now we are going to see Naru once again here taking a lot of damage. DFG comes in. Here comes Uri. He's going to get turned on there. A lot of damage from the Deathmark. Has to flash away, but the Deathmark is not enough to kill him. Yuri manages to survive there and walks away like a boss. He's now godlike.
And now that's another death for Naru, who had such great momentum in his lane to just lose it all completely like that. We saw Riosta actually waiting there, try to steal away the blue potentially, and Uri just backs away. But I mean, considering how well their solo laners were doing at the beginning of the game, they're losing it slowly. I mean, Fabulous had a huge CS lead top lane.
Not even slowly, it's all happened in the last 3-4 minutes.
And versus Immunity, just previously with Dark Passage, they engaged in multiple team fights over and over where they would lose those fights. And they kept trying to force the fights and kept losing out on that. So it's kind of like when Dark Passage starts to lose, they kind of collapse on themselves and then just keep getting picked off left and right. But they need to take a second, take a breather, like calm down, because you can't afford to lose this game.
Well, right now, it's not looking so good for them. Finger really coming off the triggers. We are going to see Riosta going in for that one, but it was picked up in the end by Lion. And look at this. Oh, the Kale ulti just about coming in to save him, at least for now, but he will be finished off here by Ezreal. They turn around. Fabulous goes down. There was the attempted secured kill from Ezreal as well, with a true shot barrage coming through. But again, it's 2 kills picked up. not good.
And they lost Dragon,
and
too.
they lost Dragon.
They're just slowly losing out on that lead that they've been able to gain over the past 20 minutes, and they really need to do something different. Like, they need to fix this because they are just getting shut down at this point. As an 8-2 Yuri, I mean, we've talked about Ari before and how she's become very popular in LCS lately, and you're seeing
That's why.
The DFG damage plus the whole combo, now with it looks like a Zhonya's coming in next. Like, no one can really deal with that on Dark Passage.
Saw that Naru did give him some problems early on. Wasn't the closest cut of fights, and probably without the help of Jarvan he would have got killed. But once this Zhonya's come through, that changes that completely. A flash crescendo, actually Sia says exactly that, and he's going to get away, and now they're in all kinds of trouble as there is the rush straight through from Ari. Holytoth going to go down. Uri on his way out manages to pick that one up. Minions attacking in there. Latilion did manage to take down Nami on the way through. It's a kill for the supports, but it puts Uri up to 9-2-4 now.
Oh man, he's just getting
I feel like I've
strong.
said his name a lot. Meanwhile, Zed here, that is where Naru could cause them some problems. Push down to this bottom lane, taking the inner turret, using the wards to make sure that he's not going to get pushed from the side. Those split pushes is something that Zed can do very, very well.
The thing is, I'm not 100% sure he can still do that unless Yuri doesn't come to his lane. I mean, there's a huge lead in CS between them. It's like 90 at this point. But with that DFG, with the Zhonya's coming in soon for Yuri, he can pretty much one combo Naru down, and he has to be very careful. If he gets out of position, gets killed, there goes all of, that goes most of Dark Passage's damage.
Now I see Roesta trying to get in for the red buff, but spotted. He's actually stood on top of a ward when he was in that brush there, and that's going to be secured. As soon as they spot the presence of that Ezreal, I think they were like, well, you know what, let's probably back away. Or are they? Riosta going to go in here on towards Yuri. He's sniped from the back as well. He's going to have to use his ultimate to get away defensively. Meanwhile, Zed down on the bottom doing the work. There is the virus going down as Fabulous also taking a lot of damage. Naru may clean up here though. Manages to get in there for a couple, but with the CC coming down, is it going to be enough to hold on? Haka now the focus. Naru, he pushes. That was amazing timing on his appearance. Okay, a couple of seconds earlier might have been better for him, but they managed to pick up 4 for 2. But for me, the real impressive play there was the Malphite, right to the back of the bunch. Managed to lock down Yuri before he could do anything. Didn't even get his DFG off in that fight.
Yeah, I was really questioning the engage out of him, but he proved me wrong. Like, just was able to hold on to him long enough, was able to stay alive long enough, and it gave Naru time to finally come in from that backside when the rest of line was already low just from the rest of the team's damage. And Naru now picking up those kills, 6 and 3. He's gonna have his last Whisper done as he does go back away. And right now, say he's building towards an Iceborne Gauntlet right now, but he's obviously a long ways away. And you know, Latilios, we haven't really talked about him too much, but 207 CS, 3, 2, and 4, Bloodthirster Last Whisper combo. He actually does a lot of damage.
Well, I think all of his kills have come from snipes in the middle of fights, actually. The ones that we saw earlier, plus the one in that fight as well. But the fact is, he is doing good amounts of damage right now with the item build that he's got, with the fact that he has farmed up so very good. Has that second BF sword in there now as well. So he'll be doing more than Ezreal in these team fights at this stage. There's no doubt about that one. So,
and the thing is that he's not being focused down. I mean, because of Naru, because of Fabulous, he's the one that's actually free to auto-attack this entire time. And right now, he's going to get Cataclysm.
Yeah, I would say that as he gets Cataclysm. In there goes Yuri. There is the ultimate coming out of Kale. There is also that True Shot barrage coming over. And look at the damage onto Yuri. A Fabulous May taking him, flashes in, gets the kill. Unstoppable Force goes to Haka. How can Nami get away? Flash will certainly help. Heals himself up. Sona now the focus on that bottom side will finally go down to Sia. There is the snipe once again. Have they got the final hit that it needs to get over there? Oh, brilliant bubble coming out. And they'll back away at least for now. The slow comes in and Kale is going for it like a beast. Sia is going to be able to walk away. Latilion again sniped down that kill. It was all about Fabulous to pick that one up. But now they may run into a wild Ezreal who pokes around the corner. Oh, they killed him just before. Good try in the end out of Sia, but good try is probably not good enough. They've just been aced.
And Porky tried to 1v1 Naru right there. Fortunately, it didn't work out for him. That was pretty much the death of him. But just as quick as Lion got the advantage over Dark Passage, it just flopped back. Like, Dark Passage was able to get the game back in their control, and they have so much damage with their lineup. Like, with this whole Kale, Zed, and Varus combo, no one can really stand up to the damage they have. They don't have the tankiness just yet. And as long as you get that Malphite engaged onto the right targets, Dark Passage can just kind of walk all over them. And it's the same boat for Lion. If they can dodge that that ultimate, get the engage that they want, you know, with the nice Nami ultimate coming in right after that, they get the fight they want. And it's all about who can get the engage, who can force it. And with that inhibitor being down bottom, that means a potential Baron coming up for Dark Passage.
That's the nice thing that they have right now, is that they seem to have figured out how to deal with Ahri, basically, putting down all that damage. The intervention from Fabulous is really, really key. As soon as he DFGs someone, that guy needs intervention because he will get burst down before you can really say anything, as we are going to see the turnaround here possibly from Naru. DFG does go down. Bubble actually locking him up as well, and Naru having to flash away, but crucially, he has actually flashed away from it, and that was not one, not two, but 4 people on the bottom lane trying to lock down a Zed, whilst the rest of his team are going to take an inner turret in the top lane. That's textbook split pushing.
The thing is, if you commit that much to one kill, which
you gotta kill him.
Yeah, you have to kill him, and in the end, if the other team's in the right position, they're going to punish you for it, which they did. They took that top turret down, they took Blue away, they took Dragon, and they are just getting so many objectives. They're 10,000 gold up at this point.
10,000 gold the lead here for Dark Passage. Are they going to be pulled in by the Baron? It's not clear from wards, actually, there. As Ezreal says, well, I'd like golems, but I'm not going to risk being taken down by Naru. There's the home guards on Uri as well, who from, I think, 8-2-5, well, he can't be 5 assists because he's only got 4 now. You don't lose them. But from being at 8-2, I think he was, in terms of kills and deaths, he's slipped off very quickly as we see Crescendo coming in onto Ner'zhul, and is he going to be able to escape here? I don't think so. There's a slow from Fabulous, bursts him down there right at the end. He's got a death cap now added in towards that Nash's Tooth, and overall, this Kayle coming up big so far for Dark Passage.
The thing is that Dark Passage, they have 2 outs, if you think about it. You have a Sonic Crescendo to protect you, you have the intervention if you need it to protect you, and right now, Naru is nowhere near this fight. He's going to be coming up from that bottom lane, but the Superman's pushing down there. That turret is already getting very low. In line, without their Nami, they can't really defend here.
Yeah, and we talk about our fears about him not being able to get tanky enough from the jungle. And okay, he's maybe not as far on as the top lane Malphite would be right now, but the fact that he's got 4 assists and a kill, and almost 100 CS as well at this point, it's actually made him pretty damn tanky at this stage of the game. So there is a second inhibitor now. Statistically, not many teams come back from a position like this.
Yeah, in European Summer Split of LCS, it was 94% of the teams that take that first inhibitor go on to win the game. And just like I said,
the
with
first
2,
inhibitor,
yeah, that's the first one, but with 2, I think the chances drop to like 99% or 1% that you actually be able to come back. And with what Dark Passage is doing, honestly, I don't really know if Lion can come back from this, because besides that little hiccup they had in that mid game, they've been doing a fantastic job of taking control of this game and not letting go.
Well, this is a possibility, a possible chance. Not now, because that Baron is going to be going down. Here comes the attack. He's gone on to Jarvan. He's picked out Jarvan with a cannon right there next to him. Jarvan having to flash away. That's the tanky man on Lion. And Naru says, I don't care if he's a tanky man. He is a dead man right now as he chases him down the bottom side of the map. There's going to be the, well, unstoppable force on towards Nami. Probably not the best use of it, but they don't care right now. They've got Baron on. They force Kennen and Jarvan right down to the bottom of the map before they could actually recall. They could either go to this top inhibitor, but with super minions coming right into the base, I think they're going to finish. Fabulous going low, but there we see it. Intervention means that Ahri has to flash away from it. Kayle does finally go down as a Crescendo comes in as well. Porky is very low. He's going to die. It's a double kill for Varus, who flashes onto the fountain and dies in the end, but showing that he's really not scared. In the meantime, Naru actually went for those Nexus turrets, did get down the 1, but they're going to pay a price for this. They're going to get aced, but they're inside the enemy base. They probably shouldn't lose anything from this.
Yeah, I mean, Lion, they pick up those kills, but they can't get any objectives, and that's what you need to do when you start to pick them up. But just to start off how that fight began, you know, back at middle, Naru ulted Jarvan, but Kennen popped his Zhonya's. That kind of shows you just the threat that Naru is when he shows up in a game or in a lane. That Porky's going to have to Zhonya's, or at least he kind of jumped the gun right there, because you don't really need to do that until the Zhonya's just about to pop on you. And right now, Lion, 2 inhibitors down, 1 Nexus turret down. This is very reminiscent of the game we just casted with Gaming Gear, and I'm not sure Lion will be able to hold on to this, because there isn't really... It really isn't easy coming back from this point in the game. When you have a Kayle with a Death Cap, with the Lich Bane, with the Nashor's Tooth, the burst damage you put out is insane.
Well, there's not much to hold on to. That's a real problem here. Both inhibitors okay, the bottom one is now respawned, but the mid inhibitor down there, bottom one open for the taking. As you said, these games are so hard to come back from. You've got nothing really to protect your entire base, and you're going to get pushed in the top lane whilst that open inhibitor is there for the taking, basically for Naru at this point in the game. And we can see Dark Passage headed up towards the top side of the map. They're going to push that one through.
In the meantime, Naru's just going to push bottom by himself. So if we do see a 5-man engage out of Lion onto this team, expect them to lose an inhibitor and probably a Nexus turret. That's even if they are able to kill them here.
And there we go. Rios are actually getting locked up there, but you see the Kayle ulti coming in. Porky going to get right in the middle of the team. He pops his Zhonya's as well. This is good here for Lion. They're doing a good fight. They've managed to pick off the one kill, but look, instant recalls coming down there because Naru is on that inhibitor. They're not going to be able to save that one. They will stop him taking any Nexus turrets. Sia doesn't want to get involved in that fight, though. And in the end, we will see Naru back away. So, yes, they've picked up a kill onto the AD carry as well. Great kill for them, a great fight in that top lane that if they'd have really wanted to, they probably could have got 2 or 3 from. But it's these slow, tiny baby steps almost that Dark Passage are doing towards the victory.
Yeah, and like, getting 1 kill isn't good enough at this point in the game.
No.
It's just not. You need to get 3 or 4 potential ace if you want to be able to push out. Right now, they don't have their inhibitor, or middle or bottom inhibitor up anymore, and that means super many ways to be pushed up against that, and if anyone defends against it, then they're going to go up against Naru in a head-to-head, but Fabulous being caught here.
Yeah, but he's just going to turn this one around. We can see there, good charm coming in. Who's his target going to be? He's taking a lot of damage, but look at the burst here. Is he going to be able to 1 versus 3? He's going to wait for Yuri. He's going to pick up the double, and now they're going to try and chase down Hacker. In fact, they'll probably ignore him. He's headed off north, and Sona will have the task of keeping him from recalling this entire time. There is Naru getting locked up inside the bubble, but he's got himself 1 kill. Ezreal will finish him off, but here comes the rest of the team, and he's, well, missed the arcane shift to get away from that one completely. He's going to fall. This is surely game right now. Hacker is running through the enemy jungle at the other side of the base. Sona won't let him recall. There's only 1 Nexus turret left available anyway, and slowly but surely they are going to hammer their way through this one. Poor old Hacker still being chased there, and the Nexus will go down, and this will be Dark Passage's first win here at the International Wildcard Tournament, a much needed one that will bring them up to 1 win for 2 losses. Lion, of course, goes 0 for 2.
That Lich Bane at the end, oh my gosh, coming out of Fabulous. I'm sorry, I'm still like entranced by that because you saw
he almost 1v3'd him.
Yeah, and Porky, he had Zhonya's up. Didn't have time to pop it because the burst damage was that high, and Dark Passage, considering they almost threw that game about the middle of the way through, they were able to just latch back on, were able to take the much needed fights that they needed and made them happen back to back, and eventually took the victory.
Now we see the shaking of hands, good sportsmanship, of course, across the board here. And that keeps Pain, of course, they won that game earlier. That keeps Dark Passage really in with a chance right now. You know, the chance to go 2-2, which you probably look at on paper and say is definitely not ideal, but the fact that only 4 teams, or I say only 4 teams, the fact that 4 from the 5 teams actually go through into the playoff rounds is a very, very big deal for these teams. So, you know, a 2-2 finish for them would be, well, the best that they can do, obviously, but I think on paper, not a bad set of results.
Yeah, and I'm really amazed at Dark Passage in that game, just from the point where we saw the game slipping away. We've seen so many teams be in that situation, and they get down on themselves. They get upset, they start, you know, forgetting the game. You know, Darren comes to mind when he dies a couple times in lane, he just pushes the lane and dies even more, but to be able to take a second, take a breather, come back into that game, and pretty much turn it around 180 from when it was already turned previously, so a 360 in the end, I guess you could say, to win that game so one-sided. And Naru, who did so well in the early game, got shut down because of the constant ganks, but then was able to pick that one back up because that fight bottom where he came in, picked up a triple, pretty much. It was so well done.
Yeah, but that was pretty much the only, it felt like the only thing that Lion really had going for him, that you already started to build himself up. And honestly, when you've got a Kayle that gets to that kind of stage in the game, the Virus who was, you know, not doing masses, or picking up massive kills, but was doing massive damage by the end, sniping off a lot of the kills that he got. Ended up 6-4-8 there, which is, you know, if you look at a scoreboard, 6-4-8 is distinctly average when it comes to a score there at the end, but they didn't focus him at all. He was able to constantly put pressure on the team, and overall, just a fantastic performance.
I think Yuri, he finished 10-5-6, so pretty much in the last 5 to 10 minutes of the game, he picked up 1 kill. The rest went over to Seiya, who finished off 9-4 and 5, did a great job. But it just, we always talk about when you get all the kills on one person and that person dies in a fight, there goes all your damage and there goes your team fight capability, and that's what happened.
Well, what we're going to do, guys, is send you over to Demon and Jat for the conclusion of the match between Team Immunity and Pain Gaming. Have fun.
For that one, the pills over from range, and there's the final kill, a delayed ace from Pain.
Well, Venom earned that. I'd also like to welcome in everybody from the B stream. We just saw a crazy fight here where Immunity tried to initiate onto Pain Gaming, who, by the way, were very far ahead and still are. That fight in particular was scattered and chaotic, but we very clearly saw in this fight, we'll just get the replay right now, watch how Pain waits until Vayne shows to just have everyone jump in on him. Raydeer is sitting on the outside of this fight. Right now, Pain's actually not using any of their cooldowns. They both jump. They didn't even get the unstoppable force on the right target, but that's the type of focus that Pain is dealing with. And this is why, actually, Immunity wanted to force the team fights, because as soon as Swain was let loose a little bit, the fight turned into a pretty close one.
So Rosie actually landed a pretty good crescendo there. Did lock up 2 of them, but
yeah,
simply put, Raydeer was already being pincered, already out of the fight. It's going to be another Dragon for Pain Gaming. They are looking very good here against Immunity, a team that's gone 2-0 already. Pain Gaming looking to end that spree here in the International Wildcard Tournament. Could set Pain Gaming towards that top of the table. 4th Dragon of the game, and it's all about BRT right now. 8-1-1 as the AD carry. You know, often we say when you have that many kills on one champion, it can be dangerous, but his positioning has been immaculate so far.
Yeah, it can be dangerous, but not as dangerous if it's Caitlyn, one of the safest AD carries in the game. And really, having farm on him is the best thing that could happen in this composition. They have the ability to assassinate one guy really quickly, and then because BRTT is so farmed, he can do what he wants. And the greatest thing for them is Immunity doesn't necessarily have the potential to go and kill BRT, which is probably the biggest reason him being 8-1 is such a big problem.
But we saw it before. Ooh, wow. That one simple combo on Alicia, the ace in the hole will land. He's got no hit points left. He can't be in this fight. Effectively, it's a 4v5 already. And you can see Swiper trying to catch him down. Venom has got ultimate. Ooh, Vault Breaker coming out from 13, not really landing, having to force the flash away.
It's strange because he had the choice of Vi-ulting someone, but he didn't want to use it on Lissandra. He wants to save it very clearly for Raydeer. I think they probably would have won that fight regardless because it was a 4v5, but that just shows you how much Pain is sticking to their plan right now. And because they got the damage off, they're bursting down Baron so fast.
So Baron down, and I'll tell you what, Immunity are coming into this one blind. They're going too slow. Heavens is going to get locked up, uses the Zhonya's Hourglass. Swiper, is he going to go? They're going to condemn. They're going to try and go for this one. Swiper gets down Espion around the back. They're trying to focus BRT, but he's just got too much damage. Heavens gets dropped. Another Zhonya's Hourglass. BRT's not going to care about that. He's going to get locked up. Is it going to be enough? No. Gets himself a double kill. There's another one going down, and that's going to be Raydeer getting dropped. Rosie, the last man standing. He's running for his life, and look at this. Pain Gaming going to run straight down the mid and get themselves an inhibitor.
This looks like it could be the end of the game here for Immunity. You could see Pain use their positioning very well in that fight. BRTT, he can deal with himself. He took out 2 people on the other end, and while BRTT was doing that, watch the initiation come from the other end here. Vi gets an open down, not even onto Vayne, surprisingly, because they knew they could combo it with Orianna, and they just wrecked them.
Fantastic shockwave, working wonders, but look at this. It's Pain Gaming from Brazil, ladies and gentlemen, that are going to take down the Australians' Immunity. That will put them top of the league, 2-0, and they have looked unstoppable here against Immunity. Immunity seemed to be the team to beat, and well, they just beat them.
Well, it's exactly a great way of putting it. Pain, I feel like they're warmed up now. Their game against Gaming Gear was a little shaky after their start, but they really knew how to close this one against Immunity. And this must give them so much confidence going into the rest of the day, but also into tomorrow, because they may have just beaten the top of their competition.
Absolute fantastic stuff. So, Brazilian fans at home, you have halted the Shreya chance, I believe, of the Australian fans, who will be up and watching this game. Of course, it's going to be getting late over in Australia, but their team, they are 2-1. They're not out of it yet. They are second in the league and looking good. And of course, that may even place the seeding. It would separate them from Pain, because remember, it would be first place seed versus fourth and second versus third. Dark Passage, by the way, did pick up a win. That would be their first win for the Turkish team, so they're now 1 and 2 as well. Not too sure who they beat, whether it's Lion or...
It would have been Lion.
It was Lion, I believe, they played against. So that puts Lion in 0-2 as well, so now they're in trouble. The Mexican team, who actually didn't drop a game before getting here.
Yeah, so there's a lot of these teams that are all the strongest in their region by a long part. And as we mentioned before, they're all tournament champions in a sense, because they won a tournament to make it here. Really just kind of clashing into each other. And the more we play, I feel like the more we learn about these teams and who's really going to have an edge leading into this. I still think after watching this game that these were, based on my impressions today, the 2 strongest teams in here. And man, that was an impressive win by Pain.
So what do we make of them? Obviously, we've seen a couple of games of Immunity and a couple of games of Pain now. How do we rate these guys? Obviously, Pain have beaten Immunity, but every dog has his day. Pain could turn this one around. Immunity could maybe clash into them in one of the semifinals or finals and turn it around quite easily.
Obviously, these are best of ones. When we get in past the group stage, they turn into best of 3s. You can definitely not count Immunity out based on 1 game against Pain.
So what do we think?
What do we think?
Is it simply down to the picks? I mean, the fact that Swain came out, Swain didn't really get involved in that. We saw once where he could take on a lot of people, but it was on his own.
It was not simply down to the picks. Both of these team compositions had very distinct goals, and Pain just executed them better. I have to feel like the Vi from Sir T really came up big because he was outpacing Alicia and just found the spots for him. The farm he sacrificed as well to give to Cammy was the right way, and it let Cammy get ahead. It went the bottom lane get ahead because he was getting ganks, and it worked overall for their team in this one. I don't think it was pick related. I think they played better.
All right, guys, we've got to take a short break, of course, but when we return, Shocks will be joined by Team Immunity's Alicia to talk us through exactly how that all went. And ladies and gentlemen, it has been a fantastic start already here at Gamescom. Join us shortly because we want to see who is going to top the group. 2 more matches to go in the group on both streams. Don't go anywhere, guys.
Welcome back to the Köln Messe and Gamescom 2013. I'm happy to be joined by Team Immunity's Elysia, who is the jungler. Now, just coming off of a rough match versus Pain Gaming, and you were up 2-0 in the tournament before that. So, just before the match, they were kind of considered the favorites. Did you also have that impression?
Yes, Brazil's scene in particular is probably the strongest in the tournament. And the level of competition over in Brazil is better than any other region, in my opinion. So we always knew they were going to be a really tough opponent.
So then going into the game, picks and bans from your side out, a Swain pick, which is kind of a risky pick and something that really has to work. And then they banned out, they took your Zyra, and they banned out Zac as well, who you like to roll with. So what were your thoughts on the picks and bans?
Picks and bans actually went quite well for us. I felt the only real mistake that we made was picking the Swain over, say, Orianna, Ahri, anything with real pressure at mid. Swain's fine if he gets a early advantage. So, you know, if we invaded at level 1, blew the mid's flash, something like that, Swain would have been really good. Because that didn't happen, Swain just got outfarmed by Orianna, and then just from there, the lanes were all naturally pushed. So it's really hard for me as a jungler to go to each lane if all lanes are getting pushed in. So that was the biggest issue.
And then as the game scaled further, of course, the Caitlyn was becoming so big. Did you feel like there's nothing I can do anymore now to get in those? I can't lock her up, I can't...
Well, yeah, I mean, look, the issue was that because of the early kill at mid, when Vi killed me, that was really bad of me. And ever since then, Vi was always ahead of me. So anytime I tried to go bot, Vi was always ready. Because they had a huge presence at bot, so they always had control over Dragon. We could never get wards past Dragon, so because of that, Vi just had free reign on wherever she wanted to go. So yeah, like I said, it was mostly the Vi. We couldn't stop the Vi in the 3v3. Sona was getting blown up instantly, so yeah.
So about that Vi pick, it's something that we've seen in the European LCS a lot recently, but not anywhere else actually. Is that someone you would pick up as well, or do you not think she's that viable?
I think she's okay in certain team comps and situations. I feel Pain picked Vi, particularly against us, because they know that our AD carry is really good. I think our AD is probably the best on the team, or our bot lane. So I think Vi was, look, we're picking this because we want to shut down your bot lane. And that's exactly what they did.
Let me go a little bit deeper in that. You say that you think your bot lane is the best. We saw, of course, with the game earlier that you ran with a Annie support. Is that something, where have you picked that up? Because people have been saying they can take their influences from both Korea and North America. Is that drawn from there or more your own, you really like to run with it?
It's more Korea. We first saw Annie support in Korea and we were like, oh wow, that's actually really good against squishy support champions. And yeah, I mean, we saw the Sona pick against Lion Gaming and we were like, all right, let's just go Annie. And it worked out really well for us.
It worked out really well, and it was Heavens who was on Syndra in that game, and coming into this, Heavens was someone that we were told to look out for because he plays a lot of stuff. He has the deepest champion pool and runs with a lot of different things and different builds. Is that something you have to keep in check sometimes, like now with the Swain pick?
Yeah, you know, he gets a lot of funky ideas with a lot of champions, and some of the time we don't want him to play things, but he has his heart set on it. So sometimes, you know, there's a little bit of debate with it in the team when it comes to the mid pick. But so far this tournament, I'm still happy, yeah.
So, of course, you have a loss now. You already have 2 wins. Nothing is lost, not at all. So what are your thoughts in going into the rest of the games and the teams you still have to face?
So the only team we have to, the only team left faces, I think, Gaming Gear. We watched the game versus Pain, and we watched the game versus DP as well, Dark Passage. We think we can beat them. They're not anything special. I think Pain are better than them. So I think 50-50 going into that.
So do you think that Pain will be the team to beat for you guys coming into tomorrow maybe?
Pain? Yeah, I think Pain's going to be the team to beat this tournament. I'll be honest, obviously we'd love as an upset, but I'll be very surprised if Pain doesn't win.
Right. So you've been saying that you think they're very strong, and Pain has also been scrimming against a lot of the LCS teams, and I've heard you saying that you've been scrimming against Copenhagen Wolves. So Lion told me, the Lion team, well, we haven't been able to research anyone else. Is that where you think you get your edge, that you have done a lot more preparation than some of the other teams, and how did you do that?
Yeah, I think all the different teams had different levels of preparation. I think when teams looked at our VODs, they didn't get much out of them because we stomped our regionals. And what we're picking and banning now has no reflection on what we were picking and banning then. And a lot of practice with Copenhagen Wolves has really helped us. So yeah, I think they're starting to see trends of what we're doing. But I think, yeah, we're still good contenders, I think.
You seem to have a very clear vision of the regions and who is strong and which teams, and I think that's maybe because of your time zone that you can watch a lot of stuff. So what do you think of the competition on world level now, and where do you situate the Oceanic region in that?
I'd say we're probably second or third best region here. I think all the players here individually are really good. It's just a matter of preparation. And I mean, Lion Gaming have straight out said, we haven't prepared for this, we haven't watched VODs. They're all good, really good individually, but if you don't prepare, then you're not going to do well at the tournament. So, yeah.
And can you tell me something, what it would mean for you, for your team, and for your entire region to get a spot at Worlds?
It would mean the world to us.
Very nice. So if you were to be able to get that spot, you got, of course, already these other regions, do you think you could beat a lot of the teams there because you have that edge of that preparation and looking at all those scenes?
I honestly think we do okay. I wouldn't expect like a top 3 or a top 4 finish, obviously. I mean, the Korean and Chinese teams are absolute monsters. Maybe against some of the NA and European teams, we might do okay, and some of the Southeast Asia. But I think at Worlds, it's going to be Korea and China domination.
No love for Europe and NA?
No.
That is clear. So how are you enjoying the event so far and playing in front of this crowd and on this stage?
It's amazing. You know, playing at PAX in Australia was our first, you know, live audience event, and to play in front of this audience in Gamescom is amazing. The event itself is the biggest I've ever seen. It's absolutely massive, and it's just, it's an amazing experience.
Tell me maybe a little bit more about, you get the chance now to talk to that many people that are watching that might not know the team, and it's been on Reddit as well that you've been hyped, and look at this team, they're really good. How long have you been playing together, and where did it all come from?
So the core members of the team, we've been together since December 2011, and we actually haven't lost a tournament in our region since that time. So we've been dominant in the Oceanic region for a very long time.
Well, you've been dominating here too, Ellen. 2 games, just 1 loss. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. All right, now it's time for our 4th set of matches. Demon and Jet will be calling the Dark Passage versus Pain Gaming match over on the 2nd stream, while Kobe and Quickshot will be bringing you the play-by-play for the Gaming Gear and Lion match on the A stream. Take it away, guys.
And like Shock said, we pulled a caster lane swap here at Gamescom. Jet and I will be calling the next 2 games here on the B stream, starting with Dark Passage taking on Pain Gaming.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. Pain Gaming looked great. Just the last game we cast before we ran over here with them, great. By the way, just to keep casting them, as they just destroyed the previously unbeaten immunity in that one.
Yeah, secretly we said, you know what, these guys look great, let's just go cast them again. Yeah. Let's just change stage, we don't care, we want to cast these guys. Keep following the Brazilians, see how they go. It's great to hear an Australian voice as well.
That was actually a really good interview.
It was.
Yeah, I thought they had he had a lot of thoughtfulness going in, and that means to me that they're going to be able to adjust and kind of realize what they were doing. When they lost that game, he didn't just say, oh, we lost in the picks and bans, we got outpicked. He said it in a smart way, saying like, oh, the Swain was the wrong choice. It would have worked if this happened, but this is what happened and that's why it didn't work, so we would have done something else in the future. And I think that's a great mindset for them, and it means they have a plan for what they're doing. They're not just kind of randomly picking things like a lot of teams do.
Are you suggesting some teams don't always have a plan going into these games?
Sometimes. Maybe a certain, couple teams that I know of just like to pick champions that they like playing.
Well, Dark Passage, they're looking to bring the pain against Dark Passage right now. Not against themselves, of course. It's going to be Pain looking to bring it. Yeah,
we'll get this.
You know what I meant.
It's
you
fine.
know what I meant.
The stream swap, discombobulation.
I can't speak. Can't speak anymore. Of course, nevertheless, Dark Passage, they did beat up on Lion Gaming in the last match, and Dark Passage looked okay in the games. We've covered them already, but that was the first victory.
And in the last game, Dark Passage was actually down a little bit early, but they were able to fight their way back behind. Apparently, Naru went 8-5-1 on Zed. His split push was what ended up turning the tides of the battle late in the late game. And then Fabulous also had his first pretty good, I would say, game of the split. He went 9-3-5 as Kale on the top.
Yeah, and it's always interesting to see these teams when they come into it. They're all beefed up, people blowing wind up each other's skirts, saying that guy's the best in the world as an AD carry. It's like, really? Can you say best in the world when they haven't played against, you know, the top teams of the world? Who do you compare him with? Well, he's great in solo queue. Well, there's no pressure there.
I'll tell you, the last game, BRTT looked pretty good.
BRT looked very, very good in that last game. Yeah, it's definitely for sure. But you cannot discount the support he had, because Zyra set up a lot of those kills.
And Vi was camping the lane.
Yeah.
I think that was absolutely a team victory, and that's the biggest thing that comes in for these games is even in, I know it's not necessarily fully related, but Immunity's AD carry, Radier, you know, top solo queue there. A lot of people say AD carry is really, really good in that case. Even in the interview, we think that's why Pain Gaming decided to pick Vi against it. I feel like it's because Pain just loves killing AD carries, but we'll get to see that in this game, whether it's true or not. And it didn't matter how good you are on Vayne if there's a Vi and a Malphite ulting you in every single fight.
Yeah.
You're most likely going to die. The rest of your team then has to back you up and make up for two people committing all their stuff to get you.
It'd be hashtag flash mechanics, not Vayne mechanics.
Yeah.
Really
And even
required.
then, Vi follows you.
Vi does follow you, indeed. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's check out those starting lineups. On the blue side, it is going to be Pain Gaming. We just saw them victorious over against Immunity. They are 2-0 so far, and in the top lane, it is Venom Surti as the jungler. We just saw running around on Vi. Cammy in that mid lane, BRTT as that AD carry that ran domination as Caitlyn in the last game. And of course, Espeon was the support. Let's not forget, behind every great AD carry, there's always a great support.
Yeah, and then on the red side, we also have Dark Passage, of course, with Fab Fabulous in the top lane, Ryosta in the jungle, Naru in the mid lane, Lethleon. We'll have to see if Letleon?
Latilion.
And
Holy
sorry,
Dove.
I will get these down. Latilion in that AD carry position. We'll have to see if he gets dove on really hard. And then, of course, Holy Thoth, who might be distracted by the clouds in this set because he's a huge cloud fan. He's got to be careful not to look out in the wrong stage.
There is a lot of clouds going by on one of the sets over here, and that may be distracting. Like you say, maybe he's writing a blog about it right now. Maybe he's mid here, sat waiting for the Pain to get themselves sat down. Of course, they did just play, so you know, no surprise that they're having a bit of a break between matches. But maybe just maybe he's just pulling a couple of words down on the keyboard. Just get a couple of words down.
Yeah, well, we're going to have a bit...
By the way, I love this, by the way.
What?
Have you not started the stage manager running by, catching everyone that's there? Mika's having a great time right now as stage manager.
Hard job, actually.
Yeah, it's a tough job. Maybe they should have put a backdrop there. Just saying.
It is a nice
Maybe
shot.
It would have worked.
I have to think it is a nice shot.
But we do see, I mean, this is effectively behind us is the main stage. So this is, you can see the wash if I point above Jad's head. Just there. That is the
what are you doing up there?
That is the main stage area. Yeah, there's not much over here. You don't want to look over here. Although, technically, if I was to do that... Hold on a minute.
What are you doing?
It's Kobe and Trevor.
Oh, the glare didn't let me see where you're pointing.
Kobe and Trevor just
We're
over there.
all a nice, happy family here.
We are
with the
one
two
big
streams.
happy family here, so we are covering, of course. We are at Gamescom, and you can tell it is live because people are walking past behind us. We are here. It is the press day. So if you're wondering, why does it look a little empty
These are all
behind you
press.
guys?
That's why they're taking
Because
so many pictures.
Apparently these are all press.
Yeah.
I mean, who'd have thunk it, that there was this much press in the world? I mean, I would have thought maybe, just maybe, there'd be a little bit more coverage, maybe, of the events. But it seems that with this much press, there's going to be a lot written about this event.
I wouldn't be surprised. There's a lot going into this event, too. By the way, Pain Gaming is making their way over.
Yeah.
They're going to have to set up. So if you're interested, D-Man and I are going to be talking for a little while.
We're going to be talking for quite a while.
Potentially.
Yes.
What do you want to talk about? I want to talk about
what do you want to
the
talk
playoffs
about?
coming up.
Let's talk about
Personally.
the playoffs. The European LCS. Of
European
course,
LCS playoffs.
we are here on the community stage, and they are running these guys. The production crew here are the hard-working production crew that did have to cover all 26 games. So, you know, these guys deserve a bit of a round of applause. But in themselves, we had a very long time of it. You know what? Those guys actually, then I want to tell you guys at home, because they don't get enough credit, because they had to do the 12 games, well, the 8, 6, and then 12 games. Then the next day, they had to come in, pack everything up, bring it all here, so we could be bringing you these exact pictures right now. Camera guy behind the camera right now is one of the men that worked all those hours. It's been a busy, busy time for these guys, trust me.
It's been a rather busy season as well.
A bit more than I had to do as well. I just like, see you guys.
Talk. How's it
See
going?
you guys. I'm off home. Oh, you packing down tomorrow? I gotta do research, man. I'd love to help you, but I gotta
So the
do
reason
research.
we do all the research, obviously, is so we can talk about these
So
international
we can talk
wildcard
about
teams
these games
and the
these
European
moments,
playoffs.
these exact moments right now where we have to fill for around about 20, 30 minutes. I don't know how long it's going to be, to be honest.
It might be a while.
It might be a while.
Yeah. The reason I'm excited for this, international wildcard teams coming in, effectively qualifying for the same tournament that the European playoffs are going to be qualifying for as well.
Exactly.
And being able to compare the quality of play so quickly between the international wildcard teams and the European playoff teams is going to give us a pretty solid metric of kind of like where these teams sit in. I actually think Pain Gaming is pretty good.
I think they're pretty good. I think they're definitely up there. They'd certainly be able to compete with the teams.
They can definitely compete with the European teams, maybe with some of the European teams at this point. They still have, I think, a ways to go, but you never know with the newer teams that are just getting on to the next level, like how high they can really go.
Well, what interested me in that last match is we obviously saw the wombo combos that they were using to try and pin down Radier. But with Vi, we've seen Vi a number of times in the European LCS, and he started off successfully, but then everybody knew how to play against it.
Yeah.
So suddenly, Vi has not really worked. I mean, Aaron A has been trying to run it in the Super Week. They went 0-5. It just didn't work. I think it was like 2 or maybe 3 games, and every single time he ran it, people were just shutting him down because they know how to counter him.
And in this case, they didn't necessarily know how to counter it because I think if you're going to run a heavy gank jungler like that, you got to make sure you run a mid who can farm enough to make up for the ganks being gone, because they didn't lose gold every time he went around since he had such control over Swain in the mid lane. And that's the big thing that Immunity was talking about after the game, because Cammy just didn't get pressured for taking all the jungle camps. He had 300 farm on Orianna 25 minutes into the game.
Yeah, there was 0 impact on him. Heavens, obviously, we saw against Dark Passage, ironically, was when they had the Kassadin. They're constantly harassing, constantly moving around the map, constantly attacking. But it just seemed that when he did pull Swain...
He didn't have a Swain.
He had nothing. He wasn't being aggressive because he couldn't. He had to farm. He had to try and keep up with Cammy, but Cammy was given everything by his jungler. So he was just constantly chasing the game and not able to put any pressure on. And when one of your carries are just removed from the game like that, of course Radier is just going to get completely ganked. I mean, why else would they focus anyone else? Because why would you focus a Swain? Swain's just going to sit there
Well,
and
that's the whole point. They said actually...
I believe it is.
But really, the Swain is good if he can get ahead. What have you done to me?
See, you come over here and you go all crazy.
Yeah, the Swain would have worked if he got ahead early, because we saw he almost took on 3 people, but we've gotten way off topic. We were talking about the playoffs.
We were.
Yeah.
But we've come roundabout back to the World Cup playoffs, because we were talking about the fact that how these teams compare to the
And then we
playoffs.
talked about Aaron A and his Vi. So why not talk about Alternate being in 6th place right now? Because they had that late season, Alternate did, that late season collapse there that put them in a head-to-head now with EG, which everyone's been walking around and talking about if they want to play. I really wonder if they're going to be able to turn it around, because that's a collapse throughout the season for those guys.
It was a really interesting position, because part of me was thinking, oh God, we may not have SK Gaming in the playoffs. You know, these are a team that got themselves into the World Finals. But then another part of me was thinking, Alternate have been first for 6 weeks running.
They should make it.
How the hell have they got into this situation? They have just spiraled out of control. You know, you could in part put it down to Creaton, but I would question week 5, and this is probably pretty harsh on them.
Okay.
Or is it week 4 or 5?
I'll check for you.
went on holiday. Simple as that.
That really hurt them.
Simple as that. Went on holiday. They lost them 2 games. 2 games. Those 2 games would have discounted that whole position, and you know they wouldn't have been in that 6th place turf. They had that pressure situation put on them. Player went on holiday. Why would you go on holiday in the middle of a season when you're a professional paid player?
Yeah, also there was
only
the
9 weeks.
No, that's not a good thing for Ferelnord, especially when he has to be the dominating force of that team.
Yeah, and honestly, he's never actually been the same since he came back from the holiday. He's never quite played the same to that top level, because he was performing brilliantly in those opening 4 weeks.
You can make some documentary out of this, like what happened to Ferelnord.
What happened while he was away?
Did he
but
lose
of course
the
you
Elo
could talk
blade?
about,
Was it a
Creaton.
quest?
Was it a quest?
To retain the Elo blade?
Went on a passage of manhood. I don't know. That's going into dangerous territory right there. But let's also talk about the fact that obviously Creaton, he did break his hand. Maybe
not
under, I don't know, circumstances that obviously he could have avoided. It was his own stupid fault effectively. But
usually
that
breaking
happened.
bones is generally the person's fault for the most part.
Well, sometimes there's an accident, a genuine accident.
Yes.
Not going to go
Did
into
you
the
announce? Did you announce how he broke his hand ever?
No,
before?
I didn't. No,
Is it secret information?
I think it may be,
Okay.
but nevertheless, it's his own stupid fault. Let's put it that way.
I was hoping, because I hadn't heard.
No, I
was hoping.
No, I'd best not go down there. If they want to talk about it, they can talk about it themselves. It's not
Yes,
for me to
this is true.
actually discuss. But yeah, it was his own stupid fault, and that may well have backfired. And these are the problems that have put him in that situation because they were so good at the start of the season.
Yeah, and the thing I liked about them actually is how I really like Kerp and the presence he provides in the top lane, but I also think it makes Aaron A. I'll get there. It makes Aaron A in a very difficult spot because Kerp generally plays things that'll synergize with Pharrell and Lord, and they just kind of don't care about Aaron A.
Yeah.
Aaron A just has to go off and do exactly what he wants to do, like whatever he does.
To be honest, Aaron A, I think, supports Friend Lord a hell of a lot. In the way he plays, and Kerp's generally left on an island.
Yeah.
And the irony is, you know, he went so well on Shen. I think he went 9-0, like nine wins or something like crazy like that, Shen. He hates playing Shen. He absolutely hates it with a passion.
So many of these players.
Soaz hates it as well.
It's like, I don't like playing Shen.
Yeah.
The same
he's a
thing,
bit of a
the same
boring
thing is true with
champion for me.
supports on Sona as well. It's like the generic kind of like pick.
Yeah. It's funny
fit
because
into the
like,
team comp.
I mean, to me, I would find Shen a bit of a boring champion to play, but you got like, I mean, look at Fnatic, for example. Yellowstar absolutely loves playing Shen,
Yeah.
which is why they did the switch.
You know what's fun? Winning.
Winning is pretty good.
Yeah.
And
Generally,
you know,
I feel like if he's not in the one Shen, he should start liking that champion a little bit more.
you start enjoying that champion because you're winning with it. So that's how it worked out. And obviously, you know, we could talk about the fact that Kerp has started playing the Sandra, hasn't worked out massively well. Even played Quinn, and that didn't work out well either.
Karma? That was a disaster.
Yes, Karma, he's played that a number of times as well. These are champions that, while he may not do that bad against them, it's a case of do they work better with your team? With Shen, you're protecting Creaton, and that's all they need to do.
That is very good, because Creaton is awesome. As long as his hand is not bandaged and he's strong. I was actually very amazed, as you guys can see, Pain Gaming has made it here. We do need to give them time to set up, though, because they had some navigation issues or something getting over here. They're now setting up. We do have to give them time to warm up. It's only fair.
Navigation issues walking from there to there.
Something must have happened.
I think they were allowed a break. I mean,
Yeah.
generally teams are allowed a break. They're 20-minute break to have a tactical discussion to talk about exactly what has been going on. Generally, it's not quite this long, but they are set up. You can see them in their seats right now, so they're going to be ready to go soon. I believe that's BRTT right there.
You are correct.
Oh, it may be Riosta. No, it is BRTT.
Yeah, it is BRTT.
Yeah, of course it is. So he is actually used to play Counter-Strike. Interesting stat for him there. He used to play on MIB. So that was a pretty good Counter-Strike team. That's not like low-level stuff. That's like the Brazilians' best team.
He's also the most famous player, streamer in Brazil. He had a huge amount of popularity kick in with his Draven before the Draven passive change. He hasn't necessarily picked it up since then, but he generally tries to play hyper carries. You know, him and I have no confidence in my name of Kami. Cammy.
Cammy works. I just think Kamikaze.
Kamikaze.
He used to be a player
Okay.
I used to play with. And in
Is
fact, it's a pretty
17.
popular name online.
Yeah,
to
Cammy
be
is
fair.
17, and he is, I know we mention this all the time, but in case you haven't heard it, it's the most interesting stat we have here is he had 1,536 league points in Challenger over on the Brazilian servers, which is the highest amount of league points anyone has ever had on a server. And he's basically known as the god over there. He just wins all his lane, untouchable. He's going to be the person that carries them all the way to victory. And so far, he's carried them to an undefeated mark.
According to the tweet people, he's actually fell to diamond, which is ironic. But I mean, it's not surprising because
like you can decay. He's been here for a week.
Of course he has. He's been it's probably more than that. He's been practicing with his team for God knows how long. So that's probably more important at the moment. But picks and bans are underway, and you can see Pain Gaming having a bit of fun on camera there. Thresh and Ezreal, they have been banned out. Vayne and Zyra being taken away by Dark Passage. No surprise. Zyra working especially well for Espion in that last match. Vayne, of course, generally just nobody wants to play against him.
Yeah, Zyra's been particularly effective so far. I feel like Twitch has been particularly effective, just in the international tournament in general. The Zac is either like first picked or banned in almost every game for these teams as well.
Yeah.
Still trying to figure out why that is. It's like...
Well, it's almost the same. I guess you could think of the Korean scene, think of Casey Rolls to B, Insect plays it a lot.
Yeah,
he
really caught on in North America during Super Week as well.
Yeah.
Zach top lane was kind of everywhere. Once people are getting enough farm on him, he's really just able to create. And
it's annoying.
Oh, that too.
He literally bounces around the theme and
then when you kill him,
he's not dead.
Kill him again.
Yeah.
But really, that's good.
That is good. Twitch has banned out, actually 3 AD carries being banned out in this one, but Shen has managed to sneak his way through, so Venom looking like he's going to be Shen on the top lane. It could be Surti in the jungle as well, but Sona Jarvan also being picked up by Dark Passage.
Yeah, it's actually been 4 AD carries banned across both teams, because Ezreal got banned by Pain as well. And it's interesting here because we're thinking about the things that BRTT has played, at least in the qualifier. He played Twitch, Vayne, Kog'Maw, and Vayne again. So they've obviously banished out. Sorry, you're right. 3 AD carries.
I wasn't going to say anything, Jan. I mean, I wouldn't want to.
You were just gonna. You wouldn't want to call me on anything.
No chance.
I think you should. No. Actually, if I say something.
You
like
really?
That. Yeah.
Really?
If I say something like really wrong.
And then you're just going to pull this crystal
like
ball
4 to
out and
3,
just make predictions like for the whole day.
Zyra's actually an AD carry. Thresh is AD mid. No.
Thresh technically could be an AD carry.
He has very good
And there's a lot
AD
of people that have talked about him trying to run him in the top lane. So, you know, maybe I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, but that interests me. A Mumu in the jungle.
Wow. This is something that Pain hasn't even been close to running in their other games, for one. Such a difference in jungler choices for Surti from game to game. Vi, who just lives in lanes and tries to gank, versus a Mumu, who you can play as a ganker, but you shouldn't. You should play a Mumu as a farmer who hits level 6 and then becomes a monster. I really want to see how this one pans out for Pain, because that's not necessarily your get on the AD carry, dive him extremely well team like they've been running. It's a whole new ballgame for them.
Well, Misfortune looks like he's going to get locked in. They're just like, whoa, you don't want that Curse of the Sad Mommy coming out. We want to get rid of that one. That limits the AD carries, but it doesn't, because look what's available. Caitlyn for BRTT.
If he wants it, especially against Misfortune. That's pretty much the thing that people picked against Misfortune when Misfortune was all the rage. Outranged her by a huge margin and able to get that. But, you know, he had played Kog'Maw in that other qualifier game. He can still pick whatever he wants. Mainly that just means those AD carry bans were fear at his strength on those instead of being like trying to ban him out.
And this is a NASA's top lane. We saw Soaz running that in the playoffs just the other day in the European LCS. They're Brazilians, they continue with that Mordekaiser, but they're not going to lock it in. It is going to be Caitlyn selected, and they're probably going to switch across to Gragas. Gragas, who actually was ran by Naru in the game one. No, tell a lie, it was Mazarine.
Mazarine.
Yes.
He's played it, I mean, once, but also twice, because there was the remake there. And Cammy played it a bunch of times. In the last game for them to qualify, he went 15-1-4 on Gragas as well. So,
switch to Ari. We got the stat out. That's what it counts. That's what counts.
Like 51-4, I can do better than that.
I'm going to pull Ari out. Yep, nope. We're not going to, of course, see Mordekaiser selected in here. It could be Kassadin, but I'm not too sure. Kassadin against the Ari?
It can work. They basically just all fly around. Ari beats it early. Then after that, they just kind of match roam with each other. I want to talk about the Nasus top lane specifically, because when Soaz played that, it was actually quite brilliant against the Malphite. He rushed the Spirit Visage, and there was no way Malphite could stop him from farming due to his natural health, or natural lifesteal, and the regen he got from the Spirit Visage. I think Shen has a little bit more harass, and it might not work as well, but I want to see this matchup. I don't think it's as smart as against Malphite, but it could still work, since Pain, aside from the Ahri, doesn't have a hyper-mobile team. Nasus might actually be able to live next to a Mumu and some other people on Pain and do some damage in fights if he gets farmed.
Yeah, and considering Surti's ganks in the last match with Vi, I'm interested to see how he's going to work out with a Mumu, because a Mumu is definitely a very different jungler.
It is so much different. I mean, the counter jungle potential from Dark Passage early, if Jarvan can get going, Riosta has not had the best track record of counter jungling so far in this international wildcard tournament, but the potential is definitely there for him.
Lion Gaming 1-0 up against Gaming Gear. That's, of course, on Stream A right now, but right here on Stream B, it is Pain. Pain potentially going to top the league. Well, they are top of the league right now. Can they go 3-0? That's the question. Of course, that could push Dark Passage to 1-3, or will it be a 2-2 for Dark Passage? and pushing Pain Gaming to equal Immunity's record of 2-1.
It's going to be tough.
Head-to-heads, Pain Gaming would still be top of the league. Of course, there are the teams set up here. We are actually on the Riot Community booth, actually, the Riot Community stage. If you want to come and find us here at Gamescom, this will be the only day we are broadcasting from this booth, though. Of course, everything else will be back on the main stage, but there is so many games today. We didn't want to miss you guys to miss this. We didn't want to do them off stage so nobody watched it. So it's simply a case of, well, we're only having to broadcast one. We'll pick and choose. We wanted you guys to see everything, and in 720p, of course. So here we go. Pain Gaming, they are the blue team, and Dark Passage as the red team. We are live. It's Brazil versus Turkey.
Yeah, and there are so many games at Gamescom across the 5 days that, of course, we have to double stream on the first day, just because otherwise you can't fit it into the whole 5 days.
Yeah, and I would say it's the problem of being in convention centers, but actually running pretty much every hour possible. It's not really the convention center is slowing it down. It's simply not enough hours in the day. Yeah, sleep deprivation may actually be an issue. Naru slowly backing away from that one. Just to see whether forcing maybe a Surti to try and take that bandage toss early on. Dangerous territory,
aggressive
actually.
Invade. Very aggressive invade here from Pain. They're taking confidence in here, and since Dark Passage was off trying to ward the red buff with only Sona, anybody who could have potentially gotten caught by Pain would have died there. Luckily, Dark Passage does have knowledge of them being there because they were kind of darting their heads in and out of dangerous spots, and they never managed to get hit.
And that does mean, of course, that the fact the wards have been placed by Pain Gaming, they've put them out in and around that red buff area. We did also see Dark Passage getting one of their wards of their own over on the Wraith, so simple vision for both teams to cover off the jungle roots. It looks like it's going to be a potential 2v1 set up by, see, it's Pain Gaming forcing it. You can see they're sending BRTT and Esbjorn on Caitlyn and Nami and towards that top lane and up against Fabulous on Nasus, which does mean we're going to see the Thinion and Holy Toff in the bottom lane in the 2v1 against Venom. And Venom on the Shen, well, no problem there. It's pretty much standard the 2v1 lane.
I don't think Dark Passage wants 1v2s for Nasus. I feel like with that Nasus pick, they absolutely want him against Shen, and I'm surprised they're not trying to go into any lane swaps early on. Actually, as soon as Fabulous saw the lane in the top lane, he kind of ran immediately to his turret. However long Dark Passage stays in this lane, I think is an advantage for Pain.
Yeah, maybe they're going to try and force it. Instead, Riosta is going for that red buff
straight away
here. He does have Holy Thoth with him. And look at that. It's too late. Too slow. Because that is where Surti started. I don't think they were expecting Surti to start there.
Yeah, but Surti made the smart play, knowing that he had his AD carry and support top lane. There was no way that if Dark Passage put their AD carry and support bot lane, they could protect his red. That's why he had to take it right away.
Oh, Naru trying to go for an opening exchange with Cammy, and you can see actually Riosta coming in, expecting him to dive in that way. Instead, he tries to throw out those orbs. Surti coming in. Oh, bandage toss not going to land. Naru also going very low in there. Ignite was burned by Cammy, though.
And actually, Surti is trying to pull off a lot of early aggression here on Amumu. Because he has his Nami up top, and there's no support to help Riosta, they might actually be able to pull off a buff steal with the Mumu on Jarvan.
They do manage to get the bandage toss and the Aqua Prison on towards him. He's going to have to slide away from this one, but the Ignite running, that's going to be the red buff gone.
Yeah, so very aggressive play regardless of champion, really catching Dark Passage off guard and punishing them for guessing wrong on Surti's start. If Riosta didn't put so much time into trying to steal that red buff, this extra red steal wouldn't have even been possible for Surti.
So great start for Pain Gaming once again here. It has put them slightly in the edge. Let's see how the lanes are working out. Of course, the AD carries are pretty even. They're both in opposite lanes, but in terms of farm, they're keeping toe-to-toe with each other, as you would expect us to for the first couple of waves. Meanwhile, though, we are seeing Fabulous pushed on the tower. This is where he's going to be happy, but overall, I don't think he's happy at all. Nathaniel going very aggressive, but the Shadow Dash Taunt catching on towards the Nathaniel. He's going to take 2 tower hits. That's some big, heavy hits right there.
Yeah, and Holy Thoth is going to have to use the remainder of his mana pool even to get them close in here. It's just a matter of how much can Venon heal up. Now that he did take that damage under the turret, we have some very aggressive action going down in that bottom 2v1. Whereas Fabulous, I still don't think this is a good 2v1 for Dark Passage to be in, but they seem to be fairly confident with this Sona MF that they can make something happen.
Well, speaking of making things happen, Riosta's going to come up towards the top. He's going to pick up his golems and maybe pay a visit towards his top lane because Pain are putting the pressure on towards that top. Both, at the moment, both top laners still keeping up with the same farm, though.
Yeah, but with no red buff for Jarvan, that gank is going to be excessively hard Also, he just hit level 3, but BRTT is level 4. At the very least, he's coming up here to kind of leech experience and save Fabulous from potential danger, but mainly he's just coming up here because he's out of jungle and he doesn't want the turret to take too much damage.
Simply taking some of that lane tax as well. We'll see how that works out for him. Fabulous.
Get it.
Is he leveling up the spirit fire there? Was he?
Yeah, he must be. Since he's trapped in, he's 1/1/1 in all 3 of his spells right now.
All 3 right now.
He actually just put
the bottom lane. Holyfoth's going to get caught on. Sati does manage to get the damage down. Teleport coming in. Sati's going to back away. He's got the double buffs. He's just going to walk away from this one. Teleport was cancelled as well. And that was actually Fabulous teleporting down the bottom. Lithilion, now he's out of position here. Shadow Dash doesn't manage to land. Sati putting the pressure down. Aqua Prison on the top lane, but it's going to be Lithilion. He's taken so low. He's trying to pick up the kill on towards Venom. I don't think he's going to be able to get away from this one. The red buff picking. He's going to get caught, and it's another kill. Venom now takes that one. It's 2 for 0 for Pain Gaming.
Sir T is a madman. He's level 4 on Amumu, but he has done more early game on Amumu than Jarvan has, and that is a terrible sign for Dark Passage, because Amumu, he doesn't even start being good until level 6 at this point, but he is really making plays early on in the game just by positioning and being in the right spot.
And I tell you what, Espeon and BRTT are a great combo. They're putting so much pressure back on Fabulous. He's going to have to back away. Remember, he used his teleport. He was going to go down to the bottom. He had to cancel it. So he can't even teleport back to lane. He's going to lose so much experience here.
I actually think the teleport was interrupted by a Nami bubble when he was trying to go down. So once again, it was just the pressure being put on them by Espeon and BRTT that took him back. This is one of the reasons Pain's 2-0 right now. And Dark Passage has been struggling. And so far, and early on in this game, their previous results are showing in their play.
So that is going to be the turret going down. Not quite this round on BRT. They thought he could finish it, but they thought, no, best not tank this one out because there is going to be a rather large dog coming this way in the form of Fabulous. BRTT will take it down in the next hit. Sure enough, it does take it down. So, first turret of the game, Pain Gaming.
Yeah, and now Fabulous needs to enter farm mode. His turret is gone. The question is Dark Passage going to try and push back? Which, at that case, why are you necessarily doing the top lane Nasus if you can't stall and farm for him? What the danger is going to be, though, is Pain. Where does BRTT and Espeon go now? And can they get a second and third turret before Dark Passage can answer back? That's when the game could really get out of hand.
Well, they've picked themselves up a BF sword, BRTT, and it looks like it's the top lane. He went straight for that Bloodthirster before, but look at this. DP realizing and trying to go for that dragon.
And it's very strange because Pain sent their AD carrying support up there yet again. Sir T is not level 6, and this seems like a dragon they can very well get unless they try an incredibly aggro 3v4 contest. Yeah, he's going to try to seal it.
So T's trying to go in there. He does get close enough, but not close enough to get the smite down. They're going to try and lock up and try and get a kill out of this one. Will it be Riostat? They're going to try and keep him away. He's going to have to slide through on towards the blue buff. Spirit Rush being pulled out, and it's going to be Cammy that follows it through, picks up that kill, and now Naru's in trouble. He's going to get focused on. Has to Rift walk away from this one. They can see another bandage toss onto Holy Thoth. Holy Thoth's going to walk away from this one. So Pain Gaming, they get themselves a kill, but it's a dragon with Dark Passage.
Yeah, that was very strange by Dark Passage because they had more people and they were just pretty much running away despite Caston being just strong. Sure, Ahri is scary at level 7, but putting no damage back in a 4v3 when the dragon is dead. So it's not like the dragon's going to be damaging them while they fight. I feel like Dark Passage could have fought that, but they were just scared of Ahri and they ended up giving up ground.
Oh, look at T. He wants to come
so
in.
aggressive.
He's got that smite available, and he's thinking, you know what? I could use this one. I'm going to go for it instead. Naru comes in. He tries to go aggressive on him, but look at T. He's using the bandage toss. He's going aggressive on a Kassadin.
Level 5 Amumu, no blue buff, no ultimate, completely pushing Naru off of that blue buff, and then almost taking him out of lane.
This is just like one of those simple confidence things. It's like, I am going to go aggressive on you, and you are going to back down from me. So T using the smite there, confirming he does pick up that blue buff. Cammy, of course, will be taking the blue buff of his own side. So Pain Gaming taking every advantage, every little bit of resources away from Dark Passage that they can.
Yeah, I feel like Sir T is almost just bluffing in a lot of these situations. Be like, yeah, you're going to be scared of me. I'm going to run up into you, and you're going to back away. And there's no reason for him not to because Dark Passage is not calling him on anything. He's only 20 minion kills so far in Amumu. He spent the whole game just running at people without his Amumu ultimate. It's ridiculous that it's working so well.
It's like one of those aggressive fight modes when you run at them screaming, waving your hands in the air. It's like, back away!
Yeah, and they will.
It seems to work. BRTT. Well, Riosta just used the smite, by the way, on that golem in the top lane, which means on this red buff, he doesn't have it available, nor does Sir T, so it's actually simply a case of fighting with damage, and it's BRTT that use it with the Piltover Peacemaker.
So now 1,500 gold lead for Pain Gaming. One thing Sir T has to be a little bit careful of, even though he's honestly playing Amumu exactly like he played Vi last game, is falling too far behind in farm on Amumu so that he is just a walking ultimate and he explodes anytime he comes close to a fight. He doesn't necessarily want to get that far behind where that's a thing.
That's the Sad Mommy, I believe, is a much longer torrent timer than Vi's Assault and Battery.
Yeah, it's a 120-second cooldown with the blue buff on him right now, so it's much longer without that cooldown reduction.
So then on taking that red buff, we haven't really had a chance to look at him. He's almost got that Sunfire Cape built up here. Here comes Sir T. Oh, red buff being given back to Sir T, so they're keeping him. That obviously works out with his aggressive play.
I actually really love with Amumu just running at people with red buff, but look out, ganks from all angles.
Cammy trying to go aggressive and actually turning this one around. He does have the Stand United coming. That's forced everybody to back away from Dark Passage. Spirit Rush still up there, does manage to come across, gets the charm on towards Fabulous, followed up by Curse of the Sad Mommy. He's going to have the flash on towards him with that red buff, of course. Cammy picks it up with the balls.
Now 4 kills to 0. 1.7 thousand advantage, and the dives just continue. They're so aggressive.
They try and use that Cataclysm onto Cammy, but he flashes out of it. Shadow Dash comes across. Sir T comes in there as well. It's another kill for Venom.
Yeah, Dark Passage is trying to get something back by split pushing the top lane here, but if they're losing the mid lane in the process, it's just not worth the trade. So far, obviously 5 kills to 0. Dark Passage being completely pushed around by Pain, and I don't know if they have an answer.
I'm not sure they do either, because looking at the damage, you know, Lethelion went for the mobility, went for the Berserker Greaves and the Vampire Scepter, while, well, BRTT, he's gone straight the damage. He wants to get all those towers down. They are going to come down towards the bottom lane. You see that Lethelion and Fabulous are coming down here, but I think they may get the turret first. No.
Yeah, Dark Passage was trying to come down and almost bait Pain to going in, and there were no wards in the area, but you could tell they kind of sensed it, that there was a dangerous thing here. They needed to wait for Cammy to get into the mid lane, have a presence there so that Kassadin wasn't free to roam, and now I think they continue to push, because as you mentioned, that BS sword versus just Berserker's Greaves isn't even close as soon as they start fighting each other.
Cammy seems to start finding his stride here. He's starting to look a little bit confident. He's already starting to go aggressive on towards Naru there, throwing out those orbs, throwing out those charms. He does not have Spirit Rush. He has to tell a lie. He does. Spirit Rush is available, and he's still going to stick around. He wants to go aggressive. The Ignite should be enough. He takes down Naru, and now it's going to be Sir T. He comes in, gets the charm on Fabulous. This isn't over yet. He could turn this one to another kill. Fabulous is going to get the bandage toss on him in a moment. They're going to try and go aggressive on Cammy. Cammy has got flash, doesn't manage to use it, but Fabulous is going to go down. Sir T picks that one up. He's not done yet. He might go on Riosta. Gets the bandage toss. Can he turn it out? One more. Will it be enough damage? He's trying to lock him up. He's taking a lot of tower damage here. He's going to use Curse the Sad Mommy to secure another kill.
Sir T is just putting on an Amumu clinic here. The Sad Mommy, all his friends were gone, but he still managed to finish off. He's 3-0-4 now. Boots of Mobility rushed, because why not? He's living in the enemy jungle, only fighting people. Awesome Amumu play by Sir T.
Pure aggression seemingly to work for Pain Gaming here, and Sir T, probably the most aggressive jungler we've seen in some time, that's for sure. A lot of the European and NA LCS players have definitely been tailored, but then again, they know how to counter this aggression, and it seems that Dark Passage don't have an answer right now. Riosta's been trying. He's desperately been setting up those ganks, trying to get Naru going, but every time he does, Cammy pulls off a kill.
Yeah, and we saw in one of the earlier games, Riosta hasn't had the most success counter jungling, even when his pick is tailored to do so. It seems like Sir T is just on another level right now. He's beating him to every spot, judging his fights better, and he's on a Mumu against a Jarvan. He shouldn't have the same tools, but he's out-executing by a large margin.
Cammy throwing out that charm, just sort of landing on the root, saying, yeah, I can kill you when I want to. Oh, good 90 caliber net there. Cataclysm comes out, flashes straight out of it. Safe play from BRTT.
BRTT using both of escapes to deal with both of Riosta's move blocks at that point. And he escapes the Jarvan. Riosta hasn't been able to pull anything off, and Cammy,
should have landed that combo.
Showed himself a little early.
Yeah, showed himself a little too early there, and the root Smelling it coming, gets out of there. Instead, it is going to be Dragon. This will be the first one for Pain Gaming. Dark Passage managed to secure it the first time around. Holy Thoth's got to be close. Careful, he doesn't get too close.
Yeah, there is a teleport up for Fab Fabulous, but knowing that they were down 8 kills to 1, they just didn't want to contest that. They recognized that they would lose that fight very badly, and they're waiting to find a couple almost free kills because they know in a team fight they wouldn't get it.
Bandage toss landing on Riosta just as he loses the Dragon Strike slide through.
Yeah, so unlike like a Maokai Twisted Advance, the bandage toss teleports him to the point with which he landed it, not to the character himself. That's why we didn't see Super Amumu flying through to the turret to chase Jarvan.
Oh, there's a skin example, the skin idea right there. Super Amumu, it could come out. We've got Pool Party maybe. But look at the pressure. Pain Gaming trying to put some damage on towards the first inner turret of the game in this bottom lane. The charm landing actually on towards Riosta again, putting the damage back on towards him. Naru trying to use that force pulse, can't even clear the wave. And every time BRTT just steps in, puts another shot on the turret.
And Fab Fabulous isn't here right now. He's trying to catch up on farm on Nasus, but I don't necessarily think he has the time to do so. Look at all the objectives that Dark Passage has kind of lost. A, because they're down in gold, but B, because they just don't have enough people in the area. Blue buff got entirely warded down. Dragon is gone. They're down 3 of their outer turrets, and they need to find some way to get something back in this game.
And we talked about Shen and how vital he can be. 2-0-2 Venom can just ideally split push off and keep the pressure on towards Dark Passage, which is what Fab Fabulous is trying to do. He's pushing the top, while the bottom lane is actually driving through. Lethilion and Holy Thoth trying to get on towards that turret, but they just, every time they go there, they get stopped, interrupted instantly. They may buy themselves time to finally take that bottom turret down.
Yeah, well, actually, BRTT stopped for a red buff. And it seems like they're willing to part ways with that turret. They've spent long enough dealing with its stuff. They don't need it anymore. They can deal with it. They can deal with themselves. They don't need the protection.
They may be in trouble though. How are they going to escape this one? Because Sir T is cutting them off.
I don't think they're getting out of this one.
You're going to see there's the wave coming through. Holy Thoth's the one that sidesteps in. That's going to give him problem. Puts the crescendo down, but Sir T's just going to walk straight up. Pops those tiny tears, catches the, because the sad mommy. Is he going to come in there? There it is. We'd already seen the attack coming out. Oh, the sniper getting through. Holy Thoth gets taken down. Riosta did manage to jump on towards Espion, but BRTT is doing damage from the side. Sir T is not giving up yet. Tries to get towards Riosta. Flash is in there. That's going to be Sir T going down, though, and that's actually giving a kill to Naru. But look at this. Coming across the side. He's going to have Spirit Rush. Comes in around the side, gets on towards Naru. Turns it back around. BRT picks himself up another kill.
And that is overall a 3 for 2 for Pain. Decent counterattack by Dark Passage right there, but really, Cammy coming in right at the right moment. If the Nami ultimate didn't split for that field goal there, I feel like it would have been a more successful fight. The shutdown on Sir T definitely hurts, but just the turret push they get afterwards makes it all worth it.
And Lethilion, what is he doing? He can't defend this one. Get away from there. Why is he stepping so close when he's trying to turn the damage around? But that charm comes flashing through. BRTT taking a good power chord there. What a damage, trying to get that double up on him. It may have actually become close. Double buff on BRTT. He's going to back off. He's got a mountain of gold again.
Yeah, I'm thinking BRTT is getting a little bit confident here. He's 6,500 gold, as we just saw, which is tops in the game. He had a race in the last one against Cammy, just seeing who could get the most gold versus farm. At this point, he's just winning them both. 153 minion kills, 18 minutes in. Not the fastest farming game we've seen. Definitely very action-packed, and so many turrets going down that the lanes haven't necessarily been in full farm mode. Still a great performance by BRTT on Caitlyn. Second game in a row he's done so well with the same champion.
It's a long game for these players. A long day, I should say. Not a long game. Maybe a long game. Who knows? We're only at the 18-minute mark. Let's not go too far.
Long day. Haven't been too many long games for Pain. Their first game against Gaming Gear definitely stretched, but these last two have seemed like very dominating performances so far. Obviously, they're 4,000 gold up. Dark Passage is going to try to turn it. Having the Kassadin and even having the Nasus, who, by the way, has sneakily been able to farm up a little bit. Let's check what his Q is at, actually, because he maxed it first. It's at plus 108 as far as his farming goes, so not an excessive amount high. Or no, sorry. Plus 228. That's definitely more impressive.
That is pretty impressive. So he's going to be hitting like a truck when he comes into these fights. When has not been in there for a while. Let's see how he does against Venom now, because he is coming up, puts a ward in that tri-bush, I believe. In fact, no, he goes for the river. Doesn't want to go up against him, though. They're both level 11. Doesn't want any of that one. Just wants to continue his farm. So this is going to be classic farming Nasus. Will eventually come into the game late on, and suddenly lay down a lot of damage.
Yeah, 33% cooldown reduction on him right now. It's a 2.7 second cooldown on his Q, so the longer he's able to stay up here, the better it is for Dark Passage in a sense. And Pain, it's not like aggression is a problem of theirs, so I think they're going to be able to go in. They definitely want to. We'll see if they can do it.
And the problem is, can they just negate him? Can they just keep him away from it? The fact that Curse the Sad Mommy is in there, you could get the charm on towards him. They could just control him in an Aqua Prison. So every time, because he's got to get into BRTT. That's who he's aiming for. But that Aqua Prison has been pretty accurate from Espeon. Now the blue buff is going to get taken away. Cammy's in there, Sir TT. Is he going to go for the ward? No, I think that was a force pull steal by Naru. Yes, it was. Nicely done by Naru.
That was very timely. Sir T got a little greedy. Instead of using the smite, he was trying to hand it off to Ari, but now they want it back.
Maybe they want it back. There's going to be the Spirit Rush. Curse of the Sad Mommy not landing, and the crescendo coming out at the right time. Is it going to be enough? No, BRT gets down on towards Holy Thoth. Now it's going to be Lithilion that gets locked up by the Shadow Dash, and he's going to get taken down. The barrier comes out, teleport coming in. Finally, we're going to see Fabulous. No, he cancels the teleport once again and continues pushing up the top lane.
I mean, really, he never wants to leave his lane on Nasus. The teleport itself was enough to force the disengage, and now he's trying to split push down. I actually think that was a pretty clever play by him, not going in with that teleport, because the animation itself is what scared Pain back from that fight, and it allowed him to push extra turret.
The question is, though, will Pain pick up this dragon?
Yeah, probably.
They have to try and prevent something here. They are going to prevent Fabulous's push. That Venom has forced him back with his presence. So, Pain Gaming, despite being bullied away by a fake teleport, it
got the dragon.
They got them the dragon, and it does keep that gold ticking in their favor, now at 5,000 gold.
And I'm looking at the builds coming out by Pain right now. They're having a lot of very important items completed. Cammy specifically with that Deathfire Grasp on Ari has been all the rage lately. It's just because, you know, when DFG was first kind of remade in Season 3, a lot of the casters that traditionally would bring it didn't bring it anymore because they're kind of... They couldn't think to burst down, since instead of just giving a % damage, it now amp the rest of your magic damage spells. But since Ari has so many small packets of damage, it works perfectly for her because it's the debuff that happens for the next 4 seconds, and he can just burst down whatever target he decides to go for. As well as the Bloodthirster and Last Whisper build that's come out for BRTT. He had such great success with that last game, not necessarily trying to crush with auto attacks at this point, but trying to pick up those extra few kills with his Piltover Peacemaker and his Ace in the Hole.
So sticking with the last build, I guess Static Shiv may well come out next.
I think he'll do the same thing.
It seems to, why not? It went 8-1, something like that in the last match, so it seems to be working out well. He's at 3-0 on this time around. Espeon with that Oracle, Sir T, he's been laying down some serious aggression. Did just use his smite. I was just wondering, did he just use? It was his smite actually used on the Siege Minion, just securing that extra gold. Doesn't really have any objectives to go for, so no reason to sit on that smite. Gives you that extra gold. Throwing out those bandage tosses at every single bush he gets a chance to.
And right now, Pain is trying to get some Oracle's control to end this game. This would be very telling as we watch the international wildcard teams to see kind of what professional level they've been on, because it seems like a pattern that happens, at least in the NA and EU LCS. The teams that are pretty good but still new don't know how to close games when they have a lead. And considering how aggressive Pain is, they shouldn't have issues closing games, but if they don't know how to go around with the Oracles, get the vision denied properly, find the forceful fights, they're going to struggle later on. Let's see if they can end this one, because they have a lead that could give them a chance to close it.
So T is clearing wards. He's chasing on. Hasn't gone such crazy aggression that we saw in the opening exchanges, but Pain are opening up a push in towards this mid lane, but it's kind of mistimed because I think they want Venom to be continued pushing in the top. They have got themselves a bit of time here. Venom with that Stand United could join at any time. Look, Holy Thoth looking to flash crescendo though, just off the side.
Yeah, and they've actually pulled Fabulous down from his farm fest. He's at plus 336 on his Siphoning Strike, 23 minutes in. But this is actually the point in the game where most Nasuses get stuck. They want to farm up their Q more, but if they were to stay off in a lane by themselves, the other team is now strong enough to just kind of dive your turrets, which is why he's came down. He needs to find a way to actually get back to that, because I don't think 336 is enough to justify or bring back their 5,000 gold deficit.
We'll see how that works out. At the moment, 24 minutes gone, they are all backing off. You do see BRT get himself some free time with the minions down the bottom lane, so he's going to be clearing out that big wave. Looking at the gold, you can see he's got himself almost 1,500, 1,600 gold advantage over his opposing laner, Lethilion. Meanwhile, in terms of mid laners, it's about 1,000 gold difference as well between those two, and of course the junglers. That's where the gold difference is, and no surprise there. Sati at 417 has a giant lead, 1,500 plus over Riosta.
Yeah, and he also just completed that Aegis of the Legion, so that's going to come in very big if Naru tries to do any kind of foolish things on Cashin in team fights. Can't say enough about Surtees' play this game, effectively playing Amumu just like he did Vi, but then getting away with it.
We saw Venom going in, he's going to get the Shadow Dash across Holy Thoth, see whether he follows it through. Not really got anyone there to damage to follow up though, so instead, it just seems that Pain are going to force them out of the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, Pain is again taking control of the jungle, and this is their effort to try and end the game. Look at how many wards they put around Dark Passage's jungle, really trying to find a kill somewhere in the jungle. At this point, though, they're just going in for the turret, catch a charm on a Fabulous, but force the flash.
And keeping that pressure on the jungle as well, on the turret, sorry. BRTT continuing to hammer down on that one, forces him away. Fabulous maybe trying to bait it out, and you can see Naru just off at the side, trying to see if he can get any picks of Pain as they back away, but they're not backing away. They have no intention of backing away. They're just going to follow the next wave in. And Dark Passage have already backed away from this one. Naru's in the mid.
Yeah, Naru rolled all the way down on Kassadin. There's no Fabulous. It feels like they've already conceded this turret, and they're just backing up, hoping to get some type of aggression back elsewhere. I know that's a dangerous turret to defend, but I don't think Dark Passage had to give it up so freely.
No, that's effectively trading a top inner turret for a middle outer turret, which honestly, once given a bit of clearance, you could just run through and pick that one up any time. They're not going to catch Kassadin, so Naru is safe. He's just going to walk away from that one.
Yeah,
or is he? He's actually going aggressive on BRT, trying to put damage back down, and BRT just turns around, shoots him. He's at that dangerous auto-attacking time where I don't think Naru wants to go too close to him.
Yeah, and this is exactly that next play that Dark Passage is trying to force as soon as they send Nasus down to the bottom lane, because he's actually at a point now where Nasus can threaten turrets very quickly, which means Pain has to go right away. Either a teleport comes in now, or they're just giving up turrets. They're giving up turrets.
Bandage toss came out from CR30. Oh, wow, Holy Thoth just living off the side. He really wanted to land that crescendo, make one of those big plays for Dark Passage, but instead, he just got mullered.
And they were not in sync there, and now they are in so much danger because they only have 3 people here and no crescendo.
Oh, and there's going to be Curse of the Sad moment onto Riosta. We do see the bullet time coming out, but look at that, the wave comes in. He's not going to surf that one. Cammy is going to have the ignite on him, but he's going to survive it. But BRT is going to get taken down. No, tries the 90 caliber net away, but Naru follows it up. He could get a second, does manage to pick up another one, and this is actually good. A good turnaround for Dark Passage. Can they get him towards the T? He's going to have to pass through one of the turrets. They should be able to chase him down. Naru's going to have another rip walk back up in a moment. It's going to be caught down. They're feeding it to Naru. They need a triple kill. Smart play for Dark Passage, but is it going to buy him enough time?
Wow, I think that's going to buy him a lot of time. I don't know if it's enough, but considering Holy Thoth was dead before that fight, that turned out about as well as it possibly could have for Dark Passage. Getting the 3 kills on a Kassadin is enough to threaten BRTT in the later fights, and most importantly, it gives Fabulous extra time and a little bit of lane freedom to just get farmed up. You can see what a monster he was already just walking around in those fights. That's before this little extra alone time he's had with the double golems and the fight itself, which gave him a bunch of gold.
This is potentially the problem. They focus on BRTT, and the thing is, with that Wither, it can really take him out of the fight. And obviously, use it either on Cammy or BRTT. BRTT almost certainly would be the focus target. If they can both double team, get on him, it's going to be a problem. Remember, Holy Thoth was taken out of that fight before it even began.
And he's still got a crescendo if they want to get that next fight coming in. I think obviously that fight turned because of the scattered nature of Pain around the inhibitor turret, but it does just go to show you the potential chasing or sustained fight power that Dark Passage has if they manage to stall this game out later, which they actually have a pretty decent opportunity to do now, that they've maybe dissuaded Pain from going directly for another gank based off the results of their last dive.
Well, it is 15-6 in gold and kills even, which in turn turns the gold into just shy of 6,000 gold lead. 6-4 turrets for Pain Gaming. They have taken the top and middle and bottom inner turret. So they managed to push everything out of the base of Dark Passage. Dark Passage simply pushed back towards their inhibitors, and now Pain, they're going to try and bait them out. They're trying to force them out, try and get something going around the Baron.
Plus 414 on the siphoning strike for Fabulous as Nasus right now, by the way, and still counting. It's getting maybe a little scary for Pain here, because this is, you know, they're 2-0. They had that amazing start against Gaming Gear, but then they struggled to close that one. They did not struggle to close against Team Immunity. I feel like they're going to struggle in this one a little bit as well. Just because that dive didn't work, and because giving a triple kill to Kassadin is legitimately scary for them.
I also feel that Naru's going to start becoming an issue as well, because he's just continuing to farm, continuing to start building damage, and once that death cap goes in, which it looks like he's going back to buy, no, he's gone for Sorcerer's Boots. He didn't even have a Sorcerer's.
Yeah, he might actually go for a Zhonya's there, because he's most likely going for BRTT, and he's going to go in burst him, and since BRTT has so much damage, he's going to need that Zhonya's to stop, and then he could go in for a finish later.
I hope his cooldowns while he's finishing off come back out of it. Cammy, he's continuing that farm, and he is a dangerous, dangerous target. I kind of feel sorry for Lithilion, because he's not really going to get any protection in any of these fights.
No, he's kind of on his own, and you can see he's going almost for a caster build anyway, because he wants to keep his distance. He's pretty much just going to have bullet time. He's going to look to go for a Black Cleaver as well for that, because there's no way. You're right, there's no way he's going to get protection.
So, let's see whether Pain Gaming, despite their amazing start, despite Surtees' crazy aggression before level 6 on Amumu, let's see whether it's going to work out or backfire. Have they left it too little, too late? They are going to try and get themselves... Every time they... Oh, God, Holy Thoth completely caught out of position. Lands a 4-man crescendo, but that charm's going to turn it around. He manages to flash out of it. Are they going to be able to turn this one around? The root taken very low. Ace in the hole comes through. Lands up towards Holy Thoth. This has gone disastrously long for Dark Passage. Fabulous does manage to flash away, but simply done. That's only buying Dark Passage time, because the rest of Pain Gaming are collapsing on. Lithilion is going to have that bandage toss back available. He's going to catch on towards him. Shadow Dash stacks in. Aqua Prison stacks in. Absolutely no chance for Lithilion. That's going to be an inhibitor turret, and that's going to be an inhibitor down. Pain Gaming simply caught Dark Passage out.
Wrong time there for Holy Thoth. Again, getting caught way ahead of his team. It's like he's looking for crescendos, but the team is not looking for him to make the play, and he just gets caught in the wrong position. Everyone else on Dark Passage tried to fly in after, but it was the one after the other. Never any syncing or synergy, and they get wrecked in that fight.
And Naru and Riosta looking to maybe try and get some exit kills there, but the rest of Pain Gaming were onto their game. Of course, that's kind of ideal for Kassadin. He wants to try and just pick up anything. Fabulous, well, he had to flash out of A, didn't go down, and you can see he's just going to continue building that queue. He wants to tank up everything now. This is all about stacking that queue.
Yeah, let's do the queue count right now. 447, and that's going to be some more. 450, 453. Up and up and up, right? He's getting stronger and stronger in a sense, but I don't think it's necessarily enough at this point, because we saw how disastrous that last fight was for Dark Passage. Unless they go in together, they can't sync their stuff, and they're having huge issues making that happen, because you look at the way Pain is initiating as well. Cammy and Surtee are just going for it.
I should point out, actually, that Kirsten Sadmomi wasn't even using that last fight either. Surtee had no reason to use it.
No, because there was never a group for them to catch. He can get enough going with just his banish tosses. I really like the Spirit Visage on him as well, because Amumu with cooldown reduction means that banish toss is on a 5-second cooldown right now, 5.6. He's going to be extremely aggressive in all of these fights.
Well, it's good to see that Pain Gaming are starting to be stopped in their tracks by Dark Passage here. And welcome to Stream A as well. If you have just joined us, well, you can see that Pain Gaming, they have a dominant position, but it is not over yet. And look at Fabulous. Now we're starting to see how Nasus does against a split push in Shen. That Q is going to start doing work, and Venom's going to have to get away from this one. He's got no escape, though. Naru, why are you not coming down the bottom? Why are you not joining his party? He should be able to chase it, but instead they're pushing the top lane.
Yeah, it's because the rest of Pain knows that as Venom is struggling against Nasus, they can go for a push. They can force Nasus off here, and then Venom can escape with a Stand United to make something happen. This is a great call by Pain.
Lithilion having to sidestep against Sir T. Sir T doing some serious work in this game on that Mumu. Those bandage tosses have been causing problems. They took half the hit points down. And look at this. Actually, Venon's just got away. They're letting Fabulous just continue pushing. He's just gone up to get some health, and he's going to push up with the rest of his team. Remember, that middle lane is Super Minions pushing through.
Yeah, and at this point, it is dive time for Pain. The dive went wrong for them last time, but that turret does not have much health left, and they just going to go.
It's a great crescendo because the Sad Mommy quickly counters it. They get a Shadow Dash on Lethilion. Lethilion going to get locked up. He's got no protection here. He's trying desperately to run away from that one. He gets locked down. Riosta goes down. Pain Gaming are just making their way through Dark Passage, and they are surely going to close out and maybe pick up a 3-0 lead in this group. Can they close it out? Naru desperately trying to get in there with a force pulse, but hasn't got the damage to stop Pain Gaming.
And that fight was just greatly timed by Pain. Fabulous, you can't be that far from home 35 minutes in when Shen can just tower dive your team, which is already behind. Great execution. I don't know if they can actually end this one because, man, Fabulous is putting up a pretty fabulous fight.
He's putting up as much of defense as he can here, and BRTT forced away from that one. They have taken down the second inhibitor turret of the game, though. The Dark Passage. Oh, the charm's going to land. Fabulous in all sorts of trouble. I'm not sure he's got enough to defend off these two. They are damage dealers, and BRTT gets the 90 caliber net and a basic attack to finish it off. That will be Fabulous down for a minute.
7-1 now for Caitlyn. This is another one of those games for BRTT where he's just picking up the right kills for Caitlyn. He's going for that pretty much full damage build with no attack speed. As soon as he gets a Zeal or a Static Shiv or a Phantom Dancer, his damage is just going to multiply like crazy. Now that he has that Static Shiv, it's even more trouble for Dark Passage.
And looking at, like you say, that Static Shiv being picked up, it's identical build from the last game, and it seems to work so well for him. Cammy as well, doing a fantastic job. Sir T, though, we can't underestimate how vitally he was at the start of this game.
Oh, yeah.
6-2-12 so far on Amumu. Amumu, a jungler we've not seen for a real long time, really used by anyone, in fact. I'm trying to think of the last time an Amumu was used in the LCS.
Saintfish has played it in NA during Super Week, but that was the first we'd seen out of it in forever.
So maybe it's the return of the mummy.
Yeah, maybe it is.
Maybe it is. We'll see.
There's something there.
There's something there. There is something there. So let's have a look. The bottom lane, that's going to be where Pain Gaming look to try and push on through. They've taken the top and the middle inhibitor. Oh, we do see actually Naru going aggressive on towards Venom, but not really doing a great deal of damage. Charles being thrown out by Cammy. He's trying to land it on towards Fabulous. Almost certainly got to be the focus now because we've seen how much damage he can lay out. He's hitting for, I think it's close to 900 now actually with that Q. So if he gets them towards BRTT, it will be trouble, which is why Holy Thoth's desperately trying to get them flash crescendos in.
Yeah, that Q of Nasus is at plus 537, but at this time, Holy Thoth is he's leaning too much with his crescendos. He has to surprise people with them. They can tell when he's looking for it. They've already picked him off twice while he was trying to find a good crescendo, and you just gotta wait for it, especially since they know Pain is in a situation where they're going to go all in for that turret at some point.
And we haven't won.
Patience is needed.
That bullet time has not landed once again because of the Sad Mommy. So TT goes very deep there. Riosta manages to get a kill straight away. He goes down. There's going to be the bullet time. Is it enough? Not going to turn it around. Naru does manage to get a kill on towards Cammy, though. They're going to keep chasing it down. There's going to be the damage. Sir T's going to get dropped down. Ace in the Hole's going to come through. Not going to do a great deal. It's Naru that gets caught out there. That's got a great Acro Prison. Naru's going to have to use the Zonia's Hourglass. Is he going to be able to get away from this one? Rift walks away on towards Venom. Holy Thoth now gets focused. Shadow Dash comes in. BRT joins the fight. He is just going to rip Dark Passage apart. He's going to get straight through. There's going to be the pill over Peacemaker. They're actually going for the inhibitor turret. I don't know why, because they have both Nexuses available.
Well, they won that fight by a lot, and BRTT really bided his time in that one. He was way back, making sure he was alive because they knew they had control of it near the end of it. They're going to do the clean sweep of the inhibitors here, D-Man, because they are in control.
That's going to be one inhibitor down. There's the second. The top one already dropped, so all three now down. So double super minions will be spawning, and Pain Gaming taking the time on this one. They're going to back away. And why not? Why not?
No
they
rush.
have full control. They're top of the league now, it seems.
25 kills to 8. They just had a very resounding teamfight win. It looked a little close and scary in the middle, but that's because the 7-1 Caitlyn was off looking at a bush for some reason. He should have been staying in the fight and just crushing people, but he was a little bit scared of Naru finishing him off on casting because he was around half health. Nothing's going to be stopping BRTT at this juncture in the game, I don't think. even Cammy, who died early on in that fight, didn't get off his full combo, yet Pain Gaming was able to take him clean. They already have 3 inhibitors down. They're taking the Baron just for good measure. There's going to be double super minion waves spawning in all the lanes. Pain's going to win this one.
Well, of course, their final match will be against Lion Gaming, so we'll see how that works out for them. And meanwhile, Immunity versus Gaming Gear would follow this one as well. So, honestly, Pain Gaming have looked so good today.
They were the favorites coming in.
They were the favorites, and seemingly rightly so. But you also got to look at their records alongside LCS teams. Hasn't fared that well. You could put it down to jet lag when they arrived, but I guess when you also look at it, they're probably the most prepared team. The fact that they have their own gaming house, they arrived in Europe on Monday. They've been here an entire week before they even came into this match.
The preparation often breeds success for everything in life, but specifically with this team, knowing that they're going into an international tournament that actually feeds into another international tournament, obviously, if they're able to qualify, means they have to go all in for this. Having the gaming house and the 1 week of prep allows them to not only get over the jet lag, but also just have preparation against some of the top teams. And then you always want to practice against someone better than you if you're looking to improve at this point. And I feel like they're humble enough to know that they're the new guys on the block and they need to practice against the LCS teams so they can win in tournaments like this.
And it seems to be working wonders. There is the Super Minions stacking in there. It seems only a matter of time before Pain Gaming can clinch just one off again. Fabulous going at it against Vedon down the bottom lane there. But it is all over. Crescendo going to land. The bullet time lands perfectly. And a cataclysm. It's the best combo they can pull out, but it's not going to be enough because Curse of the Sad Mommy comes out there. BRTT taken very low, but just live stealing it back. Naru might be able to get straight on towards him with the Riftwalk. Tries it. Doesn't happen. 90 caliber net from BRTT. Gets himself the triple kill. The Nexus is going to be exposed, and this will be quadra kill. Can he get the pentakill? BRTT? Oh! No! There's the pentakill on the fountain. The Counter-Strike Pro proving he can land those headshots when it counts. It is Pain Gaming victorious. They are 3-0 and top of the league.
That's got to feel pretty good right at the end. Not only do they get the 3-0, securing their spot really in tomorrow, most likely going for the #1 seed. Pentakill on this kind of stage has got to feel amazing for him.
Yeah, you got to be happy with that. Despite the game was effectively over by then, it still matters.
Still a pentakill.
It still counts, even though the team completely gave it to him.
Oh, the team definitely wanted to give it to him. That's why they're diving the Nexus there. They didn't take any deaths for it.
But he ended up 15-1-5 because of that. That's still bad. I mean, we just went, what, 8-1, 8-1-6 or something like that in the last game as well.
So it'd be 23-2 in the last two games on Caitlyn.
KDA has got to be pretty damn impressive right now. He didn't die, actually, if I remember, in the first game either.
Wow.
I'd have to double check that one. Yeah, we'll have to check that one. Either way, he's definitely doing a fantastic job. BRTT there as the AD carry. He is on your screens and has been playing fantastically well. So Pain Gaming, they've only got Lion ahead of them, and Lion themselves are 0-3. So you've got to wonder, can Pain Gaming go 4-0 in the group stage?
I would definitely predict that if I had to call this one, because they've been so dominant in their last two games. They had a dominant start in their game against Gaming Gear without the dominant ending, and they do seem to just kind of be ramping up in comfort right now. Sure, it takes them a little bit longer to end the games, but at least they're ending them in style.
Ending them in style. So do we see anyone stopping? Do we see, say, Immunity turning it around? If they were to get through to the semifinals, finals against each other, how do you see it over a best of three? Because they seem to be the only one so far that's actually caused a slight problem for Pain.
I think they still have to take it day by day here. So much is going to change between one day to the next, knowing that these teams haven't had too much to scout off of. And Immunity, we're talking to those guys, are very smart about the game. I definitely peg Immunity as their #1 threat, and they need to go into tomorrow mainly prepping for them.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic game. And already Pain Gaming looking like they are potentially one little toe in towards that final. There's a long way to go yet, though. It is time for us to take another short break, though. So go grab a bratwurst at the food court.
You're in Germany.
My German, well,
that's
you know,
good.
Sauerkraut, whatever you'd like in there, schnitzel, you could get anything. But don't worry, we'll be right back. Shocks and Dark Passages AD carry Lithilion will be telling us of his torrid time against BRTT there. And then, of course, it is time for our final two matches of the wildcard group stage. It's going to be Lion Gaming taking on Pain Gaming plus Gaming Gear. They're going to be up against the Aussies Team Immunity. So don't go anywhere, because our live coverage from Gamescom 2013 will be right back.
the International Wildcard Tournament here at Gamescom Cologne. We're minutes away from getting into our final group stage game between Lion and Pain. But I think we can tell everybody where the teams are in the standings, because it's kind of sorted out already.
Almost everybody is locked in right now. And the important thing here for the upcoming game is that Pain, #1 seed already, and unfortunately Lion, #5 seed. That means they're out.
Yeah, like you were saying, Pain Gaming is undefeated, and since they hold the tiebreaker against both Immunity and Gaming Gear, they're going to stay in first no matter what happens.
Gaming Gear and Immunity are tied for second. Since they play in the next match, they won't be tied for long. Dark Passage has locked down the #4 seed at 1 and 3, which means they'll be playing Pain tomorrow. And finally, it's Lion Gaming in 5th, and unfortunately, they've been knocked out of the entire tournament.
Yeah, so between Team Immunity and Gaming Gear, this particular match will basically determine who's going to get that first pick or you know, first pick, first ban, or choice of side for tomorrow's semi-final game. So let's see where it stands. So far this tournament, Brazilian champs have brought the pain. They're undefeated and have dominated in all 3 wins.
Yeah, their entire roster has played great this tournament. BRTT has been on fire. He picked up the first pentakill of this wild card in the last game against Dark Passage, and they're already guaranteed that #1 seed and know that they're going to play Dark Passage tomorrow.
Yeah, and while Pain Gaming has won all 3 of their matches, Lion Gaming is still looking for the first win of the wildcard group. This is something that I think is more about honor now for this team.
I mean, there's not anything else they can get on it because they're already 5th and they're already going to be out of it. But that would be amazing for them to take a game off Pain that looks so strong right now. It would do a lot for their, at least their emotional well-being.
It would be a little heartbreaking, though. If you were to pick up a win, and the only win you were to pick up is against the #1 seed going to playoffs, and it's your last game, it's a bittersweet victory, isn't it?
Better that than no sweet at all.
Touche, touche. So we're going to be getting the lineups on your screen in just a moment as we are preparing for this final match over here on Stream A before we head into the Challenger Circuit event. The teams are currently setting up on stage. I'm sure you can see that in the background. So let's check out the starting lineups for both of these teams on the blue side in this match. I have it written down that it is going to be Lion Gaming. So we'll pull it up in just a moment time. It is, of course, the South American, the Mexican team representing all of South America here.
And we just saw them play. Hacker went to his go-to jungling champion, that Nautilus. And Uri did a very good job on Ari, picking off people, but it just was not enough.
And of course, running out the composition was Sia and Niazul, who were playing Caitlyn and Thresh, respectively, during the previous match.
So I just got an update from a very studious Twitter follower that said it's pronounced Seiya, and it's from a Japanese anime that was broadcast in Mexico a long time ago. Although I really did like your Sia wouldn't want to be a joke. So
I know I was pretty proud of that one myself, to be very honest with you.
You still get credit.
Yeah, so Seiya, I think, is that it? Seiya. All right, I'll try to remember that as we jump into the next thing. Of course, for Pain Gaming, we'll be pulling up their roster for you in just a moment, in case you didn't know already. They've just come.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Stream B.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Things are a little whoopsie-daisical, but nevertheless, we are
got
back.
the other game.
We are back, yes. We are back. This is where we have people that can stand behind us and make silly faces.
Of course they can.
Of course they can.
That's the whole fun of this stream.
I mean, why else would you not do that and just come along and go... See, he's happy with himself. He'd be all good until the stage manager comes on and you see a clothesline him as you get past the back there. I tell you, I wouldn't mess with her. I tell you that.
One of these days. So we have Lion Gaming versus Pain, right? Or am I in the wrong game?
No, I think you're in the wrong game.
Whoop.
Well, unless you want to be on Stream A. Maybe you want to cast that game. I don't know, maybe. But I'm pretty sure it's going to be Gaming Gear versus Immunity. It is the Lithuanians versus the Australians.
You're right.
So we will be getting ready. And, of course, like we just said, both these teams, they are sitting at 2-1 right now. This game will actually decide who gets the 2 seeds and who gets the 3rd seed. So it's actually a pretty damn important game because Pain, they are clear at the top. Immunity, though, they went 2-1. They looked really good until they came up against Pain. And honestly, they're looking to try and get back on track off the day of their 3rd win against the wildcard tournament. And I personally would actually put them probably up there, but we haven't really seen...
looks good.
We haven't seen Lion Gaming, but actually they're 0-3. They're going to be up against Pain, so I feel their pain right now. But what we're in box is Gaming Gear. They look pretty good this morning as well.
And specifically Immunity's mid laner Heavens he had a bit of a reputation coming in for playing all kinds of crazy things. He hasn't played the craziest things. Craziest thing was Syndra, but he's performed. He was 13, 2, and 13.
Syndra, Swain. Who else did he play?
Okay. Wasn't there one conventional thing in there?
Maybe he played an Ari once, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, but nevertheless.
There's no mid-Ash.
Not yet.
Haven't seen.
Not yet.
Haven't seen AD Lulu.
Yeah, and that is one he's actually played in the qualifiers. So that's something that we could see pulled out here. But we'll see how it works, because against Pain, maybe they had a bit of a confidence knock.
Yeah, his Swain didn't necessarily work against Pain Gaming. He was 2, 4, and 1 in that one. And they actually seemed like they took the loss fairly well. They recognized exactly why, in their mind, exactly why they lost, and they feel like they can make the adjustments for the future.
Well, Gaming Gear, they, of course, they know firsthand what Pain Gaming can do to them. The Lithuanian team only loss of the day was also at the hands of the Latin champions.
Yeah, Gaming Gear has looked great other than that game against Pain.
Yeah.
Really? So, you know.
That's actually, when you think about it, we switched to that one around about halfway through. Pain really struggled to close out that game against Gaming Gear. They also gave them a really good run for their money.
They did. I mean, I lost what you said there.
Gaming Gear. Gave Pain issues.
They did give Pain issues. They're the closest team to coming to beating Pain. What are you laughing for?
It's all right.
I can't follow everything you say.
It's been a long day.
Talk pretty fast.
I don't want a Dan Din issue going on here.
So speaking of which, no.
What, speaking of a moo-moo? Okay.
No, I was speaking of the preparation these teams have been going
Yes.
in. Because we were just talking about one of the reasons Pain was so successful is because they came here a week early and they've been prepping.
Yeah.
And then I am living proof of why sometimes it's better to come earlier so that later in the day, when the jet lag starts hitting, you don't start dropping words and forgetting random things like what game you're casting, what stream you're on.
God forbid there was a YouTube video of you slurring words.
No, a little bit. No.
Wait a minute.
Turns out if you slow down casting words,
it sounds like we're drunk.
Yep.
I mean, we're both in it, so I'm not getting scot-free out of this one. But nevertheless, let's take a look at the starting lineup. So, starting off as the blue side, it is going to be Team Immunity representing Australia. In the top lane, it will be Swiper. Alicia in the jungle. We just saw him have a great interview with Shox not too long ago. In the mid lane is going to be Heavens, Radier, the AD carry, and the support as Rosie, who has pulled out some interesting champions so far.
And of course, on the red team, it is Gaming Gear EU. Top is NBS, jungle is Alunar, mid is Mazarin, AD carry is Deadly Brother. Slow that down a bit so we can get to see that. And of course, the support is Inspiro.
And Luna, the captain of the team, definitely created a lot of opportunities for Gaming Gear when we first saw them against Dark Passage, the very first game of the day. Seems a long time ago now.
It does seem a long time ago.
Yeah.
Especially Gaming Gear has had to go through a lot today because they were the very first game. We had the technical issues on stream, one that actually made us have to restart the game. They still ended up winning that one, but they have definitely had a lot of time in chairs playing very high pressure matches this entire time. At least this match is for seeding, and they know that they're going to be in. But this is most likely the matchup they're going to be playing tomorrow in the playoffs, if it's the 2 versus 3. They're basically playing for side selection at that point.
Effectively, yeah. And then obviously, who do you want? Who do you want to go up against? They're going to be up against each other.
Yeah, if they're playing for 2 and 3, if we are to believe our bracketologists here.
I'm going to double check that. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to double check this. Actually, yeah, both on 2 and 1. Dark Passage are 1 and 3. So, hey, it doesn't really mean a lot. It's just simply where they're going to fight each other. So it actually means that Pain will be up against Dark Passage. We could talk about that one because we've just seen it actually happen right now.
Yeah, that's good for Pain because they seem to dominate Dark Passage in that last one. And when we get into, just so you guys know, the playoffs tomorrow are seeded into essentially a 4-team single elimination bracket. Semifinals, right into it.
So this is actually a very good look at how that's going to develop because Immunity versus Gaming Gear will happen.
Yeah, and that actually brings up some interesting things going into this game. Like,
do they give stuff away?
Exactly.
This could be...
Or do they care enough about the side selection? First pick, first... I don't think they do, personally.
Yeah, I mean, as I think back to the European playoffs, it was Evil Geniuses actually gave up their coin toss. They won the coin toss, but gave up the side selection. They wanted to be red side instead. So there's a bit of mind games that could happen there between these teams because, you know, they've talked about it many times, the fact that they want to counterpick. They want to heavily counterpick what the opposition's going to take.
Especially now in this tournament with somewhat unpredictable first picks coming out. We've seen Zach getting first picked. There was a really strange one earlier.
Vi? Was it? No, Vi
was
wasn't
it
the first
Malphite
pick.
that got first
Malphite
picked?
was first
Yeah,
pick,
Malphite
yes.
got first pick. So,
Yeah.
like, those things are all fairly counterable
To
at
be
this point.
fair, that's what Lemon Dogs did right at the start of the season. Actually, they were not winning games at the start of the season, so maybe that's not a good
I'm not
good
saying
example.
first picking Malphite is a bad choice because the team that first picked Malphite won the game. But I'm saying that definitely, I think at the point in the game right now, Jace is not in his like every game form. Elise has been nerfed heavily. We don't necessarily have the Twisted Fate domination in this one as well. He got nerfed again in the 3.10 patch as well. Might not be as dominating.
I believe it's balanced.
Well, it's not a nerf, it's a balance. I guess that's the PC term to use. I personally like calling it nerfs.
It's your department,
I
or it used
like
to be
calling
your
them
department.
nerfs.
So
Because they're nerfs.
They're nerfs.
Campion's too strong, nerf him.
Nerf him.
Balance him. Nerfs and buffs.
Can we get a
And
list
tweaks.
of,
You
list
get
of who's
nerfs,
strong right now?
buffs,
I mean, have you been away too long
tweaks.
to know the nerfs?
No.
Strongs? I know there is a board of strong, balanced OP.
Got to keep track of things. The OP is in the next patch nerf part of the board, but things happen.
Speaking of OP, there's a champion that should have come out recently. Daniel Klein is
You think
around,
Daniel Klein's
actually.
champion?
He was the designer of that champion.
Lucian.
So maybe the fact that Lucian isn't coming out is maybe he's the reason because he's here. No,
I
I'm
can
not going to
assure you
start
that that
rumors
is not the reason.
before Reddit goes explodes. It's like, oh my God, they're delaying Lucian because Daniel Klein is in Germany right now.
I assure you that is not.
Not the reason. No.
What have you done? Getting people in trouble.
I like getting people in trouble, especially Daniel Klein. If you don't know who Daniel Klein is, you haven't been watching League of Legends broadcast long enough because it is Xenon the Stoic. He used to be a broadcaster alongside us. He used to commentate with us.
And then what happened? Why doesn't he commentate with you anymore?
Because now he creates champions.
Now he is
which
a champion designer.
Probably more an important job than talking about the game.
You like to discredit yourself a lot, but who would talk about the game if you weren't here?
Someone would talk
I'd just be
about the
talking
game.
to myself.
It'd just be you.
Like, chat, what do you think of that one? Well,
You and a little ball,
feel like-
a little Ziggs bomb just sat there.
I have to take drinks all
I'm
the
talking.
time.
No.
That's what I do. And you're saying it was been a long day for me.
Hey, energy drinks, they are great. That's all I can say. Oh my word, it's Harry, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to walk past the screen in the background as well. Harry, the manager of Fnatic. There you go, see. Fnatic obviously concentrating hard and practicing hard, so he doesn't need to be there
Second seed.
to keep them under control. Second seed, we'll be seeing them on Saturday in the European playoffs. I've also seen Ocelot actually walking around. He's around here somewhere, of course. SK Gaming, unfortunately, didn't make it into the playoffs, but nevertheless, Ocelot has a horde of fans, so no doubt they will be tracking him down around the event. The moment I've mentioned Ocelot's here, there's probably people already run off chasing after him.
They had to find him.
Yeah, they've got to find him. He's a slippery little sucker.
Sucker. He is a slippery little sucker. That guy, can never get your hands on him in team fights.
Let's talk about the game.
except Unless you're alternate, in which case...
Alternate did really get hold of him actually pretty well. So, Immunity versus Gaming Gear. Both already qualified. It's a matter of who wins gets the blue side. Who really wants the blue side? And we've already seen what Immunity have to offer. Are we going to see something completely ludicrous here?
I think they absolutely could bring something new in this one because they have the potential to do whatever they want in these situations because they have the champion diversity. And since they have this one locked up, I think they want to save their best strategies for later because they're a versatile enough team that they do whichever side. If they win, it's mainly for intimidation over Gaming Gear.
Well, we're just waiting for the final player to join the... It seems that he's ready and waiting to go, but... Well, seems to be ready and waiting to go, but nevertheless, we are going to have a break. So don't go anywhere, guys. It is going to be Immunity versus Gaming Gear. This is a battle for second and third place in the groups. They will be playing each other tomorrow as well. So this is going to be a good bit of insight into what exactly we should expect tomorrow. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The problem is resolved. It's not me and Jack, guys. Don't worry. I know we curse everything everywhere we go. Well, we've technically had 2 already. This today.
Yes.
I mean, God knows what the rest of the week could bring. But nevertheless,
nothing bad.
The game is ready to go. It's going to be Gaming Gear versus Immunity.
Yes.
So what do we think? What are we thinking here? Immunity looked very good earlier on. Gaming Gear responded well, though. They took it to Dark Passage, honestly, twice, effectively, because they had to deal with the restart and then beat them afterwards. They've also obviously beaten out Lion Gaming, which it seems everybody has, unfortunately, despite the fact they look probably the most impressive in qualifying from the Mexican qualifiers, having to beat out a lot of teams from around the whole of South America to get in here. Immunity, though, they looked so strong earlier on today. They pulled out a number of different champions, a big pool of champions that Gaming Gear surely can't ban. So it means they have to focus on probably banning out the most generic champions or something they just simply don't want to play.
And I think the diversity of Immunity is going to be a really big benefit for them as the tournament moves on. As well for Gaming Gear, I'd say their team fighting is actually probably their strongest suit. They don't necessarily play the early game that well. You can see it's been a long day. For these guys as well.
Don't worry,
he is in champion select, by the way. They're just like, wake up.
Well, he is the captain and shot caller, so, you know, he's not an important guy in the team. He's like, oh, it's all right, I got this, guys, don't worry, I'm ready to go. So, picks and bans coming through. Evelyn has been taken out as well as Shen. So, Immunity banning out Evelyn, and that means we're not going to see Aluna running around, running amok on Evelyn like he did against Dark Passage.
And since both these guys have actually clinched their playoffs, I'm hoping to see Heavens pick up AD Lulu again. Even though he plays that when it matters, too. Definitely something I want to see.
It is definitely something they want to see. Look at that. Quick, take a photo of yourself, guys. You're on camera. It's amazing. Meanwhile, in the background, Twisted Fate and Oriana have been banned out. to prelude to what actually really happens, because we know this
Well,
is
wouldn't
really
that be in the
what
foreground?
Twitch focuses on right
Wouldn't
now.
that be in the foreground, Twisted Fate and Shen have been banned? And in
Technically,
the
I suppose.
background, they're
we
taking
are in the
pictures?
background. We're just an added bonus in here. Wave, guys, you're on camera.
Okay.
Can we wave?
Are we?
Hi, Mom!
Are we the background?
We're the background.
Yeah, we're the background.
We're the background. Technically,
Yeah.
we're the
That's
foreground,
That's why
actually.
they call it an overlay.
We are over.
Yeah.
Technically,
We're
so.
not the overlay. There's an overlay on top of us.
They on top.
Yeah, I'm just...
It also
figuring it
means that
out.
we're under gaming, so if I'm like
Never thought of these things.
pushing gaming gear up.
Until now.
There you go. See, it's amazing. All sorts of fun and games you can get up with cameras. Nevertheless, let's go to the bans. Let's talk about these picks and bans, because these are important. Oriana and Jarvan have been banned out as well. Twisted Fate and Elise, which does mean that Immunity could pick a hell of a lot of different champions.
Yeah.
Thresh being one of the main ones I'm seeing.
I'm going to be honest with you, though. Those are very generic bans by Gaming Gear, and they do not target Immunity. The interview that Shox had with Gaming Gear, I think it was with Mazarin. No, it was with Deadly Brother.
Got your crystal ball down
She
here.
also
Don't
had
worry,
one
I'm
with Mazarin.
just going to pop the crystal ball out.
What she found is that Gaming Gear didn't have the ability to prep for people. They didn't think they could have the research, whereas Immunity had a very good eye on what everyone is playing. That's why they're the ones who banned Oriana. That's one of Mazarin's best champions. It's also why they banned Eve as well, because Alanir plays a great Eve, and he already has in this tournament. I feel like Immunity is definitely the ones that had the intelligent bans, whereas Gaming Gear just did the generic ones.
Well, I would love to see Jungle Poppy right now. You're just going to sit and start juggling that. I know you're going to blow us all up, man. Be careful what you do there. 20 seconds for the choice to come in, and it is going to be Lee Sin getting locked in. So it does seem that actually Gaming Gear are going to go for those legit picks. Come on, Immunity. We don't know Brazilians in here anymore.
We should lock it in.
Yeah. You think? That would be pretty cool.
Should. I mean, they've been teasing it all day.
Yeah.
And he is the player who plays the most different champions. He's already played Swain. He's already played Syndra. Why not Mordekaiser?
Well, why not?
Why not?
Why not? Show the world your Mord. See what he does. We'll see what he goes with. Of course, Immunity, Alicia, we did see him actually playing Elise earlier. Now that's been banned out. And Zach has been heavily banned out this tournament and would be not surprising if he got locked in here on that top lane.
Yeah, it is definitely game time for these guys right now. Obviously, these are the serious picks as far as we can tell. Even the Lissandra was a top lane pick for them earlier for Swiper, who had a very successful game. That was when they actually did Lissandra Syndra, and we don't know if they're going... Ooh. I'm just going to stop that point right there and talk about and look at Quinn.
Well, go for it.
All right. That's probably an AD carry, Quinn, for Deadly Brother. Picked in pretty much blind for what Immunity likes to do. This generally means they want a very aggressive lane. People underestimate the power of Quinn's laning phase right now. It is actually excessively strong, and if you get a couple kills, due to her ultimate and mobility, she can take that advantage to multiple lanes, which is unlike what a lot of AD carries can do.
Glad you said Quinn, because I was thinking, sure that's Szechuan's new art, but definitely is Quinn.
It is definitely Quinn.
Definitely is Quinn, yeah.
Yeah. I should have let you take that one. It's like
no. When they change the art on me, you know, during the patches, and sometimes I'm sticking behind because I stick to the tournament patch. It's like, wait a minute. Where's my mouse? I never have a computer, so I, unlike some of these analysis guys, can't mouse over stuff and check it. I simply have to pull the vision out. But the analysis guys are like, and then they just pull a spell name out. And it's like, really, you knew that? You knew that? We haven't seen that champion in around about 2 years,
I knew
and
that
you
one.
knew that spell name. Well, of course you knew it. You designed it.
What is...
well, you didn't design it, but you helped balance it.
What is Poppy's... I'm going to screw myself here. Diplomatic Immunity.
Diplomatic Immunity, yeah.
Oh, you knew, okay.
Yeah, knew that one. Ooh.
So
actually,
playing Lissandra.
This is Jungle
Zach. Absolutely. I'm getting tired of this Mordekaiser thing these guys are doing as well. I don't need to see it
It's like
anymore.
funny the first time, but you know, when you're not against pain, then it's not so funny.
Yeah.
All right, it's like Timo. We've seen, Timo's like 3 years old now. Come on, guys. You can do better than that. Any support would be nice, but we've already got Sona locked in, so we know that's not going to happen.
Ezreal AD, very strong generally for Immunity. I'm just going to ignore what they're doing right there. I feel like if Immunity doesn't pull ahead early on here, they're going to have a really big struggle. They need to win this game fairly quickly because Zach jungle specifically when he's the only tank on the team, doesn't necessarily work for initiating unless you're snowballing ahead.
Well, Tryndamere was locked in, so...
Wow. That's actually something that he's made. Tryndamere is one of his main champions when he made that transition to top lane. He was, wasn't MBS the one who was... Yeah, he was. He was a mid laner until he joined... No, not him.
You thinking of Swiper?
I'm thinking of this guy.
You thinking of Swiper that used to be the top laner as a sub?
I don't think it's Swiper.
And then... Because Immunity's top laner actually wasn't old enough to come here, so Swiper ended up joining for this tournament, I believe. I may be wrong with that one. I'm sure people in the Twitter world, Twitter universe will correct me if I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure that's...
I was thinking of Swiper.
That's what I'm right.
I should not have confused those two.
That's okay. We'll get Papa Smithy on the line. He can confirm the information and see what is going on. But let's look at... Let's talk about the actual picks and bans, because there is a Gragas in that mid lane. We have seen Maluna... not Maluna. He's not stepping in. Mazarin playing it.
It's another Gragas for him.
And not to be confused with Mazzarini, the Call of Duty 4 ex-pro.
No one was going to confuse him with that.
Well, me and Joe do.
Okay.
And he is probably the most popular. He has like God knows how many million hits on his frag video. He's a pretty popular guy.
Okay.
Has a little... Nevertheless, I'm not going to get into that. I don't want to go into these following that he hasn't checked. But it's Mazarin, who actually people do know because of the also another YouTube video of where he wasn't quite sure when to go after the interview with Shocks.
Yes, I would suggest everyone goes and checks that out when you have a chance.
It's funny.
I did League of Legends fan.
I did kind of grill him on it yesterday as well.
Yes, you did.
Yeah,
because you're a mean person.
I like to bring these things up. I like to cut the ice, get straight to the point, and rip the players. I'm not too kind to these guys. Nevertheless, we are underway, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be Immunity versus Gaming Gear, and these teams are taking it relatively seriously. We are seeing Clint as the AD carry. I feel like they are as well. I feel like these guys have something to prove. And remember, this is the International Wildcard Tournament, so they are technically representing their entire region. Right now, it is going to be the Oceanic region and the Commonwealth Independent States being represented by the Australian team and a Lithuanian team. I know, don't bother tweeting me, but it's going to be a face check straight in there. Deadly Brother Flash burn already, and that's the AD carry burning that Flash.
That's not good, specifically because Deadly Brother wants to do extremely well in the laning phase here with Quinn. This just looks like, to get back to the team comps a little bit, full up split push team for Gaming Gear. Gragas will go in and try to create opportunity, whereas Quinn and Tryndamere are just going to try to dominate their lanes as much as possible.
So, we do see them all stood on top of that ward. Immunity not quite so sneaky as they like to think they are. Rosie catching the kick of Aluna. While that was all happening, NBS was deep in enemy territory. Trying to bait someone in.
I don't know what he was doing over there.
He didn't have an award either.
He was exploring. Tryndamere, he's practicing for later, because Tryndamere does love to split push those side lanes and then take the enemy jungle, then spin through walls. He hadn't skilled up anything. There were still no gains for going where he did, though.
Well, as it is, we are not going to have an invade. It is a deep ward placed by Immunity on that blue buff. Spyro's actually going to come across. Standard lane setup here, so how the hell is this going to work? It's going to be Tryndamere versus Alessandra in that top lane.
That's actually something I'm incredibly excited to watch right now, specifically because Tryndamere started Cloth 5 against Alessandra. I almost feel like NBS needs to all in that very quickly and just try and get something going with Alessandra. Otherwise, he's going to get poked out for a while. Once Tryndamere gets a few levels, and if he can keep up his farm, I think he's going to completely turn it. But for now, dangerous play.
So that obviously tells us that NBS was expecting a 2v1 lane in the top here.
How so?
Well, he's gone Cloth 5. I'm sure he wasn't expecting to be up against an ability power champion.
I mean, there's also a chance he would have went Cloth 5 just because of the extra health potion access, and because he's going to want maybe the cloth armor later. I've seen a couple people do it. Lysandra also having the ranged advantage gets a significant amount of auto attacks off as well. It could have been either way, because it's not like they're trying to force any lane swaps, and it's not like it's an uncommon thing to send a Lysandra top.
Well, we are seeing, of course, Deadly Brother going aggressive on towards Radier. Meanwhile, the supports, Rosie lands that death sentence onto Deadly Brother. Doesn't have play available, it seems. Quite haven't managed to get onto that one, and so instead catches another shot. Very close between these two, though.
Yeah, that death sentence really equaled the score. Deadly Brother definitely won the first trade, but then giving that one back due to the thresh hook, makes that lane even. I feel like the sustain is going to give him a slight edge back, though.
We do see Aluna heading in towards this top lane. He's got the double buffs available, has got the damage to put down on towards Swiper. Swiper, as we mentioned, did come in, but look at that. He's not going for it. He's obviously been given the shout away from MBS, like, I cannot go for this fight right now.
Yeah, there was such a large creep wave that a fight would have just either gotten too much farm lost, or they take so much damage from the creep wave itself that the gank could have been turned around by Swiper. Additionally, Swiper was waiting in the brush as well, and with the Lissandra E, the surprise factor and the escapability are just too high.
Well, Luna is going to go in towards. They're actually using that ward. Gets on towards Elise. Does manage to put a lot of damage down, but that's going to be the charm coming straight through. Ignite goes down, and Luna having to flash away from this one. Will have safeguard on towards Mazarine, but very, very close. That's going to be an Ignite burn out there. It was the mid lane of Heavens.
Yeah, an interesting counter jungle attempt there by Alinar, because he wasn't going to be able to convert a kill onto Zac at the very least. He did manage to get the Ignite burn, and wow, that's a big fight there.
That's a big burst of damage. Barry is going to get burned. Is it going to be enough to finish him off? No, he gets away with it. The Deadly Brother can finish it off. Meanwhile, Aluna, his Heavens has gone very deep, actually, in towards the jungle of Mazarine. Mazarine tries to get the belly dash, lands the barrel on towards him, but Heavens, I feel, should be able to get away from this one. But he has got flash available if it's required. There's the Ignite. Mazarine going for this one. It is almost definitely required. Tries to bait him out, tries to draw the damage. That's going to be the charm. Is it going to be enough? No, Inspiro's there. They will finish it off. Oh, he's flashed. Is it going to be crucial enough? No! Power Chord comes out, and now Alicia's in trouble. He's going to have to flash away. So a lot of summoner spells burned, but more importantly, it was first blood, but it was in for Inspiro.
And that was all because Heavens was greedy and trying to get double buffs from Lee Sin in the jungle. That's why he was looking in, because he was hoping that Alinar was going to do one of those greedy jungle things where he just, one more camp before I go back, and then he was going to try to get the kill after that. Then obviously the chase of Gragas just over-forced him, ran a little bit in the wrong direction instead of going through the Dragon Pit so he could get headed off by Inspiro, and ends up giving first blood.
Well, Inspiro is probably going to benefit from that one. He has gone back to buy. It looks like he's going to maybe build up towards a Philo Stone early on. We'll see what he actually does develop. And whether he's going to, well, he's going for a Side Stone early on, but whether he's going to help him get that Philo Stone quickly built up. Interesting, actually, Philo Stone, talking about that, because it's kind of, it's back as flavor of the month again for the sports. They went through this period where nobody built any GP10 items. They just had to pump all that gold in towards wards, but they're back on the market again, it seems.
I feel like it totally depends on the matchup and what the, I guess the name of the day is, whether it's vision denial or brawling potential. Because right now it's a Dorn Shield versus a Health Crystal. Obviously these guys are not going, they're going for brawling again and just all about the wards. Whereas if one person went for Philo Stone, that team then has to rely more on sitting back and trusting where the wards are, which is just not what these teams want to do, since they don't have any scouting information on each other, don't know where people's jungle paths are, and can't predict them as easily.
Well, look at this. Alicia's ready and waiting to go on MBS, but he has hit level 6. He is going to have that ultimate available. He's going to actually land. No, spinning slash just avoids the damage.
He's going to be looking pretty good in this lane. You can see he's already pushing Swiper back pretty significantly. Not even going back to base yet, but that Tryndamere-Lissandra lane is incredibly hard to gank for both parties, and they're going to be having some battles later, because I don't see either of those guys building that tank.
No, Aluna's, looked like it was about to land.
I thought it was going to hit.
Yeah, instead he used that elastic slingshot and just backed up from it. So stretched out. Nope, you're not going to land me with that one.
It's like one of those, you're just like stretching as someone throws something at you and it hits the person next to you. I could see that happening at some point.
You see Radier getting caught a little bit. Deadly Brother actually doing a good job in lane over Radier, but you've got to feel, I mean, how's this one going to work? I mean, we know Ezreal's going to get stronger eventually, if he gets the right build going. How's Deadly Brother going to do against him?
If he can fight him in isolated circumstances, he's going to absolutely crush him. Quinn in bird form is almost unduelable by most AD carries, maybe other than Vayne. Specifically, even Ezreal, if he's staying in bird form, he's so fast that even if Radier tries to Arcane Shift away, Quinn's still going to be able to close and then finish him off. I seriously feel like Immunity needs to get the team fight things, because Ezreal can't split push with Quinn in the game.
Well, Aluna has caused some problems on towards that red
nice
buff.
steal.
The smite steal comes in from Aluna. Wasn't even used by Alicia, or just actually probably was going to be used, but just mistimed it.
This is actually a pretty dangerous lead here. Not only because of the 1,000 gold, but because of a 2-level edge that Lee Sin now has over Zac. And Immunity, knowing that Zac is their only tank, need him to be farmed, but he's getting very heavily shut down by Alinur's Lee Sin here.
As it stands, we are going to have another invade. This could be the blue buff. Mazarine's going to come around, and if they take this away, that's both resources stolen away from Immunity. They need to be careful and make sure they secure their own. They are going to leave those little lizards available, and they are just going to back straight off. Aluna's going to head straight for his red buff. Look at this. Heaven's realizing it, trying to pick out, but that's going to hurt them.
Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised they left the little lizards up since they're worth so much more experience now. But they're just hoping to keep the blue buff away from Ahri as long as possible when they leave that up. They don't really know when Immunity is going to want to go back and clear it. As you can see, Elysia still hasn't decided to clear the blue buff. They assumed that they would clear it out, and it's going to deny Ahri blue buff for even longer.
Well, the blue buff will be picked up. Is that going to be given across to Aluna? I'd be surprised if it isn't, but Aluna's actually taking damage. Aluna's tanking it up. Hazard taking it as well. He's taking it completely, of course.
I mean, they just given a fresh blue buff to Mazarine,
Yeah.
so he might as well take it for the experience because he's pulling very far ahead of Zac, as Lee Sin.
This here surprises me, this top lane. MBS
A little
is
bit.
out farming Swiper, which I don't get.
So I think what's happening in this lane is the cloth armor from MBS is enough to negate some of the auto attack power from Lissandra, and then Lissandra doesn't have the mana to beat through Tryndamere's healing from Bloodlust. And that's why he's able to push Lissandra back and just kind of win that lane. Tryndamere is an incredibly potent laner. And I mean, of all people, Swiper would know that because he is a big Tryndamere player.
And now he's simply using dirty farming just to negate Swiper off completely and making him tank it up himself. There was actually movement down towards that bottom lane, but it seems that Heaven's decided against that one, and now we're seeing Aluna going in towards Swiper, uses that kick. Swiper's going to use his ultimate. It's Aluna that tanks out the damage. Nicely done here. They're trying to bait it round, but instead it is going to be Aluna that picked up the kill. Not sure if they wanted that. I think MBS wanted that one.
Yeah, they wanted to give it to Tryndamere, but they couldn't necessarily be sure. Swiper still had his flash up. That's one of those situations with Lissandra where you have so many escapes that you don't really... Once he realized he was dead, he's like, well, I need to save something for later.
He is now thinking of potentially going for Elysia, and why not? He's got his ultimate, don't forget. If he goes on towards that turret, he tanks his damage. Right, they're just going to dive it. It's going to be a second. He has got that passive, remember, but I don't think he's going to be able to save him. Uses the Let's Bounce, tries to lock them up, and actually the kick not landing. Luna may be in trouble here. Hasn't landed the damage because he missed. Meanwhile, down the bottom, Deadly Brother in bird form. Is he going to be able to get away from this one? The Ignite's going to finish. Rosie's going to try and finish it off. He has escaped. True Shot Barrage is not available. There's no mana for Radier either. He's trying to get some basic attacks on towards his Spyro. This is going to land it, but is the tower going to turn it around? No, he gets away with it. Nice cue there from Radier.
So a couple things happened there amidst all the chaos, and it looks like a couple things more are going to happen. This is why he didn't get the clears out. He's going in for a kill here. No Let's Bounce this time.
No Let's Bounce. He's going to have that passive. It's going to...
He didn't go
He didn't realize he'd still got it. In fact, he's going to have to get away with it because Swiper's coming in. He tries to turn it around, uses the ulti kick on Swiper. Didn't really send in the right direction. Tries to safeguard away. Flashes out. And look, just like that, it's another Lee Sin escape.
Sneaky, sneaky Lee Sin. Let's try to take stock, again, of maybe just the overall game then, because I'm not going to go break down the last 3 fights that happened. It's too far past at this point. I feel like the Tryndamere is going to continue to be a very big problem. Even with a Seeker's Arm Guard at this point, seems like MBS has a way of just outpacing Swiper's damage, and he's going to continue to try to go in between that turret. Alunar is way ahead of Zac. He's completely decimating him, and even if both solo laners from Immunity collapse down, he's completely out of there. Essentially, Heavens needs to help bottom lane here. He needs to get Radier going, because the lane that isn't working right now for Gaming Gear is this Quinn lane, as they ended up losing that trade and actually giving up a kill.
We'll see how that works out. The top lane again, we keep seeing Swiper getting aggressed upon by MBS, and he doesn't seem to be worrying about this one. Of course, he's just getting those crits, getting those health ticking, and just completely negating anything Swiper can do towards him. Every time he goes in on Swiper, he tries to lock him up, which he does there. And again, it's just burning his mana, because Lissandra is a mana-heavy caster. And yeah, simply put, MBS is just out sustaining him.
And the big thing is, Lissandra's ranges are short for a caster, short enough that if Swiper is ever in spell range of MBS, MBS is within spin range of him. And that's why he's closing, getting so much damage, and then healing up, because he doesn't have mana on Trin versus the mana-heavy caster of Lissandra, who's running out constantly.
puts the ward down deep, continues his dirty farming path. Alicia is going for this red buff, but look at it. Luna sat ready and waiting, has that ward in there, lands it, comes in, steals. Alicia is out of this one, and you can see, oh, actually, tell you a lie, Alicia does have red buff. Maybe he can't get the steal down there. No, Alicia did pick it up, but less bounce working. Doesn't have his passive. If he goes down, he will be the death of him. Dark Passage picked up, but no, he does get taken down by Luna. And now Deadly Brother comes in. Flay comes out, but it's going to miss out there. Instead, we're going to see the charm landed on Mazarine. Mazarine tries to flash out that tree shot barrage, not going to find his target. Crescendo comes out, catches on towards Raydeer. Raydeer follows through. They go on towards Deadly Brother. Good burst of damage. Raydeer tries to turn that one back around, tries to use his passive, tries to turn it back around. Not going to happen. And Spyro gets caught out as well. He's going to go down. It's a good turnaround for Immunity, but MBS picks himself up a kill in the top lane.
And that's funny, because that's exactly what we thought was going to happen next in this lane. NBS was going to continue to be a problem, but then Heavens needs to make some plays bottom lane to get Raydeer going. And that just means this game, despite all the craziness that happened, got closer overall, because Raydeer is going to exert a bit of dominance in that bottom lane now with the 3-0, whereas NBS is going to be out of control.
That could well be the tower going down. I think they've not quite got enough. We do see a Luna coming in. Luna doing a fantastic job at controlling and trying to push at the pace, but as you mentioned, it's all well and good Raydeer getting strong, but if MBS is allowed to just continue his farming, pushing whatever dirty farming he's doing, split pushing, proxy farming, anything
line
you want to call it in that top, line cutting, I believe it is as well. That's kind of more of a Dota term though, so, but neither way, he is absolutely dominating this top lane. He's going to become a problem because anyone that's actually played League of Legends realizes if Tryndamere gets fed, it's not fun times.
Of all the things, though, I feel like an Iceborne Gauntlet's Ezreal could deal with him pretty damn well. If he's going to be trying to get on late game with that Tryndamere, it could be a good thing that Raydeer is going for that blue build Ezreal. He rushed a very early tier, which will be good for him in the long run, but actually takes a little bit away from his ability to assert pressure in this lane. I almost wonder if NBS needs to join the team before that Iceborne Gauntlet gets completed.
Barrow coming out there. Actually, Heaven's putting enough damage down on towards Mazarine with that Spirit Rush that it forced him to just back away a little bit there. Didn't throw out the explosive Casco, which I think he was trying to bait in. Luna, again, going on the invade. They're heading down the bottom. This may well cut them off in time.
Yeah, this is a lot of trouble here. There is still summoners up for Immunity, and they're pretty close to the turret.
Dark Passage thrown out, they catch on towards it. Belly Slam comes in, the explosive cast didn't really throw Raydeer when he wanted to. Mazarine gets caught up, the tower's going to do the damage. They turn that one around, Raydeer picks it up. Luna's now low, and Raydeer should follow through, gets himself a double kill, and what a turnaround by Immunity.
5-0-0, you could tell there that Gaming Gear overcommitted because there were still flashes up, yet they continued to go in. The Gragas Barrel didn't split people off, despite taking a bunch of Tower Egger for Mazarine, and that is pretty much a disaster of a game.
That has not worked out, and now the gold is actually in favor of Immunity for the first time in this game. Tryndamere in that top lane in the form of MBS continues to put dominance across Swiper, but it doesn't matter. The rest of his team are starting to be punished all across the lanes, and Raydeer is making them pay.
And Lyssandra's still going to be able to participate well in team fights as far as diving straight on once that phase is approaching. Really, it puts NBS in a really strange spot, since he is so far individually ahead of Lysandra, yet the other four members of his team are increasingly farther behind Immunity. And right now, the 4v4 is going so much better for Immunity that it's almost forcing NBS into a bad situation if he joins a team for a 5v5.
So all 5 kills are on Raydeer right now. We've talked about this so many times, but Ezreal is very maneuverable. Has Barrier Flash and Arcane Shift, of course, to get away. Not to mention that Dark Passage that Rosie's been using to great effect to help him out here. Are we going to see a lane switch round now? It looks like they are going to head towards the mid lane, cause problems. Blue buff, well, they're thinking of stealing it. Instead, they're trying to get on towards Alicia. Alicia is not going to back away from this one.
This could be a big fight.
Mazarine comes in, has got explosive cask if he wants to use, he does, and they're going to pop the passive, but the rest of the team are going to come in time once again. True Shot Barrage comes across, it's another kill for Raydeer. Now they're on towards MBS, he's got his ultimate available, they're going to try and clutch on towards it. Swiper wants to slow him down. They do have the tower for protection, but just like that, it's a sick kill for Raydeer.
Mazarine has not had success with his explosive casks there. He was trying to finish off Alicia, but he actually just pushed him farther away so the blobs would become unkillable, and that ended up backfiring, got his jungler Alanir killed, and that invade was completely misguided since there was no Quinn in the area to support, whereas Nadir, now wearing double buffs and a 6-0 score, is helping push up mid.
Yeah, he's starting to churn down that turret. The one turret down already in Immunity after having a shaky lane phase that seemed to be starting off so well, and Luna creating all those opportunities, suddenly realizes that they are going to lose that middle turret. It's now 2-1 in terms of turrets. Radier gets slowed. They're going to catch on
they
towards
might get him.
Crescendo comes in. Let's bounce. Will it follow? No. Radier's going to get away. Look at Tryndamere is on him. Takes the dark passage. And this is what he talks about. He can kite him. Is it going to be enough though? Radier tries to get around. They won't throw everything at him. They get the shutdown bonus. It's Mazarine that gets it. Rosie's going to have to try and turn this one around. He may get an MBS here. MBS has to use the ultimate, so force that one out. It's going to be a short timer, but Rosie, he's going to get closed down. Who will be given the kill? Mazarine, I would suspect, or is it going to be MBS? It's a belly slam for Mazarine.
Something about these Gaming Gear games, they're very close, and then they find these opportunistic team fights. That was a great collapse through the back there to create that fight. I didn't think that Radier was going to be catchable. He rushed that Iceborne Gauntlets and was 6-0, but he was so overconfident that as the gank arrived, he actually shifted in and then flashed back, leaving him no extra escapes. Ended up having him take enough damage that Gaming Gear could just come in and finish, and getting that shutdown is going to be invaluable for Gaming Gear.
I would say the one saving grace for Immunity there was the fact that it was a 4v5. Because Heavens wasn't there. He was off on this top lane. He got the turret down in the top, so it is 3 for 2 in terms of turrets, and actually very close in gold still, just 500 between them. Radier wipes out that wave on that bottom lane. 6-1-1, currently 2,000 gold almost ahead of Deadly Brother.
That is an absurd lead right there for Ezreal. And I talked about Quinn a little bit in the Champion Select, how if it's a split push situation, the Quinn's going to have a big edge over Ezreal, but not if it's a 2,000 gold lead. At that point, I feel like Ezreal just wins straight up anyway.
Where is MBS going? He's maybe coming around the backside of Alicia, and they're actually going to get collapsed on here. You see Gaming Gear trying to come around. They pinged it, and they realized that MBS is there. He was looking to take a moment. He still could come around the back of Immunity here.
It's a dangerous thing for him to do, though. Tryndamere relies so much on split pushing and forcing 1v1s that Immunity is trying to get as much importance onto this mid turret as possible to suck him in, because at this point, Immunity has to dive the mid turret or send probably 2 people back for NBS, and they're not willing to dive yet. So that's why it's smarter of MBS to not sneak in behind and instead go for the split push.
Oh, the damage on towards Evans, it shouldn't be. No, it didn't quite finish him off there. Gets away with that one, uses that Spirit Rush. Instead, they're going to catch on towards Deadly Brother. He's going to get hooked in by the Death Sentence. Flashes away. Will it be enough? Switches to Bird Form. He will escape. Great escape from Deadly Brother.
That was 2 extremely close escapes, one after another. Heavens barely got away with Azari, and then an even closer escape by Deadly Brother. What's interesting to me about all that, actually, is who Immunity sent to deal with Tryndamere. They sent Radier, their most fed person. I feel like this actually benefits Gaming Gear in a sense, because Trent's going to take him on anyway.
He wants it. He hasn't got flash available, remember. Radier tries to get away from him. Spinning slash the tower. Is he going to get it? No. Yes, he does. Gets it down. And Alicia doesn't want to fight for that. There's nothing left on MBS, but he didn't want to go near him.
He's a little scared of Tryndamere right now. It has not been a good day or good game for Alicia Zach. And that's exactly why Gaming Gear wants the 1v1 matchup. You can tell Radier is preparing for it because he built the Iceborne Gauntlets and he thought he was going to be able to keep his distance. But the instant that NBS closed on him, we just got to see Tryndamere wreck. And now that he's got that static shiv, it just went from bad to worse. The big advantage that Immunity had was how strong Ezreal was in teamfights. And they went and put him into the greatest strength of Gaming Gear and lost. They shouldn't have done that. They should have kept attacking their weaknesses.
Well, they're going to see how that translates, because Gaming Gear are starting to feel a bit confident. They have that gold advantage back again, and of course, the Dragon now up. Are they going to start focusing on that one? We haven't actually really had a Dragon fight. We haven't had a straight-up fight at all of any fire.
Too much Tryndamere.
Yeah, too much. It's all about Tryndamere, frankly. And it's still going to continue being all about Tryndamere. But look at this. Immunity have the advantage because Tryndamere is not here for this fight. They should take this Dragon.
Absolutely uncontested, unless Gaming Gear decides to make some foolish choices, because they would lose any type of 4v5 against him without Tryndamere here. That's just the way they have to play this game.
Well, they do take away that dragon. That keeps the gold oh so tight. Just 200 gold between these two teams. Immunity going to try and force up that mid lane again, but Tryndamere is cutting across. This time they're going to steal away that blue buff and take it away from Heavens or Swiper. Oh, True Shot Barrage comes across, but Luna did use that smite to get in.
And now it could just be a chase fight. If Immunity can catch NBS, it's well worth it.
But Gaming Gear, they could turn this around. Look at the rest of the team. They're collapsing in behind them. They could come in pincer move. They're trying to catch them out of position. And Immunity do turn it around. They realize that they were being collapsed upon and backed away from that one.
That's a quick case of who's actually trying to catch who here. It's like, yeah, we're going to catch that 5-man team with our 3 people and then force a team fight with our split push Tryndamere. It wouldn't have been a good idea for Gaming Gear unless they caught a very beneficial member of their team before the fight could start, and they couldn't get that, which is why Gaming Gear backed away.
Radier is continuing to try to kite out MBS, but he's got to be careful how he goes about this one. Alicia might get focused on here, but look at this. They're diving on towards Gaming Gear. Immunity may have the better of them right now. They do catch on towards Mazarine. Here comes a True Shot Barrage. It rattled across, but he's not going to get close enough to this fight. Instead, he's going to get taken down. Tryndamere, MBS has taken him off the top lane. Now Heaven's going to get closed in. He may well get burned down. No, Aluna, Ignite running. He has to safeguard away, and this is very close, but MBS comes to join the party. Ooh. They're going to catch in there. Aluna does pick up the kill. It's Alicia that goes down, and it's going to be Rosie that tries to get away from this one. Uses the death sentence, but all he does is pulls in MBS, and MBS, one more hit, will pick up another kill. That was a 4-for-2 exchange for Gaming Gear.
And what we didn't see on screen was NBS wrecking Radier again off screen. Radier stopped to use his Ezreal ultimate. That's a pretty dangerous chase, and just got trained down by NBS. Then NBS was able to come back in, and I feel like he's going to pick up yeah, he's absolutely going to pick up this kill as well. He's such an amazingly strong Tryndamere right now, and as long as he can handle Radier, Gaming Gear's got full control of this game.
Oh, and look at this. They're actually going to give it to Deadly Brother. Deadly Brother comes in, finishes it off, an easy kill. It's the easy one he'll ever get. Given across to him by a extremely fed MBS, who is now 4-0-4 and almost, what's that, 60 CS ahead of his laning partner. Tell you a lie, that's 70.
Yeah. That's a lot of numbers. And I'm surprised, but I think it was a good call for him to give that kill away, since the main weakness right now that MBS has to worry about is the rest of his team. Are they going to be strong enough to deal with 5-man dives if he gets caught in a bad split push situation where he can't force someone to come for him? Getting the kills elsewhere is perfect right now for them.
Oh, ward getting thrown out. Death Sentence landed on his Spyro. Flay comes across. Radier throws out the True Shot Barrage. Could go straight into this. Maybe they've gone a bit too deep, though. MBS is there, and he's going to get back in. He wants to get on Radier, but he's all on his own right now. The rest of the team trying to get in. They've had good crowd control on towards MBS. They lock him up, force him to use his ultimate, force him to back away. But while that's all happening, Alicia was using that Let's Bounce, and Gaming Gear managed to lock down the jungler. They're going to pursue.
Yeah, and Heavens just arrived, by the way. He wasn't in that fight, so that gave Gaming Gear a false sense of security, and it ends up being a 1-for-1.
A 1-for-1. MBS, though, realizing that he is not invincible. He did get taken down, controlled, and Immunity realized if they have the chance, they can lock down that Tryndamere, but they have to focus so much on it.
Yeah, we kind of saw why MBS wants to split push and not be in a team fight in that case, because Radier kept his distance, and while he was doing so, the rest of the team could just kind of focus down and pile on. That's what Immunity wants a lot more of.
Yeah, and that was with the Death Sentence of Play already used before that fight even began. Heavens, though, he's putting pressure on towards his top lane. Rosie just hanging off the side, trying to bait in Mazarine, hoping he belly slams on towards Heavens, looking to try and land that Death Sentence. Instead, he was going to back away. MBS continues to keep trying to push that top lane, but Swiper now, he's got to the state, now he's got that Zhonya's Hourglass, starting to get the damage. He can wipe out those waves in one clean sweep.
He can keep him back for a little while, but I still don't think that'll give him enough power to actually fight NBS, just based off the monstrous amount of kills that he's picked up prior.
Well, Heavens may well get caught out here. Luna's going to come around the side. He has to land that kick. He may just go straight for the ulti kick instead. Takes a lot of burst front-loaded damage. The charm landing nicely there. He's trying to get in front of Heavens, but it's not working because he's taken a hell of a lot of damage. Oh, he actually went into the True Shot Barrage there. Radiant may be able to clean up here. You can see he gets one.
Not that way!
Oh, no! The banding slap. They're sorry, Lancing knocked straight into there. Mazarine taking low. No, doesn't get it. Mazarine turns this one around. But now Alicia might be able to get himself a double kill. He's going to chase on. He will get a Luna. It's actually Rosie that picked it up with a lash.
You know what? That is great for Gaming Gear because it means the split push gets to continue.
It does continue. Oh, and where the heck did he just be able to get away from that one? The flash comes out from Swiper, manages to avoid it, and MBS, look at that, just life steals his way back to victory. That split push continues to be a terror for Immunity.
Yeah, and as long as this game is skirmish focused with small fights, I feel like Gaming Gear is taking an edge, because even though Tryndamere is their main source of strength, you can see the Gragas chase as well as the Quinn chase, plus Lee Sin, they're all about small fights. Really not the greatest in team fights, but as long as they get these, that's why they're pulling ahead.
Yeah, they are starting to drive down those turrets, and it's only a matter of time because MBS is going to start chopping down those turrets like they're meaningless little morsels of minions, and they do just destroy them. You can see he's literally just looped around, come back for that blue buff, but he's actually being baited here. His Pink Warden, oh, the charm just missing out, not finding his target. They're going to get in, the Swiper goes in, tries to lock him up here, and Alicia, they will have enough to crowd control him. The Death Sentence is available. That's going to be the Undying Rage used, tries to get away from it. It should be enough. The Ignite was running, and it will take him down. Nicely played by Heavens.
Yeah, that was too many people for him to run away from, just barely, but they used so much that the counter engage is coming in from GG.
Rosie has to pull the box down. Radiant's True Shot Barrage didn't really find his target, but Aluna's off the side, and he's going to get locked down. Radiant will pick up the kill, and no, it's actually going to go across the Heavens, but it doesn't matter. The rest of Immunity going to chase in towards this one. They're going to try and focus on Maluna, but instead Mazarine may get himself a kill of his own. He just went to get the barrel down. Heavens takes a massive chunk of damage. Wow, where are you going? Alicia actually went in aggressively. I think he's kind of caught himself off guard, went in a bit too deep. Radiant is not done yet, though. Manages to get the slow one towards Mazarine. Mazarine backs away from this one. Radiant wants to follow it up, but it's not going to happen. And that was a 2-for-2 exchange after all that chaotic fight.
These fights are still extremely close. You can see amongst it, all the chaos, Mazarine is hitting pretty hard. And Radier has no magic resistance, so if he wants to keep playing aggressive like this, able to get kills like that, he's at risk of Gragas if he's near.
You've got to wonder why he hung around there. He was just simply locked up and realized,
foolishness.
I am dead. I am going to try and get as much farm as I can. MBS, though, he's at 279 CS now. He's been chopping his way through these minions with that static shift. He's going to continue building up. Infinity Edge will follow. And Radier may not be able to kite him still. He's still not close.
I mean, if you can't kite him once you get your Iceborne Gauntlets, you're not getting any more of them to kite better. I feel like MBS has proven that he's able to stick on once he gets Blade of the Ruined King specifically, unless Radier is willing, you know, if the Ghost is up for MBS.
I think it's just a case of, see, he's just got the Muramana completed, so it's a case of, can he do enough damage to actually scare MBS away before his ultimate's going to be available?
It's a combination of kind of keeping distance, but mainly needing enough damage to get by. It's now more of a damage calculation, as you said, than an actual escapability.
And they are going to take themselves out in the turret. The barrel landed. Actually just blew them back away from it and gave them a bit of an escape clause. MBS trying his best to get around. Radier is almost certainly the focus. Can he get close enough, though? They are going across the ward, so good coverage from Gaming Gear. They can spot him out. They are going to come in here. You see MBS coming in from the side, tries to go towards Swiper. Swiper's going to take the dark passage. Sonya's Hourglass comes out, Crescendo follows, and Swiper's actually still alive. They might turn this one back around. He gets taken down. Radier picks up a kill on Deadly Brother. We are going to see Rosie having to back out of this one. Deadly MBS is going to get dropped down. Alicia trying to pick up one more kill on towards Inspiro. Instead, it will be a double kill, a triple kill for Mazarine.
And Mazarine comes in 3 for 3. He is just picking up a lot of end game kills there. Like, it's just, people are getting low. The fights are so chaotic. He's landing enough barrels throughout to just pick off the low people. I don't even really know how Radier died in that fight. It seemed like he was going to come in at the end and clean up. I was waiting for it, and then I was like, oh, wait a minute. He's dead. Mazarine had taken him so low at the start of that fight with his explosive cask that incidental damage just ended up killing him throughout the fight.
Just dropped him down there, and actually Mazarine up to 8-1-8 now. He's sneaking his way in towards becoming a Terra Gragas, which he did use a lot during the group stages, the semi-finals, I believe it was actually, at the Commonwealth Independent States qualifiers that happened in Moscow back in week 2 of the European LCS. Deadly Brother not really been able to get this Quinn going, honestly, because he's been focus fired, and Radier, honestly, from that start has kind of had his number since he went 3-0. 9-5-5 though for Radier now, and has honestly been caught out every time. True Shot Barrage is going to come across too early, and Mazarine should be able to pick up that blue.
Gonna help him out a little bit with that blue buff. The Quinn definitely hasn't started going, but I do have to say the Infinity Edge that got finished by MBS is a huge power spike for him, and there's 605 ability power on Mazarin right now. The individual strength of those solo laners is massive right now.
And at the moment, MBS is trying to split push off. He's going to get caught out by Radier and Heavens. But look at that. He turns it around on Heavens. Heavens just gets absolutely mullered. But he does manage to escape the damage. Didn't use his Undying Rage. And instead, Radier comes in and steals that kill with the Arcane Shift.
Oh, that is the bane of every Tryndamere's existence. Trying to wait until the last possible second and missing it. Really hurt him there.
Oh, there, and that's going to be Alicia kicked away from this one. We're going to see Deadly Brother close that gap. Alicia will go down here. Passive isn't really going to save him. The rest of his team, no! Dark Passage comes out. Deadly Brother closes the gap. The Barrel's going to come in. Now he's in trouble. Now Rosie's going to try and escape. Oh, the Barrel from Mazarin. It's going to be enough. Tries to roll out the Barrel instead. Radier, meanwhile, he's taking down the inner turret on the bottom lane and continue into the inhibitor.
And NBS is down for another 15 seconds. You can see Gaming Gears going for the Baron instead, but this is at a huge cost. NBS is going to have to rush out and kill Ezreal while this Baron goes on. So much is going to happen in the next few seconds.
We're going to have, of course, don't forget, Lissandra. Lissandra could come in and lock up the entire team. Inspiro tanking out the Baron, getting taken very low already. Heavens is going to come in. Crescendo used there. That's a little bit too early. My God. But they did manage to pop down Heavens. Heavens instead got himself a kill. There goes Lissandra. He comes in, manages to use the Zhonya's Hourglass instead. The Baron turns back on towards him, flashes away from there. Not going to be enough. Rosie getting taken low. He gets away with nothing. While this is all happening, Radier comes back after taking down. No, he didn't. He backed off.
He had to back away. He recognized Tryndamere beats him in a fight. He's done that once before, I have to say, but that fight, D-Man, really displayed, I thought that guy was lower health, then that Mazarin's ability power is going from. He blew up Heavens Azari immediately in that fight.
Well, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, from Stream A. If you have just joined us, this is a pretty chaotic game. Of course, if you're Stream B viewers, it does mean that Lion Gaming actually won out that last match. So they went 1-3 in that against Dark Passage, I believe it was. Oh, no, it was against Pain.
It was against Pain.
So Pain went 3-1. Immunity could go 3-1.
They could.
But actually, Pain would be top anyway. Pain would be top anyway because the tiebreak doesn't matter. Okay. Back to what's going on. It's 21-24. It's a pretty chaotic game right now. It's a battle of can Ezreal beat Tryndamere?
And it's chaotic because of what NBS has done. NBS actually, it doesn't look like it now if you're just tuning in. He was 4-0 when the rest of Gaming Gear was losing. But because of all the chaos he has created for himself and opportunity he's gotten Mazarin and the rest of the team, they've been able to pick up this many kills and get this much craziness. I feel like if we ever get a full-on 5v5, I think that's when Immunity is going to win. But that's just not something we're going to get in this game, even.
Yeah, and right now we should also point out the fact that Mazarin is 11-1-8. He's been sneaky. He's been picking his kills up at the end of every single fight, and now he's got to the point where he's that dangerous he can almost one-shot people if he catches them in the right position. Heaven's also gone for that Lich Bane as well. I noticed that one picking that up in that fight. He got absolutely decimated in the last fight by Mazarino.
Yeah, that's why he's got that Negatron cloak now, because he had previously had no defensive items. And I actually think it's fun how the Tryndamere itself is forcing more damage-focused builds onto IM.
Wow, Crescendo used on towards Alicia. They thought they were going to go for that Baron, trying to lock him down. MBS being kited nicely by Radier. Can he turn this one around? He's going to pop that Undying Rage and forces Radier away, but Radier realizes he can kite this one. True Shot Barrage comes across, doesn't catch him, or it does, but it's not quite enough damage. This has actually given MBS problems, though.
I think this is a great sign for Immunity as the game moves on. The fact that Ezreal can actually win a duel against Tryndamere now. He had enough damage that he forced Trynd to walk away and had enough summoners up to make that escape. He still had barrier if the fight would have continued, so he definitely showed some superiority there. Getting a Blade of the Ruined King of his own to kind of run away once he gets Blade of the Ruined King has been very beneficial for him.
So we'll see how that works in his favor, because Radier will be feeling a little bit more confident, a little more happy, and that means he can split push. But look at this, he's off the side. No, he's not going to create anything. Gaming Gear. This game has been a little wild, to say the least. MBS, he was split pushing the top lane, really was driving it down, and now he's actually switched his focus back down to the bottom, which tells me I wonder if the rest of the team are trying to create something here. Looks like Dragon's going to get picked up by Gaming Gear as well, because that top inner turret, he did a lot of damage to it before he left it.
Yeah, I think this switch is mainly for a couple of reasons. Ezreal has put a lot of damage on Gaming Gear's bottom lane turret, And also, if Gaming Gear wants to create any type of action around Baron, they need Tryndamere bottom to suck people towards him.
And we'll see whether it works out. MBS is coming round straight in towards Radier's territory, who is picking that red buff out. That's going to help him out in that duel, that battle. Like Heavens tracing him, following along, making sure MBS doesn't get in there, throws into the charm, or doesn't want to check it. It's pretty terrifying to go in a bush against the Tryndamere.
Not a good idea.
No.
Because even if you flash afterwards, once like you close the distance for him.
Yes.
And that's the whole reason it's so dangerous at this point. And even though he hasn't gotten a kill in so long, NBS is still dictating this game. It almost seems like it's time for Mazarin to start dictating this game. But it's definitely not that way right now with the way the map is moving.
No, he's been countering it every time, and Deadly Brother's still continuing to try and chase that farm. He's trying to catch up, keep up with Radier, but the fact that Radier was sent off to split push has effectively always put Deadly Brother behind.
And look at this, still split pushing down in the bottom, and it's still trying to be answered by Radier. He's now picked up a Guardian Angel. That is an excessively defensive Ezreal build, by the way. 213 armor on Ezreal. So until NBS finishes his last Whisper, which he hasn't went back to pick up yet from the shop, he'll actually lose like a stand-and fight with Ezreal.
And with that Guardian Angels, he's going to feel much more confident up against MBS. He won't want to lose it, but the fact that, MBS is Rosie trying to bait him in here. MBS trying to pull him in, lands the death sentence. Radier comes in. That's going to be the slow. He's going to have to spin his slash to try and get away from this one. He could Arcane Shift and follow. They don't have vision, but that in itself has bought Immunity some time.
Yeah, and they scouted the Baron because that's the biggest fear when you send two people to the bottom lane. Clearly, Gaming Gear was hoping they'd face check in, but now it's just a game of back and forth, cat and mouse, as they're split pushing each other, making a beeline for the inhibitor. I like Immunity's call here.
Immunity's call may well work out. They know that MBS is still down that bottom, so he's not going to be available. Alicia's trying to buy time, uses that Let's Bounce to try and buy himself enough. The shield comes out. Immunity did back off, as you mentioned. We do still have Swiper. Swiper's still pushing in there. Luna's just off the side. It's a full-on split triumphant coming into Immunity.
And Immunity might get trapped here as they've actually spread themselves thin. Alicia away from the rest of the team.
Well, he has been caught out, but Immunity coming in behind him. Have they got enough to take down the passive in time? Crescendo comes in, flash on towards Heavens. Heavens has to get away from this one, and now Swiper goes in. Immunity going in one by one by one. What are they doing? Heavens has to get away from this one. MBS taken so low, and now Radier, he's actually off on his own right now. MBS will go down. Swiper picks up the kill. Now they're going to feel positive. Radier starts looking for the kill. He's going to go looking towards Mazarin. Luna comes in. Deadly Brother goes aggressive. Does a lot of damage down him. Tries to pop out. Radier uses the True Shot Barrage. The hook on towards Mazarin. Has to use that Zhonya's Hourglass. He's going to get caught down. It's going to be Heavens that picks up the kill, but they get one back. Deadly Brother gets in. Swiper goes down. Heavens gets dropped as well. And this is so close between the teams.
Good luck following all of this action on the camera. Barely keeping up with it ourselves here. This is now 3 for 2. And the GA, I don't know if they have the damage to kill him here. 213 armor on that Ezreal.
Radier continuing to kind dark passage throw now. Once again from Rosie, and that pulls them away. So a 3 for 2 exchange. Gaming Gear come out on top, and they may get themselves an inner turret for the problem. And look at this, Radier's not done yet.
He wants to just keep going. His man is actually running a little short, though. I don't know how long they can continue this.
Shirelia's Reverie being used. There's going to be an elastic slingshot. Rosie actually picks up the kill on Deadly Brother.
That one hurt pretty well. Quinn had moved now 6 and 7. Geez, to say this game is a little chaotic would be a bit of an understatement. That was one of the craziest fights I've seen in a while. Just the way Immunity put themselves in between the turret, and then specifically Alicia spreading the fight up so much, and then making the rest of Immunity kind of collapse in, just created the most spread out fight I can imagine, and that seems to favor Gaming Gear. Because a spread out team fight in that sense is just like a series of small fights. It's not actually a team fight, which I think is why they kind of came out with an edge there. But once again, because Deadly Brother died afterwards, they're in an extended 4v5 scenario. Radier has no mana on Ezreal, which could impact this choice. And against a Gragas, we know Mazarin can steal a Baron. He's already stolen one today with Gragas.
Yeah, and he may well actually try and do it again. You can see Crescendo comes across, the barrel wheel follows. Oh my word, just like that. Mazarine shuts down, gets himself the easiest double kill he can. All set up by that Crescendo. MBS now, he gets in towards Alicia. Alicia gets dropped, but more importantly, Ray Diaz, Guardian Angel, has been taken down. Spinning slash. There was a triple kill by Mazarine in the process as well. Alicia, the last man standing, is running for his life. The Australians are getting defeated by the Lithuanians.
We talked about a Baron steal. How about just killing 2 people immediately before the fight starts? That was an unbelievable amount of burst. 15 and 2 now, as you point out. Crushing down this inhibitor. NBS got onto Ray Deer again, and this is just a steamroll through the base.
They could just chop straight through this one. The fact that they have their AD carry, and more importantly, Tryndamere available, they will drop these Nexus turrets in a matter of seconds. It's going to be Gaming Gear taking down the Australian team Immunity. Immunity thought they brought themselves back into this one, but a mistake. They went for Baron. They forced the problem. Explosive Cask just melts down. And Zach where he stands, and it is going to be Gaming Gear finishing second in the International Wildcard Tournament. They will, of course, be facing Immunity tomorrow, nevertheless, in a best-of-3.
Yeah, and that's a rematch I definitely want to check out, because this game was just downright exciting. 414 minion kills from the split-pushing monster NBS on Tryndamere, but really, that was all to create opportunity for what ended up being a 16-2 Mazarine on Gragas, who was just exploding people by the end of it.
And it's strange because he snuck into that score. He snuck those items out. It was so much focus on MBS and the fact that Ray Deer was doing such a great job at starting to pick up the kills. He was coming in and mopping up the fights.
Yep.
Everybody was focusing the wrong targets, and suddenly it was like, guys, I can one-shot people.
Exactly.
Let's do it.
He was taking advantage specifically of Gragas' mobility, and once the fights broke down, once there was Karkin, once people were low, he could not only, one-shot them near the end, but he could chase them down, which is, I think, the most important thing of that entire composition. Everyone on Gaming Gear could chase down throughout the game.
I think something we should really importantly note, most importantly, is the fact that Pain Gaming, Gaming Gear, and Immunity all actually look pretty damn close.
Yeah.
They're simply down to the picks and bans, and again, the fact that it's a best-of-3 gives the opportunity for these teams to definitely bring it back. Gaming Gear gave Pain a good run for the money. We just saw them taking Immunity all the way. That was a chaotic game, though. Not too sure whether tomorrow's games may be a little bit more thought out.
I think they're going to be a little different. Obviously, these teams were still trying, but they were playing a little loose, so to speak. Yes, the composition made sense with the Quinn to help everyone chase, being a highly mobile kind of map-controlling AD carry. It didn't seem like it was super well practiced, at least from Deadly Brothers' point of view. I really want to see tomorrow, because now we have a feel for these teams. And most importantly, these teams have a feel for each other. So they're going to take the knowledge, all the things they've watched, they've all played against each other, and then bring it in tomorrow to see who gets to go to the World Championships.
So now that we know the ties, it's going to be Pain Gaming versus Dark Passage. And of course, as we just mentioned, Gaming Gear versus Immunity. That's who's going to be playing each other.
Yeah.
How do you see it stacking up? Who do you see beating who? I would give Pain, of course, over
Huge edge.
Dark Passage. Huge edge. We've already seen them here on Stream B, defeating them in pretty convincing style. If I remember right, he was 16-2 something for PRTT. 15 something, 15-2. He got the pentakill at the end. Nevertheless, that's what counts. But that game there, that's the one to watch.
At least in the semifinals. I definitely feel like Pain has a big edge. And this one, yes, it's the one to watch. Trying to kind of stack up these two teams, and it's weird to say directly after a defeat that I think Immunity is probably the favorite.
Okay.
Only because I feel like they had that game until they made a miscue that is fixable.
Right.
If they would have just put a different member to try to counter Tryndamere, if they would have sent Ari to stop Tryndamere, I feel like they could have just won the game with Ray Deer's Ezreal. And I think they're smart enough to make that adjustment and go into tomorrow. Whereas I don't know how many adjustments Gaming Gear will be able to make, since a lot of their wins have just been Gragas team fighting well. It's like, well, yeah, they're able to split people up and catch them out of position, but I don't know how necessarily they can adapt to what Immunity's going to have to come after them with.
What sort of level do we put them at? We've seen 5 games now, or effectively more than that, because we looked at some of the other matches, but what sort of level do we put these teams at? Obviously, bearing in mind, these are going to the World Championships.
Yeah.
One of these teams will be in Season 3 World Championships.
Yeah, I actually think right now that Immunity has a chance to be well, not necessarily immunity. So far in the pain games, they definitely seem like the strongest. And to answer your question of what level they're on, they're definitely very good. Until I see them playing at the world stage, I'm not sure. I wouldn't put them above any of them immediately. I'd say they're, based on my impression, a little more loose than a lot of the teams, but definitely some of the individual plays we've seen are right on that level. So I put them maybe one tier, like very, very slightly below the professional leagues that we've seen in North America and Europe.
Okay, well, there you go. You've heard it from Jan himself. Of course, coming up next, it is going to be the Challenger Series matches. The 2 semi-finals will be happening. It's going to be TCM versus Copenhagen Wolves. Big game there. Grudge match, in fact. It's come from Tenerife, where they went 2-1. TCM winning out that one before. That's going to be coming up, as well as KMT going to be facing off against AT Gaming. So they are the 2 Challenger Series matches. They will be coming up after this short break.
Welcome back to Cologne and to the Gamescom 2013. My name is Joe Miller along with Jason Kaplan, and we're going to bring you the best of 3 series between AT Gaming and KM Team. Now, over on Stream 1, Trevor and Kobe will be calling the Copenhagen Wolves versus TCM Gaming match if you want to watch that. Or you can just watch both at the same time. There's some pretty cool sites out there for that. But before we get to the game, let's break down how the Challenger tournament works here at Gamescom. Today we'll be bringing you the semi-final round of the tournament, which consists of 2 best-of-3 series going on at the same time, as I said, on the 2 streams. The team that wins 2 games in this best-of-3 will earn a spot in Thursday's finals.
And the winner of Thursday's finals will move on to the Season 4 Spring Promotion Tournament with a chance to snare a spot in the European LCS next year.
Yeah, and pretty much their dream's a full-time job. That's what comes with the territory if you manage to get in there. Of course, we have 3 teams, or 2 teams, I should really say, from Europe. Up until now, obviously, the playoffs will decide the 3rd team to go down there with the relegation game. So let's then have a look at KMT and AT Gaming. Now, the road to Season 4 continues right here, right now, as they meet head-to-head in our first best-of-3 semi-final series.
And KMT comes into Gamescom as a top-seeded challenger team, which really isn't easy when you have the likes of Gambit who practice there. You have all the LCS teams that practice there. But after getting a fort from against Authority, they crushed Mr. Bobby 2 games to none to get into the semifinals. They were led by their mid laner Overpower, who had a good game as Zed and a great game as Oriana. He went 16-1 and 15 in game 2, and overall he pretty much backed up a KD of 50 in these 2 wins versus Mr. Bobby.
That is a lot of kills and assists, and not a lot of deaths, let's be honest. And today, Overpower and KMT are up against AT Gaming and their dynamic AD carry, Sliver, who is coming off the back, off back-to-back, I should really say, sweeps in their climb up that challenger ladder.
Yeah, and Sliver did what an AD carry is supposed to do and carried AT Gaming to those victories. He played both Caitlyn and Ezreal twice, and no one's really been able to find a way to really stop him. But today he's running with a new support. Millie Fiore is replacing Zykeon, and we'll see how that affects him. And obviously, Zykeon obviously won't be playing because he is too young for this tournament.
All right, then let's take a look then at the starting lineup, starting on the blue side with KMT. I would pronounce their Polish name, but honestly, I don't want to offend anyone with it because my Polish is not very good. So, in the top lane there, of course, Zaza, some very familiar names in League of Legends in this team. In the jungle, 760, Nick 760s have plenty of nicknames over the time. Overpower in the mid lane, Celiver the AD carry, and Super A's the support.
Yeah, and I mean, just like you said, we know these names by heart, considering we cast them back in Intel Extreme Sao Paulo and Singapore. But on the red corner, we do have AT Gaming, and we're going to have actually in that top lane, Doris, Spike Nike in the jungle, Genetid in the mid lane, Sliver as AD carry, and Millie Fiore as a support.
And Doris is a very popular grandmother's name in Northern England, where I'm from. So if I put some random jokes in there about Doris and cups of tea, then please excuse me for that one. But 2 very strong teams coming in, and the good thing is for both of them that this is a best-of-3 series, so you need 2 out of the 3 to actually claim the victory, and hard to call a favorite. I guess we can say, if we look at experience and overall big tournament experience, big stage experience, that KMT probably have the upper hand with this one.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. Back in Singapore, they didn't make it through group stages because it was based off time. They were actually doing really well, but because they won too slow, they weren't able to advance. And if we think about them, they've actually rotated roles quite a bit. Like we saw Overpower in the jungle back then. Was that in Cologne? I'm trying to remember what tournament he was playing. That it was a lot of games, long time ago. But Overpower, to me, I love this guy because we cast him back for EPS last year. And the thing is, he used to run really unique kind of champions in the mid lane. He used to run Fiddlesticks with GP10 yellow runes. And then he would just go around ganking as much as possible, and he would actually keep up in gold against the enemy mid laner.
Not sure that that's going to happen today, though. I don't expect a GP10 rune Fiddlesticks to appear in this game at all. But a Fiddlesticks, on the other hand, just alone, probably not with GP10 runes and in the mid lane, we could possibly see a Fiddlesticks coming out.
Yeah, I mean, support, look at LCS. He was banned out as much as possible during that last week, but Overpower, to me, what he really shined on was that Katarina in Singapore. The whole reset factor about her was just insane. He did a phenomenal job, but that was right before the nerfs that came to her, or the balance, as Jat was calling it earlier, the nerfs to her. So I'm really curious to see what he's been working on.
Well, that's a funny thing coming into this one, and we actually talked a little bit to TCM before this one, or their support, actually, overall. So he said, we asked him for his opinion, really, on this game, and who he maybe thought was coming into this one, and honestly, you didn't know which was going to be the stronger team out of the two actually coming down to it.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so there's a lot of information on both these teams, but to actually practice against them when most teams are practicing against like the top teams in LCS, they want to get as much practice in as possible, where TCM, I know for a fact they were scrimming against Alternate quite a bit over the past couple of weeks to really get that preparation in. But to me, it's all about both these teams here right now today that are playing on this stream are hoping TCM win over on Stream A. Because if they do win, TCM is already pre-qualified because of LCS Tenerife for the spring promotion tournament coming up next year. So that means if you make it past this first round and TCM wins over the Copenhagen Wolves, you're qualified for the promotion tournament as well.
And that is a huge deal, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
very.
It means that if TCM actually win over on Stream A against the Copenhagen Wolves, which, by the way, is definitely no easy feat because the Copenhagen Wolves, obviously Reckless in there as the AD carry, kind of on loan from Fnatic here.
I like that term, on loan.
On loan, that's what he is. He can't play for Fnatic right now because he's still just a young cherub at 16 years old, but that'll be changing between Groups A and B, actually, of the World Championships later on in the year. But right now, he's with Copenhagen Wolves, and he's going to be a big factor for that one, which means over for this game that if TCM win, like you said, a second place or translated a win here in the semi-final would actually be enough for that team to go through into the the spring promotion tournament. Technically, my seasons are all over the place.
It's been hard.
It's been a long year with spring and summer in there. So there's a lot on the line. As we said, this is where dreams are made. We've seen teams in the past that have come through. I mean, look at Lemon Dogs. They're a team that have come through and this season finished top of the European LCS Summer Split. And that's a team that before this one, not really many people were taking too much notice of. And one of these teams here today could be the Lemon Dogs of the spring split in Season 4.
Yeah, I mean, even Lemon Dogs, we had we will failers say it after they qualified that we're going to be #1, we're going to be 28-0, and they're so confident. The rest of the team didn't necessarily feel that way, but they are now ranked 1. Like, they are the best team in Europe currently, and seeing a team come out of nowhere like that, I mean, we knew about the players. They were around for a while, but they're never actually a team until, I think, like a month before they actually qualified. And seeing these teams come in where we know the names, we recognize the players, and that potential to be that next top team, I mean, it's very likely.
So right now we can see that the admin's just working with KMT to get any minor sound issues maybe that they've got going. That certainly looks that way with the whole headphones discussion going on. So hopefully that won't take too much time to be resolved. But as we said, over on Stream A, we will be seeing TCM versus the Copenhagen Wolves. A big matchup. And I think everyone on paper had TCM and the Copenhagen Wolves as pretty much the favorites anyway for this tournament. Obviously, only one of them can actually win since they got matched up in the semi-final draw against each other. But that also, as we said, opened up some windows here, because if you win this game and TCM go through, you're guaranteed that spot whether you win or lose in the grand final, and there you're just playing for the cash. And that extra, that better position come the promotion tournament itself, because, well, I say the better position, it doesn't really make that much difference because the LCS teams themselves get to pick who they want to play against in the next one. So what we've got going on right now, guys, is a couple of little issues which the admins are working hard to get fixed for this. So we should be done in 3 to 5 minutes time. So for now, we're going to take a quick break. But when we come back, it'll be KMT versus AT Gaming. So don't go anywhere. So welcome back then, guys. We're about to get underway here with KMT taking on AT Gaming. Best of 3, and of course the winner will go through to meet either Copenhagen Wolves or TCM in tomorrow's final.
And one thing that you keep in mind right now is that SK Gaming and Meet Your Makers already going to be in the relegation match to the promotion tournament coming up next year. They got to be watching these games. They have to look at the potential matchups they're going to be going against, and this gives them a little bit of time to really prepare. And I really hope these teams are taking it seriously, because this is their livelihood. This is the chance to be a professional gamer.
Well, Ocelot is here in the hall. I've seen him hanging around somewhere. He's got some cool Ocelot branded scarves and shoes and stuff like that. He's looking pretty cool, to be honest. So we're going to be getting into champion select here, and we're going to figure out exactly what's going to come down. So ban's already in here. KMT banning out Ari Evelyn. First of all, and AT Gaming banning out Lee Sin and Vayne.
Okay, so yeah, we do actually have Nick 760 or 760, he actually plays a lot of Lee Sin, so I definitely want to take that away from him. But overall, I mean, it's just pretty standard bans that you would see from any other game. You don't really want to play against an Ahri.
And speaking of standard bans, Twisted Fate, I mean...
Now Shen's going to come in, probably.
Probably, yeah.
Or
On the red side, unless they decide to leave it open, wondering if KMT will actually want to go for that first pick and then maybe pick it up in their first round. So we'll see that one. It'll actually be a Z ban here, which I think against a player like Overpower in particular, like he is that kind of player that loves to play and has in the past played brilliant assassins. I think Zed's a good ban here, but that does leave the Shen open for the taking for KMT.
And they're actually kind of taking their time here. So, I mean, I guess they were assuming that Shen would be banned out, so they're kind of like, do we want to pick him up? Do we want to go into this? Because it seems all too easy to pick him up. And we've seen Shen so many times that how much of a nuisance he can be in that top lane, that split pushing. Not to mention, if you go that Spirit Visage, that Sunfire Kate build, his cooldown is just crazy low, so you can ult in multiple times, but we're not going to see him, at least for now.
Well, that's what I thought, you know, leave the Shen open, maybe he gets through, and that's exactly what happened here. Zach going to be picked up for KMT. Expecting that to be a top lane, Zach, to be honest. But we'll have to see about that. Of course, 760 might end up switching that one out a little bit later on, but the Shen was locked in for 80. No messing around from their side of things. They know exactly what they want after that last round of picks. So what are they going to put in there with it?
Jarvan.
So much open.
There we go.
Yeah, I was going to say Jarvan, which is, I think, featured in pretty much every single game so far today, and for good reason. We talked about it earlier, you know, just his kit in general is overall very dynamically fantastic.
I like that description, because it's true. I mean, his whole kit is so perfect. I mean, you get attack speed from his standard, there we go.
His flag.
His flag. Took me a second to get there. I mean, they had armor on it originally, but that got removed. But still, extra attack speed for your AD carry, extra attack speed for taking objectives, and not to mention just the whole early game presence you have. You don't need your ultimate to apply a lot of pressure. You have your EQ combo, and you can really shut people down. But one thing I'm worried about is, which I think Wicked was very vocal about this, if I'm not mistaken, or was some other top laner that said, Zach for Shen, it's a very, very easy lane for Zach. So I'm kind of thinking maybe we might see some lane swaps coming in.
Well, we'll find that one out a little bit later on. What are KMT going to complement this Zach with? Obviously, all the AD carries outside of Vayne actually open up for this one. So, Caitlyn, Ezreal, Varus. One of those three for either team, I guess. That's pretty standard stuff these days, but we'll have to see if they go for anything funky. But I imagine that this Caitlyn may be finished and locked in here for KMT.
You know, I almost don't want to put it past Overpower, that if he does lock that in, that could be mid lane Caitlyn. I don't want to put it past him, but to me, it's not like a champion that's in style. Like, he likes these champions that get in your face, that really make big plays, and Caitlyn obviously wouldn't be one of those, but we're actually going to see Rumble locked in here. So
it's going to be a jungle Zach. This Rumble is something that Zazas has played a lot in the past. Intel Extreme Masters Brazil, brilliant Rumble player. He played a lot of it over there as well. So that's going to be coming in. And obviously that Caitlyn was locked in there as well for KMT. On the other side, obviously an AD carry and support might be what they think of next, which Sona available, the Zyra that they were hovering over is there as well. But one other champion that's gone through the bans and not been picked so far is the Thresh.
Yeah, that's actually very true. I completely forgot about that since I'm so used to seeing him first picked or banned away. And right now, I'm looking at ET Gaming's lineup, and one thing really comes to mind is the fact that they don't have a lot of damage. Having like a tank top laner and having a tank jungler pretty much, you kind of lack quite a bit on that. So you're going to need a high DPS AD carry. You're going to need a high DPS mid laner. We've already seen earlier on today just how it could kind of hold you back if you don't get a good start. If you get a bad start in that kind of team, you're going to stay behind a little bit, but they do go for some champions here.
Yeah, Lulu, Varus, and KMT, oh my god, Sona, we can pick that one up. We'll have Sona in the team. But Lulu, Varus, we'll see what they combine that with for the mid lane. Something like Lissandra, maybe, who is going to be right in the middle of the team. Going to be able to either lock someone down or, you know, mini Zonya herself to stay invulnerable there. And then have a wild growth as well from Lulu is another very big possibility. Of course, Shen and Jarvan are going to be right in the middle of them as well, so they're already prime targets for that. Over for KMT, they still need to pick their mid laner as well.
I'm thinking Orianna might be a very likely possibility for KMT here because you have that Zac initiate. You saw that earlier on today. You put the ball on him, the whole ball delivery system, you keep them there, you knock them up, and then you have the whole Rumble ultimate to just follow up on top of that. Wouldn't actually be a bad lineup, and it also means that Caitlyn will just be sitting there free attacking because won't be worried about anyone really diving on you since the other team has to deal with your front line.
And well done, Jason. Orianna is going to be Karthus.
Don't take it back. Keep the well done. Makes me feel good.
Oriana, it's going to be Karthus, which, you know, he's another one of those, get in the middle of the team, do as much damage as you can, die, still do as much damage as you can. So, you know, that's what they're going to be obviously aiming for with that overpower going to play. Now, this time around, what are AT Gaming going to finish off with?
You know, I don't think we're going to see it here, at least in this game, but we saw a resurgence of Fizz coming out lately, especially last week in the last week of CS. And in solo queue, I'm sorry to everyone in solo queue because that thing's been spammed constantly mid lane, I've been seeing. But Fizz is a really strong pick against Karthus. However, with their whole composition, it wouldn't be terrible, but it looks like we actually could see a mid lane Zyra as AP.
And again, that for me makes quite a lot of sense. You're going to have the Zac and you're going to have the Karthus right in there. You can knock them up with those Stranglethorns and obviously root them down as they come diving in. So it is going to be that AP Zyra in the mid lane. Pretty much everyone picking for themselves, funnily enough, around that in the AT Gaming team, except the mid lane and support who swap over. KMT, though, I really like their lineup. Zazas, we know, has got a phenomenal Rumble. 760 with Zac, yet to see him here, obviously, since this is their first game, but everyone who brings Zac to the jungle, you've obviously got a big understanding of how he works. And those flyby, I don't want to call them drive-bys because they're literally flybys with the smite that you can pull off on Dragon, and even on Baron as well if you're really pro, are always going to be dangerous. Plus the gank potential, you can come out of nowhere with the Zac.
Yeah, and I don't know, I'm still looking, I wish we saw an Oriana. Because first of all, I would have been right, and I would have felt good about myself. But second of all, because the whole ball delivery system, it just fits so well. But still, with Karthus, with a Rumble to give Karthus the opportunity to actually catch up and get into the middle of that team, it's going to be very high. It's going to be very nice for him. And over on the other side, you have really good disengage. You also have really good engage with the Lulu, with the Jarvan, with the Shen, and then also with the Zyra Grass Roots if you do land it. So it's up to AT Gaming if they want to go for an engage, or they just kind of want to play defensive and disengage if they need to, which you kind of have to do against a Rumble. You can't really afford to fight on top of his ultimate, so you have to be able to run away, and they have a pretty decent lineup for that.
Yeah, and, well, the Zac's obviously going to be bouncing in there. We'll see what they can do with this Rumble ultimate overall, but AT Gaming, just a quick adjustment of the chair there, which I think he went down and then straight back up to where he was sat, so not really making much of a difference. But this is a team that is not on the radar for a lot of people, as I think KMT are as well. Obviously, back when they were known as a Nexus, they played some big tournaments, but AT Gaming are nothing to laugh at right now. They've come through the qualifiers, got into this position. They actually won a LAN event over at Fragomatic where they beat Lone Lions in the final not so long ago. So now this is a team with some real potential coming out, and they're going up against KMT, a best of three. Best chance that you've really got a best of three to winning, even if you feel like you're the underdogs in a game. A best of three is always the best way.
Yeah, and I think the thing is for a Nexus, or not Nexus, KMT now, is that they've been to so many different tournaments, but have they ever won any of them? And they haven't, and that might be a big mental block for them where, you know, they just grew up and say, guys, you know, we haven't been able to really win something, at least get first place in it, but this is the time to make it happen. So either work out for them or work out against them. And AT Gaming, I mean, I want to say they're coming in as the underdogs overall.
I think so.
But still, being the highest ranked challenger team here today is nothing to scoff at.
So, what are we going to see from level 1? Jarvan, free temporary ward, basically, that you have with the flag. And they check out there over the side, see if they can spot Zac. But wards down on the top side of the map here from KMT. And honestly, quite defensive wards as well. On that curved rush at the start, right up in that top rush. One on the bottom side on their ramp. And wouldn't surprise me to see them stick a ward down straight into that tri-bush as well and really just defend off from any possible invade that AT Gaming might throw at them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a best of three, so you have to keep in mind, neither of these teams want to lose their first game. So from that, just play safe, play cautious, play your own game. Hopefully come out with the win in the first one of this set. But you're definitely right. I mean, we see KMT, they've invested a lot of ward coverage for Karthus. And you see him start a Sapphire Crystal, which we never really see, ever, out of any mid laner anymore. They usually go for the Dorn's Ring on a Karthus most likely, or maybe you go for the Fairy Charms with the health pots and the wards, but with this ward coverage, they want to make sure that he has an easy time in lane and that Spike Nike can't take advantage of that.
Yeah, and he should have a pretty easy time. At least he's going to be able to throw those late waves out a lot more, obviously, than maybe before with that extra mana coming in. Bottom lane, it looks like we're going to be having standard lanes. Duos down bottom. Obviously the Shen versus the Rumble up at top.
Yeah, so actually, I would imagine that Zaza should be able to take Doris quite easily in lane with that Rumble. The ability to just harass him with your Q while you're sitting in the middle of the minion waves. Not to mention, you have that slow, which is really crucial, but you don't really have an escape mechanism other than your W, that shield to kind of speed you up and escape. And he does have a ward top lane, so it would be hard for Spike Knight to actually gank that lane right now. But with a Shen, you can never underestimate that flash taunt coming out.
Yeah, flash taunt always going to be a real possibility. And actually, Shen has hit level 2 in that top lane before Rumble did, only very slightly, and obviously without the jungler there, not going to be able to capitalize on that just yet, but we do see Spike Knight headed up into that top lane, double buffs running for him. See if he can catch Zazas out of this one.
It's going to be a very crucial point in the game, because if they can blow that flash, or if they can kill Zazas, then Doris is going to have such an easy time in that top lane when he goes for that early Spirit Visage. And see right now, Spike Knight is committing a lot of time into this top lane right now. But the wave's pushing up against Zazas, so if anything, they're gonna go for a dive on the turret, but here we go. We actually might see him go in here, and you do see the taunt come in.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, flash away from Zazas. To be honest, Spike Knight a little bit slow to react to that one. I think he wanted to wait until that taunt had timed out before he got the knock up to chain it as well, but I think both together would have done better for them.
I think he was also waiting to see if 760 was there in that top lane to kind of counter gank that, and he wanted to be able to turn that around, but still, yeah, you're definitely right. I mean, if he got it a little bit earlier, might have been able to hit that knockup, might have been able to get some good damage onto him, because he has that red buff, he has that slow. And right now, 760 is going to be staying on his own pink ward here, trying to go for a gank on this bottom lane.
Well, let's see if he can actually get in there. The elastic slingshot already got 2 ranks in it here as well, so going to be dangerous for them. It's all about then whether the supports can actually get around and do much with it from this position. Super is just hanging back, and here we go. Charge up. Are they going to get over? They go on towards Sliver, who will instantly flash away from that one. Glitterlands comes out from Lulu, and they're able to stop that gang right in its tracks. But flash burnt there from Sliver, and that means that Zach can come back, especially with that pink ward in the tri-bush.
Yeah.
They've got complete vision control there.
I'm actually really surprised he went for that flash. I mean, you had Barrier, you had the Glitterlands, which is practically a stun or a snare. I mean, it's 80% slow, and you easily should have been able to escape that, but still, like you said, big summoner committed to there, and we could definitely see 760 come back down into this bottom lane to maybe pick up a kill. But right now, look at that CS lead that Selivar has bottom.
Yeah, I'm also a little bit surprised. I mean, Selivar is ahead by a decent amount here, but I'm quite surprised that he's not done more harassment, because the fact is here, he does have that Sona support with him. He can heal that damage back that he takes when he harasses. But that's not something that Slither has to his luxury. Yeah, he's got a Doran's Blade, he's going to get a bit back, but can't really compare that whatsoever. Right now, Spike Knight is waiting for Zazas, who doesn't have a flash actually coming out there with the Flame Spitter. And Spike Knight here just wondering, what's the best time to come into this one? Do I wait or do I go now? Without a flash, there we go. That's probably the position he wants, as we are going to see the sliding. Doesn't get the knock-up. Can they land the taunt onto him? Deciding there, Doris, not to go for it.
760's here on the side, though. He came out through lane. He was actually kind of expecting that gank to come in and wanted to be able to turn it around. And Spike Knight, if you waited a little bit longer, that could have been the death of them. And honestly, that could have been that first blood that we're still waiting for about 6 minutes in. And committed a lot of time towards his top lane. He already got the flash shot. He wanted to go for that gank again, but unfortunately it didn't really work out for him. In 760, he's going to be able to sneak in here. But right now, Doris has to know something's up. Like, why would Zazas push this far out without a ward, without a flash?
Exactly. And it's pretty obvious in my eyes here for Doris. And should be able to, even if things really go bad for him, Shadow Dash himself away. Does, of course, have a flash available, which is not something that Zazas has right now. And we see that 760 realizes that that is going to be the case, decides to back completely off. AT Gaming doing a really good job here of actually holding that lane pretty much underneath their own tower right now, so that they've got that guaranteed CS, that they're not scared of the Zac coming around.
But we are starting to hit those level 6 points. You know, Overpower, he's 6. He has the ultimate available. He can interact with every single lane. Sliver and Millie Fiori will be 6 very soon, so we could see that Chain Corruption engage, or Super Ace, who's level 4 right now. He's actually a little bit behind. He's going to be getting close to that crescendo, which, honestly, we see so many times how effective it can be if you land it on to 3, 4, even 5 people.
Yeah, and the fact that Overpower, you know, you don't have to do quite as much damage when you've got a Karthus on your team. That's just the luxury that you have with having him in that mid lane. One thing that I think is going to find hard here is to really push through the plants of Zyra. Is possibly going to have a hard time with that, but Leyway's got a decent range to it as well here, so probably should be able to work through that. If we look at the CS, he's actually leading it right now as well, so doing a great job.
Yeah, he's been farming up his own race with that tier, with the almost a catalyst right now. He's able to do that, and yeah, I mean, I like how you brought up the plants, because that is a huge portion of Zyra's damage. And if you think about it, Lay Waste, you can do it 3 times on a plant. Like, they're not affected, or you can only hit it for 1 damage each time, basically, just like wards. And it means he'd have to commit a lot of mana to really get that kill on the plant, unless he wants to auto-attack it down. And he does have that sort of advantage, and I wouldn't be surprised right now if he sits in this middle lane until the end of this blue buff duration, just farming up as much as possible.
Yeah, why not? I mean, you can always get involved with your Requiem as well if that gets called in. But up until now, not really had that many close-cut events, to be honest. No one's really gone super dangerously low, really anywhere across the board. I think Spike Knight was about the lowest that we've seen in the jungle there, going about his path. But a pretty passive game here right from the very start, and rightly so. First game of a best-of-3, you win this one, and you've got 2 more games to seal a victory. It's a big thing, both obviously statistically in a best-of-3, but also mentally.
Yeah, especially since AT Gaming, like from what I remember, they haven't really been in front of big crowds or played on big stages against teams, and that might be one thing that kind of hurts them as we get into the game later on. But you're definitely right. Mentally, you need to be in the right frame of mind if you want to be able to win the best-of-3 here. And right now we see 760 visiting this bottom lane again. No wards in there, but we have both junglers down to his bottom lane. It looks like he's going to go in.
Oh, this could end up being a first blood as Super A is going to take damage. Here comes the Requiem, but Super A's is going super low, and he's having to try and walk away from this one. There is a Dragon Strike to finish off first blood coming down from Spike Knight. The rest of the team able to escape from that one, but you see, even with the Requiem, AT Gaming able to get out of that with pretty much, well, I mean, it's Sliver that went the lowest, and he's at half HP. Really well done.
If KMT waited about 10 seconds longer, Sona would have been 6, and they would have been able to turn that around completely. They went in when he wasn't, and obviously, as we saw, Lulu was able to use her ultimate there, but I seriously think, like 10, 15 seconds longer, they would have had the crescendo up. They would have easily had probably a triple kill in the end, because they had the flash down, or the flash eventually down for Spike Nike. And that might be nerves, I don't know. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication, maybe a little bit of nerves.
Yeah, certainly didn't realize that Jarvan was there, which was also a massive part of that one. And this top lane, though, since we saw those ganks earlier on, it's been pretty much Rumble pushing the lane up against Shen's turret, which Doris obviously doesn't have a problem with. He's up to 75 CS, got that cowl in there now as well, so he's pretty solid against this Rumble. Shouldn't be having too many problems with it.
And the thing is, if he gets hit by 1 tick of the Q of Rumble, the Spectre Cow's going to heal him for more damage than he took. So in the end, he pretty much has like potential infinite health as long as he plays his cards right. But obviously Xaxis isn't going to just let 1 tick go through. He wants to be able to hit him as much as possible. And that cow, I love the addition of that item in 3.10. It's just so strong. Like, it allows the building of such early maps as this, which we're expecting him to go for that Spirit Visage as his first major buy.
So a bit more of a quiet period. If we look at gold, it's only 100 difference here. As we are going to see Equalizer put down there, and that's a signal that Xaxis finally wants to really go home here. Just clearing out that wave, using the Equalizer, and he will completely back away from this one. Right now, Millefiori just trying to put down as much damage as he can on towards Celeber and Super A's and try and force them away, but honestly, not really much to say about that one. AT Gaming, though, have got that vision control down in this bottom lane, so that opens a lane gank once again here for Spike Knight.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he does visit it, because he is level 7. He does have that ultimate up yet again. Enchanted Corruption's available, as well as Lulu's ultimate. Right now, this is like one of the first times that AT Gaming's been able to push out past this halfway point in this bottom lane.
Let's see if they can continue that. Karthus has almost got his Rod of Ages now finished off, which going to make him less susceptible to any pressure in that mid lane. But so get things ticking and get that up to its full speed. Tear of the Goddess obviously was finished earlier for him as well, so he's getting that stacked up. Over on the other side, Sorcerer shoots plus a blasting one Doran's ring. What Zyra's gone already hurts with those plants.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see if he's going to go that Burning Bush build that some riders made pretty popular over in North America, but you kind of forget about her plants. Like, you really do in these team fights, and when you use the ultimate when the plant's already down, you power them up even more, and with the Zyra as AP middle, you can almost expect a very early Baron coming out of AT, just because you can put those 4 plants down, you can get 6 down eventually, and they can tank the Baron and do a lot of damage to it.
Well, let's talk about Dragon, I think, before Baron. But right now, Spike Knight actually headed up in towards his top lane. What's Zazas going to do? A very early flash there, but actually got out of range of the knock-up, and he's really well done for him there to actually avoid any possibility of himself going down.
That was really weird. So Zazas, he flashed away, dodged a Shadow Dash, which is understandable, but you saw Spike Nike not actually Cataclysm him. He had no flash to escape. They had the damage to probably kill him, but I think that's just due to where Zazas went. Because he went down through the river, they were maybe expecting that 760 was on his way up to kind of turn that one around, but in the end, I mean, good job by Zazas to stay alive.
And the good thing is, from 760's point of view, he doesn't really have to be that close to actually jump and get himself involved in that, thanks to that range on his Elastic Slingshot. So we see blue buff here being done by Zyra, letting the plants do all the work. And again, we move back to that more passive farming stage. Actually, you can see that KMT actually head now ahead in the CS. That's thanks to that mid lane, the jungle as well, which is 20 CS ahead.
Yeah, and if they keep this up, I mean, they're farming pretty well, and I have to give Doris credit. I mean, he's farming phenomenally well on that Shen, 102 CS. And with that early lead, I mean, a Karthus who doesn't get interrupted, which he hasn't even been ganked middle yet, but if he doesn't get interrupted, keeps farming up really well, gets those items that he needs, his damage is just ridiculous as the game goes on. But right now, Spike Nike's heading up towards his top lane. He was spotted by a ward, and it looks like Zazas will be able to back away in time.
Yeah, ward already coming in. He's used his equalizer, which tells me that he's going to be going home anyway. Spike Knight there having the same feelings about that one, so he will back completely away. There we see Zac actually coming down towards his bottom lane. Not exactly Mr. Inconspicuous there, just walking straight through. They know you're there.
He almost blends in with the ground and the trees. Almost. About the same color. And I was actually curious why he was down there. I mean, he's staying right next to Miniwave. Didn't hit any of them. Didn't level. I don't know. But we're going to see Dragon potentially start up here very soon. And why not? I mean, you have Doris. He's level 10. He has that ultimate to get down here. He has that cooldown reduction from that Kindle gem. And as long as you can keep Karthus out of the middle of that fight, then you should be able to do pretty well, especially since Zazas doesn't have that ultimate up, since he just used it top lane to farm up.
Saw the damage coming out there as well from the plants on towards Zac at the back of that Baron pit, and that's going to be a problem for them as well. I think a lot of people really underestimate the damage that an AP Zyra can bring to a game. So
I think that's due to the fact that you don't see very many of them anymore. Yeah. I mean, the only other person that I know always runs Zyra, or a lot of the time, is Cowtar, which is currently on the other stage, and Morden. Exer, sorry, I was going to get it eventually from the old Giants team back in the spring split of LCS.
Yeah, not many people running that these days, although that damage potential is incredibly high. There's Spike Nike up at the top lane, stood right on top of a ward. Zazas shouldn't have any problems getting away from that 1-1 now that he knows that that Jarvan is actually there and could possibly come his way. Requiem, we've not really seen being used much, only that one time, and that shows you just how defensive this game is. However, Spike Knight has actually come in towards River, and look at this. Zazas thinks he's actually gone down, but he's not. He's up in this top lane, he's up in this top rush right now, and Zazas may be in trouble. There's the equalizer going down. They're going to burn from it inside of that one, and there is a Requiem. Zazas getting the 1 kill. He does die to Doris in the end, but that will be a 1-for-1. Meanwhile, down at the bottom, Let's Bounce comes in. This is tied up brilliant there as Super Ace dies to Millie Fiora. Stan United coming down. That will save the support. They lost the AD carry, and we end up with a 2-for-2.
And just as we were talking about that Requiem not coming into play too much, you see it coming in that top lane, but he doesn't even get the assist. And a fantastic job by Zest right there to burst Spike Knight down. He did not expect that much damage coming his way. And
I did.
Yeah, neither did I. And one thing that I like to see out of Varus right now, most Varuses we see a Bloodthirster, Last Whisper come in, and then Infinity Edge as next combo, as we do see a nice taunt onto Celavar, but he's going for a Blade of the Rune King as his lifesteal item. And I can kind of understand that. I mean, yeah, you can do a lot of poke with that Bloodthirster, but when you have a Rumble trying to get on top of you, when you have a Zac trying to jump on you, and you have a Karthus trying to get on top of you, the extra movement speed you get from that makes you kite a lot easier. It gives you a little bit of a burst heal as well, and that's what he's going to need in these fights since he doesn't really have any other escape mechanism.
So, the way this game's gone, I'm pretty sure we're going back into a quieter phase.
I think so, yeah.
And that's just how things have really gone between these two teams here. Now, first matchup of this best of 3. Currently, Celavar coming back into lane with that Infinity Edge now. See what damage he can do with that. Well, overpowered despite the constant pressure in this mid lane from those grasping roots and the plants that come out of it. Is actually pretty far ahead considering that.
Yeah, I mean, we're only 17 minutes in, and he's going to hit that 200 mark right now. And I think he would have liked to push the turret a little bit harder, but against a Zyra with... Ooh, he's actually going to get caught!
Yeah, they're going to go in here. There's a flash coming straight out. Grasping Roots will actually land straight on towards Zach, and well, not too much danger for him there in overall.
And just as we were talking about in the pregame, how as a Zach, you don't really even need to be near the lane you're actually going to gank. He jumped from the Wraith camp over the wall into River and stopped and hit him. That was just ridiculous, and that's the distance you get on that elastic slingshot.
So Jarvan's actually waiting in this bottom lane right now, but he stood right on top of a ward, pretty much wasting his time at this point. There's no chance that KMT are going to get caught out by that one.
Smart play to actually back away and just farm up those golems. And I was trying to say earlier that Overpower, I mean, I think he would like to push the turret a little bit more, but since you're against a Zyra, which the plans, they killed minions very quickly. Your Grasping Roots with your Q does very well. Kind of stops him from having that ability to split push, or to push, but then again, I mean, if Zyra's pushing back that hard, then it makes it so Overpower doesn't have to extend too far, and the possibility of a gank is very unlikely.
Well, there's the blue buff going over to Zyra. Gonna be spamming constantly. Actually pretty much got that Rabadon's death cap complete at this point. And we are going to see AT Gaming make a move for Dragon. Now this is interesting because this will set the teams apart by a decent amount for pretty much the first time in the game. And AT are going to pick that one up, and that gives them around about a 500-600 gold lead.
And that was a brilliant response too, because Overpower, we saw Jansen actually see him go in for his own blue buff. He knew the timer on it, and they're like, all right, well, I can get blue a little bit quicker, and then we just take Dragon right away because we know the threat of a Karthus won't be there. So great game awareness. That death cap is definitely going to be done when he goes back, and the damage he's going to put out in these fights is just going to be ridiculous.
Now, we'll see if AT can actually hold this one, because the deficit that they had is only really from farm at this stage. They got more kills on the bench, but they've actually fallen behind in the farm. So that's something that they may become stronger at once these items actually start being built up for them. You can see that Overpower just stacking his tier there in mid lane. He's got that blue buff on. He's like, well, I'm going to use it. Cooldown reduction. Get that all running up, getting that stacked up. But this first tower might bring us right back even, or even swing the gold over towards KMT if they make a move for it now.
Spike Knight, he is heading down from spawn. He's going to be coming out to that bot lane to defend it here, and should be able to hold on to it. And Overpower, I mean, I think all of KMT realizes that he needs that Zeref's Embrace done as soon as possible, because the damage that's going to be put out against him, he's going to need that extra shield coming in to save him. Right now we see Spirit Fist is done for Doris, has that cooldown reduction, has that match resist and the extra regen, with also a Sunfire cape almost done for him. So his ability to push back against Zazas, even though he's already ahead in farm, is really going to kind of skyrocket here. And Spike Knight showing bottom, it means 760 is going to have to come down here and help defend.
Yeah, and a fallback ping being brought in for this one. That turret is so low there that they could have that one away. Zyra has, by the way, just finished off that Rabadon's death cap. Got a second blasting wand in there as well now. Really interested to see, number one, when we get to a team fight stage, and number two, how this really goes down, because this Zyra is going to be very crucial to it.
Yeah, I mean, the ultimate coming out of it, if you can hit it perfectly, at least in the right position with the zoning potential you can pull off, you can pretty much have Karthus and Zac separated from the rest of their team. So Celevar won't be able to run in, won't be able to do any damage. And you can take a look. Actually, we do see the ultimate come out of Varus.
Yeah, Chain of Corruption comes down there. Celevar trying to get away. Actually, will net away. There is the barrier coming down, but by the time that's gone, Spike Knight able to burst through it. And that will be another kill coming in here for AT Gaming.
Cyber with that flash, Chain of Corruption coming out, nailing it perfectly here. Now we see Overpower might go down.
Wow, that was a lot of damage coming straight out there. Stranglethorns actually got away from there by Overpower in the end. Use this flash to make sure he avoided them, because that was pretty much certain death. Now, AT going to try and push the damage back on towards this bottom turret as 760 dives in there, gets polymorphed up, and they're not going to be able to stop this happening. We will see Requiem coming down, but that's not even going to be enough to force them off that turret, never mind think about getting a kill.
Yeah, I think that was very defensive ultimate out of him.
It was very late if it was.
Well, he wanted to make, yeah, so I think 760 expected them to dive him under the turret, but they just kept attacking it. They just took it down. Now Overpower might get dope here, but they kept hitting it, and with that, Overpower, yeah, he's going to die here.
Yeah, he's dead. We are going to see Jansen actually get away from that one. Overpower will die, of course, there in the end. And, well, that's the danger of the Zyra. One Grasping Roots, and it's pretty much a free kill when you've got that kind of HP at the end. Obviously, Requiem was used a little bit earlier on, and that just shows the danger that this Zyra really has, at least in this 1v1 against Karthus. It's not really that much of a competition.
Yeah, considering that they were getting out-farmed in quite a few of the lanes, AT Gaming's been doing a great job of roaming around, picking up kills, and that's something that right now KMT hasn't really been able to do. Even with the Zac, 760 hasn't really been that effective in these ganks. He hasn't had that opportunity to really make them happen. Usually, it's just him reacting to where Spike Knight's going.
So, Melifiori, no need to put a pink ward down by Dragon. That, of course, was taken just a little while ago, but with that Ruby Sightstone in there, he's like, bam, 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 bam. We got vision on this bottom side of the map. No problem on that front. And you can see that although Slither is a little bit behind from this one, he should be able to bring that CS lead right back into his favor.
Yeah, and that Blade of the Rune King is done for him, so Slither's going to have the ability to kite really well in these team fights. However, Celavar has the Infinity Edge done. You know, about 20 minutes in, that's actually a
He's actually had
time
it
for him.
since 16 minutes.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's exactly what they need out of him, and he has the Zeal coming in with that, so he's going to be going for that Blade of the Rune King, or not Blade of the Rune King, the Phantom Dancer next, which is going to really help out. However, Doris is so tanky. 194 farm. Sunfire Cape almost done. He's sitting on 1,400 gold to back with, so he will have that done when he goes back. And if he builds like a Randuin's Omen next, he's just going to sit on top of Celavar, and he won't be able to take him down. And that's going to be a huge amount of damage that KMT is going to miss out on. However, you know, they do have a Rumble. They are running a 3 DPS composition, where on the other hand, ATs are only running 2.
But they may have the tankiness to get through a lot of that, and that's could be a big factor coming into this next team fighting phase. There's a couple of turrets now down for AT and one over for KMT, which probably means that we're going to see a little bit more movement around. We can see the minimap, a lot of wards down, pretty much a full line of wards from AT Gaming, even investing in those pink wards to make sure that they keep control of that. And we are going to see the first oracles of the game coming out here as well for Melifiori, as he heads down and starts to clear things out.
Yeah, Joe, this is like the type of game, starts off slow, and then it gets really explosive very quickly. Like, all the fights we've had so far have been just out of nowhere, all of a sudden happening with a couple of kills coming in, and I think it's going to continue to be like that. Dragon will be up in about 10 seconds here, and I think AT Gaming, they're all set to go for it. I mean, you have Zazas coming down. They want to be able to contest it here, but Doris is just farming top lane, and he's level 15. If he hits at 16 before the ultimate, he's going to have a really short cooldown, and he has the ability to split push while at the same time applying pressure at this Dragon.
Now there we see actually Cataclysm used here in that mid lane. Zaza's going to get himself polymorphed up there. Grasping Runes missed. There comes the equalizer, but Zac jumping in towards the back line. He's going to bounce straight through things, and now they could be in trouble here, AT. This is a lot of damage coming down. Requiem's going to do the work as well, and in the end, doesn't actually pick up a kill there. He got interrupted. I was going to say, what happened to that one? It won't actually matter in the grand scheme of things, though, because KMT come through. That's without the Requiem damage, picking up an ace for nothing. And as you said, getting explosive so very quickly. They're going to turn full Baron 25 minutes in after being behind for quite a while.
That was such a good attempt by Doris to stop that Requiem from coming down, but just like you said, didn't matter in the end. They were able to pick up all those kills, and now picking up a 25-minute Baron. They were down, you know, one Dragon. They were down 2 turrets, and they just skyrocketed through gold. Their items are going to be coming in very soon, because they're all sitting on over 1,000 gold at this point, and they should be able to have a free middle turret off of this.
Yeah, they are going to take this turret. They're probably going to have Dragon away as well. So an ace, a Baron, a Dragon, and the turret from this one as well. It doesn't really get much better 25 minutes into a game than picking up those 3 objectives, to be honest. And obviously the ace on top of that, that Dragon will go down. That's going to be a ton of gold to go with. Every single person outside of the support got over 1,500 gold to go back with and spend, which means Death Cap going to be in there for Karthus. Well, just a whole host of stuff is going to come out. We see Locket of the Iron Solari being picked up, Leandri's Torment for Rumble. Bad times now for AT, just like that.
Yeah, and that's how quickly a game can turn. Just as we were mentioning about how explosive the game can get. I don't know where this big fight breaks out, a lot of objectives taken, and that's the kind of mistake that you make that you really, not shouldn't, but you really cannot afford to have in a game where the other team can kind of carry this through. And, you know, most pro teams, if they get an advantage like that, if they get that many things all at once, then they're going to take the game. Like, there's no doubt about it, unless they make a major mistake, which right now, AT Gaming, they do still have a lot of damage, but here's the gank in his top
Oh,
side.
Doris could be in trouble from this one. We've got the Rylai's Crystal Scepter in there as well to keep him slowed. There's the equalizer going down. 760 is tanky enough to go into the turret. Bounces in. Less bounces than used. Good Cataclysm coming down, but they might try and turn this one around. There are the Strangle Thorns coming down. Zac may come back to life from this one. The damage is under the turret there, and that will be a nice little turnaround, ending in a 1-for-1 with jungler for top lane. And it was Doris that needed to be killed. He's done a great job up until now. Handy little kill coming down for KMT.
Yeah, and Xaxus, I mean, he's 3-1-3 now. 197 CS. His damage is very high at this point, and when we start seeing these teamfights break out a little bit more often, the whole crescendo, the Zac ultimate is really going to become powerful with his ulti following up as well. But right now, just like KMT, they're just pushing this middle turret, and they got it down to about a third health.
Yeah, last Whisper coming in for Celiver as well. That is a massive pickup for them. We've also got Karthus, who's sat on about 4 million. All right, 2,600 gold. Pretty close. A lot of gold to go back with here. To be spending up. As we said, Deathcap is gonna be finished when he goes in there, but we'll see what actually he goes for after that. Wonder if we'll see the Zhonya's come out of him for that extra bit of protection when it comes to the team fight, or whether he'll go a little bit harder into things and go something like Void Staff direction.
I think he can go for a Death Cap and the Archangel Staff, which should have turned to Enceros Embrace.
That's true, he's got the Tear and the Blasting one already, so. And
that should just pretty much make his damage skyrocket here, not to mention his sustain and survivability in these team fights, which is really going to be a key point where, whoa, AT Gaming, they want to be able to burst him down.
Yeah, so Deathcap and the Archangels, one fair swoop there. Obviously, Enceros Embrace, because the Tear was already stacked up there right from the start. So that is a very scary Karthus that's just appeared on this map. And if he wasn't doing enough earlier on with that Requiem, he now is up to almost 600 AP.
Damn. 28 minutes in. That is not a good sign for AT Gaming right now. But luckily for them, they do have a very good amount of wave clear. Just with the Varus piercing arrow, pair that in with the grassroots coming out of Zyra, they can hold on to turrets very well. And if anything, KMT luckily have a Caitlyn, so they have that ability to really siege turrets down. But if we see like a flash taunt come out of Doris, we could see AT Gaming going for an engage. However, against a Baron up KMT, I think they're just going to let this one fall.
Yeah, right now, probably not the best idea, but look at that. Karthus, a third pretty much of the damage there from Sliver when he's on his own to get that bonus. And right now, they're waiting right outside the door. And you can see AT like, nope, not going to try and defend that one. We have to back off. We have to give that one up against this Baron up KMT. And that will be the first inner turret of the game going down. They're going to head straight to bottom. Baron has now run out, though.
And with that extra turret, I mean, look, the thing is, what have they accomplished with this Baron, though?
An inner turret just now.
Right. I mean,
in the mid lane, not bad at all.
That is true. I mean,
it was more of an opportunity Baron, let's be honest. 25 minutes in, that's not your pre-planned Baron time, that's for sure. But get an ace, of course, you're going to pick it up.
Yeah, you're definitely right. I completely agree with that. I didn't even think about it that way. I mean, the extra gold you get from it. Also, if you do somehow force a fight, it's definitely going to help out. But with how far ahead right now they are in gold, 6,000 lead for them. Trying to go for another inner turret here, and I'm not sure if they can defend this, but they can definitely try.
Bad news when your Jarvan takes a third of his health from an ace in the hole to go straight through there. They still wait on this one. We are going to see Shen trying to relieve a little bit of pressure here from AT Gaming. Split pushing this top lane, but there comes the equalizer. Zac going to dive in. Oh, the Chain of Corruption pretty much missing everything here as well. And actually, they seem to have done enough to at least force KMT away for now. Those plants doing good damage to Celiver, but I think they're just going to wedge themselves in between the minions and AT here and just take away this turret without them really being able to do that much about it.
And with Doris showing top lane, I think it was more about KMT's like, all right, you see Shen, let's just go for it, because we know he won't be able to flash initiate on top of us, and with him actually being there, they're being a lot more hesitant to take this turret down, but with another minion wave coming in, should be another inner turret for themselves, taking it 5-2.
So here we go then. Couple of hits from Caitlyn, and that turret is dead, as we are going to see Zac charging up and diving in. There's a crescendo. Stranglethorns only knocking Super A's into the air from this one. And already we see Doris getting one in there, but is it going to be enough? Actually, they're doing really well. Requiem comes down. Double kill for Doris. Xaxus is going to die here, and that's another one coming in. Triple kill for the Shen. 4 men for 3 taken away. And Doris is still chasing 760. Already used that Shadow Dash here. They're charging it up. Why did he cancel that one? I have no idea, but that's probably going to be him dead right now. He's pretty tanky, so lives through. There is Doris still chasing him down, though, and that would be an ace coming back What a crazy game. An ace for either side. These turrets falling left, right, and center, but AT bringing that one back. They still obviously have a gold deficit because of those turrets and the Baron and the Dragon that followed that one earlier as well. But in terms of fights, that was pretty much spot on for them. It was an ace. It doesn't get better than that, does it?
And that was a delayed Quadra coming out of Doris. And the thing is, like I just talked about this, he was top lane. Then KMT's like, all right, we'll go for this turret. It should be pretty free. But he was there this time. And with him and Jarvan both diving in on the Caitlyn with the flash taunt coming in, they were able to kill him. So all the items he's been able to accumulate with the Last Whisper, the Fan Dancer, the Eye Edge, doesn't mean diddly squat. And he's going to build towards a G8 now just to be able to survive against this. And Doris, just wow. His items, even going in with the Wit's End here, which was changed quite a while ago. It used to give you magic resist on hit, but it actually takes away magic resist from the target. Now it gives it to yourself. So it's actually a very underused item, but a very powerful item.
As I said, my grandma's best friend was called Doris. But Doris is a different kind of machine here. That's definitely not an 80-year-old woman that we're seeing play this one. He is absolutely incredible this game so far. Well, it started with just farming that top lane perfectly. Like, he had a lot of pressure from Xaxus, but it didn't... Wow, you've got to go back there and finish off the Dragon. There we go. Almost leave him before the Dragon actually goes down, but they will pick that one up and still leaves them within with a very, very strong gold lead. And I still feel like KMT are feeling stronger at this point, that they're probably thinking we messed that team fight up.
Yeah, and I think right now that with that last fight that AT Gaming got, they kind of made their stamp on the game. They're showing like, you know, we're not out of this. Yeah, you got a Baron, yeah, you got a Dragon, 2 turrets, all that good stuff, and an ace right before, but we can still win fights on you, and you have to kind of be prepared for this. And right now, they're the ones going for Baron here, and KMT, they haven't really been able to respond just yet. They're waiting on the sides to make this engage happen.
Oh, there we go. 760 going to dive in. We will see Stan United getting involved in it. The equalizer not brilliant as Cataclysm comes down. They've gotten rid of Zyra from this one, but can they take the rest of them? There's a great crescendo coming through. Doris very tanky and is able to survive to half HP right now as he dives in onto the back onto Celiva, but he will be shot down here by Rumble. There is the death for Jarvan as well, and just like that, a 4-for-0, almost a complete swing of that last fight, but the same as the fight before that one. That's how crazy this game is.
Yeah, I don't know, again, I think that was due to Doris being bottom lane. He was spotted and the rest of KMT decided to go in. They have the damage to just burst someone down, which they're able to get Sliver. Actually, they didn't get Sliver, they engaged upon Sliver, but he was the one to actually escape right there. And Janitin, he doesn't have an escape mechanism. He doesn't have a Zhonya's yet. So he doesn't have that ability just to take some damage. Zhonya's out of it while his ultimate knocks people up and has the ability to escape.
So again, an absolute ton of gold KMT have gone on with, which means a Guardian Angel for Caitlyn, which means a Void Staff for Karthus. Again, 2 more terrifying items to add into that one. Even if you can get Celiva out, he's going to be coming back to life to haunt you from that. But we'll see if KMT can do better this time around with that Baron, because as you said, first time, okay, they got an inner turret, and it was more of an opportunity Baron.
Yeah, I think
but
you're right
this
on that
one has to count a lot more, in my opinion.
And yeah, I mean, they had AT Gaming go for it, which I'm not really sure why they did, especially off the back of an ace. I mean, they're still behind quite a bit in gold, and they must have been feeling very confident, but now it's a 10,000 gold difference almost at this point. You have major items coming in across the board for the entirety of KMT. Even Zaz is deciding to get a Void Staff, which when you ever see that, you usually see like a Zhonya's come in as a defensive item. Their damage is just going to be ridiculous here, and Janita without a Zhonya's isn't going to survive. And Sliver, you see him going for his Banshee's Veil, it looks like, because he needs to be able to survive this burst that comes out of KMT.
Yeah, that'll be, or could be a big thing. You never quite know how big a role the Banshee's going to play, you know. It could be just one tick of a spell which really doesn't do that much.
Or it could be like a Requiem.
Or it could be a Requiem that it blocks, and that's the real big thing about the Banshee's Veil. And especially now, since obviously since quite a while, actually, that cooldown is shorter, than you're going to have it up more often to be blocking stuff. But with that Baron ticking away, let's see how much KMT can do with this one. As you said, it's close to a 10,000 gold lead. Like, that is a massive number at this stage of things. So let's see about that. And we see a Void Staff as well for Rumble. So in terms of magic damage, they are so on the mark at this point. And not too bad either when you look at Caitlyn.
Oh yeah, I mean, and right now it's really unfortunate for Sliver, because with that, the Spectral's Cow, I mean, he doesn't have any attack speed, doesn't have a Last Whisper, and he kind of doesn't really need the Last Whisper against his team because there's not a lot of armor built up, but you're always going to need that, especially for your poke that you want to do against this team. And right now, without the attack speed, he he doesn't have a lot of sustained damage. He has to kill something to kind of get that extra bump in there. And then right now, there's no random wins. There's no attack speed slow for KMT. And honestly, I don't even think they're too worried about Sliver. They just want to kill Janatan right off the bat.
Yeah, that's what they're aiming for. If they can keep that Stranglethorns out of the fight, that's actually a massive deal here. And they see once again Shen is not there, which means yes, he can come in with Stand United, but he's not going to flash engage. We are going to see the Jarvan diving straight on top. But Oof, you're locked up. You've locked the Karthus up, and now he's flashed away and he's right on top of your team. Janatan is going to go down. There is a Requiem coming in as well. It's going to do a good amount of damage. We'll give him a double kill in the end. Where's the rest of KMT? They need to get involved with this one. Spike Knight tries to get off. They manage to lock down Sliver with the crescendo. His chain of corruption will spread, but this could well be the game here for KMT. It will be the game. In fact, they've got about a minute spawn time to come down, and what a performance. A very, very close laning phase. Aces for either team, and well, that opportunistic Baron that KMT picked up first of all, then losing an ace, and then winning the ace himself, picking up Baron number 2. This time they've really done it justice. They're going to win game number 1.
And you really have to appreciate the calls they're making to just go in. I mean, they saw where Doris was, they saw where Shen was, and they were like, all right, like, we can fight this, we can probably win this. And then Overpower just flashed into the back of the team. You saw the damage he did, and Janatan just didn't survive. He could not handle that many people in his face, and he didn't really have the ability to get the seedlings down to really kind of get the plants out. And he went for a Riley's Crystal Scepter as his kind of defensive item to just stay alive, and unfortunately, it doesn't really help when you have this many people hitting you at the same time.
Sadly not. And again, we talked about Zaz's Rumble. That it was fantastic when we saw it over at Intel Extreme Masters Sao Paulo. And look at his score there, 7-2-9. Leandri's Torment, Crystal Scepter, Void Staff, and a needlessly large rod coming in there as well to go Zonya's, or even to go Death Cap. Who knows how much damage you really wanted to get and protection from that one. But overall, an incredible performance. It was actually, the lane phase was long and drawn out, and AT, they fell behind naturally in that through farm, actually. But when it came to the team fighting phase, I've got a feeling that KMT's, longer time together and their international experience that they've got may have given them the edge on that front.
And the thing was, like, AT Gaming, they were behind in farm in the beginning, but they still did extremely well in the laning phase because we did see Spike Knight come in multiple times, ganking multiple lanes, and because of him being so aggressive, you saw 760 being forced to react, being forced to kind of counter gank every single time, and it was really unfortunate. They weren't really able to carry that through in that one fight where we saw KMT get Baron, got an ace, got a dragon, got a turret. That was just so much gold that they got out of nowhere pretty much just off of that one fight that really AT couldn't really handle. They did it once, but they just couldn't do it that second time.
Well, that was just game number 1. When we come back, we're of course going to jump into game number 2, and we'll see if AT Gaming can come back here against KMT. So guys, don't go anywhere. The EU LCS live from Gamescom is going to be right back. Welcome back to the EU LCS Challenger Series, live from Gamescom here in Cologne, Germany. It's time for our second game between AT Gaming and KMT. Now, one more win, and KMT are going to earn themselves a spot in Thursday's finals and get another step closer to the LCS Summer Promotion Tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that's everyone's dream right now. And they had a strong game one. They kind of fumbled it a little bit in there, but were able to take it back, and that was all due to Zaza. 7-2-9 is Rumble. Not to mention Selavar, 5-2-6 is Caitlyn. And we talked about, you know, is Caitlyn Ezreal unstoppable in the qualifiers, still unstoppable yet today. And right now, AT has to kind of shut him down. Not to mention, you know, top lane Doris actually did very well. I mean, obviously lost the game, but he kept up and actually surpassed him in farm. Not easily, but he just did a phenomenal job in his lane. It was just really unfortunate that the rest of his team kind of couldn't stay alive long enough for him or his ultimate to really kind of make the fight work out for him. But oh, they have a second chance here, and this is going to be a big game for them. They have to pull this one back if they want a chance at going to the promotion tournament.
So let's have a look then. Let's jump into Champion Select and figure out what's going to go down, whether some of those champions from Game 1 are going to draw bans. Right now, not the case. Lee Sin banned out here against 760, as is the Vayne against Seliver. Ari banned out against Janitin, and the Evelyn against Spike Knight.
This is pretty much the exact same bans we saw in game number 1. We're going to see probably a Zed and a Twisted Fate come in his last bans, if I'm gonna go ahead and guess at it. But yeah, I was maybe expecting to see one of the champions draw a ban, but then again, like Rumble, Karthus,
are they ban-worthy?
Yeah, they're not really ban-worthy. If anything, you want to take Zac away. And the thing was, he wasn't super impactful in the early game, but as we got to the mid and late game, his initiates were what it was all about. And they do actually take away the Karthus, so that apparently was ban-worthy for AT Gaming.
So I'm wondering now whether after Doris's great performance in the last game, they're going to say Shen, or whether they'll take that Zac away. I'd imagine with taking that Zac there for AT that we will see a Shen over with KMT.
I would definitely think so, but I don't know, like Zazis with this whole champion pool, he plays a lot of
Shen and Zac is not a good team to go up against. With Stan United on a flying Zac, that's scary.
Throwing an Orianna on top of that?
Yeah.
But I mean, he plays a lot of DPS top laners, so Kennen, Elise, Jace, and Aurelia. So I'm kind of surprised, I couldn't read my writing for a second, so I'd be a little bit surprised to see him pick up a Shen, but we've already seen it earlier on today with teams that normally play like DPS champions at the top lane, go for something safe like a Shen, because with what's on the line right now, at least KMT being one game up, they have a game that they could technically throw right now. So why not play something safe, play something a little bit comfortable, and then if it doesn't work out, then go more towards the way you used to play with that third game.
Well, they want to lock that bottom lane in here. Seliver and Super A saying, we want that Caitlyn Sona, and they're going to get that Caitlyn Sona. First 2 picks them that. Still leaves so much open in this one. Let's not forget the likes of Zed, who was banned in game number 1. He's open this time around. Will Janitin actually pick that up and take that away from Overpower?
Well, still, I mean, we have Thresh and Shen waiting out right now, and we saw earlier on how strong a Zed can be. And it's pretty much like that every game. I mean, if you can get that 1 or 2 kills on him, then you can really start to do well. But it looks like AT Gaming, they're taking their time here. They're not exactly sure what they want to go for it. If that Shen does get locked in, we still technically could see a Shen jungler here, but what about Elise? I think it was banned
What about
once.
Elise? Not being banned a lot today.
Yeah, I think once maybe, and then wasn't picked the rest of the day.
But we've been seeing a lot. I mean, obviously she's had change. She's had a big change, and Teams still think that she's right up there pretty much where she was. But it looks like we're going to be seeing Varus again for Sliver, and also a Lissandra this time coming around for Janitin. I'm expecting.
Yeah, and what's really interesting to see for me right now is, so in the International Wildcard Tournament, we saw a lot of Malphite. We saw even some Nautilus in there. We never see those 2 champions anymore in European LCS, or at least currently in the Challenger Series, because they don't value those champions as highly. Back at the beginning of the season of the summer split for European LCS, we saw a lot of Malphite, but he's kind of not really been there for the rest of the time. And right now, AT Gaming have a very strong team, I have to say.
Yeah, I agree with that one. And you know, favorable champions where the game is right now, in terms, especially that Zac and the Lissandra, in my opinion. On the side, NASA's coming out for the jungle with that Renekton up top for Zazas, which We see a fair amount of people going for Renekton against Zach. They kind of like that matchup coming in.
Jarvan.
And Jarvan.
He hasn't been touched yet.
Yeah.
I'm honestly amazed to see that because he was a high priority pick last game, and yet we're not seeing him this time. And we saw he worked out very well for AT Game in the beginning of the game, but wow, I'm just really surprised to see like so many of these champions just kind of go through.
Yeah, Shen is still available, which tells me if it's got through AT here, they might want to go for something like Jarvan jungle, that Zac top lane, or they could just whip out an Aatrox, and I'll be wrong on all fronts.
I would have been wrong too, don't worry. I would not expect an Aatrox. We saw Diamond Prox running him just last week in the jungle. One game he did phenomenally well. The second game he against EG didn't really do that well, unfortunately, but will it be top lane or will it be jungle? That's what's so nice about having these two champions. You don't know where Zac is going to go officially, or for sure. You don't know where Aatrox is going to go. And I would imagine that Aatrox would be up against Renekton top lane.
Yeah, I quite fancy that as well. The fact that they picked that Renekton into the Zac and then saying, okay, we're going to take Aatrox and move that up there anyway and see how we like that. For KMT now, time to pick their mid laner. Who are they going to go up with here against a Lissandra? Zed's still open, by the way, just saying.
The thing about Zed is you can't really kill a Lissandra. Well, you can kill Lissandra.
It's a lot of AD if they go Zed.
Yeah, and your ultimate. I mean, it can be completely mitigated by her ultimate if she uses it on herself. So it wouldn't be, I guess, the smartest pick here. Maybe that's why we didn't see Zan bend out by AT Gaming, because they knew they wanted to run that Lissandra here. But that Ryze, we never see Ryze mid lane usually anymore. I think the only person I remember recently was Alexich back in week 7 or something like that. He ran at middle and he did dominate the game. I mean, he was 4-1 at the beginning of it, but still, you don't really see him there too often because he's not very fast. So it's really hard to kind of escape a gank there, and he really kind of punches the top lane.
Well, it will be that Ryze actually locked in here for KMT. Obviously, they're on game point technically now after winning match number 1 in this best of 3. Now moving on to the red side, though, we'll see how they do there. And honestly, I really like the picks here for AT Gaming as well.
I do. I definitely agree with you. And I think level 1, what we're going to see out of them is some very deep wards, because they want to not get countered by KMT's bottom lane. I think KMT wants to send Caitlyn and Sona against his Aatrox, keep him punished, because Renekton does really well by himself in a 1v2 under turret. And if AT Gaming can kind of get the advantage of seeing where that combo is going to go and then counter that exactly how they want to, that gets them off to a very strong start. But I definitely agree, like their whole lineup is just really strong. They have so much damage, they have so much inherent tankiness, not to mention that double revive. If we saw a Zillion come in, I would laugh even harder, but that double revive coming out of Aatrox and Zac.
Well, I mean, we talk about inherent inherent tankiness, and KMT have that as well. Nasus, Renekton, Ryze.
I just remembered something.
Go on then, share your pearl of wisdom with us all.
The brothers ult combo with Renekton and Nasus, that means dragons will die very quickly, and I would almost guarantee a very early Baron coming out of KMT as long as they're not too far behind, because the percent damage you do off of it is just ridiculous. You shred through that Baron fairly early on.
So getting underway here with our second game in this best of 3. AT Gaming take on KMT. Over in the other semi-final, by the way, I just want to give you guys a little bit of an update. Copenhagen Wolves are currently 1-0 ahead against TCM, but right now they've just started their game. They're about 10 minutes in, and things pretty level in that one. So obviously the winner of this one will meet the winner of that game. Still could be a long way to go in this one, though, as if AT obviously win this, we'll go through into a third and final matchup to decide the winner of this semi-final. But here we go in game AT versus KMT. Can KMT close things out here in game 2?
Well, only time's going to tell us. Hopefully around 30 minutes we'll eventually find out here. And honestly, that'd be a big win for them. I'm trying to think back to the spring qualifiers, a promotion tournament, and the summer promotion tournament. And Nexus was at the summer promotion tournament. Unfortunately, did not qualify. But I don't believe they were actually at the spring promotion tournament, if I'm not mistaken. But, I mean, having another chance to get into the LCS is definitely what they're really working for here. And AT Gaming, they're trying to stop that, and they're trying to work for that themselves. But right now, we do see Zaza stay on top of a ward, and this could be terrible for him.
This could be really bad for him, and not sure that he knows that that is there. Judging by this position that he doesn't realize that, as Janitin and Doris are waiting just around the corner. Elastic slingshot coming in. If Janitin's actually got his W here, they could do a really, really good job. They've got 4 men basically waiting to dive right on top of him. If Janitin flashes and locks him up with a W, that could be incredibly bad.
I think we would see a double jump. We would see Spike Knight and Doris both jump on top of him to knock him up consistently, and then that way Janitin can save his flash if they do want to chase him down here, as they're going to go for the engage.
They're going to go for the engage, but Zazas Well, all turned out to be a lot of nothing there. Just literally walked away from that one. They weren't able to get in there and do what they wanted to do, but 2 deep wards early on coming out here of AT Gaming.
Right now, I'm trying to see if those lane swaps are actually going to happen. By the way, I don't think we mentioned, but we did actually have we did have a second switch with Doris and Spike Knight. So we do have Aatrox in the jungle, and it will be Zach in that top lane. And I want to see how well you can get this champion going, because you're so dependent on doing well early on. If you don't make that happen, then you're not going to really do much throughout the game. I mean, yeah, you'll just be a tank to soak up damage. You'll have your engage out of your Q, but you really need to get some early game ganks going off, because you can do some phenomenal damage.
Well, both starting on the bottom sides of the jungle. Obviously, that means red for Spike Knight and the blue over for 760. Both of them going smiteless, of course, so that they can switch straight up onto the top side. Actually, Spike Knight taking a little bit longer to get his done. Nas is already well on his way up towards his other buff as well. This top lane, Xaxus versus Doris. Obviously, last time was they were doing a lot of damage to each other, I guess, technically over the game, but it only really got interesting once the junglers actually got involved up in this top lane. With a Zac Renekton, it's probably going to be a lot of the same here as well.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see really any kill potential happen at top lane without the junglers. And if 760 does go towards that top side, he would be spotted by a ward, so it'd be in his best interest to kind of farm away. However, Spike Knight, he would not be spotted going top lane, so it looks like 760 will go there for the counter gank here. But he will be spotted, and this gives Spike Knight the opportunity. Do I want to counter gank this? Do I want to go through the lane and try to catch them? Or do I just want to back off? And with the attack speed slow with that Wither, if he did level up, which currently he does have 1 point in, then that would just pretty much destroy Spike Knight's DPS.
Yeah, exactly, and that's something they've got to be really, really wary of. And in the end, they both decided, I think, nah, let's not fight for that one just yet. Let's get a bit more farm before we really get involved in these lanes. But again, Caitlyn Sona turns out to be a strong lane from overall. I mean, Varus versus Lulu, again, you've got that whole wild growth thing that helps in lane, but on the other side, Crescendo, we know how powerful that is if you hit the Crescendo in the right place. It's stronger, in my opinion. It's going to be stronger overall than the wild growth coming down.
And not to mention, just in the laning phase alone, Sliver likes to play really aggressive here, which we saw last game with his CS lead, with a constant harassing of Sliver. And with that Sony, he's going to have that sustain. He's going to have that potential escape mechanism at level 6, but right now, Spike Knight, he's coming for a gank in the bottom lane. He would not be spotted going into Tribush, however, he doesn't know this just yet. It looks like we will see that pink ward come down in that Tribush. And he realizes, oh, nothing's there, kind of wasted that pink, but if he can pick up this early kill with that red buff, with that blue buff on him, he'll give him such a strong advantage in this game.
Well, right now, just waiting to recall from this, because honestly, KNT not really pushed out too far on that lane. And already, Celiver's started to work up a bit of an advantage in terms of CS. Actually, it's going to come pretty much bang even by the time this wave has actually forced itself through. So, can't really break down too much of a difference between that one. In the top lane, Xaxus got the better of Doris at this stage.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised to see that, honestly. I mean, just because it's Renekton, he can farm pretty well, and I don't think really Doris can go head-to-head against him at this early stage in the game. Maybe around that level 7 point when he has ultimate and the extra damage off of his Q, but I mean, he's fine. He's comfortable farming up under his own turret because you can actually wave clear very quickly with the Zac.
And then, of course, Ryze versus Lissandra in the mid lane. Ryze already working himself an early advantage, going for that Sapphire Crystal here at the start as Overpower. Is he going to actually catch sight of him? Here comes the claw. There is the jump in as well. Overpower's going to have to flash, but he's gone really low, but underneath the tower, he's turning around there, but the Bloodwell, which I almost forgot myself. Very excitable I am for First Blood, which doesn't happen. But they did almost take Ryze as well.
Yeah, they did. They got him extremely low right there, but he will have that teleport to kind of get back in the lane. That was a great job by Overpower to not panic too much. He was able to lock Spike Knight down there, and that means he won't be able to really go for any dives like that until quite a bit later on.
And then I can really get excited.
Yes. Yes, you can.
Forgot about Bloodwell. Good old stuff. That Aatrox. Couldn't happen to us sometimes. So as we start to hit level 6 on these mid laners, must be pretty close to that one. This top lane as well. Torres taking a bit of a bashing at this point from Xaxus, who is continuing to keep that CS lead going for him and doing a really, really fantastic job. And as you said, those double, the brothers united ulti almost when it comes to Dragon may see an early Dragon, may force an early Dragon for this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's what 760's been doing. He hasn't left the jungle once. He's just been farming up quite a bit here, and he will have that 6 very soon. And that does give them the opportunity to go for it, and they will have their AD carry support bottom. They still have, oh no, they had a pink ward onto Super Ace, who just used it. And right now, with pretty much no wards being anywhere on the map that would benefit Overpow to teleport in, it kind of shows that they're just going to farm away, and Overpow doesn't really plan on using this anytime soon.
And look at the advantage that KMT have got. This was similar in the last game, in the laning phase, just a pure farm gold difference that they've got going on. And it's working out that way once again, doing a really nice job of things. See that it's not massive amounts across the board, but it is an amount, as we are going to see them going in here on towards Super Ace. He's only level 4. This is going to be first blood, and it goes over towards Sliver. Brilliantly done. There's the danger of that Lissandra roaming for that first kill.
And I love the fact that Jansen came down when he knew they had a pink ward there. He knew that it was just about to run out, so he wanted to take advantage of that by ganking right away, and ends up picking up first blood for his teammate there. So great, fantastic first blood out of him. Does get the assist, does have teleport as well, so he's going to be able to follow Overpower around the map, and 760 still in that jungle farming away.
Yeah, getting himself closer and closer towards level 6. Not got really much to work for when it comes to that. Almost, in fact, hit it from that blue buff camp there, so he'll be getting involved sooner rather than later. There's Spike Knight himself, who is at level 6, has just finished off his red buff.
Yeah, considering that 760 hasn't left the jungle, to not hit 6 that much earlier, actually he hit 6 after Spike Knight, kind of isn't a great sign, but he should be able to make something happen here. He's been farming up his Q quite a bit. I'm going to update you on exactly what it's at right now. Currently it's plus 96, so he's definitely getting there. He's doing a great job with making sure to stack that up, and Dragon, I mean, I would imagine that we would see that, and that'd be a huge advantage for KMT if they can pick that one up. However, it also could be a big failure if they end up losing it and they end up dying.
Yeah, and that top lane as well, you know, Doris had a tough time, as you'd probably expect him to, against that Renekton. The thing is, he's survived, which is the important thing in that top lane. He's not given any kills away. He's actually done well to keep it within a roughly 12-13 farm this entire time. So going well on that front from us. We are going to see Janet in here getting maybe caught out a little bit by 760 as he just follows the claw back home to safety.
That's got to be so frustrating to deal with, especially as a Nasus one. We do have that flash, but you don't have any CC. I mean, you have that little bit of CC with your Wither, but that's kind of about it. You don't have anything really hard to lock someone down, and that actually might be a problem for KMT as the game goes on. However, they do have that Crescendo, they do have that Rune Prison, and they do have that stun coming out of Xaxis.
So once again, a slower lane phase here. 9 minutes into this one. Scoreline 1-0 in kills for AT Gaming, but gold lead still over with KMT for what it's worth. Seeing the Spectre's Cowl coming in for Renekton. Is he going to head down? No, he's actually going back towards his lane. So it looks like they're not comfortable yet with thinking about a Dragon attempt.
And one thing that really is nice about a Nasus, as the game kind of goes on, and with a very high-pressure jungler early on, which right now AT Gaming has, is you have great wave clear. So you can defend a turret really well, but you can also push turrets very quickly. And if he actually visited bottom with the Caitlyn, they can push these turrets down very fast, and yet been very hesitant to right now, as we do see some good damage being taken. And I really want to know what's going through his head, because he has not left this jungle. He's just been farming constantly, and yet he's only 1 CS ahead.
And let's have a look at the top lane there, because we've seen, as I said, the Spectre's Cowl picked up, plus the workings here of that Sunfire Cape, which already has meant that Zac has pretty much come off his turret completely for that one. Down in the bottom, we are finally going to be seeing a pink ward go down towards Dragon, so this could be the opening of the first Dragon of the game, and there is 760 going to take that one down at the back. What will AT Gaming do to react to this one? Will they come down and check it out, or will they just sit back and hope for the best almost? Aatrox is coming in there, doesn't have any wards to actually put in, but they should be able to get vision. Actually, they're moving down there on their own. They're going to have 4 men in the area, and they possibly might go for Dragon here. No? No.
They definitely, I mean, it's still a possibility, but what this kind of shows right now, with that pink ward that came down to 760, taking all that vision away, it pretty much guaranteed that Spike Knight has to sit towards the bottom side of the map, because if he does show top, they'll lose Dragon, and he might not even be able to pick up the kill off of that with the slice and dice coming out of Xaxis. And now with them having that pink down, it pretty much makes it so 760 can't roam around into this top lane to go for a gank either, or even push a lane towards that top side. They will lose out on that Dragon.
So just 200 gold separates these two teams. It's KMT, the leaders of this best of 3 so far. that have the
Teleport
CS
coming
lead in this one. We are going to see Silver down the bottom, actually forced to use his cleanse here to get away from things, but will they be able to get away from the Lissandra? There's a lot of damage coming in. Sliver is going to fall from this one. He uses his barrier. Oh, Wild Growth coming in as well. He's still somehow alive from it. Actually will survive for now, but with Rise, with them all coming down onto this bottom lane, this is going to be a massacre for KMT. They pick up 3. It's going to be 4, but it's a triple kill for Sona. Sona. Why, Sona? Why?
I think the real question is why
They've
not,
got
Joe?
it, though. It's a triple kill for Good job, Sona. They're going to get a turret as well.
And that was just a fantastic response out of KMT to pretty much call, all right, teleport, come in right now. Even though Silver was the one to go down, he was able to get so much damage down before he died. And we even saw Janatan, he ulted Super A's, and then he actually missed a Q on him, which I don't know if it would have been enough damage to take him down eventually, but I don't know, maybe that's just a little bit of nerves, and KMT coming out huge at that. They're going to be able to pick up Dragon off this as well, so 4 kills and a Dragon. It's just like what we saw previously with that Ace, Baron, Dragon, and a turret.
Well, Sona might as well head back now and spend that 2,000 gold on the large rod and just keep that killing spree going. I mean, that would be probably a different story for KMT even further if that was now a 3-0-3 Rise, by the way, which would be pretty scary. But never mind. Kills are kills, and you can see what it gives them there. I mean, if you compare the 2 support items right now, that is a big bonus that he's got.
I think the problem is that you can't compare them right now because you have the Ruby Sight Stone, you have the Philo Stone, which currently Millie did not go for, and an Oracle 12 minutes in. That is a very, very early Oracle, and if he's going to pick that up and actually use it, they better make use of it, or else it's just a waste of 400 gold.
Yeah, and he's actually just popped it there as well, so they're going to have to make plays with this Oracle. They've taken down that outer turret, which means that they've actually swapped over towards that mid lane right now as well. Also keeping up the protection on this bottom lane with Rise going 2v1 now.
Sorry, that ooh was a little bit weird, but with the Oracle, as we mentioned before, we're expecting potentially an early Baron coming out of KMT. That would give them the control of vision, and that would give them the ability to go for it here, and that might be the trick under their sleeve because it's going to be up enough before that Baron spawns at 15 minutes, and right now they have that advantage. Ooh, that flash being blown, but they have the advantage to go for something like that.
Well, we'll see if they actually end up going for it. I mean, Renekton obviously can come down from that top side. Right now, Nasus and Rise just hammering away the farm down on this bottom lane. Obviously, Overpower does have that teleport, so he can get involved up there if needs be.
And the thing is, with Caitlyn and Sona now mid lane, it kind of definitely shows that they're going to go for it because they can't, Renekton and Nasus can't take it themselves, but if they have one more person there to help out, which it would be Selavar, they'd easily be able to take that one down. And just like I said, Rise doesn't have teleport up just yet, but he could potentially come up towards this Baron if he needs to, because it should be available by the time Baron spawns.
Well, first thing he's got to do is make sure that his bottom turret doesn't actually go down in that 2v1 scenario. We can see the Spike Knight here headed towards that top side. There was a ward down, so spotted he would have been anyway. In the end, backs away, and also the bottom lane of AT Gaming has headed back as well. So possibly waiting and preparing for something that may appear in the near future from this one. Now, Sona cleared out a little bit there. And that 400 gold, it's nice when you've got it to spend it, but you have to wonder if they're going to be able to capitalize actually on that, because 400 gold at this stage of the game is worth a lot more than later on, as we are going to see here Doris taking some good damage. Nasus has not actually shown himself here, funnily enough.
I believe he is on that ward. Like, you can
no,
see
it's not in the brush, is it?
I think it's on the very tip of it, so I think they can see him, but in the end, with this Oracle, they're trying to take away Blue Light, and they might be able to.
Oh, and they are going to be able to. That was 760, just walked straight in there. Able to pick that one up with his, was it Smite? No, it wasn't. Smite wasn't up. It was just his Q. He just walks in and Qs it and walks back out again. And that's really nicely done from him. Down in the bottom lane, Overpower actually being forced to flash there. I say forced to flash. I don't think it was really forced to flash.
I don't think so either. I think that was just to make sure he doesn't die here. And right now, the Smite's going to do it very soon, and this is the time. Are we going to see that Baron come in as right now KMT trying to push his turret down? And I mentioned earlier, Nasus, very quick turret pusher, very strong. It can do some heavy damage to that turret. And right now, there's no ward control out of AT Gaming on this Baron, so it's a very high possibility that's going to come in the next few minutes.
Well, I'm not surprised there's no ward control with that Ruby Sight Stone plus an Oracle over with Sona at this point in the game. No way in hell that they could actually try and contest for that ward control up on the top side of the map. But we're talking about this Baron, and I mean, they've not gone for it. That Oracle's going to be running out pretty soon. We've seen, though, a Sunfire Caitlyn picked up now and added in there for a Nectar, and that's going to give him that extra bonus. We see Rod of Ages plus that tier stacking already here for Rise, and he's going to have to get down to this bottom lane if he wants to keep the turret alive.
Yeah, it actually looks like they won't even go for Baron, as right now 76 is head towards the bottom lane. So, I mean, we're kind of expecting it, but it's not something they necessarily need to go for right now with the lead they have. I think Dragon is more likely for them at this point in the game. But we do have a very tanky Renekton Xaxus. He's pretty much been unhindered in this top lane farm. We haven't really even seen Spike Knight come up towards him to gank him. And actually, neither jungler's really been up there except 760 just recently. But over on the bottom lane, the AD carries, because this is really going to play a part in how this game goes. Right now, you have Sliver, he has the Bloodthirster.
Oh, Sliver is in trouble down on the bottom lane there, and they threw everything at him. The Wither came in. Chain of Corruption was thrown out for him, but that was a very defensive Chain of Corruption, and that's going to mean that is not up for this Dragon. That'll be coming up pretty soon, I think. Not too far in the near future. We've also got the Infinity Edge in there for Seliver's Caitlyn, so generally things looking very, very good here for KMT. Nasa's actually pushing out that bottom lane as well. And look at this, they're all starting to move up towards that mid lane, towards Baron area. This could be interesting.
And it looks like
if they know that they're not there, if they know that they've been able to push them back and gain wall control, then always an option, but they're still pretty low level. Like, it'd be really, really risky at this point.
It definitely would, and I'm trying to think, is it worth going for something risky when you're already one game up, or is it worth playing passive and not potentially throwing away a lead that you've been able to build up over these 17 minutes? But Dragon will be spawning in about 30 seconds here. And I think that's their game plan. Take the Dragons, control the Dragons, which, you know, I talked about so much this last week during the last week of LCS, and how important that is, and how many Dragons you can take can directly correlate to how many games you're going to win, because of the amount of money you get, the amount of XP you get. And I don't know, a little bit of fear. You get in the heads of the other team, because the other team knows, like, oh, what's the point of going for Dragon if they're going to take it every time? They're already taken 4 this game. They have such a huge lead, but Jansen getting very low.
Yeah, this could be bad news for him. Actually, he's going to take the claw away and escape that one completely, which that just shows you how powerful this Rise can be. Had a good time of farming. He's 1-0-3. There is that Dragon spawn that we were talking about. Renekton and Nasus with a Caitlyn there. That Dragon is not lasting very long. And actually, Super Ace did pick up a second Oracle here, and he did a lot of ward clearing with the first one. Made that one pay for itself over, and I think that's the key with that first Oracle. Maybe you won't make plays from it, but if you at least let it pay for itself in terms of bringing back from the wards, then all good.
And because of that, Millefiori was forced into one himself, so that 400 gold not going towards that Ruby Sightstone. He's going to need that extra help, honestly, to survive these fights, because he cannot afford to ult himself. He's got to keep his team alive, mostly Spike Knight as he jumps in. And right now, there's not a really huge CS discrepancy in either lane just yet. I mean, the biggest one is about 20 CS this bottom lane, and it's an Infinity Edge in the hands of Selivar.
Well, it is 5,500 gold, as we are going to see Janettin taking good chunks of damage there, and we see his W onto Xaxus, like, hardly even effective with that Carl in there as well.
Right now, AT Gaming, they're grouping up middle here. They want to go for a push on this turret.
And not with a Rise.
Yeah, not with a Rise, not with a Caitlyn coming up, not with a Sona there to make him sustain, and not to mention 760 going to be coming in from the side here. You actually should be able to catch Spike Knight, but are they going to go for a fight?
Well, he can jump away from this one, so even with that Wither on him, which slows him down to crawling speed, not going to be able to really stop him. Speed. It is crawling speed, as is Lulu's Glitter Glance as well. Glitter Glance, that's a new one. But Xaxus here finally is going to be able to push down this top turret, as I say. That and Janettin comes in, but no real challenge for him. That will be turret number 2 for KMT of this game. And as we said, slow kind of progression to this one. Even though they have a good advantage, it's game number 2. They could win 2-0 here, and that's honestly the easiest way to go. I think it's the most comfortable way. When you've built up this big lead, big Baron plays, even big Dragon plays, sometimes not worth it.
Yeah, it's a slow, but I think time and time again proven effective strategy in winning out a game. And look how much gold they've been able to accumulate just through all these global objectives they've taken. 2 turrets, 2 Dragons, and they have a huge lead for 20 minutes in. And now it looks like they're going to put that gold to test here, as they're going to start pushing down this middle turret. Overpow's pushing this bottom lane, since he's pretty much going to be left all alone, has that teleport available. And right now, I mean, AT, they have to kind of respond. Do we want to fight middle? Do we want to send someone bottom to stop Overpow? And right now, like, a Rise is a very strong counterpick to Lissandra, because you both have pretty much the same range, but Overpow, he has the speed from that ultimate. However, Lissandra does obviously have that claw to just jump over walls.
Well, right now, AT again looking for objectives, moving on towards this middle turret. Only Nasus there to clear that one out. Currently, we are going to see Sona off to the side. Rise is off to the side as well, and they may try and get in. There is the jump, actually. Spike Knight already taking a ton of damage, as we are going to see all the ultimates dropping in there. Wow. And look at Lissandra's damage. Absolutely massive. KMT, though, they're still alive with a good couple of important players at the back there, but it's not going to be enough to hold on to the turret, and that will be, in the end, just a 1-for-0, funnily enough, after all that damage. But there you see the danger of Lissandra when you grouped up and what it can do.
I mean, I saw them all grouped. I saw them coming in. I was like, this is not going to be good. But I didn't expect that much to come out. And Super Ace, who had those 3 kills, had a killing spree, ends up getting shut down by Spike Knight. Super Ace, he did invest into the cooldown boost. It looks like he's going towards the locket of the Iron Solari. But right now, I mean, that was a fantastic jump AT, and that's what they needed to get back in the game. Just take any kills you can get and kind of not give anything away. And right now, about 5,000 gold behind. It's not really bad for them.
Yeah, if we look down the CS, there's a 20 to 30 lead pretty much across the board if you kind of average those out in that top lane. Look at KMT right now. And I don't understand this from AT Gaming's point of view. They've just taken the middle tower. KMT sent everyone mid just after that. And AT have backed completely away from it, just leaving that tower there for the taking.
I remember you talked to, was it Ocelot about that? And he's like, you know, I really don't know why teams do that. That's really like smart to not back away and give up a free turret. And fortunately for AT Gaming, they do lose the middle. So in the end, it was just 1 kill they got. I mean, they had a nice advantage from taking that 1 turret and that 1 kill, but now it's pretty much been mitigated across the board. And right now, KMT just going back to farming.
Yeah, back into that farming game, which they've done so well over the course of these last 2 games. See a bit of a war here between the supports, both with oracles on, trying to get things sorted on that front. Have a look at some of the items here. That's something we've not done for a little while. NASA's just bringing in that Aegis, so they're going to be the first team that get up towards that locket of the Iron Solari, which is going to remove a bit of that group burst that we've just seen from Janitin's Lissandra during that last fight. That's a big thing for them. Spirit Visage as well picked up for both Renekton and for Rise. So talking about reducing Lissandra's damage, that does the trick for both of them, alongside that cooldown reduction, which for Rise is especially important.
Oh, it's huge for him because, you know, with, I think it's about 30 to 40%. If you do get that, then you can do your perfect combo of the whole QW, QE, QR, etc., and obviously makes his damage just go through the roof. But AT, they're kind of trying to bait in KMT here. They do have control of that bush because we did see Melifiore invest into that Oracle, but right now KMT, they're not falling for it.
Why? They've played defensive pretty much with a lead up until now. I'm not sure why. All of a sudden they'd end up phase checking straight in towards that mid bush or going anywhere near that one. As such, AT realizing that, they will just back straight off. But KMT, in my opinion, need to be a little bit careful. I guess they're waiting for the next dragon to actually come up. They want to cement this lead even further. It's round about 7,000 gold now, which is 24 minutes in, a big lead for them. I mean, I'm not sure how much of a lead they want before they actually start putting on pressure and going for these objectives, but I think a dragon might just ping something in their brains to say, okay, guys, we have a big lead right now. We should start doing something with it.
I think they're trying to use the allure of the dragon to bait AT Gaming into a fight. Like, they want to fight on that dragon because they don't feel comfortable pretty much forcing the fight themselves on AT side of the map. And up right now here, and KMT, they're in position. However, AT Gaming just really isn't. We do have Janton, though. He has his teleport, or he doesn't have a teleport available. It's going to be up really soon, but not in time for this dragon to be taken away. And that's a free dragon. That's a free global objectives for KMT, and they're going to be happy with that.
Yeah, complete freebie. And that will, of course, only improve the gold standings here for KMT. We've just seen Aatrox picking up a Spirit Visage of his own. That's right now 3 in total in the game, showing pretty much what the cowl does for you. Yeah, and for the game, what it has done from that last patch.
That item is just, it's just amazing. I mean, it was amazing before, but with the cowl, it makes it even better. And right now, I'm trying to think, as AT Gaming, you know, I always respect teams that go for these big plays, whether they're behind or not. And we've seen in LCS Lemon Dogs do that quite a bit, where they don't care if they're down, they still fight you, and it puts a little bit of it makes the other team afraid. I'm trying to think of the word, and it's not coming to mind, but it keeps you, there we go. That is the word I was looking for. It puts a little bit of fear in the other team, and it forces them to not be aggressive. But I mean, AT Gaming, they can't really afford to go for that because their LCS careers are kind of on the line here.
Well, we say that, but in game number 1, you know, they got aced, then they had a fight, and they did the same back. So they still got that possibility. They've obviously got the coordination to be going for stuff like this, but right now, all around Baron, Ryze has teleport up, so he can pretty much push this bottom lane for free, and as long as those wards are in on the backside of things really go down. But look at this, AT actually trying to make a positional play right now and head up middle.
They don't have minions with them, though, to kind of push this down, and they are not tanky enough to just face tank this turret, especially with Overpower having that teleport available to kind of get into this lane. And AT, they're just trying to find that crack in the defense that KMT has, and they're trying to exploit it. But right now, KMT are just not showing it. They're not giving them an opportunity to really take this game or take some sort of lead back.
Well, we've seen a second Aegis picked up, so we're going to have the pocket lockets here coming out for KMT. We'll see how that steads them in the next fight. Spike Knight tried to dodge that one, but he got through anyway. Somehow here comes Zac as well, but it looks like we are going to see them going in for it. Ult is running for Renekton and Nasus, and look at that damage coming down. Doris here bouncing at the back, but he's not really achieving anything from that one. Knight is going to be finished off. Overpower picks that one up, and that's 2 kills already. It's going to be 3 here once Celiva's actually finished. Wow, Chain of Corruption coming in, cleansed away, and Celiva's going to heal up there from the minions. Heal comes in from Super A's as well, and that is a 3 for nothing. And it was really only Celiva that lost any HP from that. Like, the others lost nothing almost.
Yeah, and right now he's able to heal that right back up, attacking from over the wall, and you're seeing AT Gaming, they have to give this one up. I was thinking maybe they want to try to contest it, but with how healthy everyone at KMT is, minus Celivar, there's no reason for them to go for this. There's no reason to lose out on anyone else, and that will be the first Baron of the game going over to KMT, and it takes him to over a 10,000 gold lead here, Joe.
Yeah, we've got 2,200, 2,300 gold for Renekton to spend at this point, 1,700 for Caitlyn and 1,000 for Ryze. So similar, it almost feels like a bit of a replay from that last match. You know, the lane phase kind of long and drawn out there with AT doing well, but KMT at the end out farming them somewhat. And then when it comes to these fights, big deficits for KMT. Wouldn't surprise me now with this Baron on to see KMT not really do anything with it. Next time they fight, an ace coming out for AT. Head back and then the game will finish, just like it did last game.
I don't think this one was an opportunistic Baron, though. I mean, yeah, they got a couple of kills, but I think they want to do something with it, or at least I hope they do, because why not? You're 10,000 gold up, you're completely ahead in items. There's no reason to not start pushing some turrets down. They still have 3 outers to take here, 1 middle, 1 top, and 1 bottom. And I mean, they're just so far ahead overall. Like you see Caitlyn, Infinity Edge over right now onto Varus, and has that Phantom Denser done as well.
So, all they have to really, I mean, all they can really do at this point, AT, sit back a little bit, soak up as much farm as they can. We can see Zac doing that in the top lane. He's the one with the real deficit when it comes to CS, actually, across the board. 193 to 274 right now.
And considered he was the one leading CS in that top lane in the game just prior, and it's really hurting him. We saw Zazas just do so well in the beginning of the game. And right now, with the amount of globals they've been able to pick up, I believe that's 3 dragons now, 1 Baron, 3 turrets. He gets a lot of extra gold income, even though he's already almost 100 CS ahead.
Okay, so just a quick update from the other semi-final. TCM actually took down the Copenhagen Wolves in game number 2, so that one's going to a 3rd and final map. In this one, I've got something to read out to you. So this is actually the chat log right now. Locket the Iron Solari, Phantom Dancer, Aegis, Locket, Last Whisper, Archangel Staff, Rando in Zone 1. Pretty much all big items, and they were all for KMT. There's not a single item being picked up between the first one and the last one in that list, and they've all gone over to KMT. And if you look at the gold leagues, over 10,000 now. This game is a matter of time before KMT start to really push to make that lead not only count, but go for the win, is what I'm trying to say. 1-0, massive gold lead here in game 2. They're going to have to slip up to lose this game now.
And all of those items were picked up in the last 3 minutes, like because of the fight, because of the Baron, because of the Dragons. And AT Game just haven't been able to complete any major items to kind of counter that. We see right now, Janitens, he's working towards his Zonius. He's going to have it done actually very soon when he does go back. And you see right now onto Sliver, he wants to get that Phantom Denser done, but right now, I mean, they're not being choked in farm. So lucky for them, they can at least do that, because KMT's pushing all the lanes in, so they have the ability to farm that up. But with a Baron up KMT, if they play their cards right, they can force someone to go clear out a wave or a lane and then just completely kill him and take turrets right off the back of it.
So, I mean, if you look at some of the items in there, the Abyssal Scepter, obviously, got to get rid of 20 magic resist of everyone around it. Then you've got 2 Spirit Visages in there, plus a Negatron Cloak, which on its own is 40 for Nasus. Like, they're the 3 guys that are really up close and personal that Abyssal Scepter is going to be affecting. So that's pretty much counted out of the game. Like, that really doesn't offer that much to the fight, apart from obviously the stats that it gives you directly there with the AP and that magic resist for yourself. So that just shows you how much of a tough time it is. But there is Celiver getting caught out of things. Didn't quite catch what actually happened there, but he's down and out, and that's the kind of thing that AT have to do if they're to have a chance of coming back in this one.
Yeah, I mean, that's all they need. One little slip-up from KMT. You just mentioned it prior. Like, if AT's going to get back in this, KMT has to make the mistake, and AT needs to be able to really follow up off of that. But right now, Overpow, the slowest split pusher in the game, Rise, going to be able to take out turret bottom lane, so it gets the first inner one of the game for them. In the meantime, AT, they're just going to potentially push up middle here, maybe go for a inner turret of their own.
They've got nothing though. Minions are still down there. 760 as we can see on this top side. Now this Nasus able to clear out things very, very quickly at this stage of the game. We have seen Zhonya's Hourglass picked up for Lissandra and Blade of the Ruin King for Aatrox as well since that, so that adds in nicely.
And right now we actually do see Fernaz, update that for you guys real quick. Plus 351 on his Q, so he hurts quite a bit, not to mention the ultimate and how tanky he is as well. And it's kind of weird, Celiver, I think that's the second time he's died in this game in terms of just being overextended and just getting blatantly caught out, and hopefully he's able to really calm down, take a second, like, realize they're really close to being into the playoffs here, but also if TCM wins that next game, they're going to be in the qualifier or the promotion tournament coming up next year.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. We talked a lot about that one earlier on. Well, I'll cross that bridge, I think, when we actually come to it. But getting into the final is obviously the main priority for both of these teams right now. And you have to say KMT are the ones looking most likely to be able to squeeze that one through after game number 1, ending in a convincing fashion. And game number 2 now, let's call it a 13,000 gold lead for them.
It's a less convincing fashion, but they're still winning like equally the same, just because you haven't seen any real team fights break out. I mean, we have 13 kills in 33 minutes. That's pretty low considering the games we've seen earlier on today. But right now, Spike Knight, he has that Blade of the Ruin King done. He has a Spirit Visage, but I don't think he's taking enough to really deal with the team yet. I mean, he doesn't have any sort of armor. He needs like a Randuin's Omen, which right now Celivar doesn't even care about because he has that Last Whisper down.
Yeah, Last Whisper in there is going to build himself up a Banshee's Veil as well. Even more safe. There's a Void Staff now added in for Rise on top of that Archangel Staff, or the Zerus Embrace, that it actually is a Rod of Ages and a Spirit Visage. So good stuff across the board. And as I said, AT, they can only sit back, farm up as much as they can, get as many items as they can, and hope that they can catch KMT making silly plays. Which happened in that last game. I mean, I'm not going to call it a silly play, that last game where AT actually won a big fight. It was just really well played. Positioning, everything was really right for them on that one, but they need that again.
And I'm actually really surprised that KMT's not forcing any objectives. I mean, they have a Caitlyn, they have a Nasus, they're tanky enough. Right now, the only one that can really dive, well, they have 3 people that can dive into the backline for AT. You know, we have Zach, we have Aatrox, we have Lissandra, but they're still being very hesitant to go for any sort of siege right now. It seems like they want to have a 6-item build before they finally go for that win. And that's fine for AT Gaming, considering they're behind. I mean, when they have 6 items, they're going to have like 4 or 5, and we'll have enough damage at least to really fight.
Yeah, to put up a fight to them, and if positioning-wise they come out on better than that. And that's what we'll say, safe is better safe than sorry. But that might not be, if I could get it out there, I don't even know the phrase I'm talking about. If they can actually if they do that, it gives AT naturally a way back into the game. The longer this one goes on, the longer the AT they'll have a chance to actually come back and do something in this match to challenge for this 3rd game in a best-of-3.
There was a game that Meet Your Makers did a couple of weeks ago. They had a 20,000 gold lead, and they had like a 10,000 gold lead for a long period of time, but the thing is they were hesitant to really end the game or to go for any fights, and because of that, the other team, I think it was Lemon Dogs, if I'm not mistaken, were able to pretty much get enough gold to pretty much come back and have that ability to one-shot Chara at the time, who was a Twisted Fate. And right now, the same thing's happening in this game. And KMT, the thing is, like, this is something, they can consider this practice if they do win this game. And right now, I don't think TCM or Copenhagen Wolves would let this slide. As in, like, this much stalling. Like, they would try to take advantage of this and come back and punish them for doing it.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. We can see that Rise, at this point, is down in the bottom lane. He is still pushing. Rise, obviously the split pushing machine that he is not, is doing a great job of pushing that one. And actually got a decent amount of damage down onto that inhibitor turret there as well. And he's got that teleport available. It is Jonathan who's gone down there as well to try and challenge him because he has that teleport as well. Rise is actually running home guard boots here. So if he was to recall and then teleport home guard in, that's when he becomes really scary.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to Alex Itch, who played Rise a lot earlier on in the split. I think towards the end of the spring split too, where he would do this exact same thing and he would just catch teams so off guard they wouldn't be prepared for it. But Baron, it is up again, and it looks like AT Gaming, they cleared all the vision. They kind of maybe wanted to go for it since they do see the overpowers bottom, but I'm not sure they have the damage to take it down quick enough.
No, I'm not sure either, and we've just seen how the AoE ultimates alone of Xaxus and 760, they just absolutely rip through you. And you've got Rise, who's obviously going to burst down AoE style as well. So just overall, I think the team fights right now are not that good as Doris going to dive in here on towards Xaxus. He's going to get polymorph, but here comes his brother to help him out from this side. Celiva coming in as well. And look at Doris, down to half already. There is the support taking the focus as well. Got a wild growth himself here, is Millefiori. I'm not sure that that's going to work out so well for him. There's a Let's Bounce going down at the back. We are going to see Spike Knight finally be falling down, but they want to focus here surely on the AD carry. They switch finally over to him. Already 3 men are dead. It's going to be 4 here in just a second. Actually, Slayer doing a really good job there to try and take down Xaxus in the end. Got him very, very low. And here finally comes Alessandra from the side, but Celiva going to be chasing down as well. Oh, great Zhonya's there. Last second, Piltover comes across though, and a cleanse flash coming out there for Celiva. They can finish the game right here. In fact, AT are calling good games already, and it will be KMT here to pick up this semi-final in a 2-0 fashion, where they'll go through to tomorrow's final to meet either the Copenhagen Wolves or TCM.
Yeah, fantastic job overall throughout the game. They just played solid throughout the entire time. It wasn't flashy, but it was a solid victory nonetheless, and got to give them credit for it. They had a huge lead at the end of the game, approaching 20,000, but the win, that's all that matters. It doesn't matter how you get there as long as you pick that one up.
Yeah, you're definitely right on that. You can see there, KMT not looking too fazed by it. I don't actually see a smile even across their faces right now, but it doesn't really matter. Their sights are obviously set on that grand final here at this stage. And again, 12-5 in kills, 67 to 47,000 gold, like a 20k gold lead they had by the end of this 38-minute game. And by all rights, I think if they'd have fought early on, could have probably been over like 10 minutes earlier than it actually was. This, let's not beat around the bush, was a very one-sided 2-0.
Yeah, it really was. I definitely have to agree. And now Nexus, they're one step closer for their third try at qualifying for LCS. Next one's going to be obviously a little next year right now, but you know, think about SK and think about Mutual Makers watching this game. Is this a team that they might, or well, for at least SK, since Mutual Makers doesn't get to choose, is this a game that they potentially, or a team they potentially want to go up against? I mean, they might have seen some weaknesses, they might have seen some strengths, and SK and the next team that we're going to find out, obviously, at the end of this week, will be looking at this and wondering, is this the team we want?
Well, funnily enough, when we talk about the ending scoreboard there, most kills in the, not only on KMT side, but in the game overall were, of course, with Super A's, the Sona, the support player who grabbed that triple kill when we had the first big team fight down at the bottom. I think that slowed down the victory a little bit as well, because if those 3 kills would have sat on Rise and he was at 4-0-1 or whatever it was back then, that would have sped things up a lot. But on the same token, it allowed them to get a second locket in there, it allowed them to get early oracles, it allowed them to get that Ruby Sightstone earlier, and really control the map.
Yeah, I mean, it was just kind of a slow victory that they just controlled the entire time. They just strangled KT as much as possible in terms of gold income. Eventually worked out for them as they had, just like you said before, a 20,000 gold lead at the end of the game. But right now, I mean, they just have to look forward to TCM and Copenhagen Wolves, who are going to be, I mean, not to be disrespectful, but are going to be on a different level than what we just saw out of AT Gaming. And they're going to have to really prepare for this over the course of a night.
Yeah, and that's the real danger. They've got to pretty much run over to the other stage right now to watch that final game and then study the first 2 for that grand final tomorrow. But that's pretty much what we're going to let you guys do here as we switch over the stream to Quickshot and Kobe to bring you game number 3 of the Copenhagen Wolves versus the TCM. That's it from me and Jason here tonight. We'll see you tomorrow.
Outside of the LCS, we do tend to see junglers focusing fairly frequently in the duo lane. In the LCS, less so. If you have a straight up 2v2 matchup, it takes a long time before we're able to actually do something like that.
Well, especially since the support is going to be the likely one carrying pink wards. It's easy to ward behind you, which is what you need to do against Evelynn. And they're one of the few lanes that will have a lot of opportunity to see the Evelynn ganks coming. However, that being said, there's 3 different ways she can get into those bushes. If she comes through the lane and you haven't pink warded side bushes, it can be just as devastating.
Well, we'll see how this works out. To everybody that's just joined us all the way over from Stream B, I'd like to welcome you guys to the 3rd match between the Copenhagen Wolves and TCM Gaming. This is the decider game to determine who will face off against KMT in the grand finals on Thursday. KMT did go 2-0 in their semi-final match. Copenhagen Wolves were able to pick up game 1 of the series. TCM replied in game 2. And now we're at our first deciding match here at Gamescom in Cologne, Germany. TCM with some aggressive posturing right now.
And I like how we've sort of evolved over the 3 games of this series. And now we're seeing the more comfortable picks that we expected at the beginning from these 2 teams. JWoww going right back to that Kha'Zix, while Shook very much at home on Evelynn.
Well, we'll have to see if JWoww's able to replicate the performance he had with Elise, because if he can, the resets, the hops, the skips, and the jumps that can come out of Kha'Zix are significantly more impactful in larger scale team fights. And it is all key on getting that first reset down, and of course being a high enough level for you to have the resets.
You definitely want to get 2 evolutions usually to be able to get the jump evolved. Some people can rush the resets first, but that means that you're going to be missing out on the extra execute damage, and it really does mean your trades are a lot weaker.
Well, in terms of the compositions, we do see that TCM have got a good mixture of long-range initiation, execution, global pressure. They really got a little bit of everything, but not an extensive amount of anything in particular. I feel like the Copenhagen Wolves just have slightly more effective crowd control with that Zac, the Eve ulti, and the Thresh as well.
Yeah, and it's going to be Evelynn trying to flank around from the side, and Ahri doing pretty much the same thing. So Copenhagen Wolves are going to be a fairly spread out team, and it will be hard for the Belgian Beast to be as effective as before, getting himself into a position that will zone Copenhagen Wolves, because their damage dealing sources can spread out very easily. Evelynn does not have to be anywhere near Caitlyn.
And of course, don't forget that Evelynn can just shake off that slow of the Wall of Pain thanks to her Dark Frenzy. The one thing I do want to talk about in the first sort of 3 minutes of the game, we've not seen an evade or a buff steal from the Copenhagen Wolves. They appear to be giving Naruto some more breathing room and a little bit more, I don't want to use the word respect, but they're not necessarily as concentrated on taking his buffs in this early game.
They're pretty much just resigned to letting him farm out for the early game. He has not had a huge presence in the lane, and they're looking to get their advantage there, especially with Evelynn going to be able to come in invisible. A nice adaptation that TCM have done to deal with this Evelynn is pink ward the bush into the red side jungler, so at least now they know which side of the map that Evelynn is on, and they Karthus can be wary of the bottom side of his river, and then JWoww can also be on alert that she could be down there at any time ganking him and save his lead to get away.
Well, it's definitely something we haven't seen too much of as far as Countess Eve is concerned. There is only one more pink ward in Barney D's back pocket, but he is miles and miles away from lane and the stress at this point in time. And thanks to the pressure that Reckless and Unlimited were putting down on them, the lane was pretty extended. This is also the first 2v2 and 1v1 matchup from the get-go that we've seen from these teams, as they both put themselves in sort of 1v2s in the previous games.
And it's both of them switching their lanes top, which usually is a sign that the pink side team or the red side team, depending on how colorblind you are, have decided that they want the 2 versus 2 and the 1 versus 1 situation. But that is a remnant of the past where the golems were taken early, and now the switch there is mostly because of the dragon presence. Without a kill down bottom, it doesn't seem like there's going to be a threat of an early dragon in this game. So this might even be one of the slower early games that we'll see today.
Well, there's a lot more on the line for this as well. Naruto is going to come in. Kautar does have a charm available. And just to land that onto Shyvana doesn't burn the flash. Thinking through the potions, that's no potions there, but landing the skill shot needed and preventing any of the damage that Naruto could have put down.
Yeah, Ari 100% skill shot based champion. That's why Karthus has started with boots. Belgian Beast looking to dodge and mitigate those. However, Naruto ran right into that one, so he was not able to get anything off besides a little bit of harass.
Well, Zac versus Kha'Zix, it's champions that we're very familiar with, but a matchup that we don't see all too often. Both champions have got sort of close-range, sustain type of abilities, but you got to feel that Young Buck is in a stronger position as his don't cost mana.
Now, we do have Evelyn creeping up from the mid lane to get in behind this duo, and Shook has got to assume that there's no pink ward here because they didn't back up yet, and he saw Nami place this pink ward. So even though there is vision in the river, he knows about it, and he can actually make use of that. Playing the jungle, a huge part of it is not only knowing what cooldowns have been used and what's available to your enemies, but also what information you fed to them.
Well, we do see that the pink ward was instantly put down from Unlimited, clearing out his opponents. And, you know, if Shook 2 decides to repeat the same path and go through that tri-bush again, there's no pink there. He'll be able to come in cleanly and safely. However, once again, another cheeky adaptation of dealing with Eve. We see that the Belgian Beast has stuck himself a little pink ward just north of the river entrance. So if that repeat performance, if that route around the side takes place, Evelyn is going to get spotted out. I really like TCM's very strategic and well thought out positioning as far as the pink wards are concerned.
It's the same idea of middle and top warding both of the respective entrances to the river. It's just the only adaptation here is that they're using pinks instead of greens because the jungler is Evelyn.
Well, for the time being, Opening Wolves and TCM still trying to find a way into this match. Shook 2 does have his Agony's Embrace, doesn't manage to land, nor does the Charm. Belgian Beast with those boots is just shuffling his way around everything. Does burn flash, but gets away unscathed.
That gank 100% relies on the slow being landed by Evelyn so that Ari can follow up with her skill shots. Booted up, Karthus just has too much speed for Ari to be able to land that one without the slow being applied.
No, Belgian Beast doing well in this lane for the time being. 51 CS to the 53. It's bang on even. The numbers across the board are actually very close. And the one thing you have to give props to Shook 2 in this game for, his farming is now on par with Naruto, and Naruto is actually falling a little bit off the pace of what we've seen in 2 previous games.
Evelyn is actually, deceptively, one of the best jungle clearers in the game, because a lot of people will run attack damage reds and ability power on Quince and maybe even blues there. So with the attack speed bonus from her E and the spam of the Q, she can clear extremely quickly, especially when she has blue buff.
Oh, Wall of Pain goes down. Flash is available for Kautot. Spirit Rush is not. Is forced to pop that flash. So successful ganks in the mid lane. Both solo laners now without that flash available. One thing that we do have to highlight that we haven't mentioned just yet, Kautot does have Summoner Teleport, and we'll have to see how effectively he can make use of that.
Without the flash, though, and without the Spirit Rush, it's going to be a while before he does use it. These repeat ganks here by Naruto middle have slightly paid off, just in relieved pressure on the rest of the map.
And I guess, you know, you touched on the fact that Ari is a pretty good counter to Karthus, so all that additional love and attention that Naruto is placing in the mid lane just makes Kautot second guess. Do I want to dive in? Do I really want to throw everything I have at a kill? Because where is that sneaky Shyvana? How close is Naruto to really making my life a misery?
Exactly. He's been saving his charm to deal with the gank, so he hasn't gone offensive and he hasn't made the Belgian Beast pay in this matchup, which he normally should be.
Well, for the time being, all the lanes continue their farming, continue CSing as best as possible. In the early game, presence that Caitlyn offers in lane is really paying dividends. You can see that Reckless has got himself 84 CS to the 58 of Matraka. That's nearly a 30 advantage, which before 10 minutes in the clock is a very good number to have at this level of the game.
Now, the pink ward down at Dragon means that they're confident there's no vision inside of it, but the pink ward up by the river saw them lead in towards the Dragon, so TCM are able to fire an arrow, a warning shot at least.
And that was really good communication from the Copenhagen Wolves. They knew the arrow was coming down, and it had obviously been called by Reckless and Unlimited, and instantly the 3 members of the Wolves that were on the Dragon peeled off, rolled away, basically prevented any negative. Unlimited takes a couple extra tower shots. He wasn't really looking forward to those.
Now that top lane, talking about the early presence of Caitlyn. Oh, here we go again mid.
This charm lands, however, Orbit Deception goes out, Spirit Rush backwards. There's absolutely no damage onto either of these champions, but the Requiem goes down. Shook is able to walk away, and yeah, that hurt, but a little bit early. The charm pulls the Ritual backwards. He's forced to flash away. Copenhagen Wolves pick up a clean 1-0.
Yeah, huge win for Copenhagen Wolves right there. This time the slow does land, allowing for the charm to hit. Some good aggression up top as well.
A very nice flay pulls Matraco backwards, and Reckless is just tearing through them. Barney D down to about 180, 200 HP. Matraco forced to 300 himself, and they just continue trading. Young Buck is down that bottom lane. He was hit by Requiem, but it doesn't even look like he was.
Now, the top lane up here, you were talking about the Caitlyn presence in lane. I wanted to shout out the supports, because this support matchup is a classic one. Very, very highly valued supports, and it's because of the crowd control that they do offer. However, it's skill-based for both of the champions, so a lot of the lane pressure that you get is when either the Nami can land the Aqua Prison or Thresh's Death Sentence. And we've just had Unlimited spent a little bit higher percentage hit rate on the Death Sentences than Barney D on the Aqua Prisons.
That's obviously paying off in CS numbers for their respective AD carries. I mean, Matraco...
Oh, the arrow!
Goes out. They've caught Reckless. He gets knocked up into the air by the wave, thrown up in the air by the prison. Exhaust goes down. This is going to be a kill for TCM Gaming. And there's something we always talk about. It's like a respect recall. You should never be doing that one. Dragon is also secured by TCM, so they lose a tower, but they get a kill and a Dragon.
Well, that's just lane wards paying off there. If you ever have a problem with your support not wanting to waste money, quote unquote, on wards within the lane to get bush control, you can point them to those kills.
Show them that clip. That is exactly what you need to be highlighting. In terms of the first backs, we do see that Young Buck is working towards that Sunfire Cape, whereas TCM, JWoww rather, he's managed to secure himself that Hex Drink, and I guess against Isaac and Even and Ari, I think that's a good pickup.
And something about that Dragon that they just picked up too, you have to shout out the pink wards that they placed because of the Evelynn. Sort of got a side bonus there of continually clearing out Copenhagen Wolves' vision of the Dragon, so they really had no idea. And that allowed TCM to get both of those objectives at the same time.
You also could argue that those objectives are more important for TCM to secure because of the added expense of buying those pink wards. So if they do start to fall behind towers and dragons, well, then 2 towers down, you can see the gold deficit is already like 1,200 actual difference before you start factoring 5, 6, 7, 8 times 75 gold difference for those pink wars.
Yeah, the Vision War, like many other wars, extremely expensive, and you need dragon funds to be able to keep up.
Well, we'll see if TCM can maintain control of that Dragon. Shook 2, with that Agony's Embrace available, is now moved to the bottom lane where we see both teams' duo laners ready to battle it out. The arrow is available for Matraco. Barney D is shortly going to get that tidal wave up. And we haven't had much time to actually look at this top lane. Young Buck, he's only 9 CS behind, but we have seen him forced fairly low multiple times.
This is actually really good for JWoww. He's kept up very well in CS and is almost at that level 11.
And we do see the Let's Bounce coming up. Young Buck is going to get South Division packed. We do see Kautar jumping in. Now the passive is down for Zach, so at the very least, if Naruto wants to continue fighting or set that one up again, they may be able to actually pick up a kill.
That's another dangerous recall spot for JWoww, but because there's no vision in that, Kautar's not going to check it and he'll be fine.
Oh, the bubble throws Reckless up in the air. Pulled over Peacemaker goes down. Ace in the hole is available. The Barney D should be able to body block. Auto attacks going down for Reckless as we do see that Unlimited continues throwing out those chains auto attacks.
Now Reckless wants to stay around because he has Ace in the hole and he wants to be able to finish someone off. But on the other side, there's a Karthus, so he has to be worried about his own health because that Requiem could come in and finish him off.
Well, we'll see how efficiently Reckless can farm up that HP. He does have that Bloodthirster, so lifesteal is going to be very, very high on these last couple of minions, plus 50 per auto attack, plus 120 on the
for a
headshot.
headshot.
I think he's fine.
Those
right
are
now.
juicy.
Definitely helps as far as the sustain is concerned. Over on the other side, Metroko, with his Ash, he's picked up that pickaxe early again, and he's gone for the Vamp Scepter, so falling a little behind as far as damage is concerned.
And we also have seen some good communication, though, by Copenhagen Wolves. They called Eve back because there's a pink ward in the side bush, but called down Ari.
And here comes Ari's Spirit Rush goes in. Metroko's charmed up. Kautard is exhausted, so most of his damage does get reduced, but a perfectly executed 3v1 tower dive results in next to no health being lost across the board. All 4 members of Copenhagen Wolves now turn their focus to the tower, the last outer tower for TCM.
So, Kautard's mid-game roaming Ari, check. In fact, he does make use of it. Great job there. And that's what you lose when you lose an inner turret, especially against a roaming assassin like Ari. You're going to pay for it in the side lanes.
And you have to talk about how accurate Kautard's charms have been. He's managed to land so many. Typical. The second I say it. But to be fair, that wasn't a very crucial one. That was just for damage. Well,
that's going to ruin his percentage, quick shot.
Yeah, I know. I won't say anymore because it's cast a curse. We do see JWoww, level 11 now, got 2 evolutions. He has done. He's leveled up that Taste of Fear as well as his leap, as we talked about. So nothing too surprising, but he's still working himself to a power position. I mean, he's only got a Hex Drink, a couple of long swords. There's no armor penetration built for that giant bug just yet.
It's very interesting that he has not gone with the Manamune build. And he's actually built for lane, going with that Hex Stringer to get the early magic resist because of the lack of mana regen that he has from not going that build. He started with that Flask. So definitely some forethought there, and I like the adaptation here. Definitely an experienced Kha'Zix player.
We'll have to see if it works out in any prolonged engagements. You know, if Copenhagen Wolves do manage to split and spread and require TCM to chase them down, he may actually run out of mana during those engagements. But for the time being, TCM simply no towers on the board, and Naruto is immune to Kautard's charms.
It's pretty interesting that Copenhagen Wolves are going to want to split and spread, as you put it, because of the Karthus, so they can avoid the area of effect damage. But in doing that, it makes them vulnerable to JWoww's assassination attempts. And with that leveled up Q, he does get the 45%. We get the 45% isolation anyway. He's also going to be having the execution damage.
I wish the best of luck to our cameraman when the fights break out, because there is so much mobility on so many of these champions that they are going to be flying all over the screen.
It's really going to be watching the Crystal Arrow, because when Copenhagen Wolves spread out for the Karthus, if the Crystal Arrow from Metroko lands on any of those 3 targets, the Evelynn, the Ari, or the Caitlyn, then the TCM will easily be able to capitalize on that and jump for it.
Well, that's where your eyes need to be focusing, ladies and gentlemen. This is once again the deciding game in the Challenger Series Promotion Tournament Qualifier semi-final. The winner gets to take on KMT. We do see that Kautard once again throwing the charms. I think I've messed it up. I talked about his charms, and I've cursed him. I've ruined his ability to land that skill shot.
That's really bad, because that's what Copenhagen Wolves are looking for. They want picks in this matchup. They are trying to catch members of TCM off guard.
Well, we'll see if they do manage to
land
it.
Got the vision.
Charm does manage to land. It actually pulls Naruto onto the trap. Now the Ash Arrow does catch out Unlimited, but it's not really who they want. A very good box locks up the entry into the side for Copenhagen Wolves. They've managed to pick up 2 as the Requiem comes down. Not going to be able to pick up any kills as JWoww has not got the recess. Ace in the hole gets channeled. That goes up the backside. JWoww does manage to get a kill. He manages to escape with his life. They end up trading 3 for 2, and the Dragon is still standing.
Very, very nice play from JWoww there. Able to get the gold back in their favor, but because of the HP that Zach survived with, they can actually tank out the Dragon after this. That charm onto Cupcake, Cupcakes are usually something to go after there, but also the Kiss from Mari, just too tempting, and he's able to jump right on that one. Thresh was hit with the arrow, but still able to get his box, so it was a decent fight for Copenhagen Wolves. But again, very good positioning from the Belgian Beast, able to get inside and land so much damage with his passive up. Also getting off the Requiem, enabling TCM to clean up.
Well, we do see that gold is sitting about 2,000 gold away, and considering that TCM are 3 towers down, that's not too bad of a situation. If at any point they do get themselves in a position to actually start taking any of these outer towers, that gold will easily swing back in their favor. But, you know, you have to think that Copenhagen Wolves, they haven't had to fend off many aggressive pushes at all. Outside of that previous little fight that TCM basically got pulled into, they haven't made very many moves.
TCM are waiting for the late game. They were waiting for that level 11 on Kha'Zix at first, and then they're waiting for the Karthus to ramp up. Karthus, by the way, his Rod of Ages and his tier are both finished, so he's continually scaling up in power. They're okay with waiting until the late game because Ashe is not, you know, a traditional hyper carry, but her power in the late game comes from her ability to engage and catch members of Copenhagen Wolves out. So they're fine with just farming it up as long as they can delay this Copenhagen Wolves teams and not get picked off, then they should be okay. But again, looking at the gold difference, you have to also take into account that pink ward tax, which has been weighing heavy on TCM.
Yeah, we do see that JWoww is currently sitting 2-0. He's got that Last Whisper and that Brutalizer completed, so that is a metric ton of armor penetration that's, you know, going to go through. There isn't too much armor stacked up across the majority of the Copenhagen Wolves, but it's something that is going to be very scary to deal with right now. Ash Arrow is available if they want to use it. However, Ash is miles and miles away as the rest of the Copenhagen Wolves are stacking sort of towards this top lane.
Ooh, Ari does get the charm off, but so much damage already taken from Shyvana.
Naruto Adore is just going to be able to zone Kaltod out completely, and Kaltod forced to use that Spirit Rush completely defensively. He realized that he'd bitten off a little more than he could chew.
He saw the Kha'Zix coming in for the isolation, and he wanted to get miles away from JWoww, but he couldn't get far enough.
So a top lane kill does manage to land. JWoww able to tower dive that one. You can see the tails of Ari spawning from the bottom of the tower. Belgian Beast does get locked up completely. With 3 members of the Copenhagen Wolves able to just invade this one. Requiem comes down, Unlimited does survive. Ash Arrow comes up. Is it going to catch? Flies way wide. Now JWoww, if he can find anybody, that's very low health targets, and he'll be able to just fly through the air to secure them. They've caught Bonnie D. He manages to just get dropped instantly, and now Shook is way overextended. Ace in the hole goes out. One more hate spike secures the kill, and that is a dead Evelynn as JWoww just pops him and jumps away.
And that was 4-on-5. Ashe has been split pushing this bottom lane the entire time. She's about to get it to the turret wave, but Ari's here to answer. Spirit Rush will be up in 5 seconds. So if Ashe sticks around, then she would be able to pounce on her. Good recall here.
Copenhagen Wolves are going to be able to recall. That was running very close. And you know, Ashe at this moment in time, 40 creeps behind, no items completed until his very second IE. But that is a fairly late Infinity Edge when you consider their opponent has got basically a fully stacked Bloodthirster and a Lost Whisper.
It's not too bad, as Evelyn's the only one building real armor here, so at least she can land the crits. And aided by Ashe's passive, the first shot there is going to do plenty of damage. So at least she has gotten the most important item in Ashe's arsenal.
Well, definitely going to be working towards some additional attack speed. When Matroko has played Ashe in previous games, Phantom Dancer was the next point of call for him. There's a natural progression, and thanks to the tower that was being secured in the bottom lane and some kills, considering that now JWoww is 4-0, and gold value is still actually decreasing. It's now below 2,000 total, and you know, it's definitely a position that TCM are going to be fairly happy about. I think they're fairly comfortable the longer this game goes, based on their composition.
They are indeed, for all the reasons we just went over. The Karthus ramping up is about to take effect too. He just spent a bunch of money on his boot upgrades, so he hasn't actually turned that tier into an Archangel Staff yet. But he will get a nice boost when he does as well, because there's a punch of mana on that Rod of Ages as well.
Yeah, and in terms of the home guard boots at this stage in the game already, when you consider that TCM are 4 towers down and their mid lane, they're already at the inhibitor turret, they cannot afford to get pushed that far back. And you know, Belgian Beast's positioning in and around the inhibitor stairs in previous game was really, really good. He finds ways to die in optimal positions.
And I think they're happy with JWoww being the one in control of most of the kills here. Last game it was Elise. He's performing basically the same role here. And he's going to have to do the same thing he did last time and actually avoid the engage here from Copenhagen Wolves. As long as he doesn't get charmed, they're going to have a very, very scary threat from the side.
And in every single game in this series...
Oh, he goes for Ari.
Has drawn 2 target bans. Kaltard is alive for a little while. Spirit Rush goes up. Here comes Young Buck. JWoww stealths up. Pink Ward goes down to reveal him. Reckless has joined this party as well, but look at Naruto. He is closing in. Reckless actually 90 caliber netted towards JWoww. Realize, oh, maybe this isn't the smartest idea, and backs away instantly.
It was a nice attempted bait there from Kaltard, though, trying to draw in JWoww and then dropping the Pink Ward as he Spirit Rushed away. They weren't able to lock him down, though, because you get multiple activations of that ultimate on Kha'Zix. And with the extra speed boost, he was able to get his way out.
So manages to at least avoid that particular setup. TCM continually closing the gap as far as the gold is concerned in this matchup. 25 minutes has just gone past, and we noticed that the Copenhagen Wolves, they actually started warding up in and around the Baron Pit as they've started the Dragon right now.
They have a Pink Ward that sees JWoww's movements, so they know they have time to get away from this Dragon, and they're still going to be watching for that Crystal Arrow, though.
So I just caught a glimpse there of JWoww at level 16. If I see correctly, he's leveled up his ultimate as his 3rd, as opposed to those Void Spikes. So very different to what we used to see in the old school Kha'Zixes. And TCM with superior positioning, they secure their 2nd tower of the game. That's the Copenhagen Wolves mid tower gone down.
Yeah, so he's going to get yet another activation on his ultimate and take reduced damage in the team fights. So he doesn't have to completely rely on getting the reset and jumping back out. He can just chain his jumps for extra damage.
And we do see a slingshot comes in from Young Buck, forces the flash from Flaky D. Flaky D? Barney D. Flaky's on the mind. He manages to get Barney D to force the flash. And we do see JWoww, he actually manages to just leap over the wall to safety. Right now, it's just a matter of whoever gets caught first. If someone eats an Ash Arrow, they're going to die. And if someone eats a Charm or a Death Sentence, they're going to die.
They both do have very, very strong tools for picking people off here. The Evelynn plus Ari has not had a huge impact lately, so this is actually the wrong target to go for. If they pick off Naruto, it's not going to accomplish that much. Meanwhile, if your split pusher is Kha'Zix, having already upgraded his leap and his ultimate, he's as slippery as a Kha'Zix can be. So he can pretty much shove that lane with pure confidence that when someone collapses on him, he'll be able to escape using both the leap and the ultimate charges.
More importantly, I don't feel like there's anybody on the Copenhagen Wolves squad that can deal with his split pushing. You can see that Reckless and Unlimited, they're trying to come up and maybe challenge that top lane, but JWoww should be able to 1v1 anyone.
It's going to have to be multiple people. There's a Pink Ward still here, though, so they can turn this one around.
Wow, Shooks actually throws down the Agony's Embrace instantly, and JWoww just leaps away. So cooldown blown. It's not the end of the world that Agony's Embrace isn't the longest of cooldowns, but very defensive reaction from Shook too.
It was a really good move there by JWoww, realizing that there was nothing else to be gained and just taking that small win, jumping out.
Up and gets away cleanly, 235 CS, 2nd highest total in the game. Behind Reckless, who is 278 at the 27-minute mark. A Caitlyn that is that well farmed is just getting more and more terrifying. Phantom Dancer, Bloodthirster, and Last Whisper completed. And we do tend to see Reckless picking up a defensive item as a 4th or 5th game.
Good flash.
Manages to flash past the Crystal Arrow, but there's no flash available. Takes a ride in the Dark Passage. It's not over yet as Naruto now joins the party. The bubble throws Reckless up in the air, and with his damage down, TCM are going to be able to carry on chasing. We do see that there's no Agony's Embrace available for Eve, so he's forced away. And JWoww eats a taunt in the Death Sentence, not sentenced to death right now until Young Buck comes in there with the lens bounce. All of a sudden, Copenhagen Wolves turn this fight completely on its head. Requiem starts being channeled, and nobody's really low enough for it to drop them. It's the exception there of the Kaltard. And trading 3 for 3 as far as the team fight goes. We do see Naruto now trying to challenge against Unlimited as Young Buck's passive has been popped. Shook 2 and Unlimited trying to pick this one up, but all of a sudden Unlimited may be in a little bit of trouble. This is a blue and red buff Evelynn that is chasing down Shyvana. As soon as Dark Frenzy becomes available, gonna try and chase the burnout, and you got 2 very speedy characters running across the map. Shook 2 throws down the Dark Frenzy. Hate Spike's going to be enraged. Agony's Embrace just comes off cooldown. Going to be forced to back away.
That second guess right there almost cost him, but still able to get away. No follow-up from Evelyn, and they turn their eyes towards Baron. The preemptive sweep by Unlimited, able to clear out the wards. And it's only going to be Nami in position to answer this one.
There is no tidal wave available. Teleports coming down from Kautsard with those home guard boots available, and with Reckless's damage on the back here as well.
They have to run right after this. Kha'Zix is coming.
Bubble comes up. Arrow's going to land. Misses. Young Buck sidesteps the arrow. Manages to land a charm onto Belgian Beast. Kautsard is going to lock up Karthus for long enough to allow Reckless to pick up a kill.
That could not have gone better for Copenhagen Wolves. They even were rewarded with a kill upon leaving Baron Pit right there. Kautsard just earned his stripes as Ahri.
Very well played. Here's a replay of the previous fight. Talk us through this, Kobe.
So that was just a great arrow dodge, but then a bad dark passage to take for Reckless and put him in a compromising position. But it also baited in the whole team into this tiny passage inside the jungle, which opened everything up for Copenhagen Wolves to answer. It was JWoww being overextended and taking tower hits while the rest of his team was leaving through that jungle passage. And because JWoww stuck around, took those tower hits, they had to turn back around, which bought time for Zac to reinitiate. And he does not even mind reinitiating on top of that Karthus ulti because he's so tanky and he had that passive to rely upon.
So managing to work out for the best at the end of the day for Copenhagen Wolves. They still maintain a mere 2,000 gold lead. It is very, very small. This game is by no means over between these two teams. And, you know, as long as Matraka can land an arrow, someone will die.
That's the drawback of all those kills going to JWoww. He got a little overconfident there. Got out in front of his team, got into tower range, and then got charmed and paid for it.
Something that we actually didn't see as much of in Super Week in the EU LCS was exhausts against those assassins. Unlimited throws out the death sentence, doesn't manage to catch anybody, but the Copenhagen Wolves have got positioning to challenge for this blue buff, and they managed to secure that one fairly safely. They just had a shoulder plump TCM away.
I actually really like that support point. A lot of supports have been trending towards those ignites in lane for the kill potential, but exhaust cannot be overrated against a team with an assassin like Kha'Zix. I think it was Crepo in an interview who was shouting out, why are the sports not taking exhaust anymore, especially when you're running against multiple assassin teams? It can mean the difference in an endgame team fight, which is actually where you're going to get the win, not in those lane phase kills.
Well, for the time being, that's exhaust onto JWoww, secured them a kill previously, and TCM actually have 2 exhausts on their side. If they want to deal with Evelyn, Ahri, and potentially Reckless, they can at least deal with 2 of the 3. JWoww, 275 CS, he's recalling in the top lane. That tower is still standing, considering the exorbitant amount of time that JWoww has spent farming there and pushing the wave. He has not managed to put much damage on that tower at all. TCM still only 2 towers to their name. They haven't been able to take advantage of any of the kills or the wins that they've had as far as objectives are concerned.
But neither have Copenhagen Wolves here. It's going to be very hard for Copenhagen Wolves to crack that inside line of inhibitor turrets because TCM always have the Crystal Arrow in their pocket. And if they're able to land one of those onto the 3 vulnerable targets of Copenhagen Wolves, then this story could easily be reversed.
Well, we'll have to see how well Matraka can land those arrows because, to be fair, they've been good shots which have been avoided by the Copenhagen Wolves. A good flash from Reckless previously. Young Buck basically just sidestepped.
That was a beautiful sidestep.
He read that coming pretty well. Managed to get out of range. Maybe the smaller, low HP model size of Zac also helped with the dodginess. I don't know if the hitboxes changed. An interesting question for the designers.
They do indeed, well, because interesting point here. Most spells from champions are measured from the center of the champion to the center of your target, but skill shots, which are fired as missiles, are the spells that are actually measured to the end of the champion model. So the bigger your model, easier you are to hit. That's why Giant Cho'Gath is amazing to have in a game like this, because they can just block most of the arrows.
And Cho'Gath eats absolutely everything. Even in team fights, you always accidentally click him. So we do see now Unlimited throwing out that Dark Passage, getting some vision down. You see Baron has worn off, so the Copenhagen Wolves are going to start poising themselves maybe to pick up the next one. For the time being, they're just getting vision control in this side of the jungle, and TCM have done a much better job of controlling their half of the map and controlling their jungle camps.
They've swept around towards the middle, though, and they can tank this turret, get off some early damage before TCM arrive.
The tidal wave comes down. Youngbuck eats a couple of shots for his trouble. Charm goes out, manages to find nothing but air. The box was used as well, so tidal wave in exchange for the box as well as that enchanted crystal arrow. Tower defended, and I think that's what TCM really care more about.
Flash down here as well for Youngbuck, but he is the target that they would like to sacrifice to hit that crystal, to take that crystal arrow.
And Youngbuck, you know, playing Zac, it's not as impactful to have that flash down. You're just going to charge that slingshot up and close a much greater distance. You do see Let's Bounce as well as that Ignite is available. The bubble does manage to catch Youngbuck, throws him up in the air. He's still sitting on 3,200 HP. It's a very, very tanky Zac.
Now, with the Crystal Arrow and the Nami's Tidal Wave being down, the threat for TCM's engagement is not there. Copenhagen Wolves, you can see, Reckless was taking 3 or 4 shots at a time now at the turret because he's not scared of that hard engage. However, they have to keep in mind the timer of this Crystal Arrow. It's very low at this stage of the game. If Copenhagen Wolves pull the same thing, that's going to be available very soon.
Oh, they managed to catch Matroka, but nobody else follows up. However, Copenhagen Wolves have just melted the Belgian Beast. Karthus drops, he throws out the Requiem. The Wolves are on the retreat. Jaywa once again finds himself overextended. He's dived way too deep. Naruto Door evens the kills up 1-1, but that's a jungler for a mid laner, and JWoww is miles away. He's forced to leap into CW territory and recall to try help defend.
Mirrored positions right there. Shook very deep as an assassin in the TCM team, but not able to get away, whereas JWoww used the second jump.
Ash Arrow comes up, Matroka gets pulled forward, the Charm and the net holds him in place. There's no ways Matroka gets away from that one. Copenhagen Wolves secure the inhibitor turret and the inhibitor. 10 seconds left on Belgian Beast, and Matroka will only be up in 45 seconds.
Great presence of mind there by Copenhagen Wolves to take advantage of that window where the cooldowns were up.
Not over yet, as now that JWoww has full health, he actually gets pulled in with a death sentence, looking for cooldowns to jump in. No bubble locking anybody up. JWoww very hesitant to leap in this time. Maybe a little late to start playing patient. Unfortunately, being caught out in the previous fight, it was not ideal at all.
Yeah, Copenhagen Wolves made it count while the Crystal Arrow and Tidal Wave were down, just as it was about to come back up, pulling off that team fight. And with an inhibitor down, they just gained a whole bunch of map pressure.
Well, we'll have to see how Copenhagen Wolves make use of it. The most obvious choice is to make a play for the Baron. Kautard now finds himself between a rock and a hard place. He actually throws out the death sentence. JWoww realizing that he's in a little bit of trouble. He should be able to just leap over the wall. It's a lot of damage from Taste the Fear onto Kautard. Even that armor of the Zhonya's Hourglass, not really going to be enough against that crazy, crazy armor penetration that Kha'Zix has built up.
Yeah, it's an interesting overlap, though. They were able to get a little bit of armor, even though there's so much penetration on JWoww, while also gaining the activation of the Zhonyas for the Requiem. So at least their 2 main members here, the Evelynn and Ahri, can avoid that Requiem damage.
Well, we'll have to see how well Kautard can play. You now hit this sort of near end game build, Deathfire Grasp, Rabadon's Death Cap, as well as that Zhonya's Hourglass. He's got the ability to dive very, very deep, and you know, crucially, when a Charm needs to land, he's locking up very key members of the TCM gaming team. Copenhagen Wolves, they've got vision. Not really deep as far as this red buff area of TCM is concerned. Copenhagen Wolves is going to be looking to challenge for Baron.
Yeah, they're going to try and draw TCM out of their base and into a bad spot so that Evelynn and Ahri can make use of their extreme mobility to catch either Matroka or JWoww. Those are the 2 targets they want to pick off before the fights start, and they want Evelynn and Ahri to flank around the sides to get an easy shot at those 2.
Well, we'll have to see how well Youngbuck can do in helping to set up those particular engagements. Sunfire Cape and Randian's completed. He's only sitting on 190 CS, but to be very fair, Reckless has taken basically all of his solo lane farm once we've hit this mid game. Reckless 376 CS right now.
He's also upgraded the distortion boots here. So the importance of that flash, because he knows that Evelynn and Ahri are going to be trying to dive in on TCM, he's going to have to take care of himself. And for that, he's going to need both the 90 caliber net and the flash.
And yeah, you talked about how the team fights were going to go for the Copenhagen Wolves, that they wanted to split up, they wanted to spread out, and basically that meant there's no real front line. Zach's going to be throwing himself at TCM, and you know, JWoww is basically the man that's responsible for trying to get to Reckless, but he has been unable to do it up until this point in the game.
Well, he's going to have the Flash, the Net, and Thresh Lantern here. As long as Thresh doesn't bait him in like last team fight and then end the Dark Passage inside the rest of TCM, he should be good. Oh, good bush gank.
So Charm does land. Naruto forced to use that ultimate to escape to safety. Bubble goes up, manages to miss Shook too. Let's bounces all over TCM as the ace in the hole is going to secure a kill. Another great Charm. Locks up the Belgian Beast, and that's 2 kills without reply. And that's only 50% of Young Bucks HP bar that cost them those 2 kills.
Copenhagen Wolves finally able to catch TCM out split and take advantage of it, all because of the mid inhibitor being down, allowing them to clear out vision around Baron, and just drawing TCM over to that very dangerous Baron dance of the end game.
And you know, TCM once again, they don't have the vision they need on their side of the jungle. The more that we watch the TCM roster, the more I realize that once they lose control of the jungle, they don't really know how to get it back, how to reclaim possession of what is technically theirs.
Well, it's a very difficult thing to do when you're up against a team that Copenhagen Wolves are running that's focused on picking people off. Because if you go checking bushes as a support trying to get wards down, they'll have so many answers to grab you.
So the death sentence does land. Naruto actually gets to a lot of damage from Deathfire Grasp and Follow. Now we see Kauto diving forward, but Troco, this first victim to fall as they take the tower down in the background. Youngbuck does not have Let's Bounce available. Belgian Beast flashes forward. He's between the inhibitor and the walls. He goes down. Going to be able to defend at least some of the inhibitors. Not going to be enough to pick up any kills with that Requiem, unfortunately. Copenhagen Wolves look like they've done it. The 2 carries of the mid lane and the AD carry for TCM are now down. It's a 3 versus 5 defense. And even though Youngbuck is low, he's got his Cell Division passive available.
That time, the timing of Belgian Beast all in was not synced up with JWoww. He is able to get this kill though.
So JWoww will be able to pick up the kill, at least get a reset on the jump, but he's very, very low. Reckless basically 2 shots him as he's forced out of the fight. And the Copenhagen Wolves, they managed to pick up the victory. They go 2-1 versus TCM. And you can see the relief on Young Buck's face. That was a heavy, heavy sigh.
So they get their vengeance that they've been waiting for since Tenerife. Congratulations to the Copenhagen Wolves. Well played pick.
Yeah, very, very good game at the end of the day. They're going to be facing off against the all-Polish roster of KMT in the grand finals on Thursday. Remember that TCM, they already have a spot in that spring promotion tournament later in the year. So for the time being, they're not going to be able to get the bragging rights of saying they won the Challenger event at Gamescom, but they will be back. They will be facing either KMT or the Copenhagen Wolves once we get to that stage.
And they have that all-important chance to get into the LCS in the promotion tournament.
Yeah, that's the most important thing. And, you know, we keep talking about how the bottom 3 LCS teams, which was SK Gaming, Meteor Makers, and whoever's going to lose in this weekend's playoffs, they will be able to pick which team they feel they have a better chance. And I think it's going to be a difficult choice because TCM and Wolves have both looked phenomenal in all of the events they've taken part in.
Yeah, very, very difficult. Choose your poison, I guess. It depends on which team comp you really want to match yourself up against, because these 2 teams have very distinct styles. And I guess that's what most of it's going to ride on.
There's going to be another very big question which the Copenhagen Wolves will have to answer as the year goes forward. What do they do with or without Reckless?
That's going to be very difficult because right now their strategy revolves heavily around him, especially when they only run those 2 threats like we saw in their loss earlier.
Well, I definitely think they'll be learning from the mistakes they've made. Guys, we've got to take a very short break, but when we return, we will be joined by the Copenhagen Wolves Young Buck. Then we're going to break down the brackets heading into the second day of Gamescom. Don't touch that browser, because League of Legends Challenger Series, we'll be right back.
Welcome back to day one of Gamescom 2013. Right now, I'm happy to be joined by the Copenhagen Wolves' top laner, Young Buck, just pulled out a 2-1 against TCM. Now, tell me going into this match, what kind of preparation were you doing? Because you were beat by them 2-1 not so long ago in Tenerife, so it must have been a hard matchup.
We were very motivated. We trained about 120 hours in the last 2 weeks alone. We wake up, we play, we go to bed, and that repeated itself for the last 2 or 3 weeks because we knew this was the best chance for us to get into the relegation. So yeah, we practiced extremely hard and it turned out to work out.
Absolutely. It especially showed in that first game where you did really well and just rolled all over them. And then you banned out the exact same champions in the second game, and yet they got the upper hand. So what was that? Was that picks from their side?
Well, the first game we had a very good level 1 strat where we put the Shyvana very far behind. In the second game, we tried to do the same. Unfortunately, it kind of backfired later on when they Elise got a double kill and snowballed from there. So it was a big problem for us because the Elise could win team fights for them at that moment.
But eventually, you made it. Now tomorrow, you'll be going up against KMT Gaming. Do you know that team? There's some faces we know from around the scene, of course. And how good do you think they are?
We've actually played them a few times before, and they're a very experienced team. So it could be a very close finals tomorrow.
Can you describe in a couple of words how important it is that you win that match tomorrow? You've been training for this all season, basically.
Unbelievably important. Words can't describe it.
We'll be looking forward to that matchup. Thank you very much. Now let's send it back to the guys at the desk as they wrap up day one from Gamescom.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And coming up Thursday, we have the finals of the Challenger Series as KMT and the Copenhagen Wolves battle in a best-of-3 for a berth in the Season 4 Spring Promotional Series.
Then after that, it's the semifinals of the International Wildcard. Up first, it's Gaming Gear EU taking on Oceania's Team Immunity, followed by the top team in the tournament, Pain Gaming, taking on Dark Passage. The winner of those matches will meet in Friday's finals with a trip to the Season 3 World Championship on the line.
That is one hell of a prize. Day 2 of our epic Gamescom action starts Thursday at 10 a.m. CEST and 1 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time. That does it for day 1 of Gamescom 2013. So for myself, Kobe, D-Man, Jack, Joe, Jason, and the entire live broadcasting crew, guten Nacht, and thanks for watching. Now, J-Wild does manage to get down on the Rakers. Barrier keeps Reckless alive.
Data Corruption comes in crescendo use, but look at that, let's bounce. They managed to catch Dark Passage in complete. Look there. Piltover comes in. That's BRT picking up 1, picking up 2, picking up 3. It's a triple kill for BRT. Can we get the pentakill, BRTT? Oh! Yeah, there's the pentakill on the fountain. Pain Gaming victorious. They are 3-0 and top of the league.